Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 200 Merit Ceremony 3 Warning. This episode may cause a sugar overdose. You have been warned, Yufufu in fact, she didn't know why she was crying. Jude didn't wake up for 2 days, or 3 days if you counted the fact that it was dawn now, but Cordelia herself was unconscious for nearly 2 days. Both of them had been unconscious in that time, so it wasn't the reason for her tears. Unlike Maja's sincere wish for Jude to wake up over the past 2 days, Cordelia herself had been worrying for a few hours at most, though it was less than an hour if you exclude the time she fell asleep. I've heard that Yurei going to wake up soon. She had confirmed the condition he was in and was just waiting for it to end, so her situation was different from Maja. So, what was the reason? She had only seen Jude's face and cried nonstop when she hugged him. She cried without even realizing it. Is it because I am sorry? Because I am the one who made him open the 6th door, so I feel responsible. But if he hadn't done that, we wouldn't have won. Perhaps the Lord Protector would have really killed all of us. No, that's not the reason in the first place. It wasn't a matter that needed logic or complex reasoning. She was just sad because Jude was unconscious, and she was happy that he woke up. It was a simple reason, something that didn't need to be that complex. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. After crying for a long time, Cordelia gradually stifled her tears and opened her closed eyes. She naturally stared at Jude's face. She saw his green eyes looking her way and the sly smile drawn on his lips. His left arm firmly held her waist, and his right hand was patting her back. His chest had become broad and something that she could lean on at any time, making her feel safe like those firm castle walls. "My princess, are you done crying?" Jude slyly asked, and Cordelia could tell at that moment. His insides were black, but he was quite pure now. He was covering it with his sly smile, but he was actually at a loss on what to do. His green eyes seemed to be holding back all kinds of emotions, such as his joy and slight embarrassment. Why? Is it because his face is close to mine? So I can see things I usually can't see? Cordelia's lips squirmed once before she sniffed with her nose because of her tears, and she unconsciously thought. The smell of Jude. Cordelia's 5 senses were all excellent, and among those senses, her sense of smell was particularly good. So Cordelia knew well that the smell of Jude was a mixture of various things. The slightly sweet smell of his skin. Add to that was the scented soap chosen by Maja. There was also the scent of the shampoo and conditioner developed by Jude, and the common perfume that most nobles sprayed on themselves more or less. It was basically a rose fragrance. The added scent had a refreshing feeling, giving one a neat impression. But today was a little different. The slight smell of sweat. It was a slightly heavier scent. As a result, the smell of Jude was more pronounced than usual. Cordelia shifted her blue eyes and looked up at Jude, who faced her with his green eyes. Jude's green eyes seemed to be a little darker than usual, perhaps because of the dim candlelight, so it felt more mysterious. Cordelia raised her head a bit more. Without realizing it, she touched her lips on Jude's cheek. Chew. It was a small sound, but it was so quiet that it sounded loud. Embarrassment and surprise lightly spread in Jude's eyes again, and in response to that, Cordelia was strangely pleased rather than feeling shy. And Jude read the feelings of Cordelia with his eyes. That was why he strengthened the hold of his left arm that held Cordelia's waist, moving his head as he touched his lips on her forehead. Very softly, to the extent that there was no sound. This time, embarrassment spread on Cordelia's big and blue eyes, and Jude had an awkward smile instead of his usual shamelessness. And that smile triggered a switch in Cordelia. Cordelia drew more closer to Jude's body, so that her neck could reach him more. She shifted the weight of her upper body as if she was pressing down on Jude, and her lips pressed on his cheek again. And it seemed like this time, she looked up at Jude with a bit of slyness. "Your cheeks are red." Jude sent her an answer with his eyes, and this time, he touched his lips on Cordelia's cheek and not her forehead. Unlike his previous one, it was a kiss that made a loud sound. "Aren't your cheeks red too?" Cordelia suddenly had a strange desire to win, and she raised her head again and kissed Jude's ear instead of his cheek this time. Even Cordelia herself didn't know why she put her lips on his ear, because it just caught her eye. Because she thought that it would be nice to touch her lips on his ear. but it was right after her lips touched. His reaction was different from before. She was able to feel it clearly because she was in close contact with his body. Jude had flinched. His left arm that was holding Cordelia's waist, that left arm that held her tightly that she couldn't move, had slightly trembled. Why? Cordelia turned her eyes to see Jude. She saw that his cheeks were redder than usual, and his familiar sly smile that she found unpleasant had slightly collapsed. And his eyes. His green eyes were filled with shyness and confusion on what to do. At that moment, she thought it was fun. So Cordelia once again gave Jude a peck on the ear, and he flinched and reacted again. A smile naturally spread over her face. This is fun. It's like I'm attacking something. It's like I'm trying to find the boss mob's weak point and stabbing it. As Cordelia's gamer brain began to work, she snickered, and that snicker stimulated Jude this time. His desire to win, his feeling of not wanting to lose. Jude firmly held Cordelia's waist again. He straightened his neck and kissed the back of Cordelia's white and long neck. Kaya? Cordelia unconsciously let out a sound, and a triumphant smile appeared on Jude's face. A smile that was very obnoxious. Then, Cordelia's blue eyes moved again, and she bit his earlobe very lightly instead of kissing his ear. It was Jude who let out a sound this time. She seemed to have struck a critical hit. Haha. Cordelia put her lips in Jude's ear again, and as if she was striking an additional hit, she gently blew her breath on it. And she felt him tremble. His body trembled and his face burned red like never before. I won, okay. Cordelia snickered and said with a glance, and Jude was pissed off for a moment, so he put his lips on her neck again. He held the flinching Cordelia firmly with his left arm to prevent her from moving, and lowered his face as he dragged it along her long and thin neck, and then pressing his lips to the raised part of her clavicle. Cordelia trembled this time. Her blue eyes were then filled with a passion. All right, let's do this. So it's my turn now, huh? Cordelia turned her blue eyes. Instead of attacking his ear again, she carefully examined Jude's face to find a new weakness. His red cheeks and lips that let out a hotter breath than usual. At that moment, Cordelia unknowingly swallowed hard. She stared at Jude's lips and roughly breathed a bit, and Jude also stared at Cordelia. Likewise, he swallowed hard and couldn't move. Jude and Cordelia breathed out. Their breaths touched each other's lips, and it was at that moment, "Miss, young master." The door burst open as Dahlia and Maja appeared. Even Jun, the knight who was guarding the door, was there. Kaya? Cordelia was embarrassed and flustered, and so did Jude. As if the magic of 12 o'clock had been broken, the two struggled as they quickly pushed each other away, and Cordelia even fell off the bed because of that. Miss, yes, him okay. Cordelia jumped to her feet and Jude saw such Cordelia. How should one describe the current scene? Cordelia's face was covered with an indescribable shame, and Jude was the same, so to put it into words, the emotions they felt were inexpressible. However, it was not a situation where they should let their hearts beat wild. Dahlia and Maja entered the room, and Maja's tears instantly pulled Jude back into reality. Young master, Maja cried and clung to Jude's chest. Even though she was already an adult, she burst into tears like a child. Maja, I worried you a lot. I am sorry. I am really sorry. Jude tightly hugged Maja and said that he was fine, but her crying did not easily stop. Jude had become explosively strong in the past half-year, but Maja had rarely seen that strong appearance of Jude. What remained in her memory was not the big and strong Jude, but the weak Jude who had a hard time going outside. Maja Tantalot, a servant of the Bayer family and Jude's exclusive maid. But for Jude, she was not just a servant but a person no different to a real sister to him. When Maja's crying didn't seem to stop, Cordelia hesitated at first before she sent a glance to Jude. "I'll see you tomorrow, okay?" "Yes, see you tomorrow. Yeah, good night. Yes, dream of me, you too." After they finished their eye conversation, Cordelia and Dahlia left the room while Jude patted the back of the still crying Maja. And around 30 minutes later, Cordelia defended against Dahlia's persistent questioning attacks with the excuse that she had to sleep because she was too tired, and she washed herself before lying down on the bed. And after that, she began to kick the blanket. I must be crazy. 30 minutes ago. What in the world did I do? What did I do? Why did I do that? Kiss, kiss. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Kiss, 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 kiss. Dahlia and Jun, who were outside the door, would have heard us kissing. Yuah! Cordelia writhed on the bed. She rolled to the left, rolled to the right, came back to the center, and then kicked the blanket. Dizzy, I feel dizzy. I feel like I'll die from shame. No, maybe I am already dead and just haven't realized it. Maybe my soul is squirming alone after dying from shame. Cordelia covered her face with both hands and was suddenly startled, pulling them back, because she felt that her cheeks were too hot. Ah, seriously. Ah, seriously. How will I look at his face? What should I say when I see Jude's face tomorrow? Cordelia shed some tears before she took a deep breath. Inhale, exhale after repeating it several times. Cordelia managed to calm down her breathing and lied down to relax her body and pacify her mind. It's all right. Yes, it's all right. It's not just me. Since Jude did it too, because we played with each other's weakness. Yes, that's right. We just played and poked each other's weakness. We played a game, right? So it's all right. And isn't he my fiancé? That's right, so this much is fine. Yes, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. So let's sleep. Everything will be all right when I wake up. Cordelia closed her eyes. And 1, 2, 3. What do you mean by it's all right? After rolling on the bed again, Cordelia curled up her body like a ball and then trembled. I must be crazy. Yeah, crazy. This is all because of Jude. After all, it's because of Jude. It's definitely because of Jude. Ha, I hate it. I really, really hate it. And if Madra and Dahlia had not come in. If they hadn't come in, then Cordelia shut her eyes tightly as she clenched her fist tight too, and she panted afterwards. Her breathing that she had barely calmed down was rough again, perhaps because she was rolling too much on the bed or because of some other reason. Arg, why am I the only one like this? That Jude must be sleeping soundly like a child now, huh? He must be snoring and sleeping without a care in the world, huh? That's right, so I should sleep. Let's go to sleep. I'll leave all this worries for tomorrow and just go to sleep. Cordelia corrected her posture again and closed her eyes. And like always, she spoke with an exclamation. I can't sleep. I had slept earlier. I am done with sleeping. And right across her room. In Jude's bedroom behind the wall in her room. As Cordelia predicted, Jude did not make a commotion on the bed. He was lying straight and not moving. But it wasn't what she expected of him to be sleeping soundly and snoring. As he lied on the bed, he covered his face with his hands and recited the Heart Sutra. He immersed himself in Buddhist scriptures and tried to erase Cordelia's face that kept coming back in his thoughts. Damn, I can't sleep. I really can't sleep. How can I sleep? How? Hua. Jude groaned as his hands grabbed his head, and he eventually opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. He turned to the side and gazed in the direction of Cordelia's room. Come on, Jude, come on. Just sleep. Jude lied on his back again and forcibly closed his eyes, but he couldn't fall asleep. The blushing and gentle smile of Cordelia kept coming back in his mind. Ha, darn it. Jude eventually gave up sleeping. He sat on the bed and crossed his legs, taking a deep breath before he began to recite the Heart Sutra again. The next morning, Cordelia had stayed up all night with her eyes open, and she was now sitting on the sofa with a tired face as she waited for Jude. Because the two were supposed to meet their fathers together, which were Count Chase and Count Bayer. What should I say when we meet? Should I just not say anything? As if nothing happened. Cordelia's fingers and even the toes in her shoes were wriggling, and Dahlia giggled upon seeing Cordelia before she said in a small voice, He has arrived, Jude. Cordelia unconsciously became nervous, straightening her posture before she turned her eyes and burst into a small laugh, because she saw the dark circles under Jude's eyes. Hey, you too? Hey, me too. The two had stayed up all night. As Cordelia giggled and smiled, Jude smiled in the same way and then hesitated for a moment before he stretched out his hand like he always did, in order to escort her. But Cordelia did not hold his hand right away. She shifted her gaze and looked up at Jude, smiling at him with a coy expression. Because Jude was behaving like usual, pretending to be fine while stretching out his hand to her, but she could tell. Aren't you a bit cute? He looks shy. Has my black-hearted Mr. Black Cloak always been this cute? Cordelia giggled again before she finally put her hand on top of his, and she got up and began walking with Jude. Just how far was the room where Count Bayer and Count Chase were waiting? They didn't know exactly, but it wouldn't take that much time. It would be a few minutes at most. Maybe not even that. Was it because of that then? Jude moved his hand a bit. From under Cordelia's hand, he changed the direction of his wrist. His movement was quite straightforward. Cordelia turned her head to look at him, but Jude looked straight ahead instead of looking at her. His cheeks were blushing in a way that didn't suit him as he slipped his own fingers in between Cordelia's fingers. He tried to clasp her hand. Cordelia opened her fingers slightly to accept Jude's fingers. She gazed at their tightly interlocked fingers before she turned to the side of Jude's face. Jude did not answer. He seemed to have failed to see her eyes because he was only looking at the front. But Cordelia did not care and kept looking with her eyes. This is no longer an escort, right? We're just holding hands, am I right? Jude did not respond again, and Cordelia's lips squirmed. She had done it coyly, but in the eyes of others, she was smiling as she loosened her face and lowered her hand. She lightly shook Jude's hand as she continued walking. Maja and Dahlia behind them failed to suppress their laughs, but Jude and Cordelia did not care. Or rather, they didn't hear the laughter at all. Both of them were busy walking as they looked ahead with blushing cheeks. And a few minutes passed. The two felt that the time that had passed was too short, and they tried to separate from each other, but their hands seemed to be reluctant to do so. After forcibly removing their hands that had tried to lock fingers with each other several times, they took a deep breath. Let's go. Okay. They would meet Count Bayer and Count Chase, hear the details, and then tell their story. They prioritized the things that they needed to take care of now before they proceeded. Count Bayer's knight, who was guarding the door, opened it, and Jude and Cordelia entered the room. Chapter 201 Merit Ceremony 4. Father. The two of you are finally here. Have a seat over there. Rather than a regular living room, the room they were in seemed to be a place for casual and informal conversation. 3 sofas were arranged in a C-shape around a low table, and Count Bayer, who was sitting by himself at the seat of honor, offered them a seat. Is it across my father? Count Chase was sitting in the middle of a long sofa and pointed with his eyes at the opposite seat. Jude and Cordelia then quietly sat on the sofa opposite him. Cordelia was on the left while Jude was on the right. It was a very large sofa, so there were a lot of places for them to seat themselves, but the two naturally sat close together. As if this was completely normal. It's nice to look at. Yes, thank you. At the words of Count Bayer, Cordelia tilted her head because she didn't understand what he was talking about, but she immediately replied with a wide smile. She was a bit curious on what was nice to look at, but since Cordelia and Jude had woken up after a few days, he might have been talking about how the two were awake now were nice to look at. Anyway, since it's my father-in-law's words, I have to answer even if I don't understand what he's talking about. In any case, he had said something nice to them, so it was natural for her to express her thanks. Is that right, Jude? Probably. Even Jude couldn't immediately figure out what Count Bayer meant by it being nice to look at. Because for Jude, it was completely natural and reasonable for him to be seated next to Cordelia. Anyway, Count Bayer's smile even deepened when Cordelia replied beautifully, while Count Chase snorted like usual. Moving on, Count Bayer's words trailed at the end, and he paused for a moment, taking a deep breath before he looked at Jude and Cordelia with warm eyes and saying, I am very glad that the two of you woke up. Both of you had been unconscious for the past few days, so everyone was greatly worried. We apologize for having troubled you. No, I apologize. It's not your fault. You have nothing to apologize for. When Cordelia lowered her head, Count Bayer promptly dissuaded her from doing so before he glanced at Count Chase, asking him to say something. And at that glance, Count Chase responded in his usual manner. HMPH, you're still a weak guy. As he looked at Jude, he clicked his tongue and took out a small box from his pocket. And Jude was grateful to him like usual. Eat this too. They say it works well for feeble guys like you. Yes, father-in-law, thank you very much. Thank you, Dad. After Jude and Cordelia expressed their thanks, Count Chase turned to the side and spoke quietly. Don't tell Adelia. She's going to needlessly compare it to what I gave Gal, because Adelia was always dissatisfied even if they were both given something. But there was one thing that Count Chase overlooked. Dad, what did you give to brother-in-law Gal? Is it different from Jude? There's no way that it's better, right? So what is it? The existence of Cordelia, who began to react in the same way that Adelia did. No, I mean what? Count Chase eventually gave up on making excuses and frowned, and Count Bayer burst into a small laugh. Gal and Jude are really blessed with their fiancés. Cordelia, who was questioning, Count Chase then instantly blushed and lowered her head at Count Bayer's words, because the words blessed with their fiancés strangely resonated in her mind. And it was the same with Jude. Jude spontaneously looked somewhere else before he coughed with a slightly reddish face. Ahem, 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 ahem. Look at this little kid coughing. Count Bayer chuckled and looked back at Count Chase before he immediately brought up their main topic. Jude and Cordelia, I am sure you had already heard of it, but the royal palace was not only one that was attacked this time. The entire royal capital was swept into a huge mess. Count Bayer's expression and tone became a bit stiff. Having already heard some of the situation from Maja and Dahlia, Jude and Cordelia's faces stiffened, and Count Chase looked straight at them and said, Certainly you two warned me and Count Bayer before this happened. It wasn't specific, but thanks to that, we were able to resolve this situation. Something may happen right after the ball. We'll notify you if we're in danger, so please accept this magic device with tracking magic on it. This was what Jude and Cordelia told Count Bayer and Count Chase just before the ball. Several incidents had already happened in the north and the wild lands, so Count Bayer and Count Chase did not lightly take Jude and Cordelia's words. They did not drop their guard down even when they attended the ball, so they were able to react immediately. What would have happened if the two hadn't warned them? We wouldn't have been able to stop First Sword. Count Bayer nodded at Count Chase's words. If they had not been warned, Count Bayer would not have thought of helping Jude and Cordelia. And if you two had lost your lives to First Sword the Lord Protector know, that traitor, Duke Antarius, would have succeeded with his plan. He had planned to destroy the barrier by massacring the royal family. But he did not succeed. Because Jude and Cordelia stopped him. You two definitely did well, but I want to ask. How much did you know? Count Bayer's voice was soft, and his tone showed that he was not blaming them. But Jude did not immediately answer. As calmly as possible, he spoke smoothly. The betrayal of the Lord Protector of Duke Antarius was something that we didn't expect. His words were reasonable. The betrayal of the Lord Protector was something unimaginable for most people. As I said before, we've already proven that the Fairy Queen's warnings are true. Her words may be uncomfortable to hear, but it can't be taken lightly because we've experienced its veracity in the north. As Jude had said, it was a repeat of the story they had already told before. Because there was no one other than the Fairy Queen whom they could cite as a source of information, and because it's impossible to use the Guardians of the Holy Cross as an excuse this time. It was a big incident where the royal capital was directly attacked. After the immediate chaos had been settled to a certain extent, the royal family would definitely mobilize all the kingdom's power to start a war against the demon followers. If that happened, it would be impossible for the kingdom to not join hands with the Guardians of the Holy Cross. So, if they had carelessly used the Guardians of the Holy Cross as an excuse, the two would be in trouble if their stories didn't match. So we pushed for that excuse. To begin with, Jude and Cordelia were the only ones able to call out the Fairy Queen in the royal capital. Sylvia, the second prettiest woman in the north right after Cordelia, could do it too, but the possibility of her attempting to summon the fairies was close to zero, so as long as Jude and Cordelia did not make a mistake, they wouldn't be caught. We also did some preparations. In preparation for the 1-in-a-million possibility, they gave the Fairy Queen a box of chocolates and asked her to match their story. But she was still a fairy in the end, so it was doubtful if she would really match their words if she got asked. In any case, Jude used that excuse, and Count Bayer quietly looked at Jude and nodded. I see, I understand. We are all greatly indebted to the Fairy Queen. Thanks to her, they were able to protect the royal family and the royal capital. They were able to save the country from the traitor, Duke Antarius. But Count Bayer thought of Jude and Cordelia before that. He didn't openly say it, but he was more thankful that he was able to save the two. But it was at that moment. There is one more thing that I want to ask. It was Count Chase. He looked at Jude and Cordelia, asking in a low voice. That boss, how did you two win? He did not say the name of that person. But Jude and Cordelia knew who Count Chase was talking about. The Lord Protector and traitor, Duke Antarius, was one of the 10 great swordmasters. Even though he was old and had weakened, he was still one of the best swordsmen in the kingdom. Jude and Cordelia had defeated such a Lord Protector. It wasn't something they could simply believe because the fight had been 2 against 1. I am not doubting you, but I honestly couldn't understand it well from what I heard from the Crown Princess. Count Bayer also spoke, and the two nodded at the same time. He would obviously feel like that because it was a fight that was hard to explain in words on how they won. Cordelia's idea to use the power of the divine sword, and Jude's ability to finish the enemy with the power that she had passed on to him. It was a miracle that could only happen because the two were together. Jude took a deep breath instead of answering right away again. He quietly held Cordelia's hand and looked at her. Cordelia. Yes, Jude, about this let's be honest, on how they won, on why a miracle happened. At Jude's gaze, Cordelia nodded and squeezed Jude's hand. Let's do that. They couldn't hide it forever. And it's not that big of a secret. Count Bayer and Count Chase already knew of the fact that Jude was a disciple of Landius and that he had been taught the 9th Heaven's 9 doors by Landius. But they had hid the fact that Cordelia had become an angel through ancestral regression. I'll tell them then. Okay. It was about Cordelia herself, but Jude was the one in charge of explaining. After Cordelia relaxed herself and squeezed Jude's hand, Jude began explaining to Count Bayer and Count Chase. And around 10 minutes later, once they were done listening to all his words, Count Bayer and Count Chase looked at each other with smiles full of surprise. Ho, ancestral regression. Especially Count Chase, who was really surprised. Unlike Count Bayer, who had only heard of the concept of ancestral regression today because he was a swordsman in the first place, Count Chase already knew to a certain extent about ancestral regression. I knew that the blood of an angel flowed in my family, but I can't believe that it's ancestral regression. Count Bayer asked in curiosity towards Count Chase, who appeared to have lost his composure, which was unlike him. Arthur, is it possible for you to become an angel with ancestral regression? If Cordelia had the blood of an angel, it would also flow on her father, Count Chase. But Count Chase immediately shook his head as if he did not even need to think about it. Just because our ancestor is an angel does not mean that it's possible to regress to our ancestor. You have to be born with a strong enough angelic trait in order for ancestral regression to be possible. It's usually impossible unless it's atavism. Atavism? It refers to a phenomenon in which the trait of an ancestor suddenly appears strongly in a later generation. Having said that, Count Chase looked back at Cordelia and nodded. Cordelia, your transcendent beauty may perhaps be the result of atavism. Yeah. At being called a transcendent beauty, Cordelia turned red and bowed her head, while Jude received Count Chase's words with a very serious face. Cordelia is an angel not only in her face but also in her heart. Indeed, she was born with it. Yes, she was born with it. Holy Angel Lainanim also praised her a lot. Aha. As Count Chase nodded with a happy face, warm smiles also appeared on Jude and Count Bayer's faces. And the last person. There was one person who was struggling in her embarrassment rather than taking part in the current atmosphere. What the heck are you talking about? What? My heart is like an angel's too. Would you like to die and be an angel now? Cordelia felt like she wanted to strangle Jude right now, but it was impossible since they were in front of Count Bayer and Count Chase. So she just bit her lips and fought back her embarrassment. But it was then. So, if you're usually a human, do you become an angel by transforming into one or something? Yes, she can. Lainanim said that in order to maintain angel mode at all times, her angel rank must be at a certain rank or higher. I see. Count Chase nodded as if he was convinced, and he stared at Cordelia, while Count Bayer also stared at her and then coughed. Neither of them said anything, but it was obvious what they were hoping for. Ah, seriously. Why am I the one who's always being embarrassed? Why? Cordelia was a little annoyed, but she couldn't do much about it, so she decided to just accept her fate. After she got up from her seat, she revealed her angel wings of light. Ooh, Count Chase exclaimed in admiration as he saw the wings made of a bright white light. Count Bayer's eyes also widened and admired the appearance of Cordelia, who was emitting a divine aura. And there was one person who was elated at the response of the two. She's a real angel. For reference, she's my fiancé. I am the only one in the world who has a real angel as a fiancé. Count Bayer had a bitter smile at Jude's proud words that were conveyed without him even speaking, while Count Chase just fed. And lastly, Cordelia covered her face with both hands. And a few minutes or so later, when the fuss had subsided, Count Bayer asked again, "Jude, how is your body now? Are there any side effects from opening the sixth door?" Count Bayer did not know much about the ninth heaven's 9 doors. Jude smiled bitterly at the question full of worry and replied, "To be honest, my condition now is quite bad, but it'll be okay after a few days of rest." Cordelia was the one who was the most surprised by his answer. "What? Are you still in pain?" "Yeah, it hurts. At least until the day after tomorrow, you can think that the weak Jude of the past is back." "Are really? Then will you collapse from just walking?" "No, it wasn't that bad before." "Jude, don't worry. It's not that bad. There's no problem in my daily activities." "Really? Really? You checked it yesterday, right?" "Huh, I mean, what we did, that incident. That was it." Cordelia lowered her head instead of asking him any more. Her ears that can be seen in between her hair had now turned red. In any case, Jude's story was over, so Count Bayer sighed and said as he straightened his posture, "All right. Then I won't prolong this conversation for long. I'll just tell you what we were going to say before you go back." Jude and Cordelia weren't called this morning just to resolve their questions about the incident. It was because they had to tell the two something too. A merit ceremony will be held in 5 days. Chapter 202 Merit Ceremony. 5. Merit Ceremony. Yes, His Majesty will personally reward those who have greatly contributed to resolve this incident. There were 2 reasons for that. Obviously, the first one was to reward them, and the other one was to show that the royal family was well. Among those who will be rewarded this time, the 2 of you will specially be given the title of Count, a fief, and a new surname personally bestowed by the royal family for your great contribution. Surname, a new one? Count Bayer replied with a smile to Cordelia's question, because there cannot be 2 Count Bayer and Count Chase. Generally, it was possible to distinguish the 2 without bestowing a different surname to the other by referring to one as the greater Count Bayer and the other as the lesser Count Bayer. But this time, it was decided that they would be given a new surname. I expected it, but it seems like the royal family wants us too. There were 2 reasons why he thought that. One was the fact that a new hero was needed to replace the Lord Protector who had fallen from a hero who saved the country and had become a traitor. Because they need a hero to spruce up the current situation. The betrayal of the Lord Protector was not just a shocking incident. It was the worst scandal that could hound the royal family for a long time. Because the Lord Protector was a hero who saved the country. Why did someone who saved the country twice then betray the royal family? Could it be that the royal family pushed him into a situation where he was forced to betray them? Numerous speculations would be made, and rumors using these speculations would constantly haunt the royal family. Such a problem could not be solved in the short term. So for now, they created a new topic to divert the public's attention. They would use the new heroes to draw the public's attention. The other one is it because we're competent? It was something embarrassing to think about, but it was true that Jude and Cordelia were competent. If one limited it to their peers, the 2 would belong to the most skilled people in the entire continent. It's natural for the royal family to want us, so they didn't hold back with the rewards. They especially showed that with the giving of a surname. Well, I am grateful for what they're doing anyway. Moreover, there would also be room for a deal if they were desired this much. They would have more chances to rip off the other if they were this much wanted. You have a wicked expression. At Cordelia's remark, Jude coughed several times, and Count Bayer said with a grin, though it was unknown if he knew what Jude was thinking or not, "You can go back and rest now." "Yes, father. We'll be leaving now." As he stood up with Cordelia, the 2 gave a bow to Count Bayer and Count Chase before they left the room. Are we finally free after 5 days? No. We have a lot of things to organize. It was a big incident that simply did not end in attacking the royal family, as it turned the entire royal capital upside down too. Naturally, a lot of people were involved. In particular, Velkian was the most problematic. There are 5 things we have to consider now. Huh? 5 things? Yes, 5. Cordelia blinked her eyes at Jude's words, but she did not think deeply of it. It was just a matter of asking Jude about it. Tell me one by one. Hey, did you completely give up thinking? please don't. Stop with your nonsense and just explain it. All right. Before he explained it, Jude took a deep breath and paused for a bit. He then sent her a message via magic. First is Velkian. Yes, you said he was in the royal capital now, right? Should we meet him before the ceremony? That won't be necessary. He must have come here to meet Pink Bomb in the first place. There's also the chaos that happened in the royal capital, so he will not be leaving immediately. Does that mean we still have some time? Probably. Something had happened in the royal capital, so Velkian naturally remained vigilant and closely watched any suspicious movements. What's the second, Scarlet? Scarlet? Yes, Scarlet. Did you forget what you promised, Scarlet? Cordelia blinked her eyes at Jude's words, and soon she tapped her thigh and said, "Ah, that's right, the promise." They were supposed to compete for the rogue master position. Cordelia laughed as if she had only remembered now, and Jude narrowed his brows and sent her a message magic. Anyway, she's looking forward to this, so we need to organize this too. Of course, Scarlet will not agree to having the match in the royal capital when the situation is like this. Yes, because our match will be a stealing contest. The entire royal capital had been affected by the incident, so where in the world would they rob? There might be a place where they could search and rob, but even stealing had to observe the proper time and place rule. Especially if it was a big shot like the Rogue Master. More than that, is Scarlet okay? She isn't hurt, right? She'll be fine. She is the future Rogue Master. She's also one of the future 4 great swordsmen. Indeed, that's true. Scarlet was one of the strongest among her age. She would be safe without a single tip of her hair undamaged unless she threw her body directly into the path of danger. They said that Lucas is okay, right? Yes, Maja said that. So did Dahlia. She told me that he even visited us when we were unconscious. He really is nice. I hope it goes well with Scarlet. Yeah, with Scarlet, eh? With Scarlet? Ah, it's a long story, so it'll pass for now. Wait, why are you saying that? Isn't this something really important? No. Anyway, I'll tell you the third one. When Jude quickly changed the topic, Cordelia inflated her cheeks with a disgruntled face, but from Jude's point of view, it was a reward. As expected, she's cute. Jude smiled happily and brought up the third topic. The third one is about the demon followers. The Devil's Hand? Yes, they'll be aiming at us openly now. From the northern region, the wild lands, and then to the royal capital. The two had repeatedly destroyed the plans of the demon followers. In particular, they played a huge role in defeating the Lord Protector this time, so it was inevitable that they would receive a high level of attention. Does that mean they'll send mid-ranking demonic humans? Maybe, but they won't be able to send them right away. Why? The Slen royal family will try to catch the demon followers like rats. After all, the Slen kingdom hated the demon followers. Moreover, the demon followers attacked the royal capital. They corrupted the Lord Protector, making him betray the royal family and taking the lives of several royal family members. Once the disturbance in the royal capital is resolved to some extent, it's highly likely that they'll move immediately. There were also several reasons for this. One was that they needed someone to draw the public's attention, just like their need for a new hero. To be exact, they needed a target of hatred. And the other reason was Henry II's anger. The reason that the Lord Protector became a traitor was because of the demon followers. It was completely their fault that the Lord Protector was corrupted. At Jude's words, Cordelia nodded with a worried face. She felt sad when she thought of Henry II, whose heart must have been torn into pieces because of the betrayal. He seemed to be a really pure man. Cordelia herself didn't care much about him because she found him unpleasant when they argued back then. However, she was deeply saddened when she saw how much he liked the Lord Protector. As I thought, you're an angel. What? I mean, my princess is kind. The smirking Jude continued his explanation before Cordelia could say anything. Anyway, the Slen royal family will be eager to beat the demon followers, so the demon followers will not bother us for a while. Then, should we become stronger in the meantime? To the point where they could fight against mid-ranking demonic humans. Jude smiled at Cordelia's words and nodded his head. That's right. I've also thought of that, and I am not talking about the sixth door or the angel mode. Cordelia stared at Jude's eyes and eventually understood it. Key sword? Correct. It was the key to obtaining the Ultimate 7 series. We'll have to work hard in leveling up since it's an exceptional item. That's right, that's right. Are you skilled in playing games, though? Yes, I am skilled in playing games. Jude slyly responded to Cordelia's words before he continued to speak. So Jude is trying to say that even if they had an exceptional item, they have to work hard in becoming stronger and not just rely on the item. He does not want them to be strong just because of their items. Cordelia agrees with him, but playfully asks him if he actually had the skills in the first place. And Jude slyly replies that he has the skills to do so. And the last one is, you know about it, right? The event in the south. Yes, one of the 3 big events that led to the fall of the Slen Kingdom. The great invasion of the barbarians destroyed the northern region. The annihilation of the royal family brought the central region into ruins. And the third one was Black Dragon Malekith's attack, which dealt a devastating blow to the 7 southern families that were the pillars of the southern region. If we can stop Malekith, the Slen Kingdom will be safe for a while. In the game, the Slen Kingdom helplessly collapsed because it couldn't prevent any of those 3 events, but it was different now, since the north and the center were still going strong. If the event in the south is prevented, the Slen Kingdom would become a huge barrier that could protect humanity in the upcoming 7 major calamities. So how should we decide the order of doing those 5 things? We'll have to think about it when I give you the details. Having spoken so far, Jude stopped walking, and so did Cordelia, because they had arrived. They were right in front of Jude and Cordelia's rooms, which were next to each other. Cordelia? Yes, Jude. Jude and Cordelia looked at each other before they turned their heads back again. The 2 hesitated before they finally spoke. Would you like to talk in my room? Okay. We have a lot to discuss. We have a lot to think about, especially the things we talked about on our way here. That's right. So it's only natural for us to go in his room and talk. Cordelia spoke to herself and lightly bit her lips. They were only going to do something that they had naturally and usually did, but for some strange reason, her heart was pounding. Shall we go then? Why yes, let's go. Jude answered awkwardly, unlike his usual self, and he opened the door and saw that no one was in the room. Because just like always, Dahlia and Maja had gone away in order to give the 2 some alone time together. That was why the room was empty. There was no one in the room. Ahem. Jude and Cordelia cleared their throats for no reason and then entered the room awkwardly as they avoided each other's gaze. They then sat on the sofa. However, it was normal for the 2 to sit opposite each other when they were discussing something, and that had always been the case until now. But it was different this time, because both of them sat on the same sofa as if they had agreed beforehand. So why? What was the reason? Was it perhaps because they were holding hands? Ahem. Jude and Cordelia looked at each other while coughing for no reason again, and at that moment they both turned their heads away, because they remembered what happened last night. Kai-Kai-Kiss Cordelia unconsciously squirmed her lips while Jude swallowed hard. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Jude? Yes, Cordelia. We should talk, right? Why yes, we have to discuss. We have to discuss. They had come here to do that. They came here to discuss and not for something else. Then will you let go of my hand? Hand? Yes, hand. It's not necessary to hold it right. Cordelia wriggled her fingers, and Jude wriggled his fingers too because their fingers were still interlocked with each other. And as they wriggled their fingers like that, they both felt strange. Their hearts were beating faster, and their breaths were getting rougher. And a few seconds later, Cordelia squirmed her lips before she glanced at Jude, and at that moment, Jude also turned to Cordelia. Their blue and green eyes met with each other. Little by little, the distance they had between each other narrowed, and a voice suddenly came from behind them. What are you 2 doing? A sullen voice, and at the same time, a familiar voice. At the déjà vu they somehow felt, Jude and Cordelia hurriedly looked behind them and simultaneously jumped from their seats. Cordelia then burst into a bright smile. Scarlet, you're safe. Cordelia jumped over the sofa and hugged Scarlet, who was dressed in a maid outfit. Scarlet hugged her back and then glanced at Jude. As she faced him, who now had a sour expression, she gave a strange smile that was half sorry and half pleased at his misfortune. Chapter 203, Merit Ceremony, 6. Were you hurt? I'm okay, see. Should you be saying that when you were in a coma, though? When Scarlett asked back as soon as she sat beside Cordelia on the sofa, Cordelia shook her head and answered, "No, it isn't to the point of a coma since I only slept for 2 days." "Hey, sleeping for 2 days is definitely not normal, okay?" Scarlett sharply spoke and squinted her eyes, looking at Cordelia all over. She seemed to be looking for any injuries, and at Scarlett's appearance, Cordelia began to laugh. "Why? No, it's just you seem to be seriously worried of me." Cordelia giggled again and lightly slapped Scarlett's shoulder as she smiled with her eyes, and Scarlett frowned. "No, I am not. I wasn't that worried of you, okay? I really didn't care about you, okay? Wow, your classic reaction is so good, so good. You're so cute." "What's so cute?" Whether Scarlett hated it or not, Cordelia hugged her arm and laughed, and Scarlett eventually frowned and looked back at Jude. "Hey, Black Cloak. Why is Pink Bomb acting like this? Did she injure her head or something?" "She's not hurt. She's just pretty, cute, and adorable like usual." Scarlett shuddered when he replied via message magic instead of his voice, and she eventually gave up. Because the more she spoke, the more she would only be embarrassed. "Anyway, I am fine. Yes, yes. If Scarlett is okay, then I am okay too." As Cordelia rubbed her cheeks against Scarlett's shoulder, Scarlett flinched for a moment but soon smiled. Because she found the expression of Jude looking at them to be very funny. Should I tease him a bit? But before Scarlett could even try something, Jude moved first. He took a seat across Scarlett and immediately brought up a topic she couldn't ignore. The match. The match for the Rogue Master position. Isn't it time to discuss it? As Jude grinned and spoke, Scarlett slightly frowned. She welcomed the fact that they were finally talking about the match for the Rogue Master position, but she didn't like it a bit on how Jude led the flow of their discussion into that. But she couldn't help it. She was the one who had lost in their fight, so she eventually gave up. "Okay, let's talk about it. I'll cut to the chase and get straight to the point. Don't you agree that it's impossible to do it now?" "I agree. Because the royal capital is in an absolute mess." Jude smiled again when her response was what he expected. As expected of Scarlett. In the game, Scarlett was the ideal companion who was friendly and rational, even before she was deceived by the magic sword. He thought that if the royal capital had suffered serious damage, she would postpone the match, and now she responded as he had expected. Because it concerns the Rogue Master's pride. More than 100 years had passed since the first Rogue Master had appeared on Earth. Numerous thieves had appeared between the past and present, and some had even done bigger thefts than the Rogue Master. But none of them were as legendary as the Rogue Master. What was the reason for that? Why was the Rogue Master the only one who became a legend? Because it had romance. The Rogue Master would send a notice herself in order to increase the difficulty of her theft. The Rogue Master only targeted the wicked rich. The Rogue Master only stole and did not kill people. The money earned from the rich was used to help those who were in need. The so-called Robin Hood figure, a righteous thief. That was all a fantasy, though. After all, a thief was still a thief in the end, and most of what the Rogue Master stole from the rich went into the pockets of the Rogue Master and not the poor. But the most important thing was the image. A romantic thief. It was impossible for such a Rogue Master to use the royal capital, where a lot of people had been killed or injured, as the stage for their theft. But that doesn't mean we're not going to hold the match, right? So let's change the place. You mean we'll be having the match in a place other than the royal capital? Yes, let's have it in the south and not the center. At Jude's words, Cordelia's eyes widened, and she looked at him in admiration. Because she realized what Jude was planning. Are you trying to take Scarlett with us to the south? Because the more powerful allies we have, the better. Black Dragon Malekith was a powerful enemy in a different sense than the Lord Protector. In order to deal with a literally gigantic monster, they need to have at least one more usable trump card. Where in the south? The 7 southern families? Wouldn't they be worth stealing from? Scarlett narrowed her eyes as Jude smirked and answered, because she became wary when she saw Jude's sly smile. He's up to something, right? Although the royal capital suffered serious damage, the entire central region was not harmed. But he was saying that they should leave the center and hold the match in the south. His words felt suspicious even if he didn't have a sly smile. Rather, should we hold the match in the Empire? Scarlett's own home ground. But Scarlett soon stopped her thoughts, because she was the one who had lost in their fight in the first meeting. This was a match originally proposed by Pink Bomb out of her consideration of me in the first place. So she wasn't in a position to say this and that. Of course, if it's Cordelia, she wouldn't think much about it, and maybe she'll even accept having the match in the Empire. But that black cloak, that Jude, who is a sly person incarnate, will not agree to it. Perhaps whatever I say, he'll insist to have the match be held in the South. There's no point fighting about it. It's not like we won't be seeing each other anymore after this match. Okay, let's have the match in the South then. When will it be? Please give us a bit of time. How long? At least 2 months, I think. The two of us will not be able to go to the South until the mess in the royal capital has been organized. Scarlet looked troubled as she crossed her arms, but she soon nodded again. As Jude had said, it would take quite some time before they could leave the royal capital. Though 2 months is a bit long, but it wasn't like she couldn't wait at all. Moreover, Scarlet herself needed some time to investigate the southern region. Okay, let's do that. It doesn't matter if we discuss the details of the match later. As expected of Scarlet, you're nice and generous. I'm not exactly nice though, if you insist. Yufufu, the one who laughed last, was Cordelia. She seemed to be really excited that she kept on laughing. Hey, what's wrong with you? You're creeping me out. Nothing, it's just that I like Scarlet. When Cordelia giggled again, Scarlet couldn't help but smile in the end. Because Cordelia was just too cute for her to reject. Okay, let's have the match in the South 2 months after, but, Pink Bomb, let's go out and talk for a minute. I was just thinking of talking to you while getting some fresh air. I'd also like to hear about what happened that night in the royal palace. Is that fine with you? Well, I don't mind. Having said that, Cordelia turned to Jude, and instead of seeing Cordelia, Jude saw Scarlet grinning at him. I can see your thoughts very clearly. Scarlet's intention. In fact, it wasn't that serious. It was just a really simple idea of hers to take Cordelia outside and not let Cordelia spend some time with Jude. You're annoyed, right? Right? Jude answered Scarlet's gaze with a bitter smile before he turned to Cordelia. Jude, it's fine if you go along with Scarlet. You're going to chat with a friend in the first place, so it's not something for me to decide, right? Well, that's true. Okay, I'll be back later. Cordelia widely smiled, and just like the saying, strike while the iron is hot, she immediately stood up and pulled Scarlet's hand, while Scarlet sneered at Jude before she went out with Cordelia. And a few seconds later, after the door was closed, Jude stretched his arms and let out a long breath. Anyway, it seems like Scarlet is completely on our side. Whatever the outcome of the match would be, it seemed like she would still be working with them in the future. Though it's a bit annoying when she always interrupts us, well, I don't exactly hate it though. It's at a level where I could just laugh it off. Plus, Scarlet intruding on us is quite helpful at the moment, because it's hard to concentrate when Cordelia is around. At least for now. Let's sort it out while Cordelia is gone. He couldn't do that last night because his mental state then didn't let him think properly. Jude closed his eyes and slowly breathed. He slowly immersed himself in the deepest parts of his consciousness in order to examine the state of his body and soul, and he soon realized it. As I thought, it was too much. He had failed to open the 6th door properly. He had created a 6th door, but only the form was created. If he had to describe it, it was like a plate that had been widened, but the plate's contents barely filled it. I need time. Time to properly maintain the 6th door. Time to let my own skills grow and match the plate that had suddenly become bigger. But I shouldn't hurry that much. As he had already told Cordelia, the demon followers wouldn't dare to attack them for the time being. They also didn't need to immediately become very strong because Black Dragon Milkith's attack on the South would only happen a few months from now if it went by the game's timeline. So let's take our time. I'll recover my health and build up my strength. I can't rely too much on 9th Heaven's 9 doors, so I have to develop my other skills too. Ultimate 7. 7 ultimate swords that were created by the ancient dwarves and could only be obtained through the key sword. It was not surprising that Jude knew all 7 of it since he had used them at least once in Legend of Heroes 2. And that was why he was convinced. I need the ultimate one. It was the most different from among the 7 ultimate swords. But that was also the reason why that sword suited the current Jude the best. Fortunately, what Jude himself wanted ultimate one, and what Cordelia wanted ultimate 4, Explosive Blade Magic Blaster, were located in the Slen Kingdom. And if we can secure Ultimate 3, Dragon Sword Escalon, before our fight against Malekith, it will be like the icing on the cake. Jude drew up a plan on his head for a while, and then smiled and stretched his arms. Because when he was thinking of how to get the items, he suddenly remembered Legend of Heroes 2. It's not a game now, but reality. After he lightly smiled, Jude closed his eyes again and delved into his consciousness. He began to operate the Black Sun, which was born from the union of the ninth heaven's 9 doors and the Supreme Sun, Divine Art. At a small garden near a different palace, Scarlet sat in a sunny spot and enjoyed the wind, and then asked with her eyes wide open, "The Lord Protector, did you just say that you defeated him?" "Yes, but it's still a secret, so don't say it out loud." Cordelia looked around and spoke quietly, but Scarlet shouted, grabbing Cordelia's shoulders rather than being quiet. "How?" Scarlet was already aware of the fact that the Lord Protector was a traitor. As Cordelia had said, everyone kept it a secret, but it had already been 3 days after the battle on the royal capital, so everyone who could know already knew that the Lord Protector was a traitor. But she thought that it was impossible for Jude and Cordelia to have defeated the Lord Protector. "Well, it's because we did our very best. The Crown Princess and the Prince also helped." When Cordelia hesitated, Scarlet shook her shoulder again, as if she wanted to ask on what the hell did Cordelia mean. "Because the Lord Protector wasn't someone that could just be defeated by a few children. Anyway, we defeated him. I can't say how we defeated him because it's related to a secret of the kingdom. The existence of the divine sword, Clayam Saleh, that maintained the barrier and was located in the basement of the royal palace, was in fact a national secret. Count Bayer and Count Chase already knew of the existence of the divine sword, so they could openly talk about it. But it was impossible to let Scarlet know about it since she was a citizen of the Empire. How mean. I am sorry, Scarlet soon sighed when Cordelia's face became sad as if she was truly sorry. Well, it can't be helped. Anyway, you didn't win with just your skills, right? Yeah. Something more was added, and more than anything, we were just lucky. Just lucky. Scarlet frowned and then shook her head. Even if the Lord Protector was old and had become weak, he was still one of the 10 great swordmasters. He wasn't someone that could be defeated just by being lucky. But Jude and Cordelia defeated such a Lord Protector. It's something unexpected, but these two are also monsters. They're only 17 years old now. But what the hell is up with their strength? Gods mistake a term that refers to Maximilian de Avies, but perhaps Jude and Cordelia are also God's mistakes. Scarlet? Yeah, well, I get it. Anyway, it's fine since you came out safe. Scarlet evasively spoke before she stood up from her seat. Because of that, Cordelia stood up too and asked, "Are you going now?" "Yes, I have to get going now." She had accomplished most of her purpose in infiltrating the palace. She would have perfectly accomplished it if she would be able to see Luca's condition on her way back. Then, see you at the merit ceremony. You're attending the merit ceremony. It's for a special purpose. I have to give you a clap after all. Scarlet shrugged and spoke coyly, grinning wide as she said goodbye to Cordelia and headed back. See you next time. Yes, see you next time. After Cordelia waved her hand, Scarlet haughtily turned around and began to walk a few steps, but she soon blended into the surrounding landscape and became invisible. Wow, as expected of the rogue master. Cordelia admired her for a bit and clapped her hands, and then she brushed off the dirt from her skirt and looked back at the palace. She had to go back by herself. But before she took a step, Cordelia once again viewed the garden and gazed at the main palace that she could see from here. It wasn't perfect. There were signs of destruction and ruin here and there. She hadn't seen it with her eyes, but she knew that a lot of people were also killed or injured. But even if that happened, we weren't wrong. What Jude and Cordelia did, they had done their best to protect the royal family and the royal capital. Let's go. Cordelia spoke to herself and headed back to the palace. She walked and began to imagine the face of Jude that had naturally come into her mind. And 5 days later in the afternoon, the merit ceremony finally began. Chapter 204 Ceremony 7. The damage suffered by the royal capital was truly enormous. The royal guards in charge of the security of the royal capital incurred more than 500 deaths alone, and the number of civilian deaths was estimated to be at least 2,000 to 3,000. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were more than 10 0 casualties, as the number of injured or disabled people also numbered in the thousands. There were two main reasons why such a massive damage occurred in a short period of time. One was that a lot of demon followers entered the royal capital too easily because of the Lord Protector and his subordinates. And the other was that most of the royal capital's residents were gathered outdoors because of the founding anniversary celebration. It would have been different if it was the usual royal capital. Most of the demon followers would not have been able to cross the wall in the first place. There would have been fewer people who became zombies than there were now. In the end, it's the Lord Protector's fault. It was the result of the betrayal of their national hero who received the king's absolute trust. But they managed to stop it well, as expected of the royal capital. First Sword was sitting on top of a horse and smiled as he read a newspaper detailing the incident on the royal capital. He smiled because they really stopped it well. If the Lord Protector had succeeded, the royal capital would have been destroyed. Saluzia and Karos were planning to summon a hell gate in the royal capital. If it had gone according to plan, the content in the newspaper would have been very different. I wanted to see it at least once. What a wide open hell gate looks like and what its consequences will be. I am also curious on what kind of hell will spread in the world because of that. After First Sword folded the newspaper, he bit on the apple he was holding. In fact, even if the Lord Protector had succeeded, there was also a possibility that things would not have worked out as well as they planned, because there was a true reason why the damage to the royal capital was only this much. The 5 heroes of the Paragon Kingdom. Among those heroes was Velkian, a necromancer who specialized in large-scale summoning. Without him, the damage to the royal capital would have been several times more than it was now, regardless of the presence or absence of the barrier. They say that he was a monster. His death magic was so powerful and transcendental that it covered the sky of the royal capital and let him control over 1,000 forces of undead. He was a being so powerful that a high-ranking demonic human would call him a monster. There are 2 people who are as strong as Velkian, Iron Man Landius and Ghostblade Camel. How strong are they? Are they stronger than the Empire's sword god? I want to fight them. I want to face their sword. I want to defeat them with my own sword. After First Sword took another bite of the apple, he turned his horse towards the direction of the royal capital. Congratulations from afar, at the center of the royal capital, at the large plaza that was also connected to a part of the royal palace. First Sword remembered the merit ceremony being held there, and he smiled as he lightly clapped his hands. He lavishly praised Jude and Cordelia, who were said to be the main characters of this merit ceremony. The 2 were now the kingdom's heroes. These 2 would now shine brighter than before. How fun would it be to trample those 2? How much fun would it be to taint Cordelia, who was as clean and beautiful as the white snow, and Jude who shined like a jewel? See you next time. Until then, both of you stay healthy. Say hello to the Sword Saint of Wind for me. First Sword turned around while enjoying a more relaxed feeling than before, perhaps because he removed his mask called the Sword Saint of Light. He went forward with his back on the royal capital. Numerous people gathered in the large plaza located in the center of the royal capital. Thousands, or perhaps even tens of thousands, were gathered. They all looked at one place. King Henry II stood on a high and large balcony connected to the large plaza. Henry II stood in front of the people with a very tired and weary look. Even from a distance, one could tell that his face had become thinner. But he didn't pass his work to other people. He stood in front of the people and told them what he had to say: the betrayal of the Lord Protector and First Sword, their plan to overthrow the royal capital, the deaths of the royal family members, and the attacks of the demon followers, along with the damage they caused. But we didn't fall. We shall overcome this crisis too. Henry II's voice spread throughout the plaza through a voice amplification magic. He talked about the heroes in order to encourage the people who lived in sorrow and fear. There are those who have made great contributions. Suryu, the 7-killing sword who blocked the high-ranking demonic human at the south gate. Gal and Adelia, who fought hard until the end at the west gate. Count Chase, who saved the lives of countless people by preventing the collapse of the royal palace, and Count Bayer, who single-handedly stopped First Sword. And it wasn't just them. The royal guards and royal guard knights who fought meritoriously in the royal capital, and even the civilian heroes who did not have any special position but fought to protect the people around them. Henry II promised to reward them properly as he called their names one by one, starting from the small ones, and he also promised considerable support to the inhabitants of the heavily damaged royal capital. Wow, they were really being generous. Cordelia blinked her eyes and sent a message magic as she waited behind the balcony. She would say that because if one roughly calculated the amount of support and rewards to be given, it was enormous. The Slen royal family had great financial resources as it ruled one of the continent's two biggest powers. But if the royal family gave such an amount of money, wouldn't their position be shaken? At Cordelia's question, Jude replied with a smile, because they're planning to confiscate the Lord Protector's properties, including the nobles under his command. Still, they're being generous. That's true. After all, they're giving away the money they earned from their royal properties. Certainly, if one looked at that aspect, Henry II was a good person. He was inwardly driven to do so. Wasn't he seriously heartbroken? Hell overcome it. He has a lot of good people around him. Jude looked at the backs of Princess Daphne and First Queen Justina, who were next to Henry II. He turned his gaze to Cordelia afterwards. He stared at her wearing a snow-white dress and impulsively touched his lips to her head. As the startled Cordelia flinched and turned around, Jude smiled, and this time, he pressed his lips to her white and smooth forehead. It was really light and fast, as if it was just passing by. "Mr. Blackcloak, what are you doing?" But instead of answering, Jude once again touched his lips on her forehead, and the flinching Cordelia quickly looked around. Quite a few people were present, including those who were waiting to receive their award. Did they see it? What if they saw it? And why is he suddenly like this? It was at that moment. Cordelia met eyes with Soryu, the seven-killing sword, who was standing far away by the wall and had turned her head away as she blushed. Their eyes meeting wasn't just a coincidence, because Soryu had been looking at them for some time. Did she see it? Did she really see it? Is that why she's smiling a bit? But it was at that time. A kiss again, on her head again this time, or on her hair to be exact. Cordelia quickly turned her head to look at Jude, and as she faced him, Jude kissed her on the forehead again. "Hey, what are we going to do if others see us?" "Wait, isn't Soryu already watching us?" In fact, it wasn't just Soryu. Cordelia didn't notice because she was too preoccupied with the current situation, but there were a few more people who were looking at them. Nevertheless, Jude did not seem to care as he kissed Cordelia's forehead again. "Chew, chew, 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 chew though, Jude, you sly bastard. You kissed her 9 times, ha 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 hey. Jude, you're ruining my makeup, okay." Wait, that's not the problem. Cordelia got angry and looked up at Jude, but she couldn't fight back. Since they had a height difference of around 20 cm, she couldn't even touch her lips on his cheek or chin. And if she did more than that, she would have to hug his neck and lean her body towards him as if she was hanging on his neck, but such a big move was sure to catch the attention of everyone around them. Arg. She was seriously getting annoyed. It was such a one-sided deal. She couldn't do a free deal on his face, and in the meantime, she got kissed again. Eventually, Cordelia couldn't stand it and glared at Jude. "Hey, just you wait and see when we get back, okay? Just you wait and see?" "Oh, yes, I'll be looking forward to it." However, he welcomed it. When Jude said that with a sly smile, Cordelia felt that she had lost and frowned again, but now wasn't the time to argue with him, because she heard a voice calling them. "Let's go, princess." "Ah, seriously? You're so cheeky." Resisting the urge to punch his chest, Cordelia held Jude's hand and looked straight ahead as they slowly began to walk. They headed out to the open balcony and saw countless people who were standing beyond that balcony. Her heart was pounding. As they passed through the door and entered the balcony, it felt like they had entered a completely different world. Jude Bayer and Cordelia Chase. Henry II's call brought Cordelia back to reality. She followed the hand of the cheeky but reliable Jude and stood in front of Henry II before they slowly bowed in courtesy. "The two of you made a really big contribution. Without you, me and my family would have lost our lives." Henry II spoke a little casually as if to calm the nervous Cordelia, and he soon turned around and faced the citizens of the royal capital again. He explained Jude and Cordelia's meritorious deeds to the numerous people looking up at them. "I can't hear anything." She was so nervous that she couldn't even understand what the king was talking about. Tens of thousands of eyes seemed to turn into tens of thousands of arrows that penetrated her entire body. Cordelia continued to swallow hard. She couldn't help but breathe roughly as her feet trembled and her smile became stiff. And she heard Henry I's voice again. "I will bestow to you two the title of Count, and from now on, the two of you will be known as Jude A. Bayer and Cordelia A. Chase." A newly added middle name. To be exact, it was a name bestowed by the royal family themselves. Jude August Bayer and Cordelia August Chase. They could have given them a new surname, but this was Princess Daphne's consideration for Cordelia, who was attached to the Chase surname. Count August Bayer and Countess August Chase. Go ahead and face the people of the kingdom. Cordelia did not respond immediately despite Henry I's order, but fortunately, Jude was next to her. As he gently led the absent-minded Cordelia, she finally came to her senses. And a few steps later, Cordelia passed by Henry I and reached the spot just before the balcony railing before she nervously looked down at the plaza. And Jude whispered into Cordelia's ear, "These are the people we saved. If we didn't stop the Lord Protector, the barrier would have been destroyed and the Devil's Hand would have committed the same atrocities in the game. We were able to protect this many people, so you can be proud of it. Don't blame yourself for not having saved more people. At least for this moment, let's rejoice together with the people we have protected." Jude strengthened his grip on her hand, and Cordelia took a deep breath. She faced everyone in the large plaza again. People were rejoicing. They were cheering and enthusiastically waving their hands. The people cheered, either because of Henry I's inspiring speech or because they were grateful to Jude and Cordelia for saving them, as Jude had said. The two didn't know. It was impossible to tell which of the two was it. In fact, it wasn't that important. What should I do? I'm about to cry. At the time when I first heard that the royal capital was attacked, I thought that it was my fault. I was afraid that I had done something wrong. If we hadn't hindered the Black Moon's plans, if we had just let them commit acts of terror, if that had happened, would the damage have been less? Then, was it because of us that the damage worsened? No, it's not that. It isn't like that. Our desperate efforts paid off and we stopped the Lord Protector. Just like what we did in the Wild Lands, we were able to prevent the fated catastrophe by changing history. Nevertheless, it felt uncomfortable, because so many innocent people had died. My chest had felt heavy for the past 5 days, as if I was carrying a huge rock, but I feel better now. The heaviness in my chest seemed to have been lightened and relieved. Everyone's rejoicing. They're cheering as they look at us. There's so many of them, and they number in the thousands, no, perhaps even in the tens of thousands. These are the people we protected. Cordelia smiled with tears in her eyes, and Jude slightly tightened his grip on her hand. He saw Emma Ficus and the people of the Blue Moon among those cheering in the crowd, and he let Cordelia know about it. Jude. Yes, Cordelia, let's work harder. Let's make a perfect, happy ending by stopping all the tragedies in the game's storyline. Let's save more people. At the pure eyes of Cordelia that was like that of a child, Jude smiled. He kissed the forehead of Cordelia, who was looking up at him, and this time, Cordelia didn't let herself be beaten. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Jude on the cheek. Ooh, wow, people's cheers exploded, and laughter spread throughout the plaza. Among those in the crowd, Maximilian gazed at the balcony with a smile, while Velkian grinned behind his mask. And Jude and Cordelia looked back at the people. As they widely smiled with red faces, they raised their clasped hands. Time passed. First Sword escaped the royal capital and reached the base of the Devil's Hand, located near the kingdom's border with the Argon Empire, and he faced the leader of the Devil's Hand again after almost a decade. A mysterious woman with long blue hair. No matter how many times he met her, she seemed to be in the beginning of her 20s, and First Sword was slightly thrilled when he saw her face. She still looked the same compared to the time when he faced her 10 years ago. Immortality and eternal youth. First Sword's desire was similar but different to the Lord Protector's desire. The Lord Protector was afraid of death. He did not want to die, so he desired to be united with a demon. But First Sword was different. Rather than dying, he could not stand the fact that he would get older, because he did not want to be weak, because he wanted to keep getting stronger, because he wanted to walk on the path of the sword forever and ever. Rune frowned. The leader called First Sword's name, and at her low voice, First Sword unconsciously knelt on his knees. He respectfully bowed to the being in front of him. Originally, your fate was different from what it is now. First Sword should have joined them a little later. He should have stood before her with a broken body and soul, and not in his good condition now. But fate had changed. As a result, the foresight of Overlord Asmodeus was also twisted. The devil Carthago was originally your destiny, a powerful demon who specialized in deadly poisons, but not now. A new fate was given to Rune Froud, known as First Sword and the Sword Saint of Light. Fortissimo, a sword demon, a mighty being who was one of the 7 swords of Overlord Asmodeus. No one knew on what the result of this twisted fate would be. The leader did not decide on his demon. She just followed the will of Overlord Asmodeus. She then helped First Sword stand up and led him to the room where the ritual would be held. A new high-ranking demonic human, no, it would be the birth of a true sword demon who wouldn't stop at becoming stronger. The leader of the devil's hand moved. She awakened the demon's soul. Chapter 205, Tiara of Life. 1. Cordelia woke up as the morning sunlight passed through the window, and she raised her upper body with her eyes closed, smiling with a half-asleep face. She seemed to have had a good dream last night. And surprisingly, instead of going back to sleep, she did some stretching exercises. She usually slept a lot in the morning, so until someone woke her up, no, she was someone who didn't wake up easily even if someone tried to wake her up. But today, she woke up by herself and felt good about it. Hee hee. As she smiled again, Cordelia came down from the bed with her eyes still closed, and she walked as she sniffed with her nose. Just like a beast, it seemed like the warmth and pleasant smell of the sun could replace her sense of sight. It's a beautiful morning. Cordelia mumbled with her eyes half closed and stretched her arms as the chirping of birds could be heard from outside. A day after the merit ceremony. In the morning, Cordelia moved her arms up and down before she headed to the table with the washbowl, and instead of calling for anyone, she filled the washbowl with water by herself, and then dipped her hands in the cold water. Yes, this is Neas. She was still in a good mood just like yesterday. To be given a title, to be praised of course, she felt good from that. But the uplifting mood she felt from the fact that they protected people was greater than those. I have to do better in the future. I have to work harder. I have to become stronger. Yes. Cordelia hummed and then moved her hands as she began to wash her face lightly. The cold water woke her up every time it touched her face, and she recalled what happened yesterday. The good things that happened. It wasn't just 1 or 2 things. It wasn't only Cordelia and Jude who attended the merit ceremony. My father-in-law is a sword saint of wind, Count Bayer. Henry II stripped off all the titles of the traitor, Rune Froud, and appointed Count Bayer as a new sword saint of the kingdom. In fact, the title of sword saint was not something that even the king of the Slen Kingdom, one of the continent's 2 big powers, could just freely give. Because it was a title that could only be used after receiving the approval of many people. However, no one objected to Henry II's appointment, because Count Bayer already proved his ability by stopping First Sword, the sword saint of wind. It sounds so nice. After she rinsed her face, Cordelia wiped the water off with a towel and began to brush her teeth. Brother-in-law, Gal Bayer. He woke up after a fierce battle, and although he lost his left arm, his body and soul became much stronger. It was because of the measure Velkian took, but in addition to that, it was also because of his huge spiritual growth when he escaped from the throes of death. Brother-in-law was totally like a wolf. As she recalled the scene at the time when Gal woke up, Cordelia's cheeks slightly turned red. She then rinsed her mouth. Anyway, he and my sister also received a lot of awards. His skills greatly improved, and once his prosthetic hand was completed, he would become one of the new 10 great swordmasters. There'll be 2 great swordmasters in one family? No, maybe it will even be 3. Jude will also grow and become stronger in the future. It's a bit hard if he gets taller though. He's so tall now that my neck hurts whenever I look at his face. What's our size difference? Around 20 cm. No, maybe it's a bit more than that. Cordelia tilted her head as she spread out her palm to measure the distance, and she quickly laughed, because she remembered last night's Jude. Wasn't he a bit cute? When she enacted her revenge after the ceremony, he was struggling as he turned red. Of course, If Dahlia and Maja, who had secretly watched them, had heard her thoughts, they would look at her coldly and express concern about her memory's distortion of reality, but fortunately, or unfortunately, the two were not here right now. Ahem, Jude, my Jude. Cordelia's lips squirmed once before she looked around for no reason. It was only after she confirmed that no one else was present did she think with a playful expression. At this point, I can be sure now, he likes me. That outboxer, that Jude is very much in love with me. Yes, that's right, it's obvious. Otherwise, he wouldn't act like that. As she recalled what happened at the merit ceremony and of last night, Cordelia covered her cheeks with her hands that had turned cold from the water. Her cold palms and hot cheeks touched each other, giving off a pleasant feeling. Then what do I do now? Jude likes me. I am sure he likes me. Well, if Jude begs me, if he begs me to go out with him, should I agree? After all, he's my fiancé, right? He'll say it sooner or later, that he likes me, that he seriously wants to date me. Then, if I reject him a little, will he implore to me? Haha. Just imagining it gave her a good feeling, to the point that her shoulders moved up and down without her even realizing. I won, I beat Jude, right? I am number one now, right? Yes. Jude will ask and beg me to go out with him, and I'll agree to it since I am a generous person. And then it'll start with kisses on the cheek and forehead. And then, it'll be more than that. And then it'll be a bit more adult-like what brother-in-law and Unnai did. Cordelia covered her face with both hands, so the heat in her face became even hotter, but despite that, she had a deep smile. Ah, when will Dahlia come? How long will it take before she and the maids come in to wake me up? But instead of lying back on the bed, Cordelia sat in a chair and looked out the window. As she basked in the warm sunlight, different thoughts came to her mind. Where will our fief be? During the merit ceremony, only the title was awarded, and there was no mention of a fief. It wasn't because the Slen royal family suddenly changed their minds, but it was because it took some time to select a territory, and one of the reasons for that was Jude. Because he conveyed to them what we wanted to some extent, the fief they wanted to receive. As Jude had already predicted, the royal family was thinking of giving them a fief in the central region. And the royal family could do that by giving away some of the territory that were under their direct jurisdiction. Thus, Jude used his negotiation skills to convey what they wanted to Princess Daphne, and to summarize, it was as follows. It must be close to the south. Plains are also fine, but it must be surrounded by mountains. It must be a place with good traffic to the north, and a few other details. It seems like he gave a lot of conditions, but if you put it all together, the territory where all his conditions fit is practically limited, right? Since the fief would be an important place for their future journey. Ultimate 7. Among those swords was Ultimate 1, which Jude wanted, and that sword was hidden in a certain place, which means they wanted their fief to be the place where the ruins of the ancient dwarves were. Most nobles would want a place with a large population and fertile land, but Jude was different. The important thing for Jude was not the taxes they would receive in 10 or 20 years, but to solve their immediate problems and bring about a perfect, happy ending. But that doesn't mean it doesn't matter at all. After she stopped getting excited over it, she then thought that they should build a commercial city by building factories and such. But in any case, that was something for the far future. Because we have to immediately head to the south once our business at the royal capital is over. Black Dragon Malekith's attack. The 3 events in the game's storyline that had destroyed the Slen Kingdom were different in a certain way. The barbarians' invasion in the wild lands and northern region was a war that involved a huge number of troops. The Lord Protector and demon followers planned to annihilate the royal family, and the royal capital was a clash between a few but powerful beings. And the event in the south, the battle against Malekith, could be summed up in 2 words: boss raid. It was also against a huge monster. Black Dragon Malekith's body length reached a whopping 150 meters. In other words, it was not an opponent that a few people could just face and fight easily. We need an army. It was not at a level of 100 or 200 people, but should be a large military force in the thousands. In the wild lands, Jude and Cordelia fought in the front lines, leaving most of the matters regarding the formation of an alliance to Red Gale. But they could not do that this time, because for this time, Jude and Cordelia had to be at the center of the alliance. In the game, the forces couldn't properly unite. Although there were some families that were close to each other, such as the Bayer and Chase families, the relationship between several families in the 12 northern families were not very good, because they were literally competitors that kept each other in check. But the conflict between some families in the 12 northern families was just child's play when compared to the strife among the 7 southern families. Unlike the 12 northern families who would just meet and growl a bit at best, the 7 southern families actually drew their swords. Because if you start playing as Kajsa, you'll be fighting against the 7 southern families first rather than the demon followers. Kajsa Offend, a playable character from Marquis Offend's family, one of the 7 southern families. From the very start of the prologue, she would already be fighting with their rival family, the Mist family, so Cordelia didn't need to elaborate more at this point. They can't get along. If even humans who belong to the same race would fight like that, what more for the other races like dwarves and gnomes? Moreover, Malekith was a black dragon whose insides were darker than Jude's. Because the South was divided and actively fighting against each other, the South could not unite even in the face of a great enemy named Malekith. In the end, what we need to do this time is to become a central point and unite the forces of the South. But their personal efforts alone were not enough. They had to act as heroes of the kingdom and lords who received the royal family's trust. Well, Jude will take care of the complicated stuff. The right person for the right job. So Cordelia focused on something else. The final battle against Malekith, although the 10 great swordmasters were considered as tactical weapons, they were still swordsmen in the end. They couldn't exert that much power in a fight against a huge number of opponents or a huge monster. Therefore, Jude was also limited in what he could do in this fight. But Cordelia was a wizard. She was also a wizard who specialized in large-scale battles. I'll have to do my best. I'll develop my skills to the fullest before our fight against Malekith. I'll level up, reinforce my items, and learn new magic spells. Cordelia clenched her fists as she made a resolve before she glanced at the door. She was feeling hungry because she had gotten up early. When will they come? She could have rang the bell to call them, but she thought that if she called them earlier than usual, it would be a nuisance to the maids. Let's just meditate then. When the maids arrive, she would wash up, eat breakfast, and go see Jude. There were a lot of places that they had to go together from this morning onwards, because we received a lot of invitations. A lot of people wanted to meet the new heroes of the kingdom, and even if meeting all of those heroes was impossible, these people still wanted to meet some of the heroes. It's not today, but I also have to go see the mansion and furniture. The mansion that the royal family had decided to give to them, and the furniture that they would decorate it with. Their stay in the royal capital wouldn't be that long since they had to go to the south afterwards, but still, she wanted to decorate the bedroom properly. No, I have to meditate. I have to meditate. Cordelia shook her head and corrected her posture, but she still failed to meditate, because she remembered the most important schedule for tonight. Necromancer Velkian. They would meet him, who was one of the 5 heroes in the first episode of Legend of Heroes. Jude and Cordelia had already sent the Rogue Masters notice to his accommodation. I'll visit you tonight with the Tiara of Life. Rogue Master Pinkbomb, after all, Velkian came to the royal capital to look for Pinkbomb and not Cordelia Chase. To begin with, he said that Pinkbomb was Velkian's favorite character. I've never thought that the stern-looking grandfather-like person would read a novel with a character named Pinkbomb, but it's probably true since Jude had said so. After all, Jude Wiki is amazing. However, will Velkian think that I am cosplaying? That's somehow embarrassing you, I don't know. It'll work out somehow. The important thing was to meet Velkian. Cordelia cleared away her thoughts and began her meditation this time. The sun rose, and now the sun set. The moon rose above the curtain of the night. Almost a day had passed, and it was deep at night, but Cordelia got up from her bed and changed her clothes. Unfortunately, she hadn't developed any kind of transformation spell, so she wore the long boots herself, tied her hair up, and put on the butterfly mask. She then equipped the rabbit set consisting of a rabbit tail and rabbit ears. This is a bit too much whenever I see it. Rabbit ears and tail together with a butterfly mask. Anyway, his taste is bizarre. After she slightly criticized Jude, Cordelia sneaked out of her room. and she reached a small pavilion located a bit far away from the palace. "You're here." As soon as she arrived, she heard the message magic and turned her head. She then saw Jude dressed in all black. Black Cloak's outfit consisted of a black suit, a black hat, a black mask, and a black cloak, so he was really dressed in all black. Cordelia stared at such a Jude, narrowing her eyes slightly before she sent a message magic. "I've been thinking about this before. Wouldn't it be better if I just make my outfit all black too?" She couldn't help but say that since her hair was dyed pink and the white rabbit ears and tail were too eye-catching. "Well, what you're saying is reasonable." Really? "Yes, the white color is too eye-catching when seen in the middle of the night." Cordelia blinked her eyes in surprise at Jude's words. "Shall I remove it then?" "The rabbit set?" Cordelia lightly shook the rabbit ears as she said that, and Jude readily nodded his head. "Yes, you can do so." "Wow, what the hell is going on? I thought Jude was obsessed with the rabbit set." Cordelia quickly removed the rabbit set even though she was curious. But it was at that moment. "Now here, the cat set." Jude smiled and showed her the black cat ears and tail, and Cordelia's eyes turned cold. "Hey, Mr. Black Cloak, your identity is important." Jude shamelessly spoke and pushed the cat set towards her again, and Cordelia was confused for a moment before her eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, isn't this what we wore in our last battle in the Wild Lands? Don't tell me you've been keeping it." "Yes, isn't that natural?" "No, what do you mean by natural? That isn't natural, okay." Cordelia was momentarily speechless before she quickly smiled and nodded her head. "Well, I'll wear it if you like it that much. It's not something I could just wear anywhere, after all. Okay, are you satisfied now?" "Yes, very satisfied. I love it." After Cordelia wore the cat set and turned around, Jude brightly smiled and raised his thumb, and in that short time, Cordelia seriously thought about her relationship with Jude again. "Anyway, shall we go now?" Cordelia nodded her head at Jude's words, and she jumped up and climbed on Jude's back. She didn't forget to shout her merging lines like always. "Nighttime merge." "Jude, wait, why is your expression like that?" Nothing. It's your taste, so I'll respect it." "Yes, I should respect it." "Hey, what are you talking about? That was it." Jude already knew what Cordelia was going to say, so he chose to kick the ground instead of listening more to her words, while Cordelia hugged Jude's neck in her surprise at his sudden movement. "To Velkian, to meet one of the 5 heroes of the Paragon Kingdom and one of the main characters of the first episode of Legend of Heroes." Jude and Cordelia became like the wind. They became one with the dark night as they passed over the walls of the royal palace. Chapter 206, Tiara of Life. 2. There was nothing unusual about Pink Bomb's action of sending a notice to Velkian, because Velkian was the one who moved first, 2 days after the founding anniversary celebration. As the confusion in the royal capital subsided to some extent, Velkian went to the Blue Moon and expressed his desire to meet Pink Bomb. Going to a thieves' guild in order to meet the rogue master, that was the result of a fairly common-sense idea. In any case, the Blue Moon's guildmaster, Sup, was completely unharmed because they chose to quickly retreat amidst the chaotic situation, so Velkian's request was delivered through the network of contacts that Jude had told him in advance. What should we do? Tell him that we'll contact him, 4 days after the decisive battle in the royal capital. Jude conveyed their intentions through Sup, telling Velkian to get well first and wait for the merit ceremony to be over. And the morning after the merit ceremony, a notice from Pink Bomb was sent to Velkian. "Jude, are we not there yet? We're almost there." Cordelia's breath touched Jude's ear, making him flinch. But he replied to her and ran even faster. The place where they decided to meet with Velkian was outside the royal capital, or to be exact, it was near the hill where the last treasure of the rogue master was hidden. "He's here," Cordelia said, as her natural eyesight was better than Jude's. In addition, her night vision was extraordinarily sharp that she could even discern the wild animals in the dark. I'm not sure how she does it, but maybe she's originally a beast? Like those animals that can shape-shift into a human. Jude had some reasonable doubts for a moment, but he soon adjusted Cordelia's position on his back and slowed down a bit, because he himself saw the figure of Velkian standing alone on the hill. Necromancer Velkian, one of the 5 main characters in the first episode of Legend of Heroes. He was already in his 60s at the time of the first episode, and now He was over 70 and was close to 80 at the time of the second episode, but he looked quite healthy on the outside. But you can't see much of his body. His long black clothes covered his thin body, and he wore a beak mask, which was said to be the symbol of plague doctors. He's even wearing a wide-brimmed hat. Therefore, all that was revealed of him was his gray hair with some white hair here and there. But he's not a bad person. There were some undeniably evil characters among the playable characters in the second episode of Legend of Heroes, but there were none among the characters in the first episode. All 5 of them were true heroes with a noble spirit and a pure heart. After all, he immediately helped at that time. As soon as Velkian found out the crisis in the royal capital, he jumped into the battlefield without any hesitation. And Jude could bet. If any of the main characters from the first episode were present at that time, they would have acted the same as Velkian. I think he saw us too. Jude nodded at Cordelia's whisper, and instead of stopping at the bottom of the hill, he moved his feet a few more times and stopped at around 10 meters away from Velkian. Ahem, ahem. Cordelia jumped off Jude's back as soon as he stopped, and she walked forward while clearing her throat. Because the situation itself where she appeared while riding on Jude's back was embarrassing. He should have stopped a little farther away. Cordelia regretted it late as they walked towards Velkian. She stopped at around 7 meters before Velkian and politely greeted him. Nice to meet you. I am the Rogue Master, Pink Bomb, and this is my assistant Black Cloak. What is this? What's with this overwhelming embarrassment? Cordelia was already used to saying the words Pink Bomb and Black Cloak, so she was usually fine with saying it, but when she spoke those words to Velkian, she turned red. But he likes Pink Bomb, right? So it should be fine, right? I shouldn't be embarrassed about it, right? But she was wrong. They couldn't tell his expression because he was wearing a mask, but Velkian's awkward gestures showed that he was quite embarrassed, so he replied with a cough. Ahem, yes, I am Velkian. The way he said it made it seem like he was feeling uncomfortable but still endured it, as if it was the answer of a troubled adult. Cordelia immediately felt betrayed at Velkian's unexpected response, but she soon understood it. It must have been breathtaking. A secret fan, a person who hid their interest. It was fully understandable. Because Velkian was over 70 years old, it would have been difficult for him if he was caught reading a novel with a character named Pink Bomb. But it was at that moment. I can't stand this. Velkian suddenly muttered and looked straight at Cordelia, saying in a low tone, I know this is meddlesome, but can I call you by another name? Of course, it's your preference, so I want to respect it, but still, the Rogue Master using the name Pink Bomb is a bit because he felt strange when he said it. Furthermore, there was also the Rogue Master's prestige. At Velkian's sincere words, Cordelia unconsciously tilted her head. She couldn't help it. Wait. Cordelia quickly said without realizing it, and then continued with wide open eyes. Didn't you like Pink Bomb? Who? Do you mean me? When Cordelia nodded, Velkian spoke in disgust as he stepped back. I don't know what you're talking about. I've only met you for the first time today. In the first place, I didn't know the name of Pink Bomb until I found the letter that day. His voice was seriously sincere, but there was a problem with his words. Velkian was not talking about the main character of a novel, but the Pink Bomb in front of him, which was Rogue Master Pink Bomb. As if he was completely unaware of the existence of a novel with a character named Pink Bomb. What's going on? What exactly is going on? Jude. Cordelia stared at Jude coldly, and he had a melancholic smile before he spoke with a sad expression. This day has finally come, but I don't regret it, because I enjoyed it every day. The embarrassed Cordelia whenever she uses the name Pink Bomb was the best. Jude looked away while feeling proud, and Cordelia grabbed him by the collar and shook him. Hey, you think I'll let you off if you speak sadly? Huh, I knew it was weird. What Pink Bomb? What Pink Bomb? Velkian isn't a pervert hall like someone with that name. Do you know how embarrassing it had been for me every time? Should I let you two talk in private for a moment? It seems like there's a misunderstanding between you two. Cordelia came to her senses at Velkian's words, and she let out a groan with a tearful face before she spoke. You know, it's okay. Talking to Velkian now was a priority. Cordelia glared at Jude again before she threw off her mask and greeted him again. I am Cordelia August Chase. I am Jude August Bayer. The moment Cordelia and Jude revealed their real names, Velkian nodded and spoke as if it was not a big deal for him. Yes, I already knew it because I saw you two at the merit ceremony. Velkian did not just look at people's faces. He could see the overall shape of the body and also the flow of one's life force, so it was impossible to deceive him by covering one's face. It was the true reason why Velkian couldn't stand it and asked about Pink Bomb. Because the new heroes of the kingdom who seemed to be sane during the merit ceremony were now acting as a rogue master and her assistant while using embarrassing names. This is all because of Jude. She wasn't really trying to convince him, but what she said was true. And at Cordelia's words, Jude changed the topic like usual instead of denying it. May the muscles always be with you. I greet you again as the disciple of Iron Man Landius. Oh, the Chinmujich boy. Velkian was surprised by Landius' unique greeting, and he quickly nodded. It seemed like he also knew about the ninth heaven's 9 doors. I think I'm starting to understand. The legitimate successor of ninth heaven's 9 doors that Landius finally found used the Tiara of Life to call me out. Is that it? Velkian would not have come to the royal capital in the first place if there had been no letter in the box where the Tiara of Life was kept. And he would have not been involved in the fight on the royal capital either. Was that your goal? Not completely. It was only half. Half? Yes, half. First of all, we left a letter in the box that contained the Tiara of Life, but we did not leave that letter with Velkian Nim in mind. We didn't know on who would find that letter. It was true. In the letter Jude left in the box, it only conveyed that Pink Bomb took the Tiara of Life and did not contain any specific words that mentioned Velkian. That's a little strange. What would you do if it wasn't me who found the letter, or if that person was an enemy? Of course, that's possible, but I thought that it wouldn't happen. Why do you think so? Because there was a prophecy. With a small smile, Jude continued to speak smoothly. It was foretold that we would get someone who would help us greatly through the Tiara of Life. That's why we left a letter. Whose prophecy is it? The Witch of the Western Forest. Velkian was momentarily surprised at Jude's words before he nodded. I heard from the ghosts that her soul had been freed. Were you the ones who released her? Yes, we met her by chance half a year ago and freed her. So by chance. Velkian smiled before he straightened his posture and said, Okay, if the Witch of the Western Forest gave you a prophecy in return for freeing her, I can believe that. Although she has fallen because of her contract with the demons, she's on the side of us humans. Obviously, the Witch of the Western Forest had never made such a prediction, but what mattered now was convincing Velkian. And he seems to be quite convinced. Jude shouted bingo in his mind and sent a glance to Cordelia. She then took out the Tiara of Life and offered it to Velkian. Thanks to Velkian Nim, the lives of countless people in the royal capital were saved. Please accept this Tiara of Life as our way of saying thank you. When Cordelia said that and carefully held out the Tiara of Life, Velkian frowned behind his mask instead of accepting it right away. I just did what was natural. How can I just watch when people are dying in front of me? Cordelia warmly smiled at Velkian's words and said, It's not just that. You saved my brother-in-law, Gal, and because of that, you also saved my sister. If Ga-El had died back then, what would have happened to Unnai? What would have happened to Nizhart? That's because of the strong spirit of that guy named Gal. After all, I left him unattended afterwards. But if it weren't for the medicine that Velkian Nim gave him, he wouldn't have recovered at all. Her words weren't just some idle talk since it was true. And that was why Jude and Cordelia were sincerely grateful to Velkian. Oh, it can't be helped then, but I won't just take it. I'll borrow it for a while and return it to you when my work is done. His answer was something that Jude had expected. Due to Velkian's personality, there was no way that he would freely receive a divine relic called the Tiara of Life. And one more reason. Did he have a special goal? Considering the situation, Velkian did not accidentally obtain the Tiara of Life. He found it after searching for it. And that meant that Velkian was preparing for something that needed the Tiara of Life. There's also the fact that he'll borrow and return it when his work is done. What is it then? What is Velkian trying to use the Tiara of Life for? And does that have something to do with his death? There were 2 reasons why Jude originally called Velkian in the royal capital. One was the vague expectation that if the timing was right, Velkian would help them in the decisive battle on the royal capital, and the other was to twist history and prevent Velkian's death. In the game's storyline, Velkian was not in the royal capital at this time. They didn't know where he was, but he was definitely not in the royal capital then. But he was now in the royal capital. It was a completely different situation from the original, so it was possible that his death could be prevented. Of course, I can't be satisfied with just this. In the original, when, where, and how Velkian died was shrouded in mystery. Therefore, Jude couldn't come up with an absolute way to prevent Velkian's death, but he was still able to come up with some minimal safety measures. If I consider Velkian's personality, if he put together all of Velkian's actions in the first episode, Velkian wasn't the kind of person who would just receive the tiara of life and leave a promise to return it later. Prior to becoming a necromancer, Velkian was a wizard, and most wizards didn't do things without a definite plan. In exchange for that, take this. Having received the tiara of life, Velkian offered Cordelia a trinket with a clear gem embedded on it. It's a magic tool that can summon me. Wait. A magic tool that can summon Velkian Nim? That's right, you can summon me only once if you use that magic tool. Velkian replied to Cordelia and pointed to the trinket as he continued. From tomorrow onwards, I'll begin working on some kind of work using the tiara of life. And when I am done, this gem will glow gold. So from then on we can summon you? Yes, you understood it quickly like a wizard. Cordelia awkwardly smiled at Velkian's compliment before she glanced at Jude. It worked out as we had expected, right? Yes, if we have this, we can summon Velkian and save his life. The life of Velkian and not Jude or Cordelia. Obviously, it was impossible to summon him when he was still doing some kind of work with the tiara of life, so if something happened in that time, they wouldn't be able to do anything. But at least, they would still have a way to offset his death to some extent. Will you be staying at the royal capital? I think so for now. So perhaps you won't need to use that magic tool too. I see. Jude responded with a soft smile before he glanced at Cordelia, and she nodded quietly. It was still a question on what kind of work Velkian was trying to do. But if he was staying in the royal capital and being supported by the royal family, he would be much safer than wandering around somewhere they didn't know, at least, until his work was finished. Anyway, take care of that item. Once you call me, I'll be like a minion and do my best to help with anything. Yes, thank you very much. Jude smiled at Velkian's slightly playful answer before he turned to Cordelia with a satisfied face. Since Jude originally didn't have any intentions of making a deal with Velkian who had saved Gal and the royal capital, it was a good deal. It's good, right? Yes. Cordelia nodded and smiled in agreement. Then should we say goodbye to him now? Since Velkian had decided on staying in the royal capital, they would still have a few more chances to meet him before they leave for the south. Now that they had achieved their goal, they thought that it was time for them to separate now. Let's go. Cordelia replied with her eyes before she looked back at Velkian and said, Then, Velkian Nim, well be going back. When Cordelia politely bade farewell, Velkian touched his chin as if he was thinking of something for a moment before he immediately smiled. There is one more thing I want to give you before we separate. Please do not hesitate to accept it. As Cordelia tilted her head and asked in return, Velkian chuckled and slightly moved his hand. 2 large phantom steeds suddenly appeared and stood next to Velkian. These are phantom steeds that I made myself. They can fly in the sky, they are fast, and they don't get tired. Wow. Cordelia's eyes sparkled as she recalled an earlier conversation she had with Jude about the endurance of horses, and Velkian happily said to them, I'll give them to you. Really? Yes. It's nice to see you being carried around, but I think this would be more efficient. The smiling Velkian handed Cordelia a ring that could summon the phantom steeds. Both of you can ride one each. It was the heartfelt consideration of Velkian, who was truly like an elderly person. The phantom steeds Velkian had given them were much stronger than normal phantom steeds, to the point that they were incomparable. But Jude somehow felt sad. If they used those phantom steeds, he would no longer have to carry Cordelia on his back. It can't be helped. Rather, it was strange that he carried her on his back all the time. Moreover, in terms of mobility and tactics, it was much better to ride on the phantom steed than to carry her on his back, so it was a change that he accepted. But I am a little disappointed. Unlike Jude, Cordelia was really happy. Well, she had been happy with the big horse we had a long time ago. If Cordelia is happy with it, then so be it. Having cleared away his thoughts, Jude gladly accepted the ring, and Velkian climbed on his own phantom steed as if to demonstrate, before he flew straight into the night sky of the royal capital. Is he going to leave just like that, without looking back once? At Cordelia's words, Jude shrugged and replied, but in a sense, he's a better man than Master Landius. Well, that's true. Cordelia nodded her head a few times and then turned to the phantom steeds instead of gazing at the night sky where Velkian had disappeared. The phantom steed had green eyes that glowed and a black mane and hair. It looks like you. Where? The black hair and eye color? Jude narrowed his brows once at Cordelia's answer, but he soon climbed onto his own phantom steed and said, "Let's go then." "Okay, but Jude." "Yes." Cordelia squirmed her lips a few times at Jude's question before she unsummoned her phantom steed back into the ring. She then twisted her finger into a lock of her hair and said, "Because maintaining a phantom steed will require mana, it's not necessary to use both of them, right?" What she had meant with those words. Cordelia didn't directly say it, but Jude understood and slyly smiled as he said, "This servant will do his best to serve you. Which one do you prefer? The front or the back?" "The back. That's an excellent choice." Jude stretched out his hand like always to help Cordelia get on the phantom steed. After that, he adjusted the reins and said, "Let's go then." Cordelia tightly hugged Jude's waist instead of responding, and Jude eventually broke into a small smile. He drove the phantom steed to the royal capital. Chapter 207, Episode 207, Wolf of the Wind 1, the next morning. Cordelia woke up and began to think about a problem that was trivial in some way, but could never be taken lightly. What should I do? She was worrying about a punishment. The punishment she wanted to give Jude for lying and making her use the name Pink Bomb. He didn't do it with any bad intentions, and it was only a nasty joke, but it was still bad. If he continued to do those things again, whether once or twice, and regardless if he had any bad intentions or not, he would end up developing the so-called bad habit. There's a saying that he that steals an egg will steal an ox. No, isn't the meaning there a bit different? Anyway, the important thing is that I should not let it slide. That's right, romantic Katunai said in the past, that fights are important in relationships, that it's over if you ignore it from the very beginning. Cordelia remembered the only member of the chat room whom she had played with and knew both her real age and gender. And as she recalled that unniz-friendly advice, she began to think hard again. What kind of punishment should I give? Should I just hit him? That's a little too violent. If Jude had heard of Cordelia's thoughts now, he would have said, "Didn't you do it in the past?" and mention one by one the times when Cordelia hit him. But what mattered now was the present, because unlike in the past, she strangely felt reluctant to beat Jude. Come to think of it, Jude was like that before, right? She remembered what happened at the time when they were wandering in the underground of Endymion. Cordelia giggled when she recalled the Jude who was struggling hard because he couldn't hit the monster that had transformed into Cordelia. He had liked me since then, huh? Haha. So he endured it because he couldn't do it, huh? Should I say that it's commendable? Should I just forgive him then? Cordelia's heart softened a bit, and she pouted her lips as she pondered about it. But she soon shook her head. I can't do that. Yes, that's that and this is this. I must punish those who must be punished. I must be angry at those who angered me. Miss, what kind of punishment should I give then? If I tell him to kneel and raise his hands, will he really do it? I think it's a problem if he really does it, but it's also a problem if he doesn't do it. Miss, should I spank his butt? Make him shamefully pull down his pants and then spank him? I don't think that's right. I feel like I'll be the one more embarrassed when I spank him. That's obviously problematic. So I need something different, something that would punish him that's not strange, something that will fix Jude's habit. Miss. The startled Cordelia jumped up from her seat and let out a strange sound, and Dahlia drew her face closer to Cordelia as she narrowed her eyes and said, "What happened yesterday? And nothing. Nothing happened. Something did. Something did happen, right? Did you two cross the line? What line? I mean that line." At Dahlia's words, Cordelia waved both of her hands in denial before she sat down on the sofa. It's not like that. I am just worrying about something." "What is it? Can you please tell me?" I am older than you, so I have more experience in stuff like friendship and romance, don't you think so? Your last words make you a bit unreliable, though. How do you see me as?" Well, Dahlia is a beautiful woman. You have a good personality, too. When Cordelia spoke calmly and without hesitation, Dahlia's cheeks blushed a bit, and she was at a loss on what to do. Ahem. Anyway, please tell me what it is. So this is my friend's story, I see. It's about a friend. Yes, it's about a friend. Dahlia was slightly worried at Cordelia's words. Isn't it quite obvious? Let's listen to it first. In order to make my innocent lady open her mouth, let's set the pace first. Dahlia smiled and nodded as if asking Cordelia to continue. What happened to your friend? She said that she had a problem. For reference, my friend's name is Scarlet. She's not like a fictional character, okay? I see. Scarlet. Okay. Dahlia wondered if it was a young lady friend of Cordelia that she didn't know, but she decided to listen first. She stopped herself from saying her thoughts and sent a glance to Cordelia to tell her to continue. Cordelia then spoke after clearing her throat. You see, to summarize Cordelia's story, it was as follows. Scarlet's lover lied to Scarlet. It wasn't a bad lie, but a mischievous one because he wanted to see Scarlet's cute appearance. But she thought that a lie was a lie anyway, so she wanted to scold him. But she was troubled on what to do and on what kind of punishment she should give. I see. I never thought that he was like that, so he lies too, huh? This is about my friend, though. Dahlia doesn't know my friend and her lover, right? You're right. Anyway, what's important is that he lied. And as the miss said, it's only right to punish him. He might develop some real bad habits if you just neglect it. That's right, that's it. I know, Scarlet said that she thought so too. At times like this, it's less suspicious if you say that, as a friend, you thought the same too. Dahlia advised in her thoughts, but she soon touched her chin and spoke. I am sure this is natural, but is there something that your friend's lover likes to do? What he likes to do? Yes, if possible, the things that your friend likes to do together with him. Cordelia began to seriously think as she touched her chin like Dahlia, and she soon thought of one thing. What Jude really liked to do, what he had been trying to do these days. In addition, as Dahlia had said, it was something that Jude couldn't do alone and was something that he only did with Cordelia. There is. Then, he can't do that. You have to prevent him from doing what he likes, for a limited time. Having said that, Dahlia crossed her arms and smiled before she continued. There are two types of punishment. One is to make someone do things they do not like, and the other is to prevent them from doing things they like. People's opinions may differ on which one is more effective, but if it's a punishment for a lover, the latter will be more effective. It will also help him make a reflection. Her words were quite reasonable. To make him do things that he dislikes and prevent him from doing things that he likes. Then, it seems like the latter will work. Because I felt like going crazy when I was banned from playing games. After recalling her past life, Cordelia widely smiled as she found a good solution, but she soon frowned again, because she recalled one important problem. What Jude had liked to do recently. So in short, I have to prevent him from kissing me in my forehead and cheek eye it something that I do not like too. No, it's not that I like it, but if I think about it, it's something that he shouldn't be doing at alum. Cordelia began to think again with a red face, and Dahlia narrowed her eyes. Miss Yuyuyake, it can't be helped. It's more important to change his habit. Let's just ban all skinship for a while, no holding hands. I won't let him escort me too. Cordelia made a decision and clenched her fists, so Dahlia spoke as she rubbed her chin. So, have you made a decision? On what y'all be banning Lord Jude from doing? Yes, I've decided. I'll push it forward. Okay, you did well. Please give my greetings to Miss Scarlet too. Yes, that's right. Because I am worried for Scarlet. Cordelia spoke hesitantly as her face turned red, and Dahlia eventually smiled at Cordelia's appearance, sighing as she thought. It's quite worrying. My lady is clearly smart and good when it comes to magic, but why is she this knave? Well, being so knave is also part of my lady's charm. Dahlia, it's nothing. Anyway, Lord Jude is about to arrive, so you need to prepare. Cordelia strongly exclaimed and stood up from her seat. And around an hour later, I'm completely banned? Yes, you're banned for the week. Do you know why? At Cordelia's words, Jude thought for a moment and soon nodded. I understand. I'll do that. Yuhake, what's with that indifferent reaction? Shouldn't you look a bit sad or something? The confused Cordelia glanced at Dahlia, who replied with her eyes. He's just pretending to be strong. It wasn't as much as Jude, but Dahlia could talk to Cordelia with her eyes to some extent. Cordelia nodded right away and then raised her chin. But it was at that moment. "Ah, but what should I do? About what? Did you forget? Today is the farewell party for the northern nobles." That's right. It was today, huh? 7 days had already passed since the founding anniversary celebration. The chaos that had occurred on the royal capital had delayed most of the scheduled events. But for the nobles who had originally gathered to attend the founding anniversary celebration, it was time for them to slowly return home. Here in Pleiades, it was really hard to meet relatives in other regions unless they were geographically close or they were really close friends, which was unlike Jude and Cordelia's past lives. Therefore, the northern nobles decided to have their last gathering before returning home, and that gathering was scheduled for today. "If we go there, I'll have to escort you." Jude looked at Cordelia and trailed off the end of his words, and Cordelia pouted her lips before she snorted and said, "Okay, I'll allow you to escort me, but only up to escorting, okay? I understand. Thank you very much for giving me your permission, princess." Jude slyly smiled and lightly kissed the back of Cordelia's hand, and Cordelia once again made a promise to herself. Only escort is allowed. Only escort. Anything beyond that is unconditionally out. Cordelia pledged to herself several times as she clenched her fists, while Dahlia sighed as she watched from the side. Because at that moment, Jude's lips were still on the back of Cordelia's hand. "Well, she still has a long way to go." Dahlia sighed as her shoulders sank, while Maja happily smiled as she watched from the other side. The farewell party of the northern nobles was held in a mansion owned by Count Crossbell in the royal capital, and it was for a simple reason. Because Sylvia's mansion is the largest. After all, the Crossbell family was the richest among the 12 northern families. In any case, Jude and Cordelia entered the splendid mansion of the Crossbell family and came across an unexpected sight. On that day, Lady Cordelia, Countess August Chase, was really like an angel. Was she so beautiful? Indeed, she wasn't just beautiful, she even had that sacred aura on her. There was a girl making a fuss as she praised Cordelia. But that girl looked really familiar to them. Emma Ficus? When Cordelia looked at Jude in surprise, Jude was calmly smiling rather than being surprised. The reason was simple. She seemed to have opened her eyes to the truth of this world now. Jude said that as if it was completely natural. What are you saying? It's true. You're an angel. You're also very beautiful, right?" Cordelia turned red and was flustered at Jude's straightforward answer. His words were all true, and he was not ashamed in saying it. But for Cordelia, she would have been embarrassed to say such words out of her mouth. "Anyway, let's greet her." Can we just pretend that we don't know her? Isn't the situation a bit embarrassing now?" But despite Cordelia's reluctance, Jude had already made their presence known. Emma Ficus noticed Jude and turned to him, and she widely opened her eyes. "El Lady Cordelia, El Lady Emma." Cordelia responded with an awkward smile, and Emma Ficus was in a flutter as she blushed, showing a slightly different reaction from what Cordelia had thought. There was a reason why she blushed. She's really happy. Jude's analysis was accurate like always. Emma Ficus was not blushing now because of shame. She was now like a fan who had met her idol singer whom she had envied so much, so she was really happy and at a loss on what to do. "I'm really grateful for back then. Thank you very much." Yes. I am glad that you're okay. How can you say that when I was so mean to you?" Emma Ficus was deeply moved by Cordelia's words as her eyes reddened with tears, and all the young people around them looked at Emma Ficus and Cordelia with curious eyes. And so, Cordelia ended up being embarrassed. What's wrong with her? Can a person change like this just because I saved their life once? It was an oddly disrespectful remark, but fortunately, Jude was the only one who could understand her thoughts. Lady Cordelia, no, Countess August Chase. The countess of that day was really Emma Ficus held Cordelia's hand and began to testify, and the level of attention around them became even higher. "No, I am not that nice of a person, okay? It's true that I am an angel, but I am not that kind of angel. So please you. But it was almost impossible for Cordelia, who was a real angel, to remove her hand from Emma's tight grip. Therefore, she had to listen to the embarrassing praise as her hand was held, and she was forced to smile at Emma Ficus while being embarrassed at the gazes directed towards her. Ah, seriously. Why are you looking at me with such sparkling eyes? Cordelia became uncomfortable with Emma Ficus in a different sense than before, and she looked back at Jude as if she was asking for help, but seeing that he was smiling at her with a sly expression, it seemed like he had no intention of saving her. I hate you, I really hate you, but it was at that moment. The hand of salvation was extended to Cordelia from an unexpected place. Countess August Chase, Sylvia Nye. Once Sylvia, who was the host of this farewell party, appeared and spoke, Emma Ficus had no choice but to stop. I apologize, Lady Ficus, but the Countess has a previous engagement with me. We're going to talk a bit about the rights to the new shampoo and conditioner. Yes, she's correct. We have an agreement to talk. Lady Emma, I apologize, but can I leave for a moment? It's really important. Cordelia spoke desperately, and Emma Ficus was saddened by the situation and retreated with a look of regret. Thank you very much. Please don't be so polite to me. You're a countess now, and you're the next Countess Crossbell. Sylvia smiled at Cordelia's charming words, and they stepped out of the banquet hall. Because she said that they had something to discuss, they went out even for just a short time. With Cordelia having been stolen from him, Jude had a bitter smile before he turned his gaze to the other side. Since they were one of the main characters in the battle at the royal capital, the interest Jude received was also enormous, and there were many people who came to talk to him. But Jude had a trick unlike Cordelia. He pretended to deal with them moderately as he drove them away slowly, and eventually, only Lucas remained by Jude's side. Only the two of us are left now. You're right. Anyway, I'd like to express my gratitude to you first. Maja said that you came to visit us twice. It's only natural. I am just glad that you have recovered safely. As Lucas nicely smiled, Jude also smiled and thought for a moment. He wasn't as excited as Cordelia in shipping Lucas with Scarlet, but Lucas seemed to be interested in Scarlet in the first place, so he wondered on how to get the two to meet. But it was at that moment. Then, Lord Jude, have you heard? Lucas still called him Lord Jude instead of Count August Bayer, and Jude stopped his thoughts and showed interest in his words. What are you talking about? It seems like there will be a fighting competition. They said that it will be officially announced this afternoon. Jude gently nodded at Lucas' words. He hadn't told this to Cordelia yet, but he had heard of it from his father this morning. Because the royal family have to show to the public that they are doing well. Yes, especially when the Argon Empire is watching. There were many reasons why they were holding an event in this situation, and one of it was the vacancy in the 10 great swordmasters. The Lord Protector who repelled the Empire twice, and First Sword, the Sword Saint of Light, were no longer members of the 10 great swordmasters. 2 of the 10 great swordmasters disappeared, so they had to fill the vacancy as soon as possible. It's possible to do so for First Sword's position, but the Lord Protector's position isn't something that can be easily replaced. After all, it was impossible to replace the Lord Protector, who was a symbol of the Slen Kingdom's defensive capabilities, unlike First Sword, who was just a strong swordsman. But that didn't mean they could just leave it empty. They need a new great swordmaster. It was not enough to put Count Bayer as the Sword Saint of Wind to fill the spot vacated by the Sword Saint of Light. Since 2 people were gone, they needed to at least have one new great swordmaster. For now, Gal is also a candidate. His father had told him that this morning. In addition to Gal, there were also several young knights in the kingdom who were called as the next 10 great swordmasters. The royal family's plan was to bring them together this time to demonstrate their skills, and then give to at least one of them the title of Great Swordmaster. It seems like even the talented people who did not participate in this anniversary celebration were also called in. There was Richard Gallion, who gained the nickname the Lion's Sword by distinguishing himself within the Knights of the Golden Lion, the most elite knights of the Slen Kingdom. There was Eos Lane, who was known to be the fastest and strongest swordsman among the jackdaws protecting the north. There was Catch's older brother, Calyx Offhand, who was known as the Sea Serpent Slayer and called as a disaster of the southern seas. And my brother is included too, one out of these 4. If possible, they would even appoint 2 to the 10 great swordmaster position. Obviously, if all 4 showed skills that were less than expected, there would completely be no appointment, but anyway, the royalty's intentions were quite clear in this event. It will be held 5 days from now, and there are some thoughts that it is being held quite urgently. But there's no problem with the progress because the fighting competition is an event that was originally supposed to be held. And frankly, I am really looking forward to it. As Lucas spoke with shining eyes, Jude smiled bitterly. He would act like that because it was an event that had something to do with them. Those below 20 years of age could participate too. The event was divided into the adult division, which was for those who were 20 years of age and older, and the youth division, which was for those younger than 20 years old. It's been a while since we've fought shoulder to shoulder. You're right. The fighting competition regularly held by the king was not just a one-on-one battle. It was a group battle that was more like a war than a sparring match, in which participants were divided into the northern, central, and southern regions. The three groups would battle it out in one place, and victory would be awarded to the last group standing. This is the last event in the royal capital before we go to find the ultimate one. It wasn't that bad. It was also good to work with Lucas after a long time, and above all, since it was a competition, a good prize would be awarded if they won. It's also good to test the results of my recovery. His sixth door was still incomplete, but he had succeeded in stabilizing the Black Sun to some extent. I am curious on who will come from the south. For the central region, they would send participants from the Knights of the Golden Lion and the Sword School, so he wondered on who would be sent from the south. Jude silently recalled the talented people from the south and soon realized why he was so excited. This is the first time I've experienced this event. In the game, the royal capital was destroyed, so the fighting competition did not take place. And the following year, the fighting competition was not held too, because the Slen Kingdom itself was on the brink of destruction. As a result, Jude had only heard of the fighting competition unique to the Slen Kingdom as a background setting, but had never really experienced it. But when a fantasy event like a fighting competition was held, he couldn't help himself from smiling. I am a rotten water after all. Someone who gets excited for new content. Jude had a small smile before he turned his gaze and looked at the place where the other rotten water was, and this time, he laughed out loud. Cordelia was suffering from Emma Ficus' second onslaught and was desperately sending a rescue signal to him. Jude, help. How could he turn away when she was pleading to him for help? Please excuse me for a moment. After he asked Lucas to excuse him, Jude quickly headed towards Cordelia. Chapter 208 Wolf of the Wind, 2. When the royal family announced the news of the fighting competition, it caused a stir in the entire royal capital. Not in a bad way, but in a good way. The nobles who had packed up their bags for their return changed their plans and decided to stay in the capital for a few more days. And even the people who were dejected by the tragedy of the royal capital regained quite a bit of their strength, because this place lacks entertainment. At Jude's words, Cordelia nodded a few times and looked back at the bed in front of her. Jude and Cordelia were now looking at furniture in a luxury furniture store on the royal capital, because the mansion they would receive from the royal family had finally been decided. As Cordelia took a serious look at the king-size bed, Jude sent a message magic. Just pick a good one. We won't be able to use it for a while anyway. This world had ready-made goods, but most of the furniture of the nobility were usually ordered and crafted by hand. The bed was also a sample product, but only when it was actually ordered do the store begin to make a completely new one, so it took as little as 15 days or even a month before they receive what they had ordered. Moreover, because this is a bed that we'll have to share in one bedroom, isn't the day we'll use it really far? But Cordelia just groaned as she thought and pondered about it. The bed is too expensive. Each piece of furniture was ridiculously expensive, but the bed felt particularly expensive. She thought that she could buy a decent 4-horse carriage with the money to buy this one bed. But it was natural for it to be expensive in a way because it was the bed in a bedroom of a count's mansion. It seems like y'all get a fever at this rate. Ugh. Cordelia groaned again before she plopped down on a nearby sofa and Jude sat down next to her. We're going to rest for a moment. Can we have some tea? Of course, Count. Please wait a moment. The clerk of the furniture store smiled and bowed before ordering another employee to serve them tea and refreshments. Jude and Cordelia were literally VIPs from the furniture store's perspective because they had to completely renovate the mansion, but despite being counts, The two spoke respectfully and behaved politely, so the clerk was very pleased with their polite attitude. In any case, as Cordelia stretched out on the couch as if she was going to melt any time soon, Jude smiled and took out a piece of paper. Take a look at this. What's that? Instead of answering, Jude pushed the paper a little towards Cordelia, and she blinked her eyes and accepted the paper. Her eyes soon widened in surprise. Wait, what's this? Multiplier table? I know what this is, okay, but I clearly said it, right? Gambler, no, I am not the one who brought it, okay. Scarlet was the one who brought it to me, okay? Cordelia narrowed her eyes in suspicion at Jude's words, but she soon nodded, because she found Scarlet's signature on the corner of the paper. Anyway, look at it. As Jude tapped the paper, Cordelia looked at the multiplier table again. It was a very simple multiplier table where you could see how much you would get if you bet on a group in the competition, but a puzzled and angry expression spread on Cordelia's face as she stared at it. Wait, why is this so high? The amount you could get if you bet on the North was 1 times the amount of the money you bet. It wasn't such a huge number, but it was inevitable for Cordelia to feel bad, because the number was greater than the numbers for betting on the South or Center. Do they think that the South or Center are more likely to win than the North? I guess so. Why? Cordelia looked at Jude with an expression showing that she couldn't understand why. My Jude, no anyway. Aren't you from the North? Jude's the one who won the Banquet of Swords and stopped the Lord Protector, but why do they think that the South or Center have a higher chance of winning? Cordelia was extremely angry at the numbers written that assumed the North couldn't win, so she was fuming after reading the multiplier table. Whoa, calm down. Aren't you angry? No, I am not angry. The multiplier table makes sense after all. What do you mean? No one has seen me fight. Cordelia blinked her eyes at Jude's words and soon understood it, because it was true. Because no one has seen me fight the Lord Protector. To be frank, if you think about it objectively, would it make sense for 2 teenagers to beat the Lord Protector even if he had declined from age? Y'all just think that they somehow got lucky in stopping the Lord Protector with the power and help they received from others. If one took a step back, his words certainly made sense. Moreover, Jude was a weak boy who suffered from an illness and couldn't go out of his house just half a year ago. Perhaps they think that Uray's stronger than me. Well, that's what I think so too. If it weren't for Cordelia, he wouldn't be able to force the 6th door open. It was also Cordelia who dealt the last hit. Why are you suddenly complimenting me? Cordelia fed and snorted, but when he looked at her face, he could tell that she was actually happy. But her happiness didn't last long, because she was still upset that Jude had been ignored, but there was the Banquet of Swords. They definitely saw his fight against First Sword there, right? Even if they saw it, First Sword had become a traitor now, so my evaluation ended up decreasing a lot. Obviously, First Sword's betrayal didn't mean that Jude's skills had suddenly decreased. I still don't understand. There's one more reason here. What is it? Because this is a group battle. The fighting competition regularly held by the king was not a one-on-one tournament. It wasn't a tournament that went up step by step from 32 to 16 to 8 people, and so on. It was close to a battle royal, wherein all the participants were gathered in one place and made to fight for 1 round only. The North, South, and Center will each have 30 people, so 90 people will all be fighting at the same time. It's good to have skilled individuals, but at this competition, the power of the group itself is more important. And in that sense, the evaluation of the North was worse than that of the South or the Center. Except for Lucas and Jude, their group had no other exceptional talents, and the overall age group of their group was also much younger than the other groups. To add to it, I am also injured, right? I've been unconscious for days, so some of them probably judged that I still haven't fully recovered. Jude had been unconscious for 3 days. By general standards, it would take at least a month for a person with such injuries to fully recover and be in their usual fighting form again. Are you really okay, though? Cordelia asked with a worried expression, and Jude immediately nodded, because I have a regenerative ability. Okay, I get it. Show them what you've got, okay? Yes, so I went all in on the North. Good job, wait, what? I said I went all in on the North. When Jude spoke with a big smile, Cordelia forgot her ban on skinship and touched Jude, or rather, she began hitting him. Gambler out, let's break off our engagement. Let's break it off. Ouch, it's not gambling. It's an investment, okay? GRRR, you're not hurt at all even if I hit you, huh? Hoo, my princess. Please calm down. You don't think I'll lose, right? Wow, look at this guy talk. How arrogant. But what he said was also true. Jude was much stronger than what the public thought. Don't worry, it'll be a big hit. I am the one who increased the multiplier in the first place, okay? Cordelia blinked at Jude's words, because she felt like she had heard of something strange. Wait, what? Who increased the multiplier? Me. How? Through rumors, Jude calmly said, and Cordelia's face went blank before she understood it. What the words of Jude had meant. Hey, don't tell me. Yes, I created those rumors. I heard that Jude is weaker than we thought. I heard that he isn't skilled enough to beat the Lord Protector. I heard that the wizard, Cordelia, did more than him. I heard that he is still struggling with his injuries. I heard that there are no exceptional talents in the North. I had a hard time making it look like inside information that was very reliable. Jude spoke as he puffed up with pride, and Cordelia had no choice but to think of the same word as always. Wow, you scammer. Do you hate it then? Jude shrugged as he slyly smiled, and Cordelia fed before smiling. But are you sure of it? It's not even confirmed that y'all win. Haha, why are you saying that? Don't you believe in me? Didn't you say that it's a group battle? Cordelia slightly disagreed, and Jude said as he crossed his arms. Then let's make a bet. What bet? A bet that y'all win the competition? I hate that. I want win anyway, so I'll just end up losing all my money, okay? No, not that. It's a bet on how many kills I can get. He didn't really mean that he would kill people. In the first place, the use of sharpened weapons was prohibited. One was considered as having killed the opponent if they had sent their opponent out of the field, made their opponent declare surrender, or removed the band their opponent wore during the competition. At Jude's provocation, Cordelia slightly raised her eyebrows before she asked as if to sound it out first. Tell me how many first. 20 kills? The number of enemies was 60 in total if you combine the center and the south, so 20 kills was a sufficient number. But Cordelia shook her head as if it was not possible. Don't you have to do that much in order to win anyway? 30 kills then? 40 kills. 40 kills out of 60 people. Considering that the center and the south would also fight each other, it was almost no different from asking Jude to kill them all. Y'all say that you can't do that, right? Cordelia thought she would be satisfied if she just hear one word of complaint from Jude, but Jude gave an unexpected answer. Okay. Huh? That's good. If I get more than 40 kills, Cordelia, y'all grant me one wish. If I can't do it, I'll grant you your wish. Wait a minute. What wish are you talking about? Ho, are you scared? It's just 40 kills, right? Jude provoked her with a sly smile, and Cordelia was unwittingly provoked, but she did not immediately answer back. Because she had past experience. There was no way Jude would have said that if he wasn't confident. Isn't it too much, though? 40 kills out of 60 people. That may be possible if Jude fought alone against a South and Center alliance rather than a one-group battle. You okay with 40 kills? 50 kills. Do 50 kills. If you say that you can't do it this time, I'll be the one to tease and ask you if you're scared. When Cordelia complacently smiled and said, Jude immediately nodded his head. All right, 50 kills. Instead, y'all fulfill your promise, right? If I get 50 kills, y'all grant me any wish, right? Whatever I wish, okay? Wait a minute. Why, are you scared? Scared of 50 kills? Arg, that's not it, okay? I just have to mentally prepare myself, okay? I won't back down, okay? I'm going to make an unreasonable wish, okay? Same with me then. I'll also make a really unreasonable wish, okay? Cordelia unconsciously flinched when Jude said that with wide open eyes, because he was worried about it too. What the hell? What's a really unreasonable wish? What did he mean by that? Cordelia's imagination began to run wild in her head again, and she blushed at some point. Why you FC King pervert? Wait a second. What? What did you say? Are you thinking of something weird? And no, I am not. Anyway, fine. I'll agree to 50 kills, okay? Good, let's make a contract. A contract. Jude said as he took out a contract that he had made earlier, and Cordelia signed with her thumbprint. Good, I'll be looking forward to it then. HMPH, me too. Cordelia snorted first before she took a deep breath and tried to calm her anxiousness. She felt like she was somehow tricked, but she thought that it was still very favorable for her. That's right, he has to do a whopping 50 kills. 50 kills out of 60 people. How will he do that if it's a group battle? It's also against two groups, so it's a 1-1-1. Even if he is strong, it's still impossible. As long as he doesn't cheat. Scammer. Jude is a scammer. Cordelia suddenly became very anxious. Chapter 209 Wolf of the Wind, 3. In Jude's first fight against First Sword, he actually used an attack called Sky Shattering Black Dragon. I previously thought it was just some chuny line, so I had translated it as Shatter the Skies, O Black Dragon. But it was an attack name, so I'll be using Sky Shattering Black Dragon from now on. The day of the competition finally arrived. The massive Coliseum Stadium, which could accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time, was literally packed. If the ball was the highlight of the founding anniversary celebration for the nobles, the fighting competition was the highlight for the people of the royal capital. This fighting competition, everyone's really excited. Dahlia said in a surprised voice as she sat in the VIP seats and looked around. She had watched the competition 4 times in the past, but this was the first time that the competition had this much enthusiasm. If Jude was next to them, he would have told them that the people the royal family had hired to liven up the atmosphere were active in various places. But unfortunately, Jude was in the stadium and not in the VIP seats. Don't be so worried, Miss. I am sure Miss knows how strong Lord Jude is, right? That's right, my lady. Nothing bad will happen. When Cordelia sat with an anxious and worried face, Dahlia spoke to her with a smile, and Maja, who was nearby, also smiled and added. In the eyes of the two people, Cordelia worrying about her fiancé's safety was quite charming and commendable. But Cordelia's innermost feelings were a bit different. Hong Yoo Hee, am I this anxious? It was true that she was worried about him getting hurt, but she also had an ominous feeling. 50 kills. Even if he's that strong, 50 kills is impossible, right? Lucas is there too, right? The other people from the north are not scarecrows, and in addition, it's a 1-1-1. Some people will also be killed when the center and south fight each other, and some people will choose to surrender in the fight. I don't know anymore. Anyway, please don't get hurt. Cordelia closed her eyes and tightly held her hands in prayer, and Maja, who was next to Cordelia, also prayed with her hands together since she was worried about Jude too. And right after that, at the time when Count Chase made a snorting sound, let the fight begin. As soon as Princess Daphne, who was sitting on a high place, declared the start of the competition, loud trumpet sounds filled the Colosseum, and the shouts of the spectators shook the place afterwards. Yoo-hoo-oh? Cordelia reflexively opened her eyes at the immensely loud cheers, and she looked down at the circular stadium with a nervous look. Flags representing the north, center, and south were erected at the 3 corners of the round stadium, which was wider than a soccer field, and 30 well-armed knights were lined up under each flag. The group who could take away their opponent's flag and bring it to their camp would win. However, the north, center, and south were all pitted against each other, and there were 30 people per group, so tactical movements were quite important in this battle. What will happen? What in the world will Jude do to get 50 kills? A dozen seconds passed. At the time when the spectators' shouts died down, the knights from the center and south began to move at the same time. But their movements were a little strange, because both of their attack groups were openly marching towards the north, as if they had made an alliance. Ooh, the center and south have joined hands. Are they hitting the north first? Most of the people who filled the spectator seats were naturally from the royal capital. Since the center wasn't in a disadvantageous situation, no one was booing. Moreover, this kind of thing frequently happened in the fighting competition. As it was a 1-1-1 battle in the first place, temporary alliances and betrayals commonly occurred. But why the north? Why are they attacking the north? Cordelia was convinced the moment she saw the north's response to the center and south attacking them from both sides. Jude, you evil beastard, you damn scammer. At the moment when Cordelia's praise and not praise burst out, loud cheers erupted again among the audience. Jude didn't actually put much effort into his scam. All he did was create a venue where the central and southern prospects who attended the Banquet of Swords could exchange their thoughts several times. So those who had participated in the Banquet of Swords all thought of the same thing. They must attack the north first. Even if Jude could move fast or slow, he was still one person in the end. Grabbing the flag of the North would mean the defeat of the entire Northern group, regardless of whether Jude survived or not. Furthermore, Jude had suffered great injuries in his fight against the Lord Protector. It was somehow disgraceful to attack a weakened person, but in the first place, this was Jude's fault for pushing ahead with his participation in the fighting tournament even though he had not completely recovered yet. Several Central and Southern Knights stayed behind in order to protect their flags, and the rest of them charged towards the Northern group in both directions at the same time. But the North was fully prepared and responded. Strengthen the defense, block the center. Lucas was pretty much the leader of the Northern group. When he loudly shouted, all the Northern Knights turned to the Central Knights and took a defensive formation. Their combat tactic was hammer and anvil. All the Northern Knights led by Lucas became the anvil and blocked the Central Knights. All the Southern Knights were left to the hammer, to their one-of-a-kind and invincible hammer on this battlefield. Sky-shattering black dragon. Jude rushed to the Southern Knights alone and shouted it loudly as he released the energy of the black dragon. As huge air waves struck the front, the Southern Knights quickly spread to the left and right to evade the attack, but not everyone was able to avoid it. Some of the knights in the middle were blown away by the energy of the giant black dragon, and lightning struck. With the hyper-fast thunderbolt, Jude headed to the Southern Knights who had split into the left side, and he opened the 5th door instead of the incomplete 6th door as he penetrated into their ranks. But it wasn't his usual 5th door. To begin with, 9th Heaven's 9 doors was a kind of buff that nearly amplified its users' basic capabilities. Therefore, Jude's 5th door was much stronger than his previous 5th door despite having opened the 6th gate already. He added the Black Sun to his planned attack. Jude's internal energy was so immense and powerful that it was completely incomparable to the other prospects in the stadium, so it was truly like the sun appearing in the night sky. First move. Jude saw the Southern Knight in front of him as the knight raised his shield. Though Jude was wearing leather armor and had a sword on his waist, he used the energy of the Black Sun and transmitted it to his entire body, striking the center of the shield as he recalled Landius movements. Bang! The Southern Knight was blown away over a dozen meters with his shield before he rolled over the floor. A fully armed knight usually weighed over 100 kilograms. So the sight of such a knight flying over a dozen meters and rolling on the floor because of a single blow was so unrealistic. But not for Jude, because he had already seen Landius do it. Because he knew it was possible to fight like this, he immediately kicked the ground again. He moved his hands and feet without hesitation towards the Southern Knights who had frozen for a moment because of the unrealistic sight. Bang, 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 he threw and pushed them. Every time he moved his hand, a Southern Knight flew into the air. They were completely helpless against him because they couldn't withstand the force pushing them even if they blocked it with a shield. Strike back. Rather, attack. One of the Southern Knights yelled and bravely rushed towards Jude. Jude saw the knight, and he realized it again. The world he had lived in had changed now. For Jude, who had fought against the swords of the Lord Protector and First Sword, the swords of the prospects were no longer a threat to him. The knight's sword drew a sharp trajectory, and Jude grabbed the trajectory of such a sword. To be exact, he grabbed the wrist of the knight wielding the sword. The knight was flustered as he never imagined that to happen, and Jude threw the knight with only just his hand. Jude was as strong as several people to begin with, so if he added the energy of the Black Sun, his strength would rise so greatly that even the word superpower didn't fit it. Ah! The Southern Knight struck the other knights and they fell to the floor. Having killed more than 10 people in an instant, the audience cheered even more, and Jude used his hyper-fast thunderbolt again. No, defend the flag. The leader of the Southern Knights shouted loudly, but it was a misjudgment, because Jude flew towards the Knights of the Center and North instead of heading to the flag of the South. His reason was simple: I have to kill more. He still had a long way to go before he got to 50 kills, but his actions looked different to the surrounding knights. Not only the Southern Knights, but even the Central and Northern Knights misunderstood Jude's actions. Is he trying to protect his allies? He's protecting us. It didn't matter to him if he was misunderstood. What mattered to him was to increase his kill count. Lucas is stronger than I thought. Lucas had already defeated 3 knights from the center. So Jude immediately blew away the 3 knights in front of him in succession and run towards Lucas. He destroyed the enemy formation and took down the knights around Lucas first. And he thought at the same time, the Southern Knights. They were rearranging their formation. Because they realized that fighting Jude was impossible, so they were planning to take the flag of the North while he was fighting the center. As for the Central Knights, they did not know that they were only sacrifices for Jude, so they did not step back. They were already crossing swords with the North, so they tried to maintain their current situation. But it wasn't good. If they continued their tussle, the Central Knights would be defeated by the Northern Knights. Therefore, Jude turned his eyes. He found a familiar man among the Central Knights and put his hand on his sword as he looked at that man. Avoid him. He's drawing his sword, Lucien Dior. The guy whom he fought against in the Banquet of Swords, and the one who played a crucial role in moving the Central Knights. And he made Jude's wish come true again. When he shouted loudly, all the Central Knights groaned and retreated. Because Lucien had made a fuss before the game, saying that he didn't know on what would happen if Jude drew his sword. That was why a gap was created. Jude flew to those who were mixed with the Northern Knights. It was the time that one long breath would take, but it was a long and valuable time for Jude to use Hyperwind Thunderbolt and Thunder God invokes lightning. Ah! 4 Central Knights flew in the air, and Jude shouted at Lucas. Protect the flag, the South is coming. His words were heard. Lucas commanded them, and the Northern Knights quickly retreated to defend their flag as they lined up in formation, and because of that, a gap was created again. Jude blew away 2 more knights from the center before he headed towards the Southern Knights again. The situation of the Southern and Northern Knights facing each other had to be avoided. Jude turned his eyes. He counted the number of knights from the south and saw them approaching in a compact formation that would not be easily destroyed. So he smiled and made his next move. The 6th door. It was incomplete but was stronger than the 5th door. Bang! The energy exploded. The black dragon's energy turned into a black flame and rose like an explosion, and Jude kicked the ground. After he flew high in the air, he dug into the middle of the Southern Knights' dense formation. It's an attack, someone shouted. They hastily stepped back and lifted their shields or swung their swords, but Jude ignored them. He immediately lowered his posture and placed his 2 hands on the floor. The energy of the Black Sun was released to the maximum. Black Dragon Spiral. 6 black dragons were released by Jude and turned the ground upside down at the same time. The black energy smashed the ground and soon soared up and blew away all the Southern Knights. Yoo-hoo! The audience broke into loud cheers. It was natural because more than 10 knights were defeated at once. Jude raised his head amidst the cheers. He saw the flag of the South, and when the Southern Knights guarding the flag flinched, he rushed back towards the Central Knights. And at that moment, everyone inside the stadium realized that Jude had no intention of taking the flags. Even if they brought him the flag, he would defeat the one who brought it instead of receiving it. What the hell? Does he have a grudge against us? Is it because of me? The last one was Lucien, and Jude threw that Lucien away. He used Lightning Punch against the Central Knights who were coming in from all sides at the same time. Bang! His attack was different than before. His Lightning Punch were now truly 7 strikes that were unfolded at the speed of lightning. 4 Central Knights were simultaneously defeated, and Jude let out his breath. The only ones who stood now were the Central and Southern Knights who were guarding their flags, 7 in the south and 5 in the center. That was enough. If he chose the south, he could pass 50 kills. Lucas, center. Jude loudly yelled, and Lucas, who had been looking around as he held his sword, came to his senses. He led a group of people and headed towards the central group's flag, and Jude headed towards the southern group's flag. If he walked slowly, they would have surrendered, so he quickly narrowed the distance with hyper-fast Thunderbolt. Sir, no. I can't allow it. Jude struck the abdomen of the Southern Knight who was trying to surrender in order for the knight to be unable to speak, and he blew away the Southern Knights one after another. There were those who bravely charged, saying that it was all or nothing, but the difference in power was too big. Originally, knights were not defeated so easily by martial arts because they were fully equipped with armor, but his unimaginable power and overwhelming difference in skill broke their existing common sense. And he struck again. Jude blew away the last man and grabbed the Southern group's flag. Yoo-woo-woo, the audience broke into cheers. When Lucas raised the Central group's flag, louder shouts shook the entire Coliseum. Because it was the North, or rather, Jude's overwhelming victory. Jude Bayer, Count Bayer, to be exact, he was Jude August Bayer, but it was too long. So the crowd cheered for Count Bayer, and the real Count Bayer somehow felt awkward and cleared his throat for no reason as he smiled. "Miss, did you see it?" "Miss." Dahlia was delighted, and so was Maja. In particular, those on the Bayer side who had known Jude since his sick days had faces that looked like they were about to cry soon. The swordless swordsman, guardian of the royal family. Several voices were heard from the spectators at that time. The winner of the Banquet of Swords, the northern hero who protected the royal family from the Lord Protector. It was at that moment when the true strength of Jude, which had only been known through rumors, was revealed to the entire world. Smiles of satisfaction spread among the faces of the royal family, and the faces of the Empire's delegates who were watching from the VIP seats had slightly turned tense. It was a natural reaction, as a monster beyond common sense had appeared in a competition for prospects, which was only a taste before the main competition. And one more person. The main character of this event, Jude, stared at that person. 51 kills, all except those who were defeated by Lucas and the Northern Knights. Jude had a dark smile on his face, and Cordelia covered her face with both hands. Chapter 210, Wolf of the Wind, 4. Scarlet burst into laughter, without realizing it. Someone said that people could only do nothing but laugh when faced with such a ridiculous situation, and it seemed like those words were true. What the hell? She knew that he was strong. Scarlet herself wasn't confident that she could beat Jude, so she thought that he would show an overwhelming performance in this competition. Even if a dozen underage knights, who still had some room to grow, would fight Jude, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, seriously? She won as she had expected, but the way he did it was beyond her imagination. What the hell? Is he a human? Why do people fly when he throws them? She could understand if he was a huge giant over 2 meters tall, but Jude wasn't. He was tall, but was just tall enough to look good, and he had a good build, but didn't look that threatening. Therefore, it was more shocking. It was really astounding. Pink Bomb, you're dating someone like that? Wouldn't your whole body be crushed if he hugged you tightly? Scarlet was mixed among the spectators, and she turned to Cordelia in the VIP seats. She then had a bitter smile as she looked on with a warm gaze. She really likes him. She likes him so much that she covers her face with both hands. Scarlet giggled before she looked back at the stadium. Immense cheers continued to be heard. It's history, no, it's a scene from a legend. The birth of a hero who only appeared in myths and legends, a person who could defeat more than 50 knights alone. It was natural for people to be enthusiastic. Even Scarlet herself, who knew the true colors of Jude, was feeling thrilled. Well, Lucas also performed well. He also defeated many knights just like Jude. Scarlet smiled a little differently than before, and she looked back at the stadium. She gazed at Lucas and saw Jude approaching him, and it was at that time. Jude raised his hands high and responded to the cheers of the audience before he made a hand gesture. It was signaled to be quiet for a moment, and the enthusiastic crowd gradually quieted down. Thus, it became silent. Jude took a deep breath as he looked toward Cordelia and spoke calmly in a voice loud enough to reach the entire Coliseum. "I will dedicate today's victory to my beloved fiancé, Cordelia." "You-woo." In that instant, cheers erupted from the audience, and people's attention shifted from Jude to Cordelia. And Cordelia, who was hiding from the world as she covered her face, became even more restless at everyone's gazes. "Miss, it's okay. Please wave your hand a bit." Maja and Dahlia spoke from the side, and Cordelia stood up with a tearful face and waved her hand to the crowd. Why am I the one who's always being embarrassed? She was really, really embarrassed and was in tears, but everyone who saw her completely thought differently. To them, it seemed like she was moved to tears at Jude's dedication of his victory to her. And amidst such countless misunderstandings, Cordelia made eye contact with Jude and was really about to cry. I can't tell what he's thinking. Their distance was too far. All she knew was that he was smiling evilly, but she couldn't figure out what he was thinking inside. What is it? What the hell are you going to make me do? Why are you smiling so much? She obviously couldn't read his eyes because he was too far away. But unlike Cordelia, Jude knew very well what she was thinking. She's thinking about me making a wish later. Cordelia fidgeting is the cutest in the world, though. Does she know how cute she looks when her imagination is running wild? With a dark smile on his face, Jude once again responded to the spectators' cheers before he returned to the waiting room together with the knights from the north. And 20 minutes later, Jude had changed into casual clothes much faster than the other knights because he was wearing light armor in the first place. He then sat next to Cordelia, and she stared hard at him, because she was scared on what Jude might say, but her want of looking at his eyes to know his thoughts was much stronger. But people said that it was possible to attack anything if one knew the pattern to it. So after Jude figured out Cordelia's thoughts, he stared at her instead of avoiding her gaze. I just don't have to think about it. Because their eye conversation wasn't really telepathy. There was nothing for her to read unless he thought about something. And if he applied those words, it also became possible to attack her. Just like this. Cordelia made eye contact with Jude and flinched. She then began to hit Jude after seeing his thoughts. Her slaps naturally didn't hurt Jude. What Jude had thought of was simple. Cordelia is cute. As he filled his head with that thought only, it was natural for Cordelia, who had met his gaze, to be that embarrassed. How sweet, how sweet. Those who looked at Jude and Cordelia's quarrel with the eyes of a third party simply smiled with happy faces because they did not know on what was actually happening. Anyway, Cordelia. Why? What about my brother and Adelia? At Jude's question, Cordelia took a deep breath and pointed to the stadium. Waiting room, it's about to start soon. I am looking forward to it. How strong have my brother become? Surely he must have become strong enough to be one of the 10 great swordmasters. It's starting. As the trumpets loudly sounded, the knights from the north, center, and south finally entered the stadium. 30 people for each group. It was the same number of people as the previous game, but the feeling of pressure was different when they stood on the field. After all, they were real grown-up knights, unlike the prospective knights earlier who were still physically growing because they were minors. There was also the difference in experience. There was a gap that could not be filled between those who had experienced real battles and those who had not. The Central and Southern Knights. At the forefront of each group were Richard Gallion, the Lion's Sword, and Calix Offhand, the Sea Serpent Slayer, who were considered as candidates for the 10 great swordmasters' position. The Lion's Sword was covered in golden armor and was so huge that he seemed to be over 2 meters tall at first glance. And Calix, the eldest son of the Offhand family who inherited the blood of beasts, gave off a deadly energy that just standing there silenced everyone around him. Richard and Calix stared at each other, because both sides had a feeling that the other would determine the victory or defeat of their group, especially now that Eos Lane, who was known to be the fastest swordsman among the jackdaws, was absent. Obviously, there was one more candidate for the 10 great swordmasters' position. Gal Bayer, Jude Bayer's older brother who showed an amazing performance, but he was seriously injured in the battle on the royal capital. Moreover, he only managed to hold back a high-ranking demonic human and did not make any particular noticeable contribution. And Richard and Calix have both met Gal. In Richard's case, there was a time when they had crossed swords at the Banquet of Swords. That was why both knew, he's too restrained. One could say that he was ordinary. Gal's sword was a model student's sword, faithful to the basics without anything unique to it. It was not that he didn't have the talent, but he just didn't make a strong impression. He was a bit strange, but he was just a knight who was plainly strong. So Richard and Calix didn't care much about Gal. The two just stared at each other. But at some point, Richard's experience, which had been refined by numerous practical battles, made him turn his eyes away. Calix's instincts began to sense an immense danger. Why? The two people reflexively turned their heads and flinched unknowingly. They looked at the northern knights with a perplexed look. Adelia defined the Gal who rose from the battle on the royal capital into one word. Beast, monster, wolf. His personality didn't change. Gal was still a good, honest, and sincere man, but something definitely changed. To be exact, something woke up in him. The essence of the silver moon that was created by Druid Fran had explosively strengthened Gal's physical abilities. His internal energy had also more than doubled. But it wasn't those things that really mattered. The Sword of Wind. Count Bayer's sword. As Count Bayer had shown in his fight against First Sword, the essence of the Sword of Wind was the gale. A wild, unrestrained, and raging wind. Gal took a deep breath. He slowly exhaled and looked straight ahead. His blue hair shined in the daylight. His left arm that was replaced with a prosthetic arm could freely move, but he could not feel any sensations on it. But he was smiling, because he knew now what his father had meant. What the gale, the essence of the Sword of Wind, was. Gal no longer restrained himself. He completely liberated the wildness that woke up in the process of his resurrection. And at that moment, everyone in the stadium looked at Gal. They couldn't help it, but it was only the beginning. Gal took a step forward. He looked straight ahead without hiding his fierce smile. Adelia. Gal whispered low and drew his sword. He showed the knights of the center and south, as well as the spectators at the Colosseum, the true Sword of Wind, his Sword of Gale. The fighting competition ended successfully. The result was a one-sided victory for the North in both the minor and adult divisions. But despite the defeat of the Central Group, the entire royal capital was engulfed in a grand and festive atmosphere again. It's a huge success. Prince Dion, the person who planned and pushed for the fighting competition, smiled brightly for the first time in a long while, and upon seeing her younger brother's smile, Princess Daphne was also happy as she filled her glass with wine. The birth of a new great swordmaster. They couldn't fill all the vacancies in the 10 great swordmasters, but it was enough for them. The residents of the royal capital were exhilarated by the birth of a new great swordmaster, and they no longer worried about the vacancy left by First Sword. Sword Wolf, the wolf of the sword. The sword of the dominating Gale that defeated the beast of the south, Calyx Offhand, and the lion's sword, Richard Galleon from the center. For the Bayer family. Prince Dion raised his glass together with Princess Daphne and was sincerely grateful. After all, they were able to reverse the atmosphere of the royal capital because of the Bayer family. The Sword of Wind replaced the Sword of Light. The Sword Wolfgal, who now held the Sword of Gale, became one of the 10 great swordmasters. And even Jude Bayer, the swordless swordsman, showed an overwhelming performance. Their family are really great swordsmen. It was clear to them that Jude would also become one of the 10 great swordmasters in the future. In one family, 3 great swordmasters were born in the same time period. It was a tremendous feat that couldn't be found anywhere. At Princess Daphne's words of admiration, Prince Dion nodded and cheerfully smiled, saying as he touched his chin, "But my dear sister." "Yes, my dear little brother. Is Jude a real swordsman?" They had never seen him use a sword. Even in the fighting competition, he only pretended to pull it out. "I don't know, but I think he's a swordsman. After all, we've never seen the Iron Man use a sword too, right? A swordless swordsman. How could a swordsman be a swordsman if they didn't use a sword? But that didn't matter to them. What mattered was the fact that new heroes were born from this fighting competition. 2 people of destiny. Just as Princess Darian and Prince Dion each had their own unique abilities, Princess Daphne also inherited a special ability from the Founder King. A heavenly voice. Whispers from above that she could hear from time to time. That being had said, the 2 people of destiny would determine the fate of Princess Daphne and Prince Dion, as well as the entire Slen Kingdom. Then, when are those 2 getting married? They haven't held an engagement ceremony yet, right? It was an arranged marriage from the time they were still in their mother's wombs, and now they were both 17 years old. Should we do it for them then? What? The engagement ceremony? Yes, with the blessing of the royal family. The 2 had already done a lot of favors to the royal family to the extent that they could be called royalists, but the royal family needed to be more certain that the 2 were on their side. No, I just want to be nice to them more, because they really owed the 2 a huge favor. I think that's a good idea. Shall we go ahead with it? Let's go ahead with it. The siblings laughed without worries after a long time and bumped their glasses again as they continued to discuss their plan in more detail. But unfortunately, the siblings' wishes wouldn't come true. "Hey, are we really going like this? Because our feet will keep getting tied down. I even participated in the competition, but we really have to go now." The night after the competition, Jude suggested to Cordelia that they take a honeymoon trip to the south, or to be exact, to escape at night. If we continue to stay at the royal capital, we will not be able to leave for the south even after a month. I agree. There were so many people who wanted to meet Jude and Cordelia. Furthermore, it was not easy to refuse them since they were all high-ranking nobles. It's a pity that I couldn't stop by the Medibys auction house in the end, but it's not a big deal. The Medibys auction house was hit hard in the chaos that occurred when the royal capital was attacked. Because of that, the auction house wouldn't be holding an auction for a while, so they couldn't help it even if they thought that it was a pity. What about our fief then? My father and brother will take care of it. The fief that they were supposed to receive had already been confirmed. Although they had yet to receive the official documents, it was not a big problem since they wouldn't be able to do anything to it yet, because we're not in a situation where we can just sit back and manage our fief. Black Dragon Malekith's attack on the south was drawing near. Due to the butterfly effect, the event could go a bit faster or slower than the original storyline, but in any case, they couldn't just wait for it to happen. Ultimate 1, it would be perfect for Jude, who was called the Swordless Swordsman. It was a weapon that he must obtain before their final battle against Malekith. I see, then it's fine. We can't help it. Cordelia nodded her head, and Jude immediately placed the prepared letter on the bed. The letter wrote that the two were going on a romantic trip to the south, so they shouldn't look for the two. But Jude, yes, Cordelia, that? Why? Jude grinned and tilted his head as if he didn't know what she was talking about, and Cordelia bit her lips and pulled on Jude's arm as she said, "The wish? What's your wish? And what kind of wish should I make? I am worried because I have so many wishes to make." Many? Yes, there are so many, so I am really worried on what to wish for, so it will take some time. Perhaps at least a few days. Jude smiled and said before he packed their luggage, and Cordelia's imagination began to run wild in the meantime. "Anyway, madam, I think we should get going." When Jude said that, he showed her his back as if telling her to ride on his back, but Cordelia suddenly clapped and said in a quiet voice, Yes, if Jude's wish is a piggyback ride, should I allow it then?" Because her ban on skinship had yet to be lifted. At Cordelia's words, Jude grinned and said, "What the are you saying that's my wish?" "No, well it is." When Cordelia smirked and said, Jude snorted before nodding his head. "Okay, let's do that." Really?" "Yes. If you want me to wish to carry you on my back instead of saying my real wish, I can't help it then, right?" Cordelia flinched at Jude's words. Her conscience was stabbed because she felt that she was somehow cheating him, but the real wish that Jude had said was also bothering her. "What is it? What kind of wish is it?" Cordelia began to imagine again, and her face blushed as always before she finally made up her mind. "Okay. Just for this time, I'll ride on your back. Should that be my wish?" "No, just tell me your real one later." Cordelia averted her eyes for no reason, and Jude began to laugh in a sly way. "Why are you doing that?" "Well, I just thought that my princess is really an angel." That was it. Instead of teasing her more, Jude showed her his back, and Cordelia pouted her lips before she carried the bag on her back and got on Jude's back. "Are you not saying those words today?" Her usual lines of merging with Jude. Not for now." Cordelia responded with a slightly sulky voice as she hugged Jude's neck, and Jude quietly smiled as he arranged Cordelia's position. To stop the attack of Black Dragon Malekith, the two began their trip to the south. Chapter 211, Ultimate 1-1. It was the only until next morning did Jude and Cordelia's nighttime escape was discovered. When the maid found the letter on the bed, she was surprised and urgently sought for Count Chase, and the news of the two running away at night quickly spread around. Count Bayer and Count Chase eloped. What? Count Bayer and Count Chase? And no, not the fathers, it's the children. Since it was a topic about Jude and Cordelia, it only took about an hour before the entire royal capital heard the news. And the reactions of the people who heard the news were largely divided into two. Elopement. Aren't the two already engaged? Their families didn't object to them, right? Those who had learned about the two only after the royal capital's incident had ended could not immediately understand the current situation. Because they couldn't understand why the two ran away at night when their families were okay with it, and no one was stopping them from loving each other. And the reactions of those who had already known about the two were almost the same. Again, can you still call it an elopement at this rate? That was how they reacted, because the two hadn't done it once or twice. The two had already run away a total of 5 times. Moreover, since it was a recognized relationship that their families actively pushed together, running away just because they wanted to go on a trip together didn't make sense. But they're still engaged, right? The two were not married yet. Furthermore, they were only 17 years old now. Even if they were engaged, it was inevitable that there would be a scandal if they went on a trip alone. Just as how bad rumors circulated in the north when the two first ran away. But the status and public perception of the two had changed since then. The reactions to the two going on a honeymoon trip were as follows. What? They haven't had an accident yet? I thought she had an accident back then. No, didn't they run away back then in order to have an accident? Wouldn't it be because of an accident that they ran away in the first place? It was the scandal that spread about the two known as the couple of the century who were already recognized by their families, as well as the entire royal capital, or rather, the entire Slen kingdom. In fact, the public's perception of the two was that they were no different from a married couple already, as their relationship had been synonymous to lovebirds who would die if they were separated from the other. If the two ever broke up, the entire Slen kingdom would rise and express their opposition to it, all according to plan. The half-asleep Cordelia let out a confused voice, and Jude grinned before saying, "My princess, shouldn't you get up now?" Cordelia usually slept a lot in the morning, so she was still half asleep. Jude then lightly kissed Cordelia's forehead and whispered to her again, "You have to get up now." Cordelia waved her hands when he put his lips on her forehead again. Kisses no kisses because skinship was still banned, but Jude tilted his head and slyly said, "I didn't do anything. Perhaps you're still dreaming." Is that so? Then it's fine, because kisses are nice." Cordelia giggled and closed her eyes again, and Jude had a bitter smile before he pinched her cheek. He wanted to let her sleep more, but it was already time for her to get up. "You really have to get up now, okay? We're almost there." Cordelia forcibly opened her eyes, touching her cheeks as she looked around. Her eyes were still half open, so her vision was blurry, but she could roughly see that they were in a forest. Cordelia yawned and stretched her arms, raising her upper body as she closed her eyes again. Jude then quickly brought out a basin he had prepared. "Now, wash your face. Drink a glass of cold water, too." At this point, she couldn't help but wake up. Having drank cold water after washing her face, Cordelia blinked her eyes, and by the time she was fully awake, her hair was already washed, or to be exact, he had washed her hair. Stay still, just stay still. Okay. Jude had also learned various basic magic spells aside from message magic, so he mixed wind magic and heat magic in order to dry Cordelia's hair before he began to comb it skillfully. Isn't this more comfortable than when I didn't run away? Shouldn't I be having a hard time since I ran away from home? Jude finished his combing while Cordelia was thinking alone, and he looked at her hair with a very proud expression before he immediately began to prepare their meals. Since they were outdoors, he was thinking of serving some pancakes, fried eggs, sausages, and a bit of vegetables in moderate amounts. He fried it on a pan over the campfire, and he even boiled water for tea. As Cordelia sat and watched Jude's actions, she sucked in her lips and said, "Jude." "Yes, Cordelia. I'll definitely boil you some ramyun later. I am really good at boiling ramyun. Where will you get the ramyun? Wouldn't you make it for me, Jude? Oh, and rice too. It's nice to mix some rice in ramyun." When Cordelia giggled, Jude used that opportunity to pinch her cheeks. "Don't you have a conscience?" "Well, my heart feels warm." "Shall we check it then? Whether your heart really has any hair or not. Hair provides warmth to your head, so if your heart had hair too, your heart would also feel warm." After his lame joke, Jude focused on cooking again. And after a few minutes or so, Cordelia took a bite of the sausage and looked around. "By the way, where are we?" "A nameless forest between Morrison and Garinto. A little further south from here is Mount Damos, which is a part of the fief we'll be receiving." Cordelia's eyes widened when she thought of the map of Legend of Heroes 2 in her head. "Already? It's only been a day since we left, right? It's the power of the Phantom Steed. The Phantom Steed could run continuously, without getting tired as long as one supplied it with mana. On top of that, its rider was Jude, who was overflowing with stamina that he only needed to sleep for 2 hours, so it wasn't a problem for it to run for hours. I'll clean your ears later. Why all of a sudden? No, it's just that you've had a hard time. Are you feeling guilty? Cordelia's lips twitched at Jude's question before she nodded a bit. And I'll definitely boil ramyun for you, so you have to make ramyun, okay? It's like you're forcing me to do it, but I understand, madam. In fact, ramyun was just noodles made from pulling flour, and all he needed to do was fry it in oil afterwards, so he could make it right away as long as he had the ingredients. Anyway, about Mount Damos. Ultimate One is found in its underground, right? Yes, though to be exact, it's located at the smithy of the Black Horn Guild, one of the 7 guilds of Swordseeker. The Ultimate 7 series. 7 decisive battle weapons created by Swordseeker, one of the 7 city-states of the ancient Dwarven Kingdom. It might have been awkward at first to attach the term decisive battle weapon to a sword, but for the Ultimate 7 series, it was a different story. As its name implied, the 7 were special swords developed for the ultimate sword that they sought, which was what Swordseeker stood for. To make it easy to understand, the 7 are mythical items. Mythical items that are above legendary items. In terms of rank, it's SS rank. Among the items that Jude and Cordelia had acquired so far, the highest-ranked item they had was the amplification earrings, one of Archemon's treasures. An S-rank item that amplified the power of spells several times in exchange for an enormous amount of mana. But Ultimate One was an SS rank item that surpassed S rank. It's actually a graduation item for some rotten water. If a rotten water got one, they wouldn't need to get any more swords. I am getting excited. The Ultimate 7 series were items that everyone could get in single-player mode, but it was different in multiplayer mode. They were really unique fantasy items, wherein only one of them existed in the entire server. You had one too, right? In multiplayer, what I used was the Solar Blade. It was the divine sword of Solari that was used by Landius in the first episode of Legend of Heroes, when he was still called the Red-Haired Warrior. In the second episode of Legend of Heroes, it was also an item that sparked the question of whether Landius was killed by Duke, because it was in the possession of Duke, a high-ranking demonic human of the Devil's Hand. Anyway, the rank of the Solar Blade was SSS rank. In terms of rank, it was 1 rank higher than the Ultimate 7 series. But for the current me, Ultimate One is the best. It wasn't because Landius still had the Solar Blade. It was because for the current Jude, the first sword of the Ultimate 7 series, Ultimate One, was more useful to him than the Solar Blade. Haha, anyway, this is good. If we get Ultimate One, well becomes stronger, right? Well ill becomes stronger. And if we collect all the Ultimate 7 series later, well become even stronger, right? Should we add the great protection of the 4 seasons and the Fairy King's protection? Landius might hand over the Solar Blade to you. Will my princess collect the entire Archemon series? Let's beat up Malekith and take its dragon heart, and wake up Solaris' giant statue with that. Magic robots are amazing. I love giant robots. I've thought about it before, but you really like enormous rides and stuff like that, huh? Hee hee. Anyway, I am looking forward to it. I can't wait to get it. Cordelia looked ecstatic as she talked about the items, just like how Rotten Waters did. I suddenly can't wait to fight Malekith. Hey, Malekith is an ancient dragon, remember. It's a monster that can really destroy a country by itself, okay? It even has dragonflights under its command, okay? I know, the dragon heart of an ancient dragon. What do I do? Jude, my heart is pounding. I am so excited. It was an item that could not be obtained because it was not implemented as an item in the game. But this was reality now, so it would be different. Yes. It's an enemy that we have to fight anyway, so perhaps it's better to continue thinking like that. It would be much better than falling into fear and despair. I suddenly regret it. It would have been nice if we had stopped by Medibe's auction house. The items they had talked about now couldn't be found there, but they could still have gotten a few A-rank or S-rank items. Well, have another chance. After all, they had to go back to the royal capital. Moreover, there was a branch of the Medibe's auction house in the south. The southern auction house was close to its main store because Medebe was originally a noble from the south. Though it's strange that we're going to the branch store and not the main store. In any case, they would have a lot of opportunities to stop by at that place. F-woo, I like it. I'm beginning to tremble in excitement. Anyway, what do you call it when you secretly visit your territory? Traveling in disguise? Traveling incognito? I want to do that. Should we make a horse requisition tablet? Yes, the secret royal inspector is here. And when you shout it, a bunch of your minions will appear as if they were summoned. Hey, young lady, you're the one who's a wizard and not me, remember? Moving on. Cordelia giggled again and stood up from her seat after finishing her meal. Okay, then let's start again. And as she tried to turn around naturally, she was stopped. Hey, Cordelia, aren't you washing the dishes? Cordelia didn't know how to cook, so her task was to wash the dishes. It's going to get dirty again anyway. Do we even need to clean it? Hey, Cordelia, isn't it time for you to begin waxing the hair in your heart? I hate doing things like waxing. Don't change the topic, okay? Tusk, fine. In fact, she could wash the dishes quickly if she used her magic. After finishing their morning breakfast, Cordelia got on Jude's back instead of riding on the phantom steed, because it wasn't good to use the phantom steed in the morning when the sun was shining. Merge in the outdoors? Judelia. Perhaps because her excitement was at its peak, Cordelia loudly shouted and hugged Jude's neck, and Jude had a small smile before he kicked the ground. Mount Damos? It was a small mountain situated between the center and the south, and was known as a mountain that must not be entered to the surrounding residents. The reason was simple, because there were so many monsters. But isn't it a little strange? It is. Outboxer 9 and Yellowstorm were famous as rotten waters among the stagnant waters of Legend of Heroes. That was why they could immediately think of the locations and kinds of monsters that would normally come out here without even needing to search Jude Wiki. But as of this moment, there was a beast that shouldn't be here on Mount Damos, or to be exact, the beastkin were hanging around this place. Vorg, the boar beastkin. With an average height of more than 2 meters and their biggest one reaching 3 meters, they were a large, bulky, and strong non-human race, and their entire race worked as mercenaries. Though the Vorg mercenaries and Vorg bandits are almost synonymous. They had an impatient personality and had a strong tendency to be violent, so if they didn't like the contract a bit, they would also betray their contractors. Why are they here anyway? The Vorgs were more found in the Empire than in the Slen Kingdom, though one could also find them in the southern wetlands in the kingdom that was quite far from Mount Damos. Jude, look at their chests. Hiding in the bushes at the end of a slope, Cordelia peeked at the passing Vorg 10 meters below, and as she said, Jude's eyes widened the moment he saw the copper plate they were wearing around their chest. Black Hand mercenaries? They were particularly notorious among the Vorg mercenaries and were also related to Black Dragon Malekith. But it wasn't because of their relationship with Malekith that Jude was surprised. Gamor Khan is here? I think so. Gamor Khan. He was the strongest and most powerful Vorg even among the ferocious Vorgs. He was a mercenary, so his evaluation was low, but he was a warrior so powerful that there were some who regarded him as the strongest in the same class as the 10 great swordmasters. And such a guy was leading his subordinates to Mount Damos. This place, which would become Jude and Cordelia's fief, was still under the direct control of the Slen royal family. Is he after Ultimate One? It was a very sudden connection, but it was also a valid guess. Because Gamor Khan was the owner of Ultimate 5 the Shield Sword, Grand Order, one of the Ultimate 7 series. The Ultimate 7 series have a resonance effect. All the swords in the Ultimate 7 series had a resonance between each other. Gamor Khan was also known for coveting the other Ultimate 7 series, but at this point, in the game, he was a guy who wandered around in search of the Ultimate 7 series, but at this point in time, he never came to Mount Damos in search of Ultimate One. What happened? Is this one of the changes caused by the butterfly effect that began in the north? Anyway, in any case, it had already happened, so they just had to get Ultimate One before this guy, but it was at that moment. Haha. Cordelia snickered and glanced at Jude, and instead of making an expression on asking why all of a sudden, Jude also snickered. Because they both thought of the same thing. Ultimate 5, Grand Order. Not only Ultimate One, but also the Shield Sword, Grand Order. Since Gamor Khan was a subordinate of Malekith, defeating him would also serve a double purpose. Jude had a dark smile like usual, and the already infected Cordelia also had a dark smile. Gamor Khan is definitely a reference to Gamorreans, a pig-like humanoid race from the Star Wars series. Chapter 212, Ultimate 1-2, Black Dragon Malekith had several subordinates besides the Dragonflights, who were its children. Gamor Khan. He was the boss of the Black Hand mercenaries and one of the notorious 5 evils of the South. He was big and close to 2 meters, but this was just an average height among the Vorgs. At this moment, there were a dozen of his men that were bigger than him. Being big naturally wasn't a good thing, but it was quite strange when one considered the culture of the Vorgs, wherein the biggest one generally became the leader. He had stiff brown fur, a black mane, red eyes, and sharp fangs that protruded from his mouth. On his neck was a gold necklace with a purple gem in the middle. The man then frowned and said, "Pink bomb? Yes, here." Jacques, an aide of the mercenary group, held out a piece of paper that was a little smaller than Gamor's palm. It was big enough for Jacques, a human being, but it was too small for Vorg standards, so Gamor Khan gestured with his eyes instead of accepting it. He was telling the other to read it. "This afternoon, I will take the ultimate 5 the shield sword, Grand Order. Signed, Rogue Master Pink Bomb." It was the Rogue Master's notice. Gamor Khan lived in the south, but that didn't mean he knew nothing about the events in the royal capital. Moreover, Jacques was originally a former bandit, so he had a lot of interest in the Rogue Master. It's true that a Rogue Master named Pink Bomb appeared in the royal capital. Is this for real? Yes, she's a real Rogue Master. She has the moon crystal, and it seems like she also have a few more treasures. At this point, we should consider this as genuine. It was said that she had openly robbed a place where more than 100 guards were set up. So it's true. Jacques was quite enthusiastic when he talked about the Rogue Master. But Gamor Khan still spoke with a frown. I mean, is her name really Pink Bomb? What kind of Rogue Master would name themselves as Pink Bomb? Is this some penalty game? At Gamor Khan's reasonable question, Jacques replied while being embarrassed even though this wasn't about him. "Wellies, it really is her name. That woman must be thick-skinned. Just how shameless and brazen is that woman to use a name like that? Anyway, do you think this is real? I think so." Jacques had never been to the royal capital, so he didn't know what Pink Bomb's signature looked like, but still, he didn't think that this notice was fake, because there's no one else she could send this to. He was right. Few people were so bold as to joke around sending such fake letters to Gamor Khan, the boss of the notorious Black Hand mercenaries, and most of it were just some rough words that were nonsense. On the other hand, if she was the real Pink Bomb, she had enough reason to send a notice. Because the boss weapon is real. Ultimate 5. Shield Sword Grand Order. The ancient dwarves' treasure that raised Gamor Khan's name to a level similar to that of the 10 great swordmasters. What should we do? First of all, I think it would be better to prepare for it, since it wouldn't do us any harm if we tried. They would gather his wandering subordinates around him in order to tighten their defense. If the purpose of Pink Bomb was the Grand Order, she had to show up in front of Gamor Khan, whether if she liked it or not. So it was easier for them to gather their scattered troops rather than trying to search the surrounding area. That's not bad. Gamor Khan quietly touched his chin and nodded before saying, "Gather our men. We'll go on full defensive." "Yes, boss." Gamor Khan and Jacques didn't know, but their countermeasure was almost the same as the countermeasure that the Black Moon's guild master, Karmaban, had put in place to stop Pink Bomb. And very sadly, the results were the same too. Good, they fell for it. Jude looked around as he hid himself in a tree overlooking a large rock tomb, and he spoke in a low voice. Because the Vorgs of the Black Hand mercenaries who were scattered around Mount Damos and were searching had now gathered at the center of the main camp set up by Gamor Khan. "Cordelia? Ooh, my ears feel itchy. Why does it feel like someone's speaking ill of me?" Strictly speaking, this was actually Jude's fault and not Cordelia's, but Jude was unaffected perhaps because his shamelessness was on a different level. "Anyway, let's go." Okay. They used the notice to gather the people scattered around Mount Damos and stop the search. And while the other side waited for Pink Bomb, the two would get Ultimate One. After all, he is Gamor Khan. Technically, Gamor Khan was one step below the 10 great swordmasters, but even so, he was immensely powerful. It was no exaggeration to say that he was like a moving steel castle if one considered the strong physical abilities unique to the Vorgs and the tremendous defensive power of the shield sword, Grand Order. Moreover, he had a lot of subordinates, so even if Jude and Cordelia teamed up, a head-on match would not guarantee them victory. At our current level, They needed to get Ultimate One and increase their power to become victorious. Of course, that's not all. Jude grinned with an evil smile, and Cordelia stared at him, feeling troubled as her lips twitched. Why does he look more handsome than usual when he has an evil expression? Is this what they meant by one's eyes being covered with bean pods? In any case, what mattered was the fact that the Vorgs of the Black Hand mercenaries had disappeared from their sight. Jude spread his superhuman senses and confirmed that all the Vorgs were gone before he silently jumped down and approached the rock tomb. Is this the place? Yes, it is. Jude responded to Cordelia's question before he put his hand on the large rock and recited the spell. He then pressed on the corners of the rock in a certain order. A yellow magic circle then appeared across the rock, and a huge door was formed on the rock's surface that had nothing earlier. Whoa! When Cordelia applauded and admired the seal, Jude shrugged and immediately entered through the door. Unlike the Black Hand mercenaries, who searched Mount Damos without any knowledge, Jude and Cordelia had Jude Wiki. Light. The small light from Cordelia's spell lit up the surrounding darkness, and words of awe flowed out from the mouths of the two again. Endymion, Cordelia spoke without realizing it, and Jude nodded his head. The unfortunate city that could no longer be visited again. An underground city spread before them, though it was much smaller than Endymion. It's the Blackhorn Guild's residence. At Jude's explanation, Cordelia nodded and pointed to a large building in the center of the city. Is it over there? Perhaps. What the two were talking about was not Ultimate One. They knew that Ultimate One was definitely in this place, though. Let's hurry up. Okay. The underground city with the dwarves' delicate touch was very beautiful, but Jude and Cordelia had already gone through Frost Anvil and Endymion. The two ran straight to the central building without looking away, and they were able to find their target without much difficulty. Because the closer they got, the stronger the signal they felt. As expected, it's here. There were a lot of magic tools in the large room on the right side of the central building's entrance. Most of it were broken and destroyed by the passage of time, but one of the tools was still working. Monster Attractor, commonly known as the Aggro Generator. It was a machine that attracted monsters by emitting a special magic signal, and it was a product developed by the dwarves of Frost Anvil, basing it from the sunflower's effect of attracting monsters. They used this to defend the city, right? Yes, if they covered Mount Damos with monsters, it creates a natural shield. Obviously, the signal had weakened after 1,000 years, so it was not as strong as before, but monsters were still scattered around Mount Damos. Cordelia gazed at the 3-meter-tall cylindrical machine that was much bigger than a human, and she suddenly smiled. So this is the first thing we do as lords? For our residents? Of course, we are their lords. They would wipe out the monsters on Mount Damos. How would they do it? By using the Black Hand mercenaries who were steadily preparing themselves to defend themselves from monsters. In order to do that, they obviously needed to manipulate the aggro generator. But it was normally impossible. Even if they were Jude and Cordelia, it was impossible for them to completely control the magic tools the ancient dwarves made with the help of Endymion's high elves. There is someone who can do it. Jude and Cordelia looked at each other and had evil smiles, and they cheerfully stood in front of the device. Jude handed to Cordelia the item he took out of his bag. Here it is. Shall we do it together then? All right. The two shared evil smiles again and held the moonlight together and brought it to the terminal located in a corner of the machine. Both the moonlight and the machine were compatible to some extent because they were made by the High Elves of Magellan, the Magic Kingdom. And there was someone who was sleeping inside Moonlight and could possibly manipulate the machine too. Melissa, an artificial spirit created by the High Elves of Magellan, the Magic Kingdom, for facility management. She then responded to the call of the two. Fight back, rip them to pieces. At Gamor Khan's cry, the Vorgs of the Black Hand mercenaries roared and charged. They had a dense formation, so it was better to keep their position, but once the battle began, they couldn't do as planned, though it was natural for it to happen since they were Vorgs. But Gamor Khan didn't pay it much attention. Monsters suddenly came in groups and went wild, but the Vorg mercenaries numbered 30. Even if Gamor Khan wasn't present, they could easily trample the dozens of monsters like the kobolds and fury wolves. HMPH, they're just weaklings. Gamor Khan snorted and spat before he looked around again. He wondered what kind of monsters there were in the not-so-big mountain and why there were so many, but he was more worried about Pink Bomb. Because of the monster's attack, his subordinates were scattered again. Moreover, this was a perfect time for a surprise attack because they were in the midst of confusion. Therefore, Gamor Khan kept his position and sharpened his senses instead of participating in the battle. And that was why he was the first to discover it. Ground tremors, this wasn't normal. Even if there were many monsters, they wouldn't cause this kind of tremor. Boss, it's coming again. Jacques turned to the side and shouted loudly, and Gamor Khan looked at the side too. And as they expected, they saw dozens of monsters coming with bloodshot eyes. But that wasn't all. What Gamor Khan felt was more than that. Boom! The shaking ground made Jacques fall on his butt, and Gamor Khan was finally able to tell why. He unconsciously shouted, "Rock troll!" Giant monsters that had more than half of their skin made up of rocks. As if responding to Gamor Khan's shout, the rock trolls that appeared on the ridge roared at once. The 7 meters high monsters leapt and rushed. The ground shook. It was no exaggeration to say that it was similar to an earthquake now. FCK, Gamor Khan cursed and picked up the grand order. At the time when blood was being shed above ground, Cordelia was flustered in front of moonlight that was attached to the aggro generator. So it's not I really didn't forget, you know, it's all right. I'm just a mere AR. T, FI, CIAL SBI, RIT. I have no such thing as human rights, so it's okay for me to be left unattended like trash. No, it's not that. Why are you saying such bitter words? Why are you stressing the words artificial spirit? It's all right because I've never expected you to talk to me. Because even if I want it, I don't have a heart that goes thump-thump. From now on, I'll never expect to go on an adventure with you. Cordelia groaned even more at Melissa's words. Because unlike the shameless Jude, Cordelia still had a conscience. I am sorry. I am really sorry. It's my fault. I am sorry, okay? She said with a tearful face, and Melissa spoke in a very small voice. Say that with a little more spirit. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Will you talk to me often in the future? Yes, I will, definitely. Then it was at that moment when Melissa, who was a bit annoyed, was about to forgive her. Cordelia, hurry up. I am opening it now. Yees. Cordelia heard the voice of Jude from beyond the door, and she lowered her head in front of the moonlight and quickly said, Melissa, I'll be back soon, okay? It'll be quick. Wait a minute. I am sorry. Cordelia loudly shouted and left the room as she ran hard towards the direction where she heard Jude's voice. A huge anvil located in the middle of the central building. Standing in front of the symbol instead of the real anvil, Jude infused his mana into the key sword to bring out its true form. Wow. Cordelia stopped right next to Jude and gazed at the key sword with sparkling eyes. Like its name, key sword, the sword turning into a real key was quite fascinating. Is it okay to open it now? Yes, we have the key sword, so the guardians will stay still. Jude smiled and looked around the giant statues around them, and he held out the key sword towards Cordelia. Shall we open it together? Yes. The two held the key sword together and inserted the key sword into the keyhole in the center of the huge anvil. If Scarlet had been there, she would have commented that they were like cutting a wedding cake, but unfortunately, there was only the two of them in this place. Let's turn it. Turn right? Or left? Cordelia stamped on her feet in her excitement and eventually used her strength to turn the key sword to the right, and at that moment, numerous lines appeared on the huge anvil. Lines of white light were drawn on the black iron anvil. The shape of the anvil began to transform with a mechanical sound as it made Cordelia's heart pound. Ultimate One, Jude said in a whisper, and Cordelia swallowed hard. With sparkling eyes, the two looked at the treasure hidden inside the anvil, and the fantasy weapons slowly began to appear. Chapter 213, Ultimate 1, 3. The craftsmen of Swordseeker who created the Ultimate 7 series were the owners of an eccentric nature typical of the excellent ancient dwarves, as their craftsmanship far surpassed those of the current dwarves. Their nature was reflected in their works of art, and because of that, the 7 swords they made for their plan to create the ultimate sword all had one or more extreme aspects. QO. The giant rock troll bellowed and threw a rock the size of a house. It was a terrifying attack that seemed like it could destroy even walls, but unfortunately, their opponent's defense was stronger than that of walls. Bang! The rock struck the white barrier and crumbled just like what happened to things when they hit something harder than them. Gamor Khan blocked the rock by setting up a huge white shield and did not miss that opportunity then. He rushed straight ahead and jumped, swinging his giant kite shield, the Grand Order, towards the chest of the rock troll. Boom! He smashed the rock troll's chest with a tremendous roar. It was the result of Gamor Khan's monstrous strength, which could not even be compared to the average Vorg, and the force of the shield sword that was stronger than a wall. Thud. Gamor Khan landed next to the crumbling rock troll and moved his right arm as he roughly breathed. Once the light from the kite shield, which was huge enough to cover Gamor Khan's body, shined, the white force field disappeared. Shield sword Grand Order. It usually looked like an ordinary greatsword, but this was only a measure for the convenience of its user and not the true form of Grand Order. A giant kite shield with the blade of a greatsword at its end. Its appearance of a sword in the wrist, also called a wrist blade, combined with a kite shield in the form of a reverse triangle, was said to be the true form of Grand Order. Total offense and defense. Silver Fortress, one of the 7 guilds of Swordseeker, tried to realize the ultimate sword through a combination of offense and defense. But like typical ancient dwarves, they began to obsess over defense rather than offense at some point, and the current shield sword was eventually born, which seemed to focus more on total defense. Gamor Khan heavily breathed as he looked around him. Beyond the remains of the 10 rock trolls, he saw the dozens, or rather, hundreds of monster corpses which were so many that they covered the entire ground. Damn it. Among those corpses were Vorgs from the Black Hand mercenaries, who were Gamor Khan's subordinates. It seemed like the men he brought were virtually annihilated given that he could only hear a few people fighting. FCK. It was so ridiculous that he could only laugh. He had hundreds of subordinates left in the south, which was the home of the Black Hand mercenaries, but even so, a loss was still a loss. Moreover, if only Gamor Khan himself survived, he would not be able to carry out Dragon Lord Malekith's order. He would have to return to his main base or send out a message to call his subordinates. I can't just go. Gamor Khan looked down the mountain as he stroked his gold necklace with a purple gem. A small village was seen some distance away from the many monsters of Mount Damos. He could invade it, kill its residents, and then cover it up. There were so many monsters on Mount Damos that he could use it to cover up and fool anyone with his actions. It was an extremely crude idea for the leader of a huge mercenary group, one of the notorious evils of the South, but those were truly Gamor Khan's thoughts. Is Jack also dead? That's a little disappointing. He was very smart and knew a lot, but it was something that he still did not know. Gamor Khan briefly looked around and opened his mouth to call Jack's name, but as he was about to shout, Gamor Khan unconsciously flinched. To be exact, Gamor Khan's right arm that had the shield sword, Grand Order, began to tremble. Resonance phenomenon. It only trembled once, but he had experienced this before. That was why he was able to know and why he was surprised. Behind him, another Ultimate series was causing the resonance phenomenon. Gamor Khan quickly turned around, and he frowned without realizing it. The black-haired young human who stood alone some distance away made him frown in displeasure. It was not because the youth's appearance was so outstanding that even Vorgs would agree. It was not even because he thought that the cause of this incident might be the young man in front of him. It was a much simpler reason than that. As he felt the resonance phenomenon of the Ultimate series, a question came to his mind. Bare hands. There was nothing in the hands of the young man who stretched out his arms. Jude knew it even if Cordelia didn't persistently tell him. They were much better off doing a surprise attack. While their opponent was engrossed in fighting monsters, hitting their backs was the fastest and simplest way to attack them. But he didn't do that. The possibility that the surprise attack would fail in the first place because of the resonance phenomenon was just an incidental reason. If it was because of that, he had no reason for delaying Cordelia from scolding him now. Ultimate One-Sword Origin. The ultimate sword created by Blackhorn, one of the 7 guilds of Swordseeker. Jude slowly breathed. There was still a little sense of strangeness and incompatibility in the tips of his hands, but these sensations would soon disappear. Become one with the sword. It was an idea of the ancient dwarves of Blackhorn. The concept they pursued to create the ultimate sword. The beginning was quite normal, like the other Ultimate 7 series. Shouldn't we talk to the Ultimate Swordsman in order to find out what the Ultimate Sword is? So Eitri, the head of the Black Horn Guild, visited Valentia, the elf sword and strongest swordsman of that time, and asked her about the Ultimate Sword. What is the Ultimate Sword? To become one with the sword. The sword and I become one. Eitri asked about the sword as a weapon, but Valentia explained the sword as a swordsman, and this was where the misunderstanding began. The sword and I become one, I become the sword. I am the sword, and the sword is me. Eitri was an ancient dwarf, and his colleagues and subordinates were also ancient dwarves. Therefore, they interpreted Valentia's words in a way that was typical of ancient dwarves. Then, let's make the user into a sword. It didn't mean that they would use a swordsman as a material for the sword. It meant that they would make the swordsman into an existence like a sword. The human blacksmiths know, even the dwarves of today would shake their heads and ask, what kind of nonsense is that? But unfortunately, yet amazingly, the ancient dwarves had the skills and abilities to realize that nonsensical thing. Ultimate One-Sword Origin. Unlike the other Ultimate 7 series, the user became one with the sword, and once equipped, the Ultimate Sword cannot be removed until the user died. A smile spread on Jude's face. His heart was pounding because of the resonance phenomenon. Gamor Khan was not weak. In terms of skill, he wasn't as strong compared to the 10 great swordmasters, but his physical abilities were at least more than them. But Jude wasn't afraid. It didn't occur to him that he couldn't win like how he felt when he fought against the Lord Protector or First Sword. Let's begin. He first began with hyper-fast thunderbolt like always. As he moved his feet as fast as lightning, Jude disappeared. His speed was hard to follow with one's eyes, but his opponent was Gamor Khan. Beastard. Gamor Khan's physical abilities amplified by Grand Order responded to Jude's speed. Furthermore, the resonance phenomenon between the Ultimate series helped him to clearly identify Jude's location. Gamor Khan did not set up his shield. Instead of showing off the strongest defense in the Ultimate series by spreading the force field, he tried to crush the body of the rushing Jude with the blade part of the shield sword. The wrist blade's strength, the immense power and speed that the swing of his arm had, the direction of his attack was correct. Its speed was also enough. The power that it carried was also enough, so Gamor Khan also heard it. Bang! The sound of something blocking his shield sword. The sound of blocking his shield sword head-on and not letting it go, having it pass by, or avoiding it. Jude's left arm blocked the blade of the shield sword. The immense strength of Jude endured the power of Gamor Khan, and it didn't end there. Jude stood firmly as if he had taken root on the earth, and he moved his arm. It seemed like he would push the blade part of the shield sword, but he pushed down the shield sword itself. At the same time, he greatly swung his right arm. Slash! Gamor Khan's chest was cut. He instantly defended against it by concentrating his aura on his chest, but it couldn't perfectly defend it. His chest was slashed and blood flowed down. Become one with the sword. Turn the user's body into like that of a sword. Make it as hard and sharp that it can stand against a sword. Jude's karate chop was like a blade. His arms were able to face the sword even without using the Black Dragon's energy. It was a dreamlike scene for fist fighters who fought barehanded. Instead of desperately evading or letting the enemy's weapon pass, he struck the enemy in the front. And Jude had one more advantage. Ultimate One was still only at its first form, and none of the seals common to the Ultimate series had been released, but it could still be used. A body like that of a sword. Therefore, the strength of his body had become so strong that it was incomparable to before. So his body could endure it now. He didn't need to hesitate or worry about his body being destroyed. The sixth door. Something that was opened incompletely. His body could not endure the full power of the Black Sun, so he couldn't fully use it then. The Black Sun's power began to rise in Jude's chest. The sixth door of Ninth Heaven's 9 doors finally brought out its full power. Bang, 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 the energy of the Black Dragon ran wild in Jude's body and soul. Black flames soared from Jude's entire body as if it exploded. Gamor Khan stepped back unconsciously. Apart from the resonance phenomenon, he felt a cold sweat flowing down behind his back. Instead of chasing Gamor Khan, Jude further activated the power of the Black Sun. The energy of the black dragon wrapped around Jude's limbs, and the black sun promptly gave Jude tremendous power. Supreme Sun Divine Art, Landius Martial Art. He had learned the basics of it, but he couldn't use it like Landius. Even if it made him invincible, using the Supreme Sun Divine Art with his body would end up destroying it because its offensive power was too strong. But not anymore. Jude could now fight like Landius. He could fight in the same way that Iron Man Landius did. He smiled and took a step forward. It was as light as the wind, but it didn't look that way to Gamor Khan. It looked like how a giant was taking a step to crush him. That was why Gamor Khan reflexively planted his shield sword. He used the power of Grand Order to form a white barrier. And Jude could tell. His hyper-fast thunderbolt could not defeat Gamor Khan's force field. So he drew his clenched fist and focused the power of the Black Sun onto one point. What he thought of was Landius' fist. He threw out a punch that could break the sky. May the muscles always be with you. The smile didn't leave his mouth. His fist punched towards the white barrier. Supreme Sun Divine Art Secret Art, Skybreaker. Jude's fist struck the white barrier. The light of the black sun covered the world. Chapter 214 Ultimate 1-4, it was a reckless attack. A senseless attempt that was actually close to just throwing his fist. But its power was extraordinary. A roar broke out. But because it was a loud roar, they couldn't properly perceive it. A crack spread over the white force field barrier. The spreading speed was so fast that it seemed like it had happened in an instant, and the sight of the force field shattering as light burst was truly fantastic. Black sun, a light that covered everything. And when that light disappeared, and everything that had been covered by that intense light was revealed again, and the immense devastation was also revealed. A huge crater appeared as if a meteorite had fallen. The ground was dug, cracks were spread on the ground, and there were no clouds left in the sky because they were driven away by the shockwaves. And Jude and Gamor Khan rolled over the floor. Jude's attack through sword origin was too strong, and Gamor Khan's defense using Grand Order was too solid. The two were unable to withstand the tremendous force caused by the collision between the fist and the shield, so they ended up being thrown into different directions. Gamor Khan was pushed more than a dozen meters as he partially dug the ground, while Jude was sprawled on the ground 20 meters away from the point of collision. For a while, neither of them showed any reactions, but at some point, both sides began to move. FCK. Jude spoke like Cordelia. He had a bitter smile and frowned from the pain. His right arm hurt. Because of his regenerative ability, he looked fine now, but it was a complete mess then right after the clash. He could move it now. He felt the pain. The sensation on his fingertips were back too. Ha! He forced himself to smile and clenched his fist. Jude grit his teeth and soon put some strength into his right arm. He lifted himself up like a zombie and swallowed his breath. Raising his head, he captured the world with his green eyes. He saw it. Gamor Khan was forcibly raising his body as his right arm drooped. Just as how his side was in a mess, the other side also looked to be in a mess. But there was a difference. Gamor Khan was also known as a monster among the Vorgs, but when it came to physical endurance, Jude was much more superior. Gamor Khan bellowed and lifted his right arm with his left hand. Judging from the appearance, he must have dislocated his shoulder. His eyes were bloodshot. His breathing was rough, and the muscles all over his body were swollen more than usual. "You shitty beastard," Gamor Khan said. Jude couldn't hear it well, but he could roughly read the other's lips. Naturally, a wild boar's head was quite different from humans, such as the shape of their lips, but curses were usually thrown in situations like this, so he could interpret the other's words by supplementing it with his imagination. Jude let out his breath, and he saw Gamor Khan move his left hand again. The giant kite shield split into two and was equipped in both his right and left arms. The second form. The 7 guilds of Swordseeker that created the Ultimate 7 series all had the same origin. Perhaps that was the reason why the 7 swords had some things in common. 3 seals. The Ultimate 7 series had a power that lived up to its name. Therefore, not everyone could handle its power. And the craftsmen of Swordseeker did not want a weak and unqualified person to use the Ultimate 7 series. That was why it had seals, so that only those who deserved the Ultimate 7 series, or at least those who could handle its power, could bring out the true power of the ultimate sword. Seal. As its name implied, the sword's power and functions were all sealed. Almost all of the ultimate swords at this time were in the form of ordinary swords, just like how the key sword was in the form of an ordinary sword, and its first form was revealed when the first seal was removed. Its basic form. The ultimate swords at this time mostly had low hurdles. Obviously, there were ultimate swords that were seriously particular of its user like Ultimate 1 and Ultimate 7, but for the other 5 swords, someone at the level of a prospect who attended the banquet of swords could use them. The first form of Grand Order was a kind of wrist blade with the blade attached to the pointed end of the kite shield. The second form went a little further from there. It took a form that made it easier to defend by dividing the kite shield vertically so that it could be equipped on both arms. Of course, it has strayed further and further from a sword. Anyway, Gamor Khan was a powerful man comparable to the 10 great swordmasters. In fact, Jude's evaluation wasn't wrong since he had experienced fighting one of the strongest among the 10 great swordmasters, First Sword, and one of the weakest, the Lord Protector. So Gamor Khan, who had revealed the second form of Grand Order, seemed to be on par with the Lord Protector. Jude took a deep breath. He tried to calm down his heart that was pounding from excitement, but he couldn't erase the smile drawn on his mouth. He proceeded. Jude kicked the ground. This time, Gamor Khan also charged at him head-on. It was a very aggressive charge like that of a wild boar, and they collided into each other again, but it was different from before. It was a mixture of offense and defense this time. Bang, 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 Gamor Khan attacked by swinging the Grand Order. Every time he attacked, the power carried in each strike was so strong that it let out terrifying shockwaves. The basic way to fight was to slash and hack using the blade attached at the end of the shield. But it wouldn't be called an ultimate sword with just that. Gamor Khan created a force field and used that force field to turn his attack from a pointed one to a non-pointed one by using the surface of the force field. He made the expression an approaching wall into a reality. Bang! Grand Order and Sword Origin collided. Jude was powered by the Black Sun and pushed back the blunt attack as he narrowed his distance from Gamor Khan. He struck his fist towards his opponent's chest. Boom! The force field broke. The white and transparent force field that started from the Grand Order attached to his arm and surrounded Gamor Khan's entire body was broken, and Gamor Khan's body slightly rose into the air. And Jude turned his body. Gamor Khan's body that had slightly risen into the air was struck by Jude's roundhouse kick, and it wasn't just a simple attack but a crushing blow. Bang! The force field he hastily created broke again. Gamor Khan was injured on his chest, but as soon as he fell on the ground, he stood up again and attacked Jude. Babba-babba-babbing, and a storm of attacks followed. At first glance, it seemed like they were wildly attacking and exchanging heavy blows, but it was actually different. Gamor Khan had overwhelming physical abilities, but he lacked the skills to match it. Jude was no longer afraid of being cut by the blade, so he blocked all his opponent's attacks with his limbs one step ahead. And Jude's attacks would hit Gamor Khan's whole body. But Gamor Khan didn't fall either, because the force field surrounding Gamor Khan would instantly be restored every time it broke from Jude's attacks. So Gamor Khan was prevented from attacking. Jude's attack destroyed the force field and did not let Gamor Khan deal a decisive blow at the same time. In fact, this was one of the battle patterns Gamor Khan used in order to win. Because in the end, this was a battle of attrition, a fight that aimed to wear out the other side first. But why? However, it was different this time. They had exchanged dozens of attacks, but Jude's movements didn't slow down at all. His attack power also remained unchanged, as if he had unlimited stamina. I can move all day. Gamor Khan couldn't read Jude's thoughts. Nor his attacks, too. Jude didn't just deal heavy blows. He parried Gamor Khan's right hand attack with his left hand before he instantly moved like a snake, and Gamor Khan suddenly saw Jude's back. Huh. The moment Gamor Khan exclaimed, his body flew into the air. He couldn't do anything as he fell to the ground. Bang! The force field on his back broke. At the same time, he momentarily lost sight of Jude. Gamor Khan hurriedly stood up, and right after sending Gamor Khan to the ground, Jude stepped back and adjusted his breathing. He thought as he watched the others stand up. A way to defeat Gamor Khan. He clenched his fist. On the other hand, Gamor Khan turned around as soon as he got up and drew his fist. Jude also pulled his fist. He once again concentrated the energy of the Black Sun onto his right hand. At that moment, Gamor Khan sped up. He quickly tried to stop Jude from making his special attack. His judgment was correct. Jude failed to launch his special attack. So instead of doing that, he let out the concentrated energy as he punched with his fist. He threw his right fist against Gamor Khan's fist, which was like a landslide falling down on him. Boom! Their fists clashed. The shockwave swept the surrounding area once again, and the fists of Jude and Gamor Khan were not in good condition. Jude's right arm was broken. His bones fragmented into hundreds of pieces. Gamor Khan's force field broke. Starting from his right arm, the force field surrounding his whole body was destroyed, and his right arm was bent at a bizarre angle. And Jude aimed at that moment. He stretched out his right hand and used Black Wind's advent instead of using Hyperfast Thunderbolt or Thunder God invokes lightning. He became a black wind and drew closer to Gamor Khan as if he was a ghost. His right arm was regenerating, but it was impossible to use it right now. It was also difficult to use the energy of the Black Sun again with just a single strike. Both sides were running out of time. Gamor Khan knew it too. That was why he was patient. He somehow tried to restore the force field in order to withstand Jude's imperfect and incoming attack and thought of counterattacking afterwards. But Jude was thinking, Cordelia. She'll probably get angry, she'll swear and cry out to me for being stupid, but it can't be helped. It's something I wanted to do when I got Ultimate One. It's something I can do because I got Sword Origin now. He clenched his left fist. At the same time, he touched the device on his waist with his right hand that had slightly recovered. The scrolls loaded inside the device were instantly destroyed as the magic spell in them activated. It wasn't some grand magic. It was a simple magic spell, but it was somehow unusual, because it was not commonly used this way. It was something that a human body couldn't bear, an extreme measure that he could use now that he became one with a sword, Strength Magic Exten. The strength of a giant was applied to his left arm. His left arm also began to tremble as if it would break at any moment. Gamor Khan instinctively understood the phenomenon before him, but Jude was too close for him to do anything. He had ran out of time. Before Gamor Khan could let out his voice, Jude's left fist that had become like a giant's fist as it was reinforced by 10 strength magic spells, then struck Gamor Khan's chest. Boom! Bang! The force field he had built in a hurry was crushed. At the unimaginable power, around half of Gamor Khan's upper body exploded. And it didn't stop there. Gamor Khan's huge body couldn't stand the power and was sent flying for some distance. A shockwave swept around, and Gamor Khan's right arm, which had grand order, soared into the air amidst the explosion of his upper body and fell to the ground with a thud. Ha! Jude drooped his bleeding left arm. His arm hurt. His arm crazily hurt. His left arm felt like it would break soon, and all the body parts connected to his left arm, including his back, seemed to be screaming in pain. Thus, Jude collapsed onto the ground in the end. But in the meantime, he ended up smiling. He burst into a laugh while looking like a mess, and Cordelia moved. Gamor Khan should have immediately died because half of his upper body was gone, but Cordelia jumped and attentively aimed at that gap, completely crushing Gamor Khan's body with a barrage of magic missiles. She approached the fallen man's body and retrieved Gamor Khan's necklace, which he had worn on his neck, removing the necklace with a purple gem that had an evil spirit inhabiting it. Gamor Khan's body let out its last breath and became an empty shell. Cordelia was surrounded by a ring of white light as she approached Jude, who was still lying on the ground. She squatted next to Jude and looked down at him. Are you satisfied? Yes, I am completely satisfied. Jude screamed instead of continuing his answer because Cordelia had gently poked his regenerating left arm, and she shook her head. What a fool. It would have been much easier if the two had fought together. He didn't have to fight like that and destroy his body. But she knew at the same time, he got a really nice item. He also powered up a lot with that, so he probably wanted to confront his opponent head-on instead of using tricks. My goodness. They said that all men are like kids. Cordelia smirked as she cast a recovery magic to aid Jude's regenerative ability. Therefore, Jude felt more comfortable and he looked up at Cordelia and said, "What do you think? Wasn't I a bit cool? Hey, you're lying on the floor while covered in blood now, okay? Your face is completely distorted from pain too, okay? But wasn't I cool?" Cordelia laughed at Jude's question. She nodded her head as if she was being generous, and then said as she pinched the immobile Jude's cheek, "Yes, yes, you were cool. Y'all be in the gates of the netherworld if you kept being cool, though." His cheeks were soft as if sword origin had been deactivated. Cordelia pulled Jude's cheek a few more times and then pinched her own cheek before she said with a big smile, "My cheeks are still better. It's my win. It must feel nice. Yes, it feels nice. I really love it." Cordelia giggled before she sat down and raised Gamor Khan's golden necklace, saying as she held the purple gem, "Hey, I completely know that you're fine, okay?" Because the true body of Gamor Khan was an evil spirit inside the golden necklace. So don't pretend to be dead. Talk to me, okay? Cordelia squeezed the purple gem one more time, and a faint light soon began to appear from the necklace. "How in the world? Well, I just know everything." As Cordelia brightly smiled, Gamor Khan spoke again. "It's no use if you're thinking of breaking the necklace. I'll just find a new place to live and move into. I'll find a new host and get back at you too. So go ahead and break it. Go on and break it." "Oh my. You scared me in order to get me to break your necklace, huh? Or are you asking me to not break it?" As Cordelia teasingly spoke, the purple gem glowed again. An evil black energy rose on Cordelia's fingers, but she made her move. Cordelia brightly smiled and turned into an angel, and Gamor Khan screamed at the moment when her angelic light came out. Angel? Why are you an angel?" "Because she's nice and pretty like an angel," Jude answered, and Cordelia blushed as she said, Anyway, I am an angel, okay? So just sleep well, okay?" When her angelic power was injected into the purple gem, Gamor Khan's screams died down, and the purple gem also lost its light. Sealing success. If they kept him alive, he would be of some use. After all, he was Malekith's subordinate. Cordelia kept the sealed necklace on her waist and said as she pinched Jude's cheek again, "Hey, it will take some time before you completely recover, right?" Probably." Then I'll continue playing with this, because it was rare for Jude to be not able to move at all. Hey, you're an angel, right? Cordelia Nim? Stay still, Mr. Black-Hearted Black Cloak. Cordelia snickered before she suddenly clapped her hands and revealed a wicked smile. She drew her face closer to the ear of Jude, who was sweating in nervousness. "Wow, the size really adjusted, huh?" Cordelia equipped Ultimate 5, Grand Order, on her right arm, and she waved her arms up and down several times in her curiosity. In the game, it was an item for warriors only, so it was a weapon that the wizard Cordelia could never equip. Haha, I am so happy. We caught Gamor Khan, got 2 Ultimate Series, cleaned up Mount Damos for our residents, and Jude became cute. Wait, what? Cordelia hummed and ignored the red-faced Jude's protest, twirling around before she said, "Anyway, shall we go back now? Not below Mount Damos, but into Mount Damos itself." "Yes, because we still need to farm some items." It was the home of the Black Horn Guild, so there must be other items to take besides Ultimate One. Yes, let's go quickly." Cordelia returned Grand Order to its stealth form and ran as she flapped her wings of light, while Jude ended up smiling. He lightly touched his ear before he began to move. Chapter 215, ELF Sword 1. Jude and Cordelia arrived at Black Town, which was the Black Horn Guild's residential area situated in the underground of Mount Damos, and they began to search each building starting from those at the far left. "Oh, Cordelia, look at this pot. The grip on the handle is really good, and the size is just right. Wow, this frying pan is awesome too." There were several household items left in a room that looked like a kitchen, and each item was a masterpiece. What was more surprising was that all of the items were in good enough condition that you could use it right away after wiping it a bit. Oh, these are so amazing. These items have been left here for more than 500 years, but they're still in good condition. What are these made of? Don't you think our pancakes will become more delicious if we make it here? Jude chattered in his excitement and turned his head at some point, and he saw Cordelia staring at him with cold eyes. "Why, what is it?" "Don't worry if you're happy, that's fine. I'll just watch you with warm eyes." Cordelia then closed her eyes and opened them again as she began to look at Jude with a really warm expression. Hey, yes. Would you rather curse me than look like that? Can I really do that? And no, please continue to look at me warmly. Jude cleared his throat and only took the pot and frying pan he was holding before he began looking elsewhere. By the way, Cordelia. Yes, Jude, how is Ultimate 5? Isn't it heavy? Well, it's much lighter than I thought. Cordelia swung her right arm that had Ultimate 5 Grand Order on it and asked Jude as if she had just remembered. The location of the other Ultimate series are still somewhat unknown, right? Yes, but we have the key sword, so we'll be able to find the others somehow. Well, since it's here now, shall we give it a try? After pulling out the key sword from his waist, Jude infused it with mana to release the seal, and then brought the key sword to the nearest Ultimate series, which was his own body. Oh, there's a reaction. When the gem on the handle of the key sword glowed, Cordelia quickly narrowed her distance from Jude. Each light color in the gem represent an Ultimate series, right? Yes, it uses the colors of the rainbow, but the colors do not mean much since it's just for identification. Jude held the key sword horizontally, and 7 colors emitted light. These ones are Ultimate 1 and Ultimate 5, right? Yes, red and blue. Ultimate 1 Sword Origin, and Ultimate 5 the Sword Shield, Grand Order. Cordelia observed the different colors as she touched the gem with her fingers, and she said after looking at the different lights. If it's yellow and green, does it mean that Ultimate 3 and Ultimate 4 are in the south? Ultimate 3 Dragon Sword Escalon, and Ultimate 4 the Explosive Blade, Magic Blaster. Unlike the 2 colors that glowed rather clearly, the rest of the colors that symbolized Ultimate 2, Ultimate 6, and Ultimate 7 glowed very faintly and weakly. I know the 3 are somewhere in the north, but does this glow mean that it's too far away to know the exact location? Yes, because in the game, they're usually found in the Empire. Didn't the Sword God use Ultimate 6? That's right, because it's a family heirloom. The Empire's best swordsman. The continent's strongest swordsman who is called the Sword God. Between Camel and him, it's unknown on who is stronger. If the Sword God was the strongest in the day, Camel was the strongest in the dark. I think Camel is the stronger one. Cordelia spoke, having read Jude's thoughts from his eyes, and he glanced at her with eyes full of excitement. Because the opinion of Cordelia, who had animal-like instincts, was worth listening to. Why do you think so? Because Camel is on our side. Because Landius was Jude's master, and Camel was Landius' best friend. Moreover, Cordelia herself was from the Slen Kingdom, while the Sword God was from the Empire. At the reason that was very much like Cordelia, Jude nodded quite awkwardly. Okay, that's just so like you, I guess. Oh, there's another reason, right? What reason? Because Camel will eventually become one of the 4 great swordsmen, right? Well, that's because the Sword God died while trying to stop one of the 7 major calamities. But the only one who survived in the end is Camel, right? It's not the strong are the ones who survive, but rather, those who survive are the strong ones. When Cordelia crossed her arms and snorted like an idiot, Jude said as his eyes narrowed. Hey, Lady Cordelia, aren't you just rambling nonsense? Cordelia immediately blushed at Jude's point. Unlike Jude, who was the incarnation of shamelessness, she was a woman who still possessed some shame. But that's why she's nice. After smiling a bit, Jude changed the topic for Cordelia, who was really embarrassed. Anyway, let's focus on getting Escalon and Magic Blaster. Yes, fighting against Malekith is our first priority. In fact, they had no reason to collect the entire Ultimate series except for Dragon Sword Escalon. But for Jude and Cordelia, whose gamer brains were already in full blast, the term collect them all was pretty much a given. If it exists, then we should collect it. What more reasons do we need? Both of them are in the south, right? Yes, the dragon sword is quite easy to find because it's kept at a certain location. Jude recalled the high elves living in the Forest of Eternity before he glanced at the green color in the gem that symbolized the magic blaster and touched his chin. Considering the distance between the colors, it seems like Magic Blaster is in the territory of the 7 southern families. 2 birds with 1 stone. They could get both the dragon sword and the explosive blade in their time on the south. In the meantime, shall we talk about our future schedule? Where aren't we going to meet the alliance candidates one by one? I had thought of that, but the plan changed. Having said that, Jude glanced at Gamor Khan's golden necklace hanging from Cordelia's waist. Because we have evidence. Huh? That's right. Cordelia clapped her hands and widely smiled as she shook her fists. Evidence. In the battle on the royal capital, Jude and Cordelia were unable to ask for Landius' help, because Landius had urgent business in the south, and that there was no way to persuade Landius. Because we didn't have any evidence. The Lord Protector is trying to massacre the royal family. Even a passing dog in the Slen Kingdom would not believe that. Therefore, Jude and Cordelia could not seek for outside help until something really happened, even when they were put into a tight spot against the enemy called the Lord Protector. That would have been the case for Malekith too. Black Dragon Malekith, who had been sealed long ago in the southern seas, will once again awaken and try to destroy the southern region. It was an unbelievable story. This alone could not stop Landius, who wandered around the world in search of Archbishop Manuela, who had destroyed the Paragon Kingdom. But they had evidence now. Gamor Khan's testimony would prove the existence and conspiracy of Malekith. So let's meet up with my master right away. I am sure that Camel and Lena will also be with Master. Wow, Lena, so we're going to fight together with the main characters of the first episode? Maybe. If he had to be honest, the idea of fighting together was impossible before because their difference in power was too wide, but it was possible for the two to fight together with them now. Wow. Isn't this completely like the Avengers? Cordelia lightly touched her chest that was pounding as she repeatedly stomped her feet. She seemed to be very excited, because Malekith is that kind of enemy. Anyway, it's the reason why we're going to the headquarters of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. To call Camel? Yes, as I said earlier, it's highly likely that Camel will be with Master. Landius didn't specifically tell Jude what they were doing in the south, but if Camel and Lena were with him too, Jude could only think that they were chasing after Archbishop Manuela. Yes, that's good. We'll stop by the Guardians of the Holy Cross to find out where Camel is and have Lena and Landius join us afterwards. Yes, that's good. I like it. Of course, that alone is not enough, so when we arrive in the south, we'll also need to get the 7 southern families' help. The fight against Malekith was different from the usual raid bosses. An army was absolutely necessary to confront Malekith. What should we do? I have an idea. He had called Scarlet to the south because he had thought about that idea before. So what's your idea? Well, it's a good one. Come here for a second. You're whispering again? Cordelia grumbled as if she didn't like it, but she silently approached Jude and pricked up her ears. So Jude whispered quietly to Cordelia, and she snickered like she always did. Haha, I like it. We can get close to Kadsa with that too. Jude was happy that Cordelia was delighted and lightly gestured as he continued speaking. Then, Countess, shall we continue our exploration? Yes, Count. Cordelia beautifully answered and took the lead as they resumed their exploration. It was deep at night. Jude and Cordelia searched the Blackhorn Guild's residential area until late at night, and they were able to pack a number of fairly usable items, one of which was Cordelia's favorite, a long-range wireless transceiver. It's like a smartphone. The palm-sized device had a large screen and several buttons, and it was a collaboration between the High Elves who survived the collapse of Endymion and the ancient dwarves who left Swordseeker. Jude, hurry up and send me a message. As Cordelia sat down by the bonfire and urged him, Jude stared at the transceiver and was troubled. It was possible to input text messages by touch as if it was really a smartphone, and aside from ancient dwarf and high elf language letters, it was also possible to input human language letters perhaps, because there were already several human countries during the time the Blackhorn Guild was destroyed. Hurry up. Cordelia prodded him again, but Jude furrowed his brows as he remained troubled. Kakao talked to a woman? He had naturally used Kakao Talk several times for work or chatting with his colleagues, but when he thought that he was sending a message to Cordelia, he was really troubled. I mean, we're facing each other right now, but what text should I send? In the end, what Jude sent was a very simple sentence after much thought. Jude, hi. Why do I feel the ground shaking? Jude raised his head and looked at Cordelia, who oohed and quickly replied. Cordelia? Yes, hello, LOL. Unlike the real Kakao Talk screen, thick white letters were displayed on the black screen like those used by the military, but her use of LOL alone made it feel cute. In fact, he had seen Cordelia stomping her feet on the ground in her excitement when he looked up. What should I reply? When I said hi, she replied hello. Then what in the world should we talk about now? Jude was somehow flustered as he had to lead the conversation, and he sent a short sentence again in the end. Jude, are you sleeping? Cordelia. No, I'm not sleeping, LOL, Cordelia. What nonsense are you talking about, rabbit emoticon, huh? Rabbit emoticon? There were no emoticons here. Rather, what Cordelia wrote was the sentence, what nonsense are you talking about, rabbit emoticon, and not a real emoticon. Cordelia. Jude asked as he blinked his eyes, and Cordelia replied with her eyes. Just imagine it, okay? If Cordelia wants it, then I have no choice but to match her. Jude. Lion saluting emoticon Cordelia. Lol, you're getting better, Jude. Cordelia touched the screen again to send text messages, but more than half of her conversation was filled with haha and LOL words. Cordelia, it's been a while since I've been on Kakao Talk. Do you remember the chat room? Jude, of course. Cordelia, do you think everyone's doing well? Jude, they'll be fine. Cordelia, you're right, LOL Cordelia. Widely smiling rabbit emoticon, that was it. Cordelia lied down next to the bonfire and glanced at Jude before she pressed the screen again to send a message. Cordelia, good night, Jude. Jude, good night too. Cordelia. Rabbit kissing the cheek emoticon, can't you just do it for me? No way. After saying that it was impossible, Cordelia giggled and turned her back, but because of the bonfire, Jude could see that her exposed ears were very red. Good night, good night. Jude lied down and closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Jude raised his head. He opened his eyes and found himself in a familiar yet unfamiliar space. What he saw was a forest. Large and straight trees stood on the left and right, and in front of him was the fresh green grass that grew up in the sunlight that peeked from the tree leaves. His unfamiliar feeling was natural. This was the first time in his life that he had seen this place, but he was familiar with it because he had already experienced being in a similar space several times. Ninth Heaven's Nine Doors. A completely black and white space where he could meet the female sage. So, is this place the same as that one? Jude took a step forward. He was barefoot and only wearing a white tunic. The texture of the grass touching his bare skin was very soft, and Jude was able to see. A woman stood in the middle of the grass area as she basked in the sunlight. She had long and light golden hair that reached the hips and very long pointed ears. A pair of mysterious-looking green eyes in her white face. For Jude, she was second to Cordelia in terms of beauty. She had an atmosphere similar to a fairy, but she felt much more like a human being. The woman looked at Jude. She seemed to be in her mid to late 20s. Dressed in a green combat uniform that elven swordsmen liked to wear, she revealed her white smile instead of introducing herself when Jude stood before her. Jude called her name that naturally came to his mind. Valentia, the elf sword, the strongest swordsman of that time whom the Blackhorn Guild master, Eitri, visited to ask about the ultimate sword. And Jude learned one more thing. She was the first owner of Ultimate One Sword Origin. Nice to meet you, my successor. She widely smiled and stretched out her hand to Jude. Rainbow colors and their corresponding Ultimate 7 series. Red Ultimate, 1 Sword Origin Orange Ultimate, 2 Yellow Ultimate, 3 Dragon Sword Escalon Green Ultimate, 4 The Explosive Sword. Magic Blaster Blue Ultimate, 5 The Sword Shield. Grand Order Indigo Ultimate, 6 Violet Ultimate, 7 Chapter 200, and 16 ELF Sword, 2. Although it was often described as 1,000 years ago, the collapse of the Iron Kingdom built by the ancient dwarves, and the destruction of Magellan, the magic kingdom built by the High Elves, did not occur at the same time. Since the Iron Kingdom was a union of 7 city-states in the first place, not all 7 city-states were destroyed by the overlords of Hell. Magellan was also the most powerful country on the continent at that time, so even their remaining forces was a power that couldn't be ignored. Anyway, the ancient dwarves and high elves suffered a fatal blow in the fight against the overlords of Hell, but their true end was hundreds of years after they defeated the overlords, when their countries naturally weakened and eventually disappeared. Of course, a lot of historical events happened in those hundreds of years. Valentia, the elf sword, was an elven swordsman in the era after the battle against the overlords ended. Inheriting the blood of the high elf royal family of Magellan, the Magic Kingdom, she actively walked around the world and helped those in need. And it was a time when the scars left by the overlords were still fresh. So humans, elves, dwarves, gnomes, and many others from various races received her help. A strong, kind, and beautiful great swordmaster. She was like an idol of that time, and everyone only said good things about her. So it was not surprising that the artisans of Swordseeker went to her to ask about the ultimate sword. Even if an orc artisan came to her instead of a dwarven artisan, the elf sword Valentia would still meet them and seriously think about the ultimate sword together. It was natural for her. With the help of Valentia, the ancient dwarves created Ultimate One and dedicated the ultimate sword to her, the strongest swordsman of that time since they could not even use it. And it was at that moment. A scene from history played in Jude's mind. We will give you the ultimate sword that we have made. Is it really okay for me to accept it? Valentia asked as she hesitated at the proposal of Eitri, the Blackhorn's guildmaster, and Eitri stroked his white beard with his rough and skilled fingers that was typical of a dwarf artisan as he cheerfully answered. It's something we can't even use anyway, because dwarves had short arms and legs. But Valentia, who did not know the truth of Ultimate One sword origin, took his words differently. I know well that dwarves prefer axes over swords, hahaha, that's not what I meant. What I mean is, aren't you the strongest swordsman in this day and age? Now that we've made the ultimate sword, isn't it natural to give it to the strongest swordsman? Being called the strongest in this day and age is embarrassing. When Valentia's cheeks reddened as she was really embarrassed, Eitri also blushed at her transcending beauty. Anyway, please accept it. It's our masterpiece that we created based on your advice. Eitri urged her again, and Valentia twitched her lips before she carefully touched the sheath of sword origin. She was a swordsman after all. She couldn't help but be lured by the words ultimate sword. It's embarrassing, hahaha, please receive it comfortably. I am telling you this now, but the Blackhorn Guild and I had made this with the thought of dedicating it to you in the first place. It would be nice if it could be your own sword. Oh, my Valentia's face turned redder, but she could not hide the smile in her face. It was a sword that the best artisans of her time had made for her, so how could she not be happy as a swordsman? Then I'll gratefully receive it. Please do so. Huke huke. The moment Eitri let out a strange laugh as he stared at Valentia happily receiving the sword, the scene playing in Jude's head ended. Jude came back to reality and unconsciously had a bitter smile. You received it. They had talked back and forth, but Valentia received it in the end. Valentia had a bright smile, but her eyes slightly twitched. I had to take it. It was the ultimate sword. It was also a sword made with Valentia in mind. How could she heartlessly reject it? And at that moment, a new scene began to play in Jude's mind. It was the scene of a young girl swinging her sword with a big smile, even though sweat was pouring down all over her body. I love the sword. I love it so much. The sword is the best. It was the very vivid thoughts and intense emotions of a young girl. And Jude immediately understood that the young girl in front of him was Valentia in her childhood, a girl who loved the sword. She was a woman who loved swordsmanship. And the scene in his head changed. Valentia equipped Ultimate One sword origin for the first time and blinked her eyes with a blank face. Become one with the sword and her would become one. Her words were correct. One could say that her dreams came true in a sense, but Jude soon felt her despair, because she was a swordsman and a woman who loved swordsmanship. Eitri, what's going on? Haha, didn't it go as you said? Become one with the sword. The sword and your body become one, turning you into like a sword. No, why did you interpret become one with the sword that way? But it had already happened. Moreover, Valentia was kind and nice, and people always said good things about her personality, so she didn't say anything more to Eitri. Do you not like it? Yuhati, that's not it, it's great. I think my dream came true. She forced herself to smile and hold back her tears, and Eitri sighed in relief. The scene ended again, and Jude was able to face Valentia, who had a tearful face now just like the scene he saw. That wait. Don't tell me, you have not lifted a sword after that. The sword origin was a sword that made its user to be like a sword, but it did not mean that the user's appearance would change into a sword. The user still had their hands and fingers, so they could still hold another sword despite having sword origin. That's what I am planning to do. He was thinking of using Ultimate 3, the dragon sword, Escalon, in their fight against Malekith once they found the sword. But Valencia had a different idea from Jude. When Jude asked her if she had another sword, she replied with a confused look. Another sword? Yes, another sword. How could I do that? Why, you know, if you're already holding a sword and you pick up another sword, it's like having an affair. CHCH cheating? It's being impolite to the sword. What is she talking about? Jude pondered for a moment and glanced at Valencia again. She had a tearful face after she said those words. She's serious. She was really serious. She really thought that holding two swords was like cheating. A woman who loves the sword and swordsmanship. Jude tried to understand her for now. And after some time, when she finally calmed down a little, he slowly opened his mouth and said, but you know about dual wielding, right? There was a swordsmanship style that wielded two swords at the same time, but Valencia was adamant. Can my successor love two people at the same time? Dual wielding is blasphemy. You can't be two-timing. Oh, okay, if she insists, then so be it. And a scene began to play in his mind again. The bare-handed Valencia was dancing beautifully, as expected of someone beautiful like Valencia. Jude was unconsciously mesmerized by the dance of a beautiful woman who was second to Cordelia, but he soon realized. Valencia wasn't really dancing now. Her movements were based on martial arts. So I started to hone my new swordsmanship. The scene in his head disappeared, and he saw Valencia in reality again. She continued to speak with a very serious face. It's my own swordsmanship style while using sword origin. A scene played in Jude's mind again. Valencia's graceful but fiery movements were truly beautiful, yet overwhelming at the same time. Sword origin and I are already one. That is why I could create a new swordsmanship style. Jude seemed to understand to a certain extent. Sword origin wasn't just a sword that strengthened his limbs. In fact, the roundhouse kick that sent Gamor Khan flying was more like a crushing blow rather than a strike. However, in the end, isn't this just taijutsu? Is there any swordsmanship in this world that uses punches? And it was at that moment. The Valencia in front of him suddenly inflated her cheeks and vehemently shouted, "It's swordsmanship. Swordsmanship, I am telling you, it's swordsmanship." Yua Valencia finally burst into tears. Apparently, she had heard words like in the end, "Isn't this just taijutsu?" a lot of times during her lifetime. It's swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? Yes, it's swordsmanship. Just because you don't use a sword doesn't mean it's not swordsmanship. That's right. It is swordsmanship, right? It really is swordsmanship, right? Of course it is. You're not wrong. Hoo. Valencia shed tears of joy, and Jude thought to himself. She's lost her mind. She was so kind and pretty, but also pitiful. But in any case, her taijutsu no, her unique swordsmanship seemed to be very useful. It enhances the power of sword origin. When he thought about his fight against Gamor Khan, it was seriously like an amateur's movements. If he could fight like Valencia, it would be possible for him to maximize the power of sword origin. That's why I appeared, I see. Please use this. Oh, thank you, you are kind. Valencia smiled softly when she received the handkerchief that Jude had given, and Jude thought, what a waste. Even though she was very pretty, she could only be second best because of Cordelia. If Scarlet had heard his thoughts, she would call him out on his nonsense. Or rather, she would wonder how Cordelia had brainwashed him. Jude then turned to Valencia again. Anyway, you can continue. Yes, hoo. See, can I blow my nose with this? Ahais, you can have it. After all, this wasn't reality but some mental space. Sniff, thank you, don't mention it. Ahum. Anyway, let me continue. Valencia cleaned her face before she looked back at Jude and said, I saw your fight. And I thought that you need guidance. Will you teach me your taijutsu no? I mean, your unique swordsmanship. Yes, but I have no intention of teaching you pure swordsmanship. My successor, you already have strong martial art techniques. Ninth Heaven's 9 doors combined with Supreme Sun divine art. So I am going to create a new swordsmanship style by combining your martial art skills and my swordsmanship. Is that possible? Yes, it's possible. As expected of a great swordmaster. Jude was in admiration as he unknowingly clapped his hands, and Valencia blushed in embarrassment before she spoke. Anyway, I am going to start studying it from today. So please teach me about your martial art skills for a while. Will we meet each other like this every day? If it's hard every day, let's meet often then. And it was at that moment. Jude suddenly raised his hand and asked, Valencianim, yes, my successor. You can call me Jude. I want to call you my successor. I prefer that. I understand. She was strangely stubborn at times, but that wasn't what mattered now. What exactly is going on? What do you mean? I mean, I've been wondering why you lay in front of me like this now. That's because I am the sword spirit of sword origin. Sword spirit? A spirit in the sword? Yes, all the Ultimate 7 series have sword spirits. At Valencia's calm explanation, Jude furrowed his brows and said, Wait, are you saying that all the users of this sword would become a sword spirit? No, they won't. I became a sword spirit because I wanted to. The other Ultimate series usually had a sword spirit from the time they were created. But Sword Origin was a sword whose goal was to unite with its user, so Eitri said that he didn't intentionally put in a sword spirit. Ah, I see. He could roughly guess on why Valencia became a sword spirit. She was a woman who loved the sword so much that she wanted to be the sword itself. In any case, it wasn't what mattered now. Valencianim. Yes, my successor. Or should I call you the 2ND generation? You can call me whatever you want. Anyway, Grand Order will have a sword spirit too, right? Yes, it has. Is it a man? No, it's a cute girl. That's a relief. Valencia tilted her head as she did not understood what was going on, but Jude was secretly delighted as he happily smiled. Then, is Cordelia meeting her sword spirit too now? Probably not. Sword spirits are usually asleep unless it's absolutely necessary. Is Valencianim an exception? Well, maybe. After all, now is the moment that you really need me. She had to teach Jude her taijutsu, or rather, her unique swordsmanship. I understand. Please teach me Valencianim. That's a good mindset. Then, my successor, please teach me your martial arts skills first. Okay, I'll begin with the basics. After he got himself into position, Jude slowly began to demonstrate the techniques of Supreme Sun, Divine Art, and Ninth Heaven's 9 doors. Morning dawned. Jude normally slept for at least 3 hours, but because of his training with Valencia, his sleeping time was forcibly extended, so he got up later than Cordelia. You're actually a late riser, huh? Hey, it's just the first time I woke up later than you, okay? No, I was the one who woke up first after the battle in the royal capital. It's my loss. Hee, I won. Cordelia had a big smile as she was really happy, but she suddenly sucked in her lips and gazed at Jude as she asked, Were you dreaming? I did, because his meeting with Valencia could be considered a dream. But it was at that moment. Then, did you dream about me? Cordelia slightly turned her head and asked as her cheeks blushed. She looked so cute that he wanted to bite her, but Jude unconsciously flinched when he thought that. Yes. Jude seemed to be embarrassed about it and replied without realizing it, while Cordelia played with her fingers and said, I dreamed of you too. Cordelia spoke in a murmur and quickly sucked in her lips in her embarrassment. Jude placed his hand over his chest because of Cordelia's cuteness and the sense of guilt that he felt. And it was at that moment again. By the way, Jude. Yes, Cordelia. Do you think that I forgot something? Cordelia asked as she felt that something was different, while Jude tilted his head. You forgot something? Yes, I forgot something. I feel as if I forgot something really important but trivial. That was it. Cordelia jumped from her seat and repeatedly stomped her feet as she was at a loss on what to do before she began to run like crazy. Towards the eastern section of Black Town. It was in the direction of the aggro generator. It's all right, I was born to be forgotten anyway. No, that's not it. Chapter 217 Forest of Eternity 1, It's all right. I was born to be forgotten anyway. No, that's not it. Cordelia spoke an apology as she held Moonlight, but Melissa remained unmoved. Come to think of it, even in the facility of the Snow Queen, I was abandoned by my old masters. I am used to being abandoned. Why are you saying something so sad and I didn't abandon you, okay? I just forgot you for a while, okay? I did come back to you, right? After one day? I am sorry. Cordelia's words trailed off as she made a long face and sucked in her lips, because she was really sorry for what she did to Melissa. She thought to herself that she had been too indifferent. She had implanted Melissa in Moonlight and completely forgot about it afterwards. Cordelia certainly had an excuse. After Cordelia had inserted her in Moonlight, Melissa did not answer for a while, even though Cordelia kept calling her. The performance of Moonlight did improve, but Cordelia became anxious because Melissa was not answering. And I eventually forgot about her since there was no answer for more than a month. She got used to Melissa not answering, and in the end, she completely stopped talking to Melissa. When she began working as Pink Bomb in the royal capital, she never used Moonlight due to various circumstances, so she completely forgot Melissa's existence. And then I called her again because I needed her help. Even Cordelia felt that it was too much. It was no different to completely treating Melissa as a tool. If Jude had treated Cordelia this way, she felt terrible from just imagining it. Are you crying? No, I am really sorry. When Cordelia's eyes reddened, Melissa was suddenly flustered and nervous, or to be exact, she let out sounds that revealed her restlessness before she quickly said, Okay, just don't forget about me anymore, okay? The coldness in Melissa's voice before was gone, and her voice had become very gentle. Cordelia then opened her eyes and hurriedly nodded. Yes, I will never forget you. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore then. Thank you, Melissa. I'll treat you well. Yes, I'll trust in you one more time. Yes, Cordelia widely smiled and kissed the gem section of Moonlight. Melissa couldn't really feel it, but she began to cough for no reason. And there was one person who was watching their entire exchange. It's quite heartwarming. Jude warmly smiled like a dad watching over the two as he nodded his head. When Cordelia felt Jude's gaze, she became shy and asked him, Why are you looking at me like that? No, I just thought that it was heartwarming. Phew. Jude warmly smiled again, and Cordelia felt like she was getting goosebumps even though she had bean pods in her eyes when she saw Jude. Stop laughing like that. You sound like a pervert. Phew. But Jude laughed again, and Cordelia was filled with a desire to hit Jude. Anyway, let's continue our business before leaving. What else are we going to do? Because we need to clean up Mount Damos. Jude gave an ambiguous answer before he stepped towards the aggro generator. The night passed, but traces of the fight still remained. The villagers were usually reluctant to approach Mount Damos, and they became even more cautious when loud sounds resounded in the mountain because of the nearby monsters that were annihilated from the incident before. What about the mountain animals? They're not coming because they're scared of the monsters' smells. Naturally, the animals would gather after smelling the rotting corpses some time later, but it was not that time yet. Okay, then I'll leave this here. Cordelia, please? Yes. While Jude placed the remains of a fake aggro device made of spare parts in a suitable location, Cordelia stared at the remains of Gamor Khan's body, or to be exact, the Vorg's body that Gamor Khan had used as his host until now. Unlike the other corpses, Gamor Khan's corpse had completely become powder perhaps because he had left that body. Well, if we bury it, no one will be able to tell, right? I think so too. As soon as Melissa agreed, Cordelia dug the ground with dig magic and buried most of the powder in the soil. Are you done? Yes, pretty much. Cordelia approached Jude after she used earth wall magic to fill the hole. Is this really going to work? As I said before, we don't have to create a perfect story. This is a good enough and believable story. Rather, it's more realistic to have some loopholes. At the words of the skilled scammer, the prospective scammer nodded her head, and Melissa was feeling complicated at the scammer couple's behavior. Jude's scam his plan was as simple as always. On Mount Damos, the Black Hand mercenaries led by Gamor Khan were wiped out after a fierce battle against the monsters. It was true up to this point. It was true that Gamor Khan fought against the monsters on Mount Damos. Mix the truth with some lies. That was one of the basics in making a compelling story. And what Jude added to the story was as follows. A battle broke out because Gamor Khan failed to control the monsters of Mount Damos with a monster-attracting device. The evidence was the half-broken aggro generator lying in the middle of the battlefield. Jude and Cordelia were passing by and discovered Gamor Khan's atrocious plan. Gamor Khan had already lost his troops in their battle against the monsters, so he fled. Wait, we passed by here? We didn't use a road but passed by Mount Damos itself. We can say that we stopped by the mountain to fight the monsters for the sake of our residents. I see. And this was also true. After getting Ultimate One, they had tried to wipe out the monsters to some extent. Moving on, in order to pursue the fleeing Gamor Khan, Jude and Cordelia set out on their way again, leaving only a letter that gave a full account of the events. While explaining on what happened in Mount Damos, it was a story that would give Jude and Cordelia a legitimate reason to hurriedly leave the place, rather than remaining and cleaning up the fief. Because Gamor Khan is just an average-sized Vorg if you exclude the necklace and Grand Order. Moreover, his body was burned, so even if an acquaintance came, it would be impossible to verify his identity. And that would be how we can naturally explain having Ultimate 5. Want the Black Hand mercenaries become hostile to us? It's an organization that would become hostile to us when we fight Malekith anyway, and they're also far in the south. That's true. Cordelia clapped her hands and then looked at Moonlight, clearing her throat as she puffed up her chest and said, "Did you see that? That's my Jude. Yes. He's an amazing scammer." While Melissa held back from saying her thoughts, Cordelia read Jude's letter to the villagers. "I like it. It feels like we're telling our residents that we care about them." Thale really like it. We told them that they could take all the monsters' parts. In addition, they could enter Mount Damos from now on, so from the perspective of the villagers, it was like they hit the jackpot. "Oh, you're right. Anyway, what about my notice?" It could become a problem if the notice was found. When Cordelia looked around, Jude grinned and took out what he had hidden in his pocket. "I've already recovered it. Destruction of evidence is one of the basics." Ooh. A special powder was spread on the notice, so it was possible to track its location with a single search magic even in this messy place. "See that, Melissa? That's my Jude. Yes. Destruction of evidence is a crime." As Melissa held back from saying her thoughts again, the black-hearted Jude and the newly black-hearted Cordelia looked at each other and smiled before they began to go down the mountain together. When the mayor of the village near Mount Damos was reading the letter from Jude and Cordelia with a surprised face, the two were running along the mountain path while in a merged state like always. Well, I feel like I've gotten used to her strange words, because at some point in time, carrying her on his back became called as merging. Anyway, Jude stopped for a while as he fixed Cordelia's position before he spoke. "Let's decide our course again at this point. Don't we have to go southwest from here, since there's a branch of the Guardians of the Holy Cross there?" The branches of the Guardians of the Holy Cross were usually located deep in the mountains, but the branch the two were heading to was different. This 300-year-old branch of the Guardians of the Holy Cross was in the trading city of St. Crout, located at the entrance to the southern region between the border of the central and southern regions. It's a case wherein a village was formed in the place of the original branch, and the village grew, becoming a trading city. I know that. Yes, but I thought that I have to explain it anyway. Jude had a bitter smile before he continued. Anyway, if we want to go from here to St. Crout, we have to use the Senez Canal or cross the Kanos Mountains that's connected to Mount Damos. Yes, that's the usual route, right? It's the usual route. Jude smiled and Cordelia asked as she hugged Jude's neck. What is it? What is it? Is there another secret route that only you know? Well, something like that. It was actually the route that Valencia had taught him last night. Jude fixed Cordelia's position and turned to the south as he said, You do know that if you go straight down here, you'll see the Forest of Eternity, right? Yes, but that's the Forest of the Elves. Unlike the dwarves who lived and did business with humans, the elves in the Slen Kingdom totally avoided contact with humans. The Forest of Eternity now was even sealed with a powerful barrier magic developed during the era of the Magic Kingdom, Magellan. So it was no different from the realm of demons for humans, because once they step inside, they could no longer come out. In the game, one could only enter after the fall of the Slen Kingdom, right? Because the elves were also attacked by the demons. In the midst of the destruction of the southern region after the northern and central regions of the Slen Kingdom, the elves who had been consistent with their seclusion policy eventually had to face the demons alone and were defeated. The last king of the elves went mad and became an undead. I remember him. His name was Kelthur. In the background setting, he inherited the throne after 4 months. He must be a prince now, right? Probably. He's the first in the line of succession or something like that. In any case, that wasn't what mattered now. Now that the northern and central regions were in good shape, The Forest of Eternity would not fall if the southern region's collapse was completely prevented. Can't we get help? They want help because they still secluded themselves even when the country was being destroyed, and also because of the nobles in the south. I see. Anyway, why the Forest of Eternity? Is there a way for us to go through the barrier? Yes. It was actually a path around the outside of the Forest of Eternity, but even with that, they would be able to reach St. Croute faster than any other route. Wow, how can you keep it to yourself? You didn't post it in the Legend of Heroes Guide website. It's the reason why I am first place, remember? His words were quite annoying, but for some strange reason, she didn't hate it. Cordelia hugged Jude's neck and said, "Anyway, let's hurry up." "Yes, madam." After he firmly secured Cordelia's position, Jude began running towards the south. The Forest of Eternity looked like a mysterious place. Large trees that were around 10 meters tall were lined up like walls, and a thick fog spread throughout the day, making the surroundings hard to distinguish. "Hey, do you really know the way? Can we go out when we go in?" When Cordelia asked with an anxious face, Jude nodded his head. "Maybe. Maybe? Wait, I thought that you've been through here?" "No, I mean wait for a while." The awkwardly smiling Jude broke 2 flowers blooming nearby and chanted the spell Valencia had taught him. "Good, here." Jude put the red flower in his waist and put the remaining white flower in Cordelia's hair. "What is this?" "It's a sign. With this, the forest will recognize us as elves, or to be exact, as inhabitants of the forest. Then we won't get lost here?" "Yes, probably." Jude held back from saying his last thought and turned around as he began walking. It was not that he didn't trust Valencia, but the atmosphere of the forest was so terrible that his heart was pounding. Cordelia was also wary of their surroundings, and she hugged Jude's neck tighter than usual. After 10 minutes. In order to not provoke the elves, Jude walked along the border of the forest, but at some point, the two simultaneously looked at one place. Because Jude perceived it with his sharp senses while Cordelia with her animal-like instincts. That way, it's coming. Cordelia jumped off Jude's back and closed her eyes as she listened to the sounds. She figured out the situation as if she was really like a wild animal. "I can barely hear footsteps. It's a very light step, but they're being chased. The pursuers are running wildly. Their number is at least 7, I think." When did she develop such a skill? Jude turned to the direction Cordelia had pointed instead of asking her. Cordelia said afterwards, "They'll get caught soon if we don't help." They were in a situation where they didn't know who was being chased or who was chasing. But Jude and Cordelia began running in the direction of the sound they heard. If the person being chased was on the good side, the two would help that person. But if the person was on the bad side, the two would capture that person. It was a very simple logic. Naturally, they had a choice of pretending to not know and just pass by, but that was impossible for the two. Because it was the habit of Rotten Waters on not to miss an incident when it occurs. "Is anyone there? Help." The voice of a woman sounded crystal clear and urgent. Jude and Cordelia's speed became a little faster. Chapter 218, Forest of Eternity, 2. There was no exclamation mark or question mark floating somewhere in between the trees, but Jude and Cordelia were able to quickly find the owner of the voice. The entire forest was dark because of the branches that covered the sky, but that being stood out in such a forest. "Elf, I'll go first." Jude shouted and used hyper-fast thunderbolt. Instead of chasing Jude, who had disappeared from her sight, Cordelia continued to run and look ahead. Platinum blonde hair and white armor. In contrast to the female elf who stood out because of her white color, she also saw several humanoid monsters whose forms were indiscernible because they were completely black. What should she do at this moment? Cordelia didn't think about that. She just instinctively released her magic. Light, a basic light magic spell. However, the mana she consumed was not normal, so the intensity of the light was quite strong. The light didn't stop at driving out the darkness of the forest, as it even swallowed up the surroundings with light like a flash bomb explosion. Ah! At the blinding light, the woman tightly closed her eyes and screamed, and so did the monsters. And Jude appeared. Jude's back was facing the light, so he was able to clearly identify the location and type of enemy in that white world. Female elf. White armor. Platinum blonde hair tied up in a bridal bun style. Very white skin. She somehow looked like Valencia, whose beautiful face was second to Cordelia. But it wasn't her beautiful appearance that mattered. Jude saw a golden coat of arms painted over the white armor. It was the coat of arms of the prime royal family. High elf royalty. Kelthur, who became a skeleton king after the fall of the elves, was also wearing an armor with that coat of arms. And the monsters. Their entire bodies were covered in black smoke, and green flames burned in their eye sockets. It was probably a shade monster. Then there was nothing more to examine. Jude grabbed the arm of the struggling and screaming elf princess, whose eyes were still closed, carried her in his arms, and then threw her towards Cordelia. Kaya, but there was no sound of someone falling to the ground. Cordelia had probably caught the elf with her telekinetic power. So instead of looking back, Jude moved his feet. He swung his arm towards the nearest shade. Slash. His hand, filled with the black dragon's energy, was like a sword that cut the shade's throat. The black smoke instantly scattered, and Jude swung his arm again and split the shade's torso. Bang! The black smoke burst. But at that time, Jude had already flown somewhere else. The shade with green flames as eyes was cut in the waist by his sharp roundhouse kick, and as for the three shades behind it, Jude swung his sword-like hand as if he was using swordsmanship. Slash! His sharp and huge sword cut down the shades and trees at the same time. A huge tree fell to the side with a rumbling sound, and because of that, branches broke and other trees fell, creating a louder noise. And Jude realized something. His way of combat had changed. He was now using his martial art skills as if they were swordsmanship techniques. Valencia, she was the sword spirit of Ultimate One. It was her influence. Valencia's experience and swordsmanship had naturally fused with him, who had become one with sword origin. Wait a minute. Valencia is one with the sword origin, and I have become one with that sword origin. Jude had a very strange thought at that moment, but he soon came to his senses. Now was not the time to think about such a thing. There were still some shades left. Jude. The moment he heard Cordelia's voice, 3 spears of light pierced the chests of the remaining shades. An angelic halo of light spread out and glowed above Cordelia's head. Hey, you're thinking of something weird. Jude flinched when Cordelia suddenly shouted, but instead of answering her, he created a black and gold gale to completely scatter the surrounding black smoke. Shades could revive themselves as long as there was smoke. Did she notice when she looked at my eyes, or is this her beast-like intuition like always? In any case, Jude shook his head to get rid of his thoughts and properly finish off the shades. It's a high elf royalty. When he spoke with message magic, Cordelia was surprised and looked back at the elf princess lying on the ground. Or to be exact, the elf princess whom Jude threw and Cordelia caught with her telekinetic power before she roughly laid the elf on the ground. It's a face I don't know. All the elves in the Forest of Eternity appeared as undead anyway. It would seriously be strange if you knew their faces. It was as Jude had said. Therefore, instead of thinking more about it, Cordelia helped the elf princess in sitting up, and Jude approached them after breathing a sigh of relief. Are you okay? Human language. The elf princess answered Cordelia's question with a question, and she looked at Jude and Cordelia with a blank face before she exclaimed in surprise. Human. She shouted out loud and suddenly groped Cordelia's face with both hands, or to be precise, Cordelia's ears, and once again exclaimed in surprise. Short ears, but you're pretty. The book says that humans are ugly. Why are you pretty? Are you not human? I am human. Cordelia answered with awkward smile at the response of the elf princess, since she did not know if it was a compliment or an insult, and she glanced at Jude. She wanted him to do something right away. Your Highness, we are humans from the Slen Kingdom. The elf princess turned her head to Jude when he spoke, and she was surprised again. You're handsome. You're a human, so why are you handsome? Other handsome humans exist too. It felt strange for him to say something like that, but it was true. In addition, the girl in front of you is the most beautiful and loveliest girl among the who dispel. Hey, you dispelled it again? The red-faced Cordelia hurriedly used silence magic, but it was useless. Jude had torn a scroll and instantly defended himself before he spoke with a warm smile. Please don't think that it's strange because she's the most beautiful human ever. Then are you like that too? Yes, that's right. He's the coolest, dashing, and most handsome human ever. Cordelia loudly shouted when she found the opportunity to do so. She was hoping that he would be embarrassed, so she even smiled triumphantly, but she was mistaken. There was a huge gap between Jude and Cordelia's shamelessness. Cordelia, I didn't know that you usually thought of me that way. For Cordelia, I am the coolest, dashing, and most handsome human in the world, huh? And no. It's not like that, okay? Phew, no need to be shy, okay? What's wrong with him? Cordelia almost screamed that unconsciously, but she managed to suppress it and send a message magic afterwards. What about you? For you, I am the most beautiful and loveliest girl in the world. It was a landmine. Even though she sent it with message magic instead of her voice, she ended up taking mental damage from it. Moreover, her opponent was Jude. Of course. You are truly the most beautiful and loveliest girl in the world. He smirked as his eyes seemed to shine. But why does he look so handsome when he does that? You are my eyes. She was completely defeated. Cordelia was completely embarrassed as she faltered and sank to her knees, and the elf princess looked at her with a face that did not understand on what was going on. Are you okay? Are you hurt? No, she's all right. Please don't worry about her. Jude politely answered and narrowed the distance between him and the elf princess before he courteously greeted her. I am Count August Bayer of the Slen Kingdom. This is my fiancée, Countess August Chase. Count. Noble, are you human nobles? That is correct. When Jude answered, Cordelia raised herself and stood next to Jude before she courteously greeted. I greet the royal princess. Then she pinched Jude behind his back, but it was useless. Jude was able to shrug off the wizard's physical attack with a smile. So annoying. Cordelia was annoyed and wanted to stomp her feet repeatedly, but they were in front of an elf princess now. After she held herself back, she focused on the elf princess again. We are the prettiest and handsomest humans. Seriously. Are you crazy, Jude? In the end, Cordelia cursed him in her mind. The elf princess seemed to have done away all her embarrassment so far, and she said in a very proper and dignified voice peculiar to royalty. As you may have guessed, I am an elf princess. But how did humans recognize me? It had already been more than 300 years since the exchange between humans and elves in the Forest of Eternity was cut off. For elves who lived for more than 500 years, especially for high elves who lived for 1,000 years, it happened within the same generation. But for humans, it was a long time ago that they had to trace the ancestors of their ancestors. But why did humans immediately recognize an elf princess? At her reasonable question, Jude gave a reasonable answer. I saw the coat of arms of the Prime Royal Family and understood it. The coat of arms of the Prime Royal Family was painted on the white breastplate. Do humans know the coat of arms of the elf royalty? Because the Prime Royal Family is special. The Prime Royal Family were the only high elf royalty in Slen. Just like the saying, better a castle of bones than of stones, Jude knew very well that it was better to say something that was pleasant to the ears. Because the Prime Royal Family is the only noble high elf royal family that has connections to the magic kingdom of Magellan. And there are still many people outside the forest who remember the sword of the elf sword. Is that true? When Cordelia asked with wide open eyes, Jude replied without looking at her. No, it's not. Valentia's heyday was as far as 1,000 years ago. If one generation was every 30 years, then it was 33 generations ago. And even if he was wrong, it was impossible for humans to remember her because they had lost a lot of records of ancient history. But elves were different. For high elves who lived for 1,000 years, Valentia was someone who was their grandmother or great-grandmother. And Jude's prediction was right again. The elf princess could not hide the pride in her face. That's true. You've answered my question, so it would be polite for me to reveal myself. In fact, saving her life was greater than answering her question, but humans and elves were the same in that they couldn't just complain to royalty. Jude and Cordelia quietly waited, and the elf princess said after she cleared her throat, I am Leica Prime from the Prime Royal Family, descendant of the first king, Grave Prime, and first in line to the throne. The elf princess, Leica, introduced herself, and Cordelia was surprised as she sent a message magic to Jude. First in line to the throne? What about Kelthur then? Wasn't Kelthur the next king? Not long before Kelthur became king, I think something happened in that time. Moreover, the High Elf royal family should have appeared as significant undead monsters in the game, but it was the first time Jude, and Cordelia had heard of her name even though they had played in the Forest of Eternity hundreds of times. It's impossible that a new character, who didn't even appear in the game, would appear now. It was only a year or so between now and the time when the elves of the Forest of Eternity would become undead. In the course of that year, the elf princess in front of them must have died in some way. Was she supposed to have died just now? Princess Leica was being chased by shades. She was definitely in a crisis, but she was still a high elf royalty, so she wouldn't easily die. No, she's already in trouble if she's running away in the first place. Moreover, she was empty-handed. She didn't have anything like a weapon. Have we unexpectedly changed history? Something is coming. It was at that moment. At Cordelia's words, Jude quickly turned to the direction she was looking, and he withdrew his earlier thoughts. It's not here. It was not the place where Princess Leica would die, because there were other people who could save her besides Jude and Cordelia. Lloyd, a white unicorn appeared through the bushes. With spotless white fur, light bluish mane, and clear blue eyes, they thought that it was a divine creature. You came for me? Niig. The unicorn, Lloyd, responded by rubbing its face on Princess Leica's cheek, and soon turned its gaze towards Jude and Cordelia before its eyes began to sparkle. The unicorn approached Cordelia under the guise of a very good expression before it pushed its face and pretended to be close, and soon began to lick Cordelia's cheek. Kaya, it tickles. Cordelia laughed and pushed Lloyd's face away, but the unicorn kept pushing its face and licking Cordelia's cheek as if it was playing a prank. This bee-starred. Jude didn't even count 3 seconds this time. He quickly reached out and pulled Cordelia and sent Lloyd a murderous look like the one he once sent to First Sword. Nay, it was a beast and not a divine creature. Because of Jude's overwhelming threatening look, the unicorn flinched and stepped back, and Cordelia looked at Jude with a strange expression. What are you jealous? Are you jealous of a horse? It was a situation opposite from usual as a smile gradually spread on Cordelia's face while Jude's earlobe began to turn red. Jude was always shameless, but he was also shy in some strange places. Haha, you're jealous. While Cordelia was feeling happy, Jude coughed for no reason before he turned to Princess Leica. It's a unicorn. It was scared of Jude's murderous look for a moment, so it had stepped backwards, but a unicorn was not weak. In particular, the unicorn in front of them seemed like a completely different creature from the bicorn they had encountered in the past. He's a friend I grew up with since I was a kid. Princess Leica stroked Lloyd's mane with a happy face as if she did not notice Jude's murderous look earlier. She then quickly climbed onto the unicorn's back and said, "But why are there humans inside the Forest of Eternity? I mean, how did you get in?" There was a barrier outside the Forest of Eternity that blocked the outside from entering. After a brief thought, Jude took out the flower he had on his waist and replied, "I am a human being who inherited the sword of Valentia Prime, the elf sword. In addition to her swordsmanship, I've also learned some secrets." The elf sword? Yes, she also had several human disciples. It was actually not possible for them to know if she had any human disciples or not, but Valentia was someone who sat down and chatted with a dwarf artisan, so she would have gotten along well with humans too. I see. Then what is your purpose for entering the Forest of Eternity? We had no intention of going inside the forest. We tried to move along the outer part of it, but we heard the voice of the princess and came running. At Jude's explanation mixed with truth and lies, Princess Leica pondered for a while before she slowly nodded her head. As I thought, is this completely because of Orion's guidance? Princess Leica mentioned the name of the forest god, Orion, who was worshipped by the elves of the Forest of Eternity. Afterwards, she talked to Jude and Cordelia again. "Humans, I need your help. Can you lend your strength to me and my knights?" Jude and Cordelia simultaneously thought the same thing at her solemn question. It was, at the very least, a legendary quest. It was also the plea of help from a high elf princess who was destined to die within a year. Perhaps would saving Princess Leica lead to saving the elves of the Forest of Eternity from their destined ruin? The direct cause of the fall of the Forest of Eternity's elves was clearly the invasion of foreign enemies after the collapse of the Slen Kingdom. But it was at that moment. "Your Highness, with all due respect, can you please tell us on what had happened?" Cordelia politely asked, and Princess Leica furrowed her brows a little before nodding her head. "You're not my servants, so I can't ask for your help in ambiguous words." I'll tell you then. I am now on an expedition with my knights to defeat Jabberwock, a forest monster and enemy of the Forest of Eternity. So please join our punitive force and help us defeat Jabberwock. Judging by the content of her words, it was like a common quest. But Jude and Cordelia reflexively looked back at each other, because a name that should not be heard here was mentioned. Jabberwock, the Jabberwock that we know about. Jude nodded at Cordelia's gaze, because Princess Leika's death could be explained if it was Jabberwock. Jabberwock, a monster that could turn into any monster. One of the 7 major calamities that caused the destruction of Pleiades. Jude and Cordelia turned to Princess Leika. Chapter 219, Forest of Eternity. 3. The story development of Legend of Heroes 2 was largely divided into 3. In the first half, each character had their own circumstances. Each of the 11 playable characters had a starting point, and the situation at their starting point was also different. So just like the saying, no two men are alike, they all had different stories. At this time, characters without overlapping roots were better, because if their roots overlapped, one side would be destroyed, corrupted, or killed in the story. Like Cordelia and Lucas, it was impossible for the two to be compatible in single-player mode. If one proceeded with Cordelia, Lucas would become a demonic human, and if one proceeded with Lucas, Cordelia would be completely corrupted and turn into a demon. Moving on, the events in the northern, central, and southern regions were set in the early to middle parts of the game. Some characters began their stories quite early like Cordelia and Lucas, but most of them began their stories before and after those 3 consecutive events took place in the Slen Kingdom, because the beginning of Kadja's story was her escape from Malekith's attack. In the game's storyline, the southern region was completely destroyed by Malekith and the Dragonflights. Kadja's story was that she led her family as they somehow escaped from the south amidst the chaos. The 7 major calamities began in the middle part of the game. The Slen Kingdom was already on the verge of destruction due to the successive events, and when the 7 catastrophic beings appeared, it completely destroyed the kingdom and also led to the downfall of the Empire. In the game, all of the 7 major calamities were eventually defeated, but the damage accumulated in the meantime was so great that the 2 great powers collapsed in the end. If it had ended here, I would have been more hopeful for the future, but unfortunately, the story continued in the latter half of the game's storyline. The final battle with the demon followers. It was the part where the demon followers, who had already been weakened by the 7 major calamities, began to actively gather. The demon followers tried to begin the great summons while the heroes went into a final battle in order to stop them. But it was the demon followers who eventually won the battle. As a result, the great summons occurred and the inhabitants of heaven and hell descended on earth. The overlords of hell and the archangels of heaven began Armageddon, which was a great war between good and evil, and the world was roughly destroyed. The worlds of heaven and hell were not harmed. Only the earth, which had become a battlefield, was destroyed. All the countries established by humans collapsed without a single country left, and more than half of the remaining humans died in the aftermath of the war. It's terrible when you think about it. It was a reality now and not a story in a game. Jude could find a way to save himself, but when he thought of Cordelia, Gal, Adelia, and the others who would lose their lives from the war, that alone made his hands and feet tremble. That's just how important she is to Jude, ha. Anyway, the middle part of the game is the fight against the 7 major calamities. One of them was Myriad Shapeshifter Jabberwock, who was just like its name. Myriad Shapeshifter. A myriad of transformations. A monster that could transform into anything. Jabberwock was reborn as a real calamity when it combined with Jabberwock, a high-ranking demonic human of the Devil's Horn who had the same name. And Jabberwock had the ability to transform into a creature that one feared the most. Because of that, it became popular because its form in the boss fight was different for each character. The difficulty also changed depending on the playable character. In any case, this was an opportunity to defeat Myriad Shapeshifter Jabberwock. It hasn't merged with Jabberwock yet. It had not yet become one with demonic human Jabberwock who had the same name. Just like how they stopped the Snow Queen in the Wild Lands, it was now possible to get rid of Jabberwock early. We can attack it again and again. They could kill it before it becomes a calamity. And perhaps this could save both the Forest of Eternity and the elves. Then we could rely on them, because there were no such things as humans or elves in the face of a calamity. They would surely be a strong ally in the upcoming battle against the 7 major calamities. And now, we can get the help of the elves. It was a battle that they couldn't refuse. Naturally, if Jabberwock was stronger than expected, they could retreat and strengthen their power before attacking for the second time, but that was also something they would only know once they fought it. What's wrong? Do you know anything about Jabberwock? Cordelia's lip twitched at Princess Leika's question, and Jude responded as naturally as always. Yes, the 2 of us are actually members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. We've read about the forest monster, Jabberwock, at the headquarters of the Guardians. Oh, the Guardians of the Holy Cross is still standing strong. When Princess Leika spoke with a very pleased face, Cordelia blinked her eyes and asked, "Do you know about the Guardians of the Holy Cross?" "I know about them. Before the Forest of Eternity's barrier was activated, my ancestors helped establish the Guardians of the Holy Cross in the days when we still interacted with humans. It was a story of the past that was 500 years old at the most." So Jude nodded his head and said, "Yes, we still remember the help of the elves. There's actually an elf who is still active." "Really? May I know their name?" "Master Eltharion. Oh, Eltharion, he is my great-uncle." Princess Leika was delighted while Cordelia tugged Jude's sleeve. Jude, what's a great-uncle?" "The brother of one's grandfather." "Ah, he was more than 500 years old, and he was the brother of Leika's grandfather." It was a possible story, since high elves lived for 1,000 years. "Then it's better if you 2 belong to the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Of course, the 2 of you will help us, right? Then I will not only forgive you for trespassing into the Forest of Eternity, but also reward you for fighting together with us." "Ah, naturally, I'll also reward you for saving me." As Princess Leika smiled and spoke in a dignified voice, Cordelia pulled Jude's sleeve again. "I think our kingdom's princess is better." Princess Daphne seemed to have more dignity. Jude heard Cordelia's comments and barely managed to suppress his laughter before he replied with a polite expression. "Well, gladly accept it. They would first try to fight together with the elves, and if they really couldn't do it, then they could also run away. It won't take that long." Even though the Forest of Eternity was big, it was only at a level of a small country. Moreover, the fact that they were still in the outskirts of the forest, but met the punitive force could only mean that Jabberwock lived in the outskirts too, so they could face it in a day or 2 at most. "I love your spirited answer." And around the time when a beautiful smile, second only to Cordelia's, spread on Princess Leika's face. The voices of elves came from beyond the bushes. They seemed to be the knights of the punitive force, given that Princess Leika was relieved to hear their shouts as she also shouted loudly. But what are they saying? The elf language was in his memory palace, but that didn't mean he could understand their language immediately. It's discomforting. He was a little nervous because he couldn't understand what they were saying, but it was at that moment. The elves' words began to change when Cordelia placed her hand on Jude's shoulder and whispered a spell. "Safe, Your Highness." "But Your Highness, who are these people, eh? Humans? Don't be afraid of them. They helped me. Moreover, they know about the Prime Royal family." Princess Leika spoke a bit overbearingly to the elven knights who appeared through the bushes. And Jude turned to Cordelia. "Wow, translation magic exists?" "Yes, it exists." Cordelia shrugged her shoulders as she puffed up with pride, and she continued with her eyes. "It's a spell the witch used to communicate with demons." "Oh, I see." He then understood that it was a universal translation magic. "You're quite talented, huh? As expected of a wizard." "Haha, praise me more." "No, compliment me." It was at the moment when the elated Cordelia raised her chin. "Count August Bayer and Countess August Chase." At Princess Leika's call, Cordelia quickly lowered her raised chin and became embarrassed, while Jude calmly replied after suppressing his laughter that was about to burst this time. "Your Highness may call us Jude and Cordelia." "Yes, that would be better." "Then, Jude and Cordelia, let us go to my place. Let's talk about the details there. We shall obey your command." Jude had a small smile as he once again politely answered, "Take a rest here." "Yes, Your Highness." The Forest of Eternity was not a place that was full of trees from the beginning to the end. On the contrary, It was not an exaggeration to say that the inside was actually an open space except for the outer part, because there are meadows and lakes inside. The camp of the punitive force was also set up in the open space, but it was not that big since elves only had a small population. Are there only 20 people in the punitive force? One could say that it was too little for a punitive force led by a princess, but it was acceptable if everyone was a knight. Why? Just because they have a small number doesn't necessarily mean that they are elite knights. I mean, they're elves. You understand what I mean? Something like your next-door neighbor is a sword master, your other next-door neighbor is an arch-wizard, and the neighbor behind your house is a bow master. Yes, something like that. Even an ordinary villager, who was not related to the royal family, was an elf who could live for 500 years. 500 years. For as long as 500 years. The skill levels of elves were naturally incomparable to humans. Even if they just swung an axe every day for 100 years, they would inevitably become masters after 200 years, regardless of whether they had the talent or not. Those who say that elves are slow learners are just speaking nonsense. Sometimes, there were games and novels that introduced the setting elves are slow learners because they have a long lifespan, but it was something ridiculous for Jude. The elves were not a slow-witted race, just because they could learn swordsmanship in 100 years that a human could learn in 10 years. Even if it took them several times as long when compared to a human, their level of proficiency was still different from a human. Legolas was amazing too. Jude, the one from The Hobbit. Cordelia, no, the one in The Lord of the Rings. Jude, what? Did you watch The Lord of the Rings at the theater? Cordelia, yes, when it was re-released. You haven't watched it. Jude, at the time of the movie's first release in theaters, Jude was living in some remote place, so he didn't know about the existence of The Lord of the Rings. And even if he was in South Korea then, he still wouldn't be able to watch it because of the age limit. I didn't watch it because it was too long. Cordelia, then, why did you watch The Hobbit? Jude, because the main character was very handsome. Ah, he starred as Watson too. Cordelia, do you like Sherlock? Jude, yes, I like it. Cordelia, Jude then recalled that Cordelia had once said that she watched Sherlock, so she knew about the Memory Palace. You like British TV shows, huh? Jude, yes. Anyway, they're looking at us. Cordelia, Jude came to his senses at Cordelia's words, and he looked in front of him again. Princess Leica stepped inside a large tent erected in the center of the camp together with knights that seemed to be close to her, and a young female elf was looking at the two with curious eyes. I am called Talanda. Ah, I have to speak in the human language. I am Talanda. Follow me. I'll show you where to rest. Besides Princess Leica, I am the only one who knows how to properly speak the human language, so if you have anything to say, find me. Although her pronunciation was a bit awkward, they had no problem understanding it, because they had translation magic in the first place. Therefore, Jude responded appropriately and followed Talanda as they stepped inside a small tent. You can rest here. I'll be outside. Talanda went outside, so Jude and Cordelia looked around the inside of the tent. All the furniture had a luxurious feel, which was to be expected of the elves. They have a lot of time. So it was common to put a lot of effort in creating just one piece of furniture. Jude, shall we talk about Sherlock? What's your favorite season? Mine is season 3. The slightly excited Cordelia was very cute, but Jude said as he held up a finger between his lips. SHH, let's listen to their talk outside. At Jude's words, Cordelia blinked once before nodding, because she could hear the elves' conversation with her ears that were much more sensitive than Jude. Humans? You said that they are humans? Yes, it's the first time you've seen one, right? I've never seen one either. But aren't humans ugly? They are good-looking. He said that she was the most beautiful human. I think I understand. My pig is really pretty. That's why it's cute. What are you talking about? Anyway, I think that they will join the subjugation. The humans. How old are they? 40 years old? 50? Aren't they still babies? Well, they said that humans get old quickly. Maybe they're around 30 years old. They're like newborns then. So how will they be useful? They'll definitely be useful since they were brought here. And perhaps the legend is true. That only humans can defeat Jabberwock. Yes, that one. The elf was right. The reason why the elves of the Forest of Eternity couldn't defeat Jabberwock for hundreds of years and only sealed him whenever it woke up was because it was born with a curse that it could only be killed by a human. Only a human could kill it. In short, they could not kill it because they weren't human. But is it all right if we're this noisy? It's all right. My grandfather said that humans have poor hearing unlike us, so they can't hear us even if we're just a bit far away from them. What a pitiful race. They have a short lifespan, their hearing is poor, and they have ugly faces. Instead, they have a lot of children. They grow up quickly too. It's quantity over quality. Somehow, they resemble the orcs. That's right. So let's be nice to them. They're a pitiful race. Okay. What the FCK are they saying? The last one was obviously Cordelia. She spoke in a low voice so that only Jude could hear her, but when he looked at her face, she seemed to be angry. What the FCK is wrong with them? Just what the FCK. As Cordelia let out F-words from her mouth, Jude realized one thing. That's right, Cordelia was a girl who liked to curse. A girl who liked to speak the F-word. He had forgotten because he hardly heard her swearing these days, but it reminded him of the past, and he found it nice to hear it after a long time. Well, I am not normal either. I also like to use the F-word. But it was at that moment. Cordelia noticed Jude's gaze and flinched before she pressed and wiggled her pointer fingers together and said, Jude. Yes, Cordelia. Do you hate people who swear? Like those who constantly use the F-word? At her timid question, Jude felt as if his heart was about to stop. Because the Cordelia who was worried that he hated cursing was very cute. Is it because of me that her swearing has been reduced these days? I thought that it was because her memory of the present life was stronger than the previous life. If it's really because of me, isn't she such a lovely creature? Jude. When Cordelia asked again as she wiggled her fingers, and Jude smiled before answering her. No, it's all right. FCK is an exclamation, right? Really? Yes, really. Jude answered again, and Cordelia said with a big smile as if she was on top of the world. That's right, that's right. FCK is an exclamation. Yes, it's an exclamation. Yes, FCK. Yeah, FCK. Oh my, you FC King Beastard. Jude and Cordelia got along well as they repeatedly exclaimed the F-word and giggled, while Melissa inside Moonlight thought that the two weren't normal. And around 20 minutes later, the door of the tent opened around the time Jude and Cordelia were having a heated discussion about the ending of Sherlock Season 4. Princess Leica is looking for you. Follow me. The two went outside following Talanda's guidance, and they noticed a lot of people staring at them. It seemed the rumors about them had already spread to the entire camp. There's only 20 people after all. Jude and Cordelia reached Leica's tent after receiving the attention of the knights, and they underwent a light physical inspection before going inside. You're here. Princess Leica was seated at the head of a long table in the middle of the tent, and two elven knights stood on her left and right, but neither of them had a good look on Jude and Cordelia. I can't tell their age, because the elves basically age very slowly. The male knight on the right looked like a human in his mid-30s, so he was highly likely to be a veteran around 400 years old. The left one is definitely young. A female knight who seemed to be in her early to mid-20s. But in the case of elves, they all looked to be in their early to mid-20s when they were 100-300 years old, so it was hard for Jude to guess her age. So how old is Princess Leica? Given that she looked to be around in her late teens, she seemed to be less than 100 years old. We'll be fighting together in the future, so you should introduce yourselves. At Princess Leica's order, the male knight said with a rather uncomfortable face, I am Midas Karlov, the princess advisor. Apparently, he did not like Jude and Cordelia appearing here. It's to be expected. Aside from the fact that they were from a different race, two people he had never seen before had suddenly joined the punitive force. However, the woman on the left said with a big smile, as if she was enjoying the situation, I am Vanessa Pine, the princess attendant. I am Count Jude August Bayer of the Slen Kingdom. I am Countess Cordelia August Chase. Jude and Cordelia courteously greeted them, and the male knight Midas narrowed his eyes even more, while the female knight Vanessa tried to pronounce their names silently. Both of them have learned the human language as part of their education, though they're quite unskilled. But it's still possible for them to understand it. So let's proceed with our conversation by speaking in the human language. Thank you for your consideration. There was no need for the two to tell the other side that they could understand elven language. If they think that we can't understand their language, they'll loosen their tongues. Although they held hands because of the necessity, the two still knew little about the elves, so it was not wrong for the two to be careful of the other side for now. Since you already know about Jabberwock, I'll get straight to the point. Let's look at the map first. The map unfolded on the table was so pointlessly detailed, though that was typical for the elves. The shapes and sizes of the trees were all different, so it felt like they were looking at satellite pictures. Our current location is here. Jabberwock is located north of here. Princess Leika's long and slender fingers crossed over the map, but it was at that time. Cordelia studied the map and suddenly widened her eyes in surprise before she slightly raised her hand. Do you have any questions? There's something I am a bit curious about. Is this a lake? A small lake located not far from the cursed land where Jabberwock was located. Princess Leika nodded her head and said, "Yes, that's a lake. It's known to be the home of spring fairies, but I've never seen them before. It was too close to the cursed land, and the elves did not always interact with the fairies." But regardless of that fact, Jude and Cordelia's eyes began to sparkle. Spring fairy, spring protection. The fairies of Pleiades were largely divided into 8 types. There were the seasonal fairies with the power of spring, summer, fall, and winter, and the 4 elemental fairies with the power of earth, fire, wind, and water. Among those fairies, Jude and Cordelia had interacted with the summer, fall, and winter fairies, and the wild fairies who symbolized the earth. But if the spring fairies who symbolized the spring was added, they would get the spring protection, the great protection of the 4 seasons. It was an S-rank protection that could only be acquired by fully collecting the spring, summer, fall, and winter protections. Smiles spread on the faces of Jude and Cordelia. Princess Leika tilted her head in response to the sudden reaction of the two, but the two did not stop smiling. In fact, it wasn't just the great protection of the 4 seasons. Did you see it? Yes, I did. Before and after the forest's destruction. It was naturally different. Many things had changed, but the location and terrain did not significantly change, such as the lakes and hills. Therefore, Jude and Cordelia were able to easily compare the map in their minds with the map in front of them, and they realized one more fact. At the lake that was the residence of the spring fairies. Another treasure that lied deep in it. Hee ha ha, ha ha ha. Jude and Cordelia looked at each other and exchanged dark smiles. Chapter 220 Jabberwock, 1, around 20 minutes before Jude and Cordelia entered Princess Leika's tent. A storm-like nagging befell Leika Prime, the first in line to the throne. Where the hell have you been? You haven't forgotten that you're the current leader of the punitive force, right? This isn't a walk. Even among the elves in the Forest of Eternity, there were only 3 people who could criticize the noble descendant of the high elf royal family, the crown princess, to this point. The first was King Grave Prime. The second was Countess Pacier, the mother of the crown princess. And the last one was Midas Karlov, who was here now. Princess Leika flinched at his thunderbolt-like angry voice and hurriedly turned to Vanessa, but Vanessa just stared at her as if she saw nothing and only focused on casting the soundproofing magic. Hey, don't do that. Please help me. Yes, Your Highness should be scolded a lot. Vanessa responded with a bright smile to Princess Leika's plea for help, and she completely closed her eyes. Princess Leika bit her lips at her childhood friend's betrayal and said when she looked back at Midas, I just went for a little air. That would have been fine since you were riding on Lloyd, but why did you suddenly get off? I just wanted to walk a bit with my feet. Then why didn't you take Lloyd with you in your walk? Why did you go away from Lloyd? I just wanted to have some time alone. Are you calling that an excuse? Aren't you the one leading the punitive forces? Why did you have to leave Lloyd standing and then go beyond the bushes? I was just a little curious about something beyond the bushes. Then why did you put Mistletoe down in the bushes? I just wanted to free my hands for a moment. Your Royal Highness, do you think this is funny? This isn't the time for childish jokes. I left to pee, I was peeing. Can't the crown princess even pee? Huh. I left to get some air and suddenly had the urge to pee. Princess Leika jumped from her seat and yelled at his face, and Midas was startled for a moment before he blushed. And it was the same for Princess Leika. No, if Midas' face turned pink, then Princess Leika's face turned red. Ahem, 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 you could have just hinted it a bit. I did, I hinted it to you several times. Why else would I get off the horse and then deliberately go over the bush and drop my weapon? Was it a big one? Hey! Vanessa quickly shut her mouth when Princess Leica angrily yelled at her, and Midas struggled to regain his composure. Ha ha, seriously. This is why we need to use soundproofing magic. Princess Leica panted for a while before she sat down and continued. Anyway, I am letting the humans participate in this subjugation. She had suffered embarrassment, but because of that situation, she made a breakthrough. Princess Leica was about to talk again, but Midas raised his voice. Then, Your Highness, what about those humans? Why are there humans in the Forest of Eternity? I am also curious about that. When Vanessa cut in, Princess Leica's eyes narrowed at her before she furrowed his brows and began her explanation. And after some time, Midas said with a frown. So you're saying that these humans are both counts of the Slen Kingdom. They're members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. One's a successor to the Sword of Valentia, the elf sword, and they know the secret on how to enter and exit the forest. You're good at summarizing. It's all just words. He was right. All of it was just Jude's words, and there was no evidence that what Jude had said were true. No, almost everything that he said are true. Do they have any evidence? Princess Leica nodded at Vanessa's question. I think it's true that he inherited Valentia's swordsmanship, because I actually saw them fighting. You knew when you saw? Yes, I knew, because Valentia is a swordless swordswoman. There aren't any people who fight like that. Moreover, he was too strong for his age, a man who used martial art skills as if they were swordsmanship. She only saw a few moves, but she was convinced. Ahem. Midas had spoken rudely because of his temper, but he knew better than anyone else about Princess Leica's abilities. From the moment she was born until up to now, he was the one who taught her all kinds of things. What about the others? I think it's true that they know the sign to go in and out of the Forest of Eternity, and I believe that they really are nobles. They're too pretty and handsome for humans, right? They're also familiar with etiquette. It wasn't a good enough reason to prove their story, but it was believable. The humans Midas had met in his life were filthy and ugly enough that they were no different from orcs. What about the Guardians of the Holy Cross? I think it's true. There's no reason for them to lie. I think they know Great Uncle Eltharion. Princess Leica mumbled in a slightly less confident manner and glanced at Midas. Oh, you're not mad this time. I thought that you'd be angry and say that I don't have enough evidence. Your Royal Highness. Yes, what is it? Did you try to use your identification? Of course I did. There was no hostility. It was the first time in her life that she had met strange humans, so she talked to them about this and that, but it was also to buy time for her to identify them. Because it was blue, a color that signified goodwill and the lack of hostility. Princess Leica was able to identify those who were hostile to her through color. Red for animosity, yellow for hostility, green for indifference, blue for goodwill, and pink for utmost goodwill. It would naturally be inconvenient if the world always looked like that, so she usually sealed that ability of hers, but it took some time to reactivate it. We still need to investigate. And though they have the skills to join the punitive force, they look very young. Princess Leica slightly frowned and replied when Midas pointed it out. They seem to be skilled, because they defeated 7 shades in an instant. Wait, you were attacked by the shades? Oh, that's because the cursed land was near. Your Royal Highness. Are you saying that your life was in danger then? Yes, that's right. So they're the people who saved my life. I can't treat my benefactors badly, right? Princess Leica slyly replied and spoke again. Moving on, I am certain of their skills, and if necessary, we can leave it to them to finish it. Do you think the legend is true? The legend that only humans could destroy Jabberwock. Maybe it's true. We've never been able to completely kill it. Whenever we kill it, it will resurrect after a while. In fact, this wasn't the first time they killed Jabberwock. It was like a regular event that was held every few decades at the shortest and hundreds of years at the longest. Anyway, I think they're about 40 years old. Humans get old quickly, Your Highness. If they're 40 years old, they can't look like that. Is that so? Then how old do you think they are? Aren't they around 30? That seems to be true. For Princess Leica and Vanessa, they had only known humans from storybooks, so it was almost impossible for them to correctly guess the age of the two. Anyway, you're saying that we should let them join the punitive force. Yes, we can investigate them after that, right? Their story was quite sketchy, but it was not like it didn't make any sense. They were already quite close to the Cursed Land, and Princess Leica identified the two as having no hostility, so the elves could believe the two for now. Ha, only for this time. Don't worry, I won't act like a child who picked up a puppy on a rainy day. They're humans, so you're aware of your own actions. Midas had a gloomy face as he muttered and sighed before speaking again. Moving on, let's talk to them. I don't like them, but they are also the benefactors of your Royal Highness, so an appropriate reward should be given. Oh, that's fair enough. As expected of my teacher. Why did I accept Countess Passier's request at that time? Midas regretted that day several decades ago before he glanced at Vanessa. Vanessa, release the soundproofing magic. Yes, master. When Vanessa released the soundproofing magic, Princess Leica straightened her posture, and Midas raised his voice so that it could be heard outside the tent. Summon the humans. Having actively defended them against Midas, Princess Leica looked at Jude and Cordelia with a favorable gaze. That was until now, though. What is this? Why are they smiling so much? What happened? It looks quite pretty, but it somehow looks evil too. The word dark seems to be a perfect description of their smiles. Is it because of the lake? A lake where spring fairies lived. But it was only a story that was passed down from her ancestors. After all, I took a bath there when I was young and nothing happened. I was just scolded for going out to play near the Cursed Land. Princess Leica recalled her childhood before she looked in front of her again and said, Jude and Cordelia, let's go back to our discussion. We're going to fight Jabberwock tomorrow morning. As both of you have seen, the shades have already appeared, so we don't have any more time to lose. During the times when Jabberwock was about to revive, the shadow monsters called Shades would appear near the Cursed Land. Since the monsters already went around in groups, Jabberwock would be completely revived by tomorrow at the latest, or perhaps by the day after tomorrow. When it has just revived, it would still be out of its mind, so we need to finish it by then. I'd like to entrust to the two of you the task of killing it. Her explanation was a bit lacking, perhaps because Jude had already said that they knew about Jabberwock, so the two nodded her heads. We understand. The battle is tomorrow. It's currently afternoon. Then, shouldn't we go to the lake after sunset? It was the moment when Jude and Cordelia thought of the same thing and had dark smiles again. A bizarre and indescribable scream shook the tent. Jude and Cordelia had only heard of it for the first time in their lives, but their intuition felt it. Jabberwock, they weren't wrong. Having participated in the subjugation of Jabberwock in the past, Midas hurriedly turned to Princess Leica and said, It's waking up. I think it's going to wake up earlier than expected this time. Let's hurry. We have to attack it right now. Jabberwock was the weakest right after its resurrection. They had to quickly get there as fast as they could. It has woken up a total of 13 times. If we leave right now, we can be on time. Midas hurriedly finished the explanation and ran out of the tent while Princess Leica and Vanessa also did the same. Jude, Cordelia, follow us. As Princess Leica carried a huge white bow and went out of the tent, knights who were ready to leave greeted her sight. Vanessa, give your horse to the two. Y'all go with me? Yes, Your Highness. Vanessa handed over an elven steed that had longer and leaner legs than human horses, and she climbed onto the unicorn with Princess Leica. And at that moment, the second waking up scream was heard. Chapter 221 Jabberwock, 2 terms used in this episode. 1 turn kill, a gaming term common in turn-based games wherein a player kills the enemy within just 1 turn. The sound became a little clearer. Princess Leica looked at the front and shouted, Let's go! As her unicorn began running, the other elven steeds also began to run. Their legs were lean, but it was surprisingly powerful as they were able to become as fast as the wind in an instant. The sounds of the rough wind and Jabberwock screams could be heard together. In the midst of the hectic run, Cordelia tightly hugged Jude's waist while Jude drove the elven steed to the side of Princess Leica. Your Highness! Princess Leica turned her head at Jude's call, and Jude sent her a message magic instead of talking with his voice. I know the weakness of Jabberwock. Weakness? That's right, Jabberwock is not a monster without a fixed shape. There is a way to fix it into a single shape. Myriad Shapeshifter Jabberwock. For the elves of the Forest of Eternity, Jabberwock was a monster with an unfixed shape, as it could change its shape at any moment. But the truth was different, because it wasn't just a monster with an indefinite form that continuously shapeshifted. It's a monster that grows by feeding on fear. Therefore, if everyone thinks of the same thing, if what the existence everyone imagines that they are afraid of is the same, we can fix it to that shape. At his unexpected words, Princess Leica blinked her eyes, because it was information that was not found in the royal family's subjugation records of Jabberwock. As if from the Guardian's record? Yes. To be exact, it was a strategy guide posted in the Legend of Heroes wiki. Adelaide Hastings, one of the playable characters in the Empire. She was the most beautiful woman in the world as dubbed by the game's production staff, though Jude obviously refused to admit that now, but she was a character with an imagination as unique as her beauty. In the game, the best strategy to attack it was to use Adelaide. When other characters faced Jabberwock, it would change its race, sex, and attributes at any moment, but not for Adelaide, because of her imagination. And as a result, Jabberwock turned into a very harmless and cute animal, a continuous one-turn kill. Before Jabberwock changed its shape again, she would kill it by using her strongest lethal move. It was a method in the game that only Adelaide could use because of the forced story progression, but it was a reality now. He knew how to do it, so there was no reason not to use it. It's all right. Trust me, it wouldn't hurt to try it. Princess Leica loudly shouted and conveyed Jude's words to the other knights, and whether it was because of the emergency or her outstanding leadership, all of the knights received her order without any objection. Its waking up screams were heard again. It was already the 9th waking up scream. The shades are coming. We're almost there. Dead trees that were drained of their life came into everyone's sight. The shades protruded their heads from the blackened ground, and the cries of Jabberwock continued to be heard from afar. It's getting shorter. Cordelia sent a message magic to Jude as she hugged his waist even tighter, and the knights began to rush as their steeds trampled the shades and continued to run. Die, I'm scared, I don't want to die, save me, monster will kill you, The mixed voices of men, women, children, and the elderly were simultaneously heard in random. And in response, the shades let out spooky and eerie cries. They then suddenly heard the last waking up scream. I hate you, I'll kill you, don't look back, I'll chase you, I'll die here, yeah. Its screams made their hair stand on end. The sky quickly turned dark, and the black shades with burning green eyes appeared. And what they saw in front of them. As the ground greatly shook, something purple and almost black inflated its body and roared. I'll strangle you, I'll kill you, I'll tear you up and take out your gut before you die, I'll kill you, yeah. The myriad shapeshifter Jabberwock. Everyone was overwhelmed by its presence in that moment. And Princess Leica had a gut feeling that there was something wrong with it. Even Midas, who had participated in the subjugation of Jabberwock in the past, immediately noticed the difference. It's stronger. It's been reborn as a far more powerful creature than what was left on the records. Why? For what reason? Imagine. In that instant, Cordelia spread out her angelic light and shouted in the elven language. When she shouted with the power of an angel, even the elves who fell into a panic came to their senses at once. Imagine. Imagine what? Imagine. Princess Leica ordered them to. The knights desperately thought of the most harmless and weakest beings in the world they could imagine. Fluffy, round and small, cute, adorable, and lovely. Jude, I like you, whimper, meow, meow, woof, 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 ha, 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 love you, FCK. At that moment, Jabberwock shrank as it let out strange sounds. Cordelia's eyes widened when she saw it turn into something pink for an instant, and she slapped Jude on the back before shouting again. And Cordelia realized it when it turned into something pink, her hair color, so she slapped Jude on the back, ha ha ha. Same thing, think of the same thing. She then used message magic to spread the image in her mind to the elven knights. Imagine what Cordelia imagined in her mind. What Cordelia thought of as harmless, cute, and pretty. At that moment, Jabberwock turned into something small, round, and green. Princess Leica and the elves didn't know what it was, but Jude knew. Slime, to be exact, a baby slime that was common in online games. A monster that Cordelia knew because she had a keychain of it in the past. But it was right after that. Die, elite, you'll melt your stomach, he'll melt you and kill you, and your house will be my stomach. In an instant, the stomach of the swelling slime split and a huge mouth appeared. And Jude realized it was impossible in the first place. Jabberwock was a monster that fed on fear. It was impossible to completely escape from fear like how Adelaide did, because ordinary people could not imagine Jabberwock as a harmless existence. Monster. In the end, whatever they imagined would transform into a monster based on it. Black Dragon's Ascent. Jude shouted out loud as he jumped from the elven steed. He opened the 6th door and released the energy of the Black Dragon in succession towards Jabberwock, who was trying to attack their group. The elven knights had begun fighting the shades, and Jude yelled without looking back. Cordelia, Plan B, the second strategy they had prepared in case Adelaide's strategy did not work. Die, I'll kill you alive, I want to eat you, I'm hungry, ah. Jabberwock turned into a giant wolf. It rushed towards them and became a lion, but Jude did not look back. If he couldn't think of a harmless being anyway, he tried to think of a humanoid knight in order to make it easier to fight. Jude then used his hyper-fast thunderbolt. Cordelia, the full-scale battle began. Midas joined in to help Jude, and the battle between the Shades and the Elven Knights intensified. Vanessa also cast recovery magic to help the knights, and it was at that moment, at the time when Princess Leica was about to fire an arrow with Mistletoe, a fine bow that was a treasure of the royal family. Paralyze, Silence, Strength, and Haste. The first 2 spells were for Princess Leica, and the other 2 were for herself. Cordelia did a surprise attack from behind as she neutralized Princess Leica and hugged the princess' waist before she soared. She spread out her wings and flew up. "Why, Your Highness?" Vanessa belatedly cried out, but it was already too late. Princess Leica was paralyzed as her body drooped and became unable to move. Midas was shocked but couldn't chase after Cordelia because Jabberwock had turned into a giant hedgehog in front of him and fired hundreds of thorns in all directions. "Human, what the hell is going on?" Midas used his swordsmanship to block the thorns and then shouted behind Jude. At Midas' murderous aura, Jude's hair stood on end, but instead of looking back, he defended himself and the Elven Knights by releasing the energy of the Black Dragon. And then he shouted, "They'll be back. Plan B, they'll be back when the preparations for our second strategy is finished." Jude controlled his breathing. As he had expected, Jabberwock had not turned into a calamity yet, but there were some similarities from the time it was a calamity in the game to the present reality now. It had a tremendous vitality and regenerative power. Every time it shapeshifted, it instantly healed its wounds so they couldn't defeat it with just normal attacks. You have to continuously attack and wear it out. Midas shouted since it was how the elves dealt with Jabberwock in the past. However, that did not work this time. It was much stronger than what was written in the royal family's records, and Jude could roughly guess the reason. He didn't know on who was behind it, but he was convinced that Jabberwock was heavily involved in the destruction of the Forest of Eternity. "Cordelia, I need to buy time, until Cordelia fulfills the conditions, until she finishes the preparations for the second strategy." Jude thought of the Lord Protector. He made Jabberwock look humanoid for a while and then pushed it back. And at that moment, at the time when Jude's sword split Jabberwock's body, Cordelia landed on the ground. She threw Princess Leica into the lake known as the residence of the Spring Fairies. Princess Leica was in a daze. The moment she tried to shoot with Mistletoe, she was suddenly paralyzed. She couldn't hear her voice even when she opened her mouth, and when she realized that her waist was grabbed, she was already in the air. Mom was right. She said that all humans are scammers, but what's going on? Didn't my identification ability clearly identify that they were good kids? However, she didn't have the time to answer her own questions, because she fell into the water at some point. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. The water was only waist deep, but Princess Leica struggled because her head was facing the bottom of the lake, and her whole body was paralyzed. "What is this? Are you an assassin? Are you from Kelther's side? Does my younger brother want me dead?" It was at that moment. She felt something pull the back of her neck, and her head was suddenly out of the water. "Pewha!" Princess Leica, who was having difficulty breathing, then gasped, and Cordelia removed the silence magic from the princess' mouth before she began to busily move her hands. What are you doing? What are you doing?" There was a mixture of anger and embarrassment in Princess Leica's words. because Cordelia suddenly began to take off Leica's armor as well as her clothes. Take it off. Why all of a sudden? Because the princess is the prettiest in the punitive force. What are you talking about? Well, it is true though, but it was at that moment. After Cordelia almost stripped Princess Leica naked, Cordelia took off her own clothes this time and soaked her body into the water in her underwear. What's going on? Why are you suddenly doing this? Don't tell me. Are you trying to call out the spring fairies now? That's impossible. There's a story about how a beautiful girl or boy took a bath and the fairies came out to play, but that's just a story. Because I've already done it. She still had vivid memories of being scolded by Midas because she caught a cold after taking a bath at night with Vanessa as they tried to call out the fairies. But Cordelia sat down and pulled the hand of Princess Leica, who was about to drown in the water before she began to sing. Twinkle, twinkle little star, shining beautifully, a human girl had suddenly taken off her clothes, soaked herself into the lake, and began to sing. It could only be described as the act of a woman who had gone crazy, but Princess Leica held her breath at that time, because the girl in front of her was very beautiful. Angel. Now that she took a closer look at Cordelia, she saw the latter's angel wings. There was also an angel's halo above Cordelia's head. Cordelia continued to sing, and Princess Leica began pretending to bathe while still in a daze. And right after that, by the time Cordelia sang the entire song of Twinkle, Twinkle Little Star. Wow, she's so pretty, that was it. Something happened before the usually chattering spring fairy who had appeared could even speak. Cordelia grabbed the spring fairy with her right hand like a hawk that caught its prey. And at the time when Princess Leica was shocked and felt a sense of betrayal at the spring fairy's appearance, Cordelia opened her mouth. Let's go. To your queen, tea to the queen. Let's play at night together. It's daytime now though. Her answer was logical and unlike that of a fairy, but Cordelia didn't care. She used her telekinetic power to capture all the other spring fairies before shouting again. Let's go to meet your queen, to get the spring protection, to get the great protection of the 4 seasons, and to get the other treasure that Jude needs to attack Jabberwock. She had roughly coerced them, but she couldn't help it. Even at this very moment, Jude was fighting Jabberwock. Let's go. The spring fairies cried out in tears, and at that instant, Cordelia and Princess Leica leapt across the space. Chapter 222 Jabberwock. 3. Terms used in this episode. Bugbear, a legendary creature or type of hobgoblin comparable to the boogeyman and folklore creatures that were historically used in some cultures to frighten disobedient children. The life of Penelope, the spring fairy queen, was very peaceful. Born as the only daughter of the former queen, she ascended to the throne smoothly, and with the help of fairy knight Venelot, whom she admired, she managed the small and big affairs of the fairy realm without any problems. Your Majesty, the honey from red tulips are the most delicious. No, Your Majesty, the honey from yellow tulips are the most delicious. That's ridiculous. Aren't you an idiot for knowing nothing about honey? What? I am an idiot. How can you say such a harsh thing? And I know nothing about honey. Honey from yellow tulips are the best. No, it's not. Honey from red tulips are the best. No. Honey from yellow tulips are the best. You know nothing about honey. The Fairy Queen briefly recalled the honey debate in the early days of her enthronement. Among the numerous events that happened since the establishment of a realm for spring fairies in the Lake of Eternity, it was one of the most intense and difficult to resolve cases that drew the attention of all the fairies in the realm. But what had happened before her eyes now was incomparable to that, to the point that she missed the honey debate. Your Majesty, please come out. Your Majesty, please come out. I'll be there. I'm Spring Fairy Queen Penelope. As soon as she received the report of the Fairy Knight, the Fairy Queen hurriedly flew and shouted. It was as the Fairy Knight reported. So pretty, her hair was so soft and shiny. Her skin was smooth, but her body was also pretty. In addition, her face was the best. She had jewel-like eyes, moist lips, and soft cheeks. And no, I shouldn't be focusing on that. That wasn't what mattered now. The problem was that an incredibly pretty human girl, whom the Fairy Queen herself had seen for the first time in her life, was now holding in her hand one of the citizens of her realm. Your Majesty, help me. Help! The fairy trapped in the pink-haired girl's hand cried out, and the fairies around them also raised their voices. But why are they smiling? It feels like they're enjoying the situation, though. Besides, they haven't been caught. They're not trapped either. Except for the fairy held by the girl's hands, the others were just flying by the side and crying out. And it was the truth. In fact, the fairies were enjoying the situation. It was an exciting situation that they had experienced for the first time in their lives. Anyway, in any case, Penelope was the queen of the spring fairies, so she needed to settle the current situation. Who in the world are you? Why are you doing this? And how do you treat your hair? Were you born with such hair? The fairies who were watching were also interested in the hair of the girl Cordelia, and Princess Leica, who was watching from the side, had a strange expression because she couldn't understand the current situation. What's with this flow? Aren't we holding a fairy hostage now? But unlike Princess Leica, Cordelia had already mastered fairy psychology. She clarified her purpose without being swayed by the words that the fairies blurted out. "Fairy Queen and the fairies around me, check this out," Cordelia loudly announced and pulled out a box she had prepared in advance from the space expansion bag in her waist. "Look, what's that? What is it? Is it something edible? I like honey." The fairies had already become spectators and spoke one after another, and Cordelia opened the box while Princess Leica felt dizzy. "This is chocolate. Chocolate? Is it edible?" The Fairy Queen didn't ask any questions, but it seemed like she was curious because her eyes were sparkling. Therefore, Cordelia didn't hesitate to proceed with her act. "Now, come and have a bite." Yes. When Cordelia gave a piece of chocolate to the fairy she was holding in her hand, the nearby fairies stomped their feet and became envious. "You always eat the good things yourself. So mean." And the fairy caught by Cordelia, who became the center of attention in her 17 years of fairy life, took a bite of the chocolate piece. And 1 second, 2 seconds, when all the fairies swallowed hard as their palms sweated from the tension. "Delicious!" The fairy shouted with wide eyes, and the surrounding fairies grew even more restless. "I want one too. I want one. I want to eat it too." It wasn't just the spectators. Even the fairy who had a bit also fretted and said, Please give me one more bite. One more, okay? Please." She had a desperate look, but Cordelia firmly shook her head. "No, I want. I'll eat it all myself." What? It was necessary to lower one's mental age when dealing with fairies. Cordelia opened the box wide, and the fairies felt dizzy from happiness at the box filled with chocolate. That was exactly what Cordelia wanted. "Fairy Queen, if you don't meet my requirements, I'll eat all of these chocolates. All by myself, I am not giving you a single one." What? The Fairy Queen shouted in surprise, and Cordelia really took out a handful of chocolate and poured it in her mouth. Munch, munch. It was a bite that seemed to be enough for 7 fairies to eat. "No, how mean? That's cruel. Demon, how could you do that? Your Majesty, please do something." Each of the fairies screamed and became restless, and in fact, the Fairy Queen was the same as them. "8, what are your requirements? Tell me what you want." "This one is delicious. I'll eat it all by myself." "Please, please tell me your requirements. Please." When all the fairies headed by the Fairy Queen began to plead to her, Cordelia smiled triumphantly while Princess Leica felt dizzy as she watched them, because she couldn't really believe the sight that was happening in front of her. "Okay, so you're going to do what I tell you, right?" "Yes, I'll do it. Then give me the spring protection." "I'll give it to you." The Fairy Queen quickly approached Cordelia and gave her the spring protection, but that wasn't enough. Cordelia raised 2 of her fingers and shouted, "For 2 people. Put one here." What Cordelia offered was the fairies' bonds. The Fairy Queen exclaimed in surprise when she realized that there were already other fairies' protections in it. Don't tell me that the other fairies too?" "Yes, everyone enjoyed eating the delicious chocolate. Much earlier than you. I shall give it, so that we can have chocolate too." The Fairy Queen spoke politely before she knew it, and she quickly cast the spring protection on the fairies' bonds. "Is this enough?" "Oh, yes, here you go." Cordelia gently handed over the box of chocolates, and the Fairy Queen and her fairies rejoiced with sparkling eyes. "Your Majesty, please eat it first." "Yes, because you are still the queen." Hoo, thank you, everyone." Having felt the love of her citizens, the Fairy Queen took a bite of the chocolate and experienced a heavenly taste that she felt for the first time in her life. But it was not yet over. Cordelia waited for the Fairy Queen and the other fairies to taste the chocolate before taking out a second box. "Look here, I have a box again. Is it chocolate again?" The fairies began to look at Cordelia with anticipation, and Cordelia purposely opened the lid of the box slowly. It was chocolate again this time, but it was a completely different kind from the previous one. Everyone, looked closely. Cordelia took out a piece of chocolate, and instead of taking a bite, she split it exactly in half to reveal the cross-section. What do you think is in this? The cross-section of the chocolate. There was some white liquid in between the soft brown chocolate. Cordelia deliberately let it slowly flow down her mouth while everyone was watching and then licked it with her tongue. She then said with a deadly smile, "It's called cream. It's soft, sweet, sticky, and smooth." It was actually close to a syrup and not just cream, but Cordelia didn't know much about that. What mattered now wasn't the exact name of that white filling. "From now on, I will drop this to the ground." What? I want eat it. I'll just drop it all on the ground and trample it. I'll make sure no one can eat it. No. That's cruel, demon. Your Majesty, please do something. Please. The fairies began to cry, and the fairy queen, who was already crying with them, shouted at Cordelia. "Why are you doing this? I already gave you the spring protection." The fairy queen screamed as if she was a parent whose child was taken away, but Cordelia had a rather cold smile. "The spring protection is not enough." Then, what can I give you? What is it?" "I'll give you anything." "Really? Anything? Can you promise that?" As Cordelia stepped forward, the fairy queen flinched for a moment, but she soon nodded her head. Because Cordelia tilted the box as if she was going to spill its contents. "Anything, deal, contract established." An answer that would never have been possible if she had simply given them a box of chocolates. Jude would have been so proud if he had seen this scene. Cordelia remembered Jude's face for a moment before she saw the restless fairy queen lightly trembling. She approached the fairy queen with a dark smile. "I want to kill the princess. I want to go outside. There's not enough blood. There's not enough blood. I want to eat you." The screams of Jabberwock weren't just cries. It was a kind of magic that affects the mind. The elves who fought the shades complained of pain every time Jabberwock cried. Their hands and feet trembled, and they were unable to properly use their skills every time. Don't overdo it. Get back to your formations. Fight with your colleagues. Half of the elves in the punitive force were still young, so they were now experiencing a real battle, but not for the other half. The other half were master swordsmen who had trained for more than 200 years, but none of them performed like usual. Rather than breaking into the enemy's formation and showing off their sword skills, they were in a hurry to protect their lives. "Master, maintain your positions. Well, hold out until the princess returns," Midas said to Vanessa before he looked straight ahead again. He thought as he stared at the back of the human fighting Jabberwock alone. It's impossible. The situation was very different from their last subjugation. The number of shades had multiplied by several times, and Jabberwock's mental attacks were incomparable to before. Why did this happen? No, can we even overcome this situation? Now that I myself cannot fight properly because of that monster's screams? Black Dragon Cross Strike. A huge black cross pushed away Jabberwock. The monster, who had been transformed into a giant bat, then screamed in pain, but it changed its shape at that moment again. After it healed all its injuries, it screamed again. "Ugh!" Midas groaned as he looked around. The knights were somehow enduring the pain and blocking the shades in front of them, but if it continued like this, the only thing left for them was annihilation. Sky-shattering black dragon? Link. At that moment, the black energy burst again and struck the shades that were pressuring the elves, and lightning struck one after another. Jude was instantly behind Jabberwock, and he tore its body with his sharp sword. I hate you, it hurts, I'll kill Cordelia, I'll kill her and tear her up, I'll kill you, ah." The split body of Jabberwock quickly became one again. It became a giant ghoul this time, and then swung its poisoned nails towards Jude. Jude calmly faced such a ghoul. After dodging its attack by just a finger's breadth, he narrowed the distance with just a few moves. He used the power of the sun in its abdomen and smashed the monster's guts. Q-ah! Jabberwock screamed in pain and stepped back, but it changed its shape into a bugbear and let out screams filled with hate instead of pain. Midas let out his breath. Then he looked at Jude again and felt both bewilderment and astonishment. Aside from Jabberwock that has suddenly become stronger, what is that human? He has continued to push that monster one-sidedly, and it's even more surprising that he isn't yet tired. His movements are incredibly fast even among us elves. Is it really possible to move like that while not taking a single breath? And one more thing. That human in front of me, Jude, isn't shaken by that monster's mental attacks. No, it doesn't seem like he's affected at all. Is it not effective against humans? Is that why they say that only humans can defeat Jabberwock? He didn't know, but Midas was sure that the human in front of him now was their only hope. Wooh, Jude suddenly roared. He pushed Jabberwock with more power and speed than before. Why is he suddenly doing that? And Midas realized why. Vanessa shouted, "Princess." The sky turned black after Jabberwock's appearance, but beyond that, a creature with white wings was approaching at a high speed. An angel with pink hair, and Princess Leica who was in her arms. Just die. Jabberwock turned into a mountain giant and struck Jude with its huge fist. The attack tremendously shook the ground, but it was useless as it did not hit Jude. Using the hyper-fast thunderbolt, Jude went back to his original starting position at once and sensed Cordelia. Instead of looking back, he stared straight ahead and shouted, "Cordelia, get out of the way." Cordelia yelled at Jabberwock. She threw Princess Leica towards Vanessa. When the elves and Princess Leica screamed, she revealed her angelic wings and rushed towards Jabberwock like a falcon catching its prey. "FCKU B-star die you piece of SHT, Jude is mine, he's mine, I'll grab him and eat him FCKU? FC King B-starred." The sky shook as Jabberwock and Cordelia exchanged swear words. Dozens of lightning bolts poured from the sky and aimed at Cordelia, but instead of panicking, Cordelia unleashed the magic that she had prepared. Shield, babbing. The black lightning continued to strike Cordelia's translucent shield. Jabberwock turned into a thunder giant and put lightning into its fist as it tried to hit Cordelia. "Out of the way," Jude yelled. With a sharp roundhouse kick, he cut the left leg of Jabberwock and knocked it down before he flew towards Cordelia. He carried her by the waist at once and arranged their positions. "Jude, this." Cordelia put on Jude's arm the fairy's bonds that was in the form of a bracelet. And at that moment, the power from the bracelet spread throughout Jude's body. The great protection of the 4 seasons: spring, summer, fall, and winter. The power of the 4 seasons protected Jude. The power of spring healed Jude, the power of summer infused a new power, the power of fall strengthened his energy, and the power of winter made Jude's mind clearer. But the great protection of the 4 seasons weren't only that much. Die, just die. Jabberwock became a black and gigantic slime again before opening its mouth wide. Jude and Cordelia looked straight at the monster trying to swallow them. Cordelia then cried out, "Your Highness," what Cordelia told Leica on their way here. Cordelia believed in Princess Leica, so she imagined as she leaned her body while on Jude's arms. Jude did the same thing, what she had told Princess Leica in advance. Imagine. Princess Leica barely landed on the ground with her wind magic and then unleashed a new magic at the same time she ordered. One image was shared to all the knights, and a change occurred. Jabberwock's body suddenly twisted and transformed into a huge and mighty existence. Burn everything, a huge being that breathed out flames. Ifrit, a fire monster whose entire body was covered in flames. The flames it emitted were so strong that it felt like one could choke and die from just the heat. Therefore, Midas could not understand it. Why would you turn Jabberwock into such a powerful monster when it's already hard to defeat it? Your Highness, just believe in them. Princess Leica shouted again and tried to maintain the image in her mind. And Jabberwock roared and pulled its fist. It poured out a rain of fire towards Jude and Cordelia. "Jude, here it goes." Cordelia stretched her hand forward. Jude took her hand. There was another way to defeat the endlessly regenerating Jabberwock. Stab its weakness. Send out an extremely powerful attack that would cut off its breath. Almas, the moment Cordelia shouted, a sword appeared in her hand. A sword that was hidden in the Lake of Eternity. An ultimate sword that was used the Winter King in the past. An immense chill was released from the tip of the sword, Almas. It did not only extinguish the flames of Jabberwock, but even froze it. Jabberwock screamed. It tried to change its appearance, but it was impossible. Jude and Cordelia simultaneously activated the great protection of the 4 seasons. The power of winter amplified the chills of Almas several times more. Jabberwock's screams lost its sound again, because its entire body made of flames had now frozen. I can see it. Jude saw it with the see-through ability he got when he opened the 5th door of the 9th Heaven's 9 doors. So Jude could see it. He saw through the core of Jabberwock and released his hold on Alma's. He ran on the ground as he left Cordelia to hold the sword. Finish it, Cordelia exclaimed. Jude twisted his body in the air and smiled. He used Valentia's sword that was actually martial art skills in order to fulfill Cordelia's wish. He pierced the core of Jabberwock like a bolt of lightning. The ice shattered. The moment Jabberwock's core broke, the frozen flames shattered and fell on the ground. Crash! Amidst the falling ice, Jude turned around and saw. Cordelia was surrounded by a ring of white light and raised Alma's high as she jumped in place and cheered. We won! Jabberwock is permanently dead. Jude smiled as well. He landed on the ground as a ring of light surrounded him. Chapter 223 Jabberwock 4 Myriad Shapeshifter Jabberwock. One of the future 7 major calamities, but not anymore. They defeated it before it became a calamity. Yahoo yahoo. Cordelia jumped in place no. She began to hop as she rejoiced, while Jude quickly ran to Cordelia. The shades that filled the area began to disappear like smoke perhaps because of Jabberwock's defeat, so they no longer had anything to worry about. We won? Yeah, we won, Cordelia exclaimed with a big smile and hugged Jude's neck. Jude felt like he was rewarded and hurriedly drew closer to her, kissing her head. We won. And you're the one who hugged me first to begin with. At Jude's gaze, Cordelia quietly looked at him before she smiled again. Okay, I'll allow it. I'll let you off just this once. I actually want to do a bit more now. Jude held back his innermost thoughts as he lightly pinched Cordelia's cheek once and immediately spoke. How did you do it? What? How did you persuade the Fairy Queen? You came earlier than I thought. The situation was so urgent that Jude was not able to come up with a plan on how to persuade the Fairy Queen and the fairies. In short, it was all because of Cordelia's abilities that she was able to return so quickly. How in the world did you do it? Hee, are you curious? Yes, I am curious. Are you ready to be surprised? I am very much ready to be surprised. HMPH, it's not fun if I just say it, so try to guess it. What do you think I did? How did she do it? How does Cordelia usually behave? You threatened to explode everything. What immediately came to his mind was an explosion. But Cordelia frowned and shook her head. Do I look that stupid? If I do that, I'll end up as the spring fairy's enemy. She was right. Even if the fairies were childish, they were likely to respond very seriously if their lives or residence were threatened. If she had really threatened them with something like an explosion, even if she had achieved their goal, it would have taken much longer than now, and as Cordelia had said, she would have become an enemy of the spring fairies. Then how? Did you give them chocolate and then asked for it? Hee, that's not true either, because the fairies were like children. It was possible to roughly get one wish if she gave them chocolate, but if there were 2 wishes, the fairies would begin to bargain. She had kept some chocolate just in case, but if she had just gone and offered it, it would have taken a while to negotiate. Is my scammer agonizing over it? You can't figure out what I did? Is that it? When the highly excited Cordelia smiled and puffed up her chest, Jude finally raised his hands and said, I surrender. I don't know. Please tell me how you did it. HMPH, you should beg me a bit more. Cordelia raised her chin and fed, so Jude pondered for a little more, because he saw that Cordelia was anxious to talk about it. So he thought of teasing her a bit. Well, then I'll keep thinking about it. I'll think about it for a day and tell you my answer tomorrow. Don't talk about it then. Spoilers are not allowed, okay? A day? Yes, a day. No, how about a week at most? I'll ask in a week, so don't tell me until then. In response to Jude's counterattack, Cordelia wiggled her fingers and stomped her feet repeatedly, and the always sly Jude made a face expressing that he was not really interested. You, it can't be helped. I don't want you to suffer for a week, so I'll tell you now. No, it's all right. I'll think about it. It's okay if you don't tell me. No, but Jude was adamant. So Cordelia became even more anxious and was forced to eventually groan. Do you want to talk about it? And no, I am not. I'll let just it pass, okay? But she couldn't. Judging by her facial expression, Jude could tell that she was inwardly frustrated and distressed. Therefore, Jude threw her a lifeline. I'll think about it if you kiss me on the cheek. What? I'll listen to you if you kiss me on the cheek. Hey, do you think I'm stupid? Then don't tell me. Forget about the week, you don't even need to tell me about it for the rest of your life. Jude shrugged, and Cordelia's toes wriggled inside her shoes before she stepped on Jude's feet. I hate you, I hate you. Really? You're so mean. Cordelia acted like the fairy queen before she pulled Jude by the collar and kissed his cheek. Is that fine? Yes, that's fine, that's fine. Cordelia unconsciously smiled when Jude smiled and said that. Hey, do you like it that much? Yes, I like it. She couldn't get angry because of that. Moreover, Jude's response was quick. Then, Countess, hurry up and tell me. I am actually curious about it. FC King B-starred. That's an expression of affection, right? You great FC King B-starred. Cordelia cursed as much as she could and fed before she began talking. So what happened is Cordelia first started the story with a sullen expression, but she soon began to imitate the fairies with an excited face. As if she was a child who got a certificate at school and returned home to talk about what happened. And that's what happened. Having finished her story, Cordelia glanced at Jude before she smiled, because Jude had a stunned expression. Wow, seriously, did you really do that? Yes, I did. That's why I got the great protection of the 4 seasons and Almas. Cordelia boasted again and summoned Almas by swinging her hand. Almas was an icy blue blade that could be stored or taken out of the user's body whenever it was needed. What the hell? It was like the student surpassed her teacher. Frankly, Jude was surprised. He never expected that Cordelia, who used to have a hard time in acting because she spoke in monotone, would grow up to this extent. Jude clapped his hands loudly out of his heartfelt admiration. I respect you. You were really amazing. Hee, compliment me a little more. No, praise me more. You're really great and amazing. It's not an exaggeration to say that you have a PhD in fairy psychology. I am impressed. It was a truly clever scheme. Not only did she completely take complete control of the self-centered and childish fairies, but she also left without the fairies bearing any grudges of her, even though she had ripped them off. As expected of Cordelia, you are indeed Cordelia, the pride of Legend of Heroes. Haha. Cordelia was in a good mood because of the continued praise, but at the same time, she was blushing from embarrassment. And a few minutes after Jude and Cordelia fell into their own world. Princess Leica watched them at first, but as their story continued to grow longer, she was forced to interrupt them. Anyway, we won. At the words of Princess Leica, who squeezed her face in between the two, Cordelia stepped back in surprise while Jude quickly reached out and supported her waist. We've defeated Jabberwock. No one can deny that. Princess Leica suddenly smiled after saying that. Even though the two people were flirting right in front of her, or that Cordelia had threatened the fairies in the process, both were still amazing people anyway. Moreover, no one died. It's a complete victory. Jude was a little amazed at Princess Leica's words this time, because it meant that no one had died despite the fact that their strength was halved by Jabberwock's powerful mental attacks. Now that he saw it, there was no one with serious injuries, as expected of having a sword master as your neighbor. Skills didn't just grow by investing time, so none of the people here seemed to have reached the level of the 10 great swordmasters, but it did not change the fact that everyone was at least a master. To begin with, the 10 great swordmasters was a position that only selected those who have reached the level of a superhuman. Congratulations! Princess Leica giggled at Jude's words, because it was funny that the person who led their victory was the one congratulating them. Yes, we have won, so let's celebrate together. The two of you don't just celebrate on your own. Cordelia blushed at Princess Leica's words, while Jude tightly held Cordelia's hand and signaled with his eyes to Princess Leica. Let's begin. It's embarrassing if we start like this. Princess Leica giggled before she raised Mistletoe high and shouted, We've repulsed the monster, myriad shapeshifter Jabberwock. No, we completely destroyed it. It's our victory. You-woo-oh. The elven knights cheered in response to Princess Leica's cry. Because Jabberwock had become a much more powerful being than what was written on the royal family's records. But their punitive force did not simply repulse it, as they even completely destroyed it like what Princess Leica had just said. It was a really great achievement. The humans did almost everything, but even so, the princess was the leader of the punitive force. A deep smile appeared on Midas' face. After all, this incident would strengthen Princess Leica's authority. I like them, but at the same time, he was vigilant. The humans were still young. He didn't know their exact ages, but they seemed to be of the same age as Princess Leica based on elven ages, so he wondered how the two were so strong. Just like Sir Cornwell, who escorted Princess Darien, Midas was grateful to Jude and Cordelia, but also couldn't let his guard down. However, the elven knights were purely grateful to Jude and Cordelia. In particular, it was no exaggeration to say that the way they looked at Jude had completely changed. Because Princess Leica had ran alone to Jude and stuck in between the two before they began to talk about this and that. Jude's contribution was enormous, but for the elves, the human Jude was not a competitor, but a stranger whom they could comfortably praise. Most of them had pure admiration and gratitude for him, without having any other malicious thoughts. After all, they remained alive because of the two's help. Count August Bayer and Countess August Chase. You can just call us Jude and Cordelia. When Cordelia spoke, Princess Leica nodded and said again, "Then, Jude and Cordelia, we will now return to the palace in the center of the Forest of Eternity. Would you like to come with us? I would like to convey your contributions not only to the king, but also to all the elves in the Forest of Eternity." It was an invitation to the Elven Kingdom. It was also done by the Crown Princess herself. Should we go? Well, go of course, right? Their trip to the south would be delayed a little, but the Elven Kingdom was a place worth visiting. In the game, the Elven Kingdom was only accessible after it collapsed, so there was no opportunity for them to see what the Elven Kingdom normally looked like. They won't send us off empty-handed, right? We're the heroes who defeated a legendary monster after all, right? We also saved her life. Come to think of it, we've done a lot, so we should be rewarded a lot too, right? So we have to accept it. We have to get as much as we can when we're presented with the opportunity to do so. Those are some wise words. I admit it. Jude and Cordelia snickered and exchanged dark smiles before they turned to Princess Leica and said, "It's an honor to be invited. We are most grateful." When the two politely thanked her, Princess Leica stared at Cordelia with a slightly strange look. Because even now, she remembered the incomprehensible way Cordelia had threatened the fairies. Good, then we'll conduct an investigation into this and make sure that Jabberwock is completely destroyed in the Cursed Land. So we'll camp nearby today and leave by tomorrow afternoon. It was already late. The sun would set in 2 more hours. Well, take your word for it. Yes, you did a great job today. Princess Leica complimented them like a princess before she looked around and ordered once again. Retrieve the remains of Jabberwock and withdraw. Shades might still show up, so don't let your guard down. Yes, Your Highness. The elven knights answered loudly and began to move, while Jude and Cordelia looked at each other again and smiled. Just by looking at each other's faces made the two smile. The investigation into the Cursed Land went without a hitch. Because myriad shapeshifter Jabberwock had completely disappeared, the darkness of the Cursed Land itself is being lifted. Until now, the darkness of the Cursed Land was not lifted because Jabberwock eventually revived after being subjugated. But now, it seemed that everyone's morale and not just the darkness in the ground were being lifted. Perhaps after a few days, the place would be full of life just like the rest of the Forest of Eternity. The shades won't appear anymore then. Yes, our people will be able to reside here, as well as near the Lake of the Spring Fairies. In fact, there were some high-quality mineral veins in the Cursed Land. If they could rebuild the mineral veins that had been left unattended because of Jabberwock and the Shades, it would be a huge gain for the entire kingdom. Did you find out the reason why Jabberwock suddenly became stronger? Well, unfortunately we couldn't find any clues to that. Princess Leica furrowed her brows in response to Midas' answer, but she quickly loosened her expression. Well, Jabberwock is gone anyway. Perhaps it's not someone's fault but just became strong on its own. We shouldn't worry much about it. Yes, Your Highness. It would be better to take some time to investigate it rather than be impatient. You're right. Princess Leica nodded and asked again after checking the time by looking at the sun's shadow. How are Jude and Cordelia? They're searching the Cursed Land. Will they tell us if they find something? Maybe. As a result of observing the two over the past night, Midas concluded that it was okay to trust the two for now. Let's get ready to go back. Vanessa, tell the knights to pack up. Yes, Your Highness. When Vanessa left the tent with Midas, Princess Leica sat down and drooped her shoulders. because she could relax now that the tension was over and that she could really go back this time. Strangely, I am looking forward to it. On what would happen after she takes the two to the kingdom. Because after more than 500 years, they would be the first humans to visit the royal palace in the Forest of Eternity. Moreover, they were like heroes out of a fairy tale. It'll be interesting. Will Kelther like them too? Princess Leica smiled when she recalled her younger brother's face, without even knowing what would happen as a result of taking the two to the royal palace. Chapter 224 Sword Dance 1. When Princess Leica gave a withdrawal order, Jude and Cordelia came to a conclusion. I think there's some outside intervention. But we don't have any evidence, right? Yes, but I can guess who it is. Even though Jude and Cordelia were rotten waters, it was impossible for them to know the parts that were not properly portrayed in the game's storyline, just like the Forest of Eternity where they were now. But it was possible to figure out the full story by piecing together different parts. The soul is the staple food of myriad shapeshifter Jabberwock. To be exact, it grows by eating souls. Jabberwock was strengthened by eating the souls of the elves in the Forest of Eternity, and it merged with the demonic human Jabberwock, who was the incarnation of Behemoth, becoming one of the 7 major calamities, right? It's possible. In Legend of Heroes 2, it was only possible to enter the Forest of Eternity after the destruction of the Slen Kingdom, which was at least 2 years from now. At that time, the elf kingdom of the Forest of Eternity had already been destroyed. Most of its people, including its king, had become undead. Most of the undead had their souls eaten. I think I understand now. Even Death Knight Kelther couldn't hold a proper conversation. The souls of everyone had been eaten, and only their bodies moved, and even if the soul was left, only a part of it remained. There weren't just 1 or 2 ways to create an undead in Pleiades. There were many kinds of zombies in this world. Anyway, considering that Jabberwock was the cause of the incident, and that Jabberwock became a calamity by eating souls, doesn't that mean that someone fed Jabberwock souls to strengthen it? If Jude and Cordelia were not here, Jabberwock, who had become much stronger than before, would even become stronger by eating the souls of Princess Leica and her companions. So you think someone outside intervened. Jabberwock wouldn't be as strong as it was now if it was only fed 1 or 2 souls. That's right. It wouldn't be as strong as it was now from just eating a few souls by chance. In the first place, the elves didn't go anywhere near here, where Jabberwock was reviving. I can only think that someone with obvious intentions had injected a huge amount of souls into Jabberwock. Having said that, Jude stood up and continued as he looked at Cordelia. Who do you think will benefit the most if the elves in the Forest of Eternity are annihilated? Either the demon followers or Malekith. Both were eager to destroy the Slen Kingdom. In particular, Malekith wanted to occupy the entire Slen Kingdom and not just the southern region, because he had a long-standing grudge against Dragon Slayer Carlos, who was the founder of the 7 southern families, and Lion D. Slen, the founder king of the Slen Kingdom. If we consider a person who could give such a huge amount of souls, if we're going to name someone from the south, it's highly likely that it's that person on Malekith's side. Malekith had a powerful necromancer who held a grudge against the elves. Cecilia, a dark elf who hated the elves of the Forest of Eternity and was Black Dragon Malekith's lover. The pieces of the puzzle seemed to fit, but Jude and Cordelia had bitter smiles in the end. We still have no evidence. I don't think it's a good idea to say that we got this information from the Guardians of the Holy Cross. But it's better to tell them, right? I think it would be better if we can drop them some hints. The dark elf Cecilia was different from Jude and Cordelia, who were humans. The fact that she could secretly enter the Cursed Land, despite the Forest of Eternity rejecting her existence, could only suggest 2 possibilities. One possibility is that Cecilia hid herself with some powerful magic. This was the most common and acceptable possibility. Cecilia was originally a member of the Prime Royal family. The other is the possibility that an insider helped her. Someone had invited Cecilia into the Forest of Eternity and helped her hide her appearance. But that's unlikely. Because the elves in the Forest of Eternity had lived a life disconnected from the outside world and were unlikely to communicate with Cecilia out of the blue. Another reason was that it was not beneficial for them to strengthen Jabberwock. Of course, there may be a possibility if we begin to add political reasons. For example, the hypothesis that Jabberwock was used to eliminate Princess Leika and the punitive force. But we'll only know this if we go the Elven Kingdom. Things like what the relationship between Kelthur, the Elven King in the game, and Princess Leika, the current first in line to the throne, and the political relationships surrounding the royal family, and so on. While Jude was calculating one thing or another in his head, Cordelia was standing with her arms crossed as she stared at Jude in silence. It would be nice if he acted like that all the time. The Jude when he's thinking about something. I'm not sure how to express it, but is this what they call the charm of an adult? A serious but cool person, and someone you can rely and trust. But the chances of seeing this face of Jude are rare. He's always smirking and has this sly look on his face. Well, it's not that I don't like that either. It's strangely cute too. Especially when I kiss him on the cheek, you could say that he likes it because the corners of his mouth would twitch. And when he looks really happy, I want to do it more. But I have to refrain from doing that. Yes, I have to refrain from doing that. If I keep doing that, it'll become a habit. Hold on, if I think about it, is there any reason why it shouldn't be a habit? We're engaged anyway. Yes, we're engaged. It was when Cordelia began to think over again the validity of the skinship ban. Lord Jude, Lady Cordelia. At the call of an elven knight, Jude and Cordelia both stopped thinking and raised their heads. Well, be going back now. Okay. Well, be going? Jude shouted back and stretched out his hand to Cordelia, who very naturally held his hand. I don't like this position. On the road leading to the palace of the Prime Royal family, located in the center of the Forest of Eternity, the two were riding on an elven steed. Cordelia murmured in a small voice, and Jude replied with a sly look that Cordelia had thought of as cute earlier. I like it, though. I can support my chin like this. Jude usually rode in the front and Cordelia in the back, but this time, it was the opposite, as Cordelia was in the front and Jude was in the back. Cordelia shook her head as Jude put his chin on top of her head. Whoa, you're going to fall. Jude tightly hugged Cordelia's waist, and having fallen into Jude's arms, Cordelia's lips twitched before she slightly changed her position. Just lean on your back. How much should I lean? Cordelia leaned back her body as much as she could, and only then did she feel the firm chest of Jude. Jude didn't just stop there, as he even slightly leaned back so that Cordelia could lean more comfortably. Having leaned back naturally, Cordelia was surprised and blinked her eyes. How is this possible? Wouldn't you fall from this? My thighs and waist are pretty good. The elves didn't use saddles when they rode on the elven steeds. Therefore, Jude tightly fixed himself to the horse's waist with his thighs while maintaining a half-lying posture with only the strength of his waist. You're like a beast. Wait, why are suddenly calling me a beast? I don't know. Anyway, you're a beast. Cordelia giggled and leaned a little more against Jude's chest, and Jude whispered in a small voice in Cordelia's ear. But Cordelia, do you remember? Remember, I haven't made a wish yet, right? A wish she would grant if he got 50 kills in the fighting competition. Cordelia unconsciously flinched and stiffened at that moment, and Jude whispered again. What should I wish for? What do you think is a good wish? Jude smiled softly, putting his chin over Cordelia's head, and the red-faced Cordelia began to wiggle her fingers instead of shaking her head like before. Princess Leika watched these two with cold eyes and called Vanessa, who was beside her, in a small voice. Vanessa, yes, Your Highness. Why do I feel angry when I watch those two? So do I, it's normal. Is that so? It seemed like the other elves were also shooting cold looks at the two. Anyway, let's ignore them and hurry up. Okay. They wouldn't be able to do that once they arrive at their destination. Lloyd, please go a little faster. Nie. Perhaps Lloyd had the same cold eyes as them as the unicorn began to completely gallop. Half a day passed like that. The group then arrived at Elendia, the capital of the Elven Kingdom located in the center of the Forest of Eternity. A white city. These were the words that Jude and Cordelia came up with the moment they stepped inside Elendia. Unlike the Elendia in the game, the present Elendia remained intact and was a very beautiful city. Pretty. Jude nodded at Cordelia's simple but accurate impression. The white city and green nature were in natural harmony with each other. Even the sunshine and the wind blowing in between felt like a part of the city. White houses were one with the big trees, and there was a white palace in the center of Elendia. The palace's appearance, that was designed to make the flow of air easier, had an overall circular feeling, and its magnificence was befitting that of elven architecture. However, it also did not directly use multiple colors like the palaces of humans. The sunlight reflected from the glass windows installed everywhere colored the palace walls that were like a white canvas, giving it a distinct beauty at different times of the day. And in the front, a welcoming party led by flag bearers raising colorful flags was waiting for them. Sister, a young boy dressed in colorful clothes, came running from the welcoming party. He was a young boy who seemed to be around in his early to mid-teens, and just like Princess Leica, he had platinum blonde hair. Sister, my Kelther. When the boy shouted again, Princess Leica immediately jumped down from Lloyd and lowered her posture to hug the boy. Sister, I am glad that you're all right. Without congratulating me on our victory first, I prefer you being safe. At the words of the boy Kelther, her younger brother and the second in line to the throne, Princess Leica smiled happily. This is why I like you, my younger brother. I like sister too. Kelther tightly hugged Princess Leica, and she kissed his forehead and cheeks several times. And Jude, who was watching them, was a bit confused. They have a really good relationship? Wait, why does Kelther look so young? Did he become a king in his youth in the game? Did his height suddenly shoot up in a year or two? Generally speaking, that was impossible, but there were cases of that happening, like Jude himself. In the last 8-9 months, he had grown nearly 30 centimeters and had become 180 centimeters tall. So it did not seem impossible for a boy to suddenly become a young man. No, that's impossible. Is there some other reason, though? Or maybe there's another person here who has the same name as Kelther. Anyway, it was at the time when Jude was in the middle of thinking. Princess Leica briefly introduced Jude and Cordelia to the elves who came out to welcome the punitive force, and then climbed onto Lloyd while carrying Kelther. Let's go to the royal palace first. We'll talk more about it at the celebration. Jude and Cordelia were their first human guests in 500 years, but the elves only glanced at them and did not speak to them directly. It was the orders of their crown princess after all. Jude. What is it, Cordelia? Kelther is looking at us. Ah, he smiled. Don't smile at him. Huh? Jude glared at the brightly smiling Kelther who was looking at them, and he hugged Cordelia's waist tighter, while Cordelia blinked her eyes and giggled. And at sunset, upon their arrival at the palace, Jude and Cordelia were guided to the bathhouse and given new clothes to wear after washing themselves. It was clothes that elves wore in banquets. Oh, isn't this nice? It's a bit like Loki. It was a mostly green tailcoat with some black and yellow here and there. But it had a rather different look than when a slender elf wore it. Because Jude was tall enough to stand out even among the tall elves, and he had a statue-like body too. My princess is as beautiful as ever. Cordelia was wearing a white dress. Her cleavage and back were a bit exposed to the point that it worried Jude, but Cordelia really liked it as she twirled back and forth while holding the hems of her skirt. It's so light, it feels like the fairy dress. How about adding a scarf? Instead of explaining why, Jude put a white scarf around Cordelia's neck to cover her chest. That's good. This is much better. As Jude clapped his hands and smiled in satisfaction, Cordelia blinked her eyes before grinning. You're jealous? Yes, I am very jealous. You're not even hiding it now. Cordelia said that as if she was dumbfounded, but the corners of her mouth were raised upwards. Jude snorted like Cordelia before extending his arm to her. Anyway, let's go. Yes, Mr. Blackhearted, Jealous, and Scammer Black Cloak. Cordelia giggled and slightly hugged Jude's arm, and a few minutes later, Jude and Cordelia were guided to the banquet hall by an elf who looked at them with cold eyes, and the two exclaimed once again, "Wow, it's pretty, beautiful." The white banquet hall had a size and beauty that was not inferior to the grand banquet hall of the Slen Kingdom's royal palace. In particular, the light passing through the glass ceiling made the entire banquet hall look very impressive. The two of you are here, Your Highness. Princess Leica was wearing a white dress and gold accessories, and she looked up and down at Jude and Cordelia before smiling. You're both good-looking. You must indeed be the most beautiful among the humans. That was just Jude joking around. Cordelia spoke in a small voice, but her words did not work. Princess Leica cheerfully smiled and led Jude and Cordelia to the seats next to her. Now that I see it, it's a banquet, but it looks like it's just audience seats facing a stage. Chairs were placed around the banquet hall with the center left empty. Fortunately, Princess Leica explained to them as soon as they sat down. Whenever we celebrate, us elves do a group dance to remember our communication with the spirits. You hear you going to be watching and not dancing? Yes, not everyone can dance it. Having immediately answered Cordelia's question, Princess Leica explained it a bit more. The dance, or the sword dance to be exact, is taught and handed down to each dancer individually. It's a very beautiful sword dance, so I am sure it will amuse you. Wow, Cordelia looked around as her eyes sparkled in anticipation. On the opposite side of Princess Leica sat Kelther and a woman in a very fancy dress who seemed to be Kelther's mother. The king's not here, Princess Leica's mother too. Vanessa and Midas were behind Princess Leica. Cordelia looked around again before she fixed her gaze to the front at some point, because the sound of the drums signaled the start of the sword dance. Begin. As if the small voice of Princess Leica was a signal, 6 dancers appeared in the center of the white hall and began to dance. Elves in colorful clothes danced with big movements, but despite their different movements, their individual dances felt like they were harmoniously connected with each other. Wow! It was colorful, beautiful, and magnificent. When Cordelia showed her admiration, Princess Leica was pleased, but only for a moment. Because unlike Cordelia, Jude was frowning. What is it? Is there anything that he doesn't like? No, it's just unbelievable that he frowns like that even if he doesn't like it. It's not like he doesn't know basic manners. Princess Leica unconsciously became a little angry, and just like her energetic and impulsive personality, she immediately took action. Jude, is there something strange? At Princess Leica's question, Cordelia also looked at Jude in surprise. Jude? Even Cordelia found Jude's expression to be a little strange. Why? If it was Cordelia's first time seeing the sword dance, then it should be Jude's first time too. It was also a magnificent, nice, and beautiful dance. When Cordelia and Princess Leica looked at him in askance, Jude narrowed his brows again before saying with a determined expression, "Your Highness, yes, Jude, this may be presumptuous of me, but there's something wrong with that sword dance." What do you mean by it's wrong? What are you talking about all of a sudden? You're a stranger. You're also a human. Are you saying that you know about the sword dance of the elves? That was it. Princess Leica recalled one fact and stifled her anger before she looked at Jude with serious eyes. The Jude in front of her was a man who inherited the sword of Valentia, the elf sword. Do you know anything? It sounded much calmer than before, but her voice still had a stabbing feel. Because of that, Cordelia touched her chest with her hand as her heart pounded loudly, and she looked back at Jude with a nervous expression. Is there a problem? Is there something you know? Jude had yet to tell Cordelia about Valentia in detail, but when the elves had stepped forward. At the moment Jude had seen the sword dance of the elves, he instinctively felt that something was wrong, and he was able to know that through Valentia's experiences and memories that had naturally become one with him. He could tell on what was wrong with the sword dance in front of him. He could exactly tell on what was lacking. It's lacking one person. At that instant, surprise spread across Princess Leica's face. So Jude spoke again with confidence. That sword dance, it's a sword dance for 7 people to dance, not 6. Chapter 225 Sword Dance 2. Cordelia just blinked her eyes at Jude's comment, but Princess Leica was different, because she was genuinely surprised. How did you know? Even if you inherited Valentia's sword, how did you know that the number of people in the sword dance in front of you, the banquet of spirits, was lacking? Like what she had explained earlier, the swordsmen who participated in the banquet of spirits were taught and handed down the sword dance for each part individually. The reason why 6 people had to perform a sword dance that was originally danced by 7 people was because the part of the sword dance for the 7th swordsman was not properly handed down. Did Valentia also leave a record about the banquet of spirits? He had only seen the banquet of spirits today. The movements of the 7 swordsmen were said to be very harmonious, and it was only passed down to 7 people. Wait, I didn't tell him that this is the banquet of spirits, though. Did he just figure it out from watching? And he looks like he is sure of it. Princess Leica wasn't particularly authoritative, but she was conscious of the fact that she was royalty and that she was also the crown princess. She knew that it was not right to say such things in front of someone like her. Do humans have a different culture? I don't think it's that different, especially when it comes to basic etiquette. Princess Leika eventually ended her contemplation and decided to take her own approach. You are right. How did you find out? When she asked it openly, Midas and Vanessa heard her words because they were near her, so they also looked at Jude in curiosity. The same was true of Cordelia. Therefore, Jude alternated between Princess Leika and Cordelia before speaking. The fact that 7 people are needed for the Banquet of Spirits is something that I learned from the records of Master Valencia. And the sword dance in front of us is definitely beautiful, but there's this sense of incongruity. A sense of incongruity that one person is lacking. Moreover, I remembered you saying that it's a dance to commemorate the elves' communication with the spirits, so I thought that this was the Banquet of Spirits. And from that point of view, I was convinced that it was lacking one person. Princess Leika was in admiration of Jude's reasonable explanation, while Cordelia looked at him reflexively. Is that true? I'll tell you more about it later, because he only wanted to tell Cordelia the truth. What he just said to Princess Leika was not exactly false as it was almost true, but the story regarding Valencia was a little different from the truth. All right. You'll surely tell me, right? Yes, I'll definitely tell you. Cordelia smiled in satisfaction at Jude's answer, and Jude looked back at Princess Leika with a strangely relieved face. And it was at that moment. Then Jude, do you know the sword dance of the 7th swordsman? Midas, who was sitting behind Princess Leika, asked in an urgent tone. Midas? Princess Leika turned to her advisor in surprise. Because in front of her, he always showered her with nagging, but in front of others, he was always serious. Moreover, his voice, tone, and facial expression differed, because she also glimpsed some eagerness. Tell me, Jude, do you know anything? When Midas asked again without even thinking of answering Princess Leika, Vanessa quickly cast a soundproofing magic. Because many of those who were watching the sword dance had looked their way when Midas raised his voice. In particular, it attracted the attention of Kelther's biological mother, Canaria Solfege, who turned towards them. Jude, what's wrong? Do you know anything of importance? Cordelia asked again, with a glance when the atmosphere turned unusual, but for Jude, he didn't have to guess why that happened. He could somehow figure out on what had happened to the 7th swordsman's sword dance based on Midas' eagerness to know. It was lost. The 7th swordsman's sword dance was not handed down, but a human who might know about that sword dance had appeared, so Midas had asked in excitement, he's desperate. There's something here. Perhaps there's something secret regarding the Banquet of Spirits. Jude, do you know anything? As disappointment spread on Midas' face, even Princess Leika turned to Jude and asked with a strange expression, and Jude replied after some consideration. Please give me a moment to think. Are you saying that you're thinking of whether to answer or not? No, I just need time to think about the 7th sword dance. Jude gave a rather vague answer and closed his eyes, so Princess Leika, Midas, and Vanessa naturally turned to Cordelia. They seemed to be asking on what Jude was doing now. Do you know about the Memory Palace? As Cordelia began to explain about the Memory Palace while stuttering, Princess Leika stared at Jude as if she was looking at a very strange creature. I know, I am also amazed every time I see him do it. Cordelia spoke to herself before looking at Midas and Vanessa. The former found Jude to be interesting while the latter looked more desperate than before, but still hopeful. And then, the sword dance was still continuing, but most of the elves were looking at Princess Leika, who was surrounded by a soundproof magic barrier. On the other hand, Jude recited the mnemonic chant of the 9th Heaven's 9 doors instead of using his memory palace. He dived down the surface of his consciousness, just like what he did when he opened the 6th door. Valencia, if you can hear me, please answer. Show yourself like how you did back then. Jude recalled the sword origin and called out Valencia's name again, and an answer came back. The black surroundings changed in an instant, and a beautiful woman with long and platinum blonde hair appeared in front of him. My successor. The elf sword, Valencia. Now that he saw her, she really looked like Princess Leika, or rather, it was Princess Leika who looked like her. In any case, Valencia had a lot of similarities with Princess Leika. I think that Valencia is a bit prettier than her. Of course, Cordelia is prettier than them. My successor? Valencianim, can you see on what is happening outside? Not really, because I am sleeping most of the time. Will you share me your memories then? At Valencia's question, Jude quickly recalled his memories of the sword dance. Then Valencia said with a very joyful face, "It's the spirit's sword dance. The tradition is still being continued, but it's a pity that its form is incomplete." "You're right, Valencianim. The elves seem to regret it too. Do you happen to know the sword dance of the seventh swordsman?" "Yes, I know how to dance it." "Wow, really?" "Yes." Was Valencianim the seventh swordsman? Jude wondered if Valencia, who could no longer held a sword because of sword origin, was the reason why the sword dance of the seventh swordsman had stopped being handed down. It was quite a reasonable theory, but he was wrong, because Valencia shook her head as soon as she heard him. "No, I wasn't a swordsman of the Banquet of Spirits." "Then how did you wasn't the sword dance something that was handed down from one swordsman to another?" When Jude asked again, Valencia replied with an expression as if it was something natural. "Because it's swordsmanship." Swordsmanship? What do you mean?" Jude tilted his head for a moment but soon understood it. Because it was swordsmanship. She carefully watched it because it was swordsmanship and even memorized how to dance it. She figured out the sword skills necessary for the sword dance. She really is a sword fanatic. It's unfortunate that she can't use dual wielding because she thinks it's two-timing. "Then, do you know how to dance entire sword dance of the seventh swordsman?" "Yes, because it's swordsmanship." I see. This is why fanatics are scary." If Cordelia had heard her thoughts, she definitely would have said that his memory palace was scarier. Anyway, it seems that it's very important for the elves to resurrect the seventh swordsman's sword dance. Do you know the reason why? "Yes, I can roughly guess why." "What's the reason if you dance it? Y'all know why." Valencia giggled as she lightly blushed before speaking again. "Do you want to learn it?" "Yes, is it possible? I'll share my memories with you." "Oh, of course, knowing it with your head is different from actually dancing it. Y'all need to practice it first, okay?" At Valencia's question, Jude thought about what to answer, but he just grinned afterwards. Because his chinmujich allowed him to be good at everything he did with his body. It wasn't even a problem to move his body accordingly as long as he had the memories on how to do it. "Then close your eyes and concentrate. I'll show it to you." "Yes, Valencianim." Jude closed his eyes. The world turned black again, and in the meantime, only Valencia shined. "This is how you do it." She seemed to be excited of the fact that she was dancing the sword dance. Valencia was grinning with a glow on her face as she began performing the sword dance. The seventh sword dance was beautiful and dazzling. Jude opened his eyes, and he thought, "It's really beautiful." Valencia's sword dance. Frankly, he was ecstatic. Just by watching it made it difficult to breathe because his heart was pounding fast. However, Cordelia is still the most beautiful. Cordelia was literally a goddess when she stood under the moonlight with her wet hair in order to summon the fairies. Jude faced Cordelia, who was puzzled as she tilted her head, and he smiled before he immediately looked back at Princess Leica and Midas. "I can dance it." "Ooh, is that true? You can dance the seventh swordsman's sword dance?" "Yes." Jude answered confidently, and Midas turned to Princess Leica with a very excited look. "Your Highness, don't tell me you want them to dance again, but with Jude this time?" "That's right." She could see that a flame was burning on Midas' eyes. Therefore, Princess Leica nodded instead of thinking about it more deeply. "All right. It's been a long time since Midas has asked me to do something like this." Because for Princess Leica, Midas was a father-like teacher and an advisor whom she had relied on for many years. So she now wanted to listen to whatever he wanted. "Jude, can I ask you to dance it?" "With pleasure." Princess Leica was satisfied with Jude's answer again before she sent a glance to Vanessa, telling her to remove the soundproof magic barrier. "The dance will be over in a little while. I shall tell them about it then." And a minute or so passed. When the sword dance finally ended, the elves gave them a round of applause. Princess Leica also stood up and clapped before stepping forward and saying, "It's an amazing dance. I can't help but admire it every time." The swordsman also smiled in delight at Princess Leica's praise, and the elves loudly applauded again. Especially Kelther, who enthusiastically responded, but his face seemed to be applauding Princess Leica rather than the swordsman. He must have really liked it. Princess Leica also affectionately looked at Kelther before she immediately revealed her business. "I am sure you've heard some of it already. The story of how human heroes helped me defeat Jabberwock." Everyone's eyes naturally focused on Jude and Cordelia, and Princess Leica talked briefly about their performances. About Cordelia's boldness in persuading the Fairy Queen and Jude's bravery in defeating Jabberwock. This is embarrassing. Fortunately, the negotiation process with the fairies turned into a made-up story because Princess Leica properly packaged it beautifully instead of telling them what actually happened. However, it was still embarrassing, so Cordelia's face turned red. And this appearance of Cordelia drew a pretty good response from the elves, because the embarrassed Cordelia, as Jude had always claimed, was very cute and adorable. Of course, it's not only that. It could also be seen as her being humble. In any case, Princess Leica talked about the subjugation of Jabberwock and praised the two before she continued. Count Jude August Bayer inherited the sword of Valentia, the elf sword. And surprisingly, he said that he knew of the Banquet of Spirits, the seventh sword dance that we had lost. At her words, all the elves looked at Jude in astonishment. In particular, the swordsmen who did the sword dance seemed to be surprised. So I'd like to make a suggestion. Why don't we perform the perfect Banquet of Spirits with the sword dance of the seventh swordsman added here? What she meant was clear. Princess Leica turned to the swordsmen, and the swordsmen looked at each other before nodding their heads almost at the same time. The first swordsman, who was the representative, said as he bowed to Princess Leica, "Rather, this is something we would like to ask for. We will follow the Crown Princess will. Thank you for your willingness to allow it, even though other races are not involved in the Banquet of Spirits." Princess Leica softly responded and glanced at Kelther and his biological mother, Canaria Solfege, before looking back at Jude. "Jude, do a sword dance with me in the future." "Yes, Your Highness." Jude simply answered and stepped forward after taking the sword Midas gave him. Will it be all right? Valentia said that holding a sword is like having an affair. She won't yell at me and say that it's bad, right? No, she wouldn't have taught me the seventh sword dance if that's what she felt in the first place. And for Jude, Cordelia was always the first place. If Cordelia had heard him, she would get angry and ask what he was talking about, but she wouldn't be able to control the corners of her mouth from rising. Jude joined and naturally blended in with the swordsman group. 7 people would dance a sword dance that the 6 had done earlier. Their group formation grew, and their movements also subtly changed. But Jude was not worried. To begin with, the Banquet of Spirits was a dance performed by 7 people, so if they played their roles properly, they would be able to perform a sword dance more naturally than when 6 people danced. Then, let's begin. When the first swordsman spoke, Princess Leica sat down and the band began to play again. At first, slowly, 7 swordsmen, including Jude, slowly raised their swords. They began to dance to the music. Ooh, it's true. It's the real Banquet of Spirits. Voices of admiration spread among the elves. There was perfect harmony when 6 people performed, but when 7 people did, it changed. The sword dance happening in front of them was truly in perfect harmony, but it was too early to admire it. The true value of the Banquet of Spirits was not just a perfect sword dance. Cordelia, with her good senses, was the first to notice it. No visual changes had occurred yet, but she could tell because she was sensitive to the flow of mana. The Banquet of Spirits was not just an ordinary dance. It was a kind of ritual to activate a great magic, and the change continued. Therefore, the elves, including Princess Leica, also realized it. Ooh, it's a spirit. The spirits, they did not just admire it. The elves raised their voices in their immense surprise, and some of them even stood up from their seats. 7 spirits had shared a vow to the descendants of Magellan, the Magic Kingdom. Darkness spread. It covered the glass ceiling and became a night sky. Light rose. The moon and stars shone through the night sky, and each of the dancing swordsmen were engulfed in a soft light as if a spotlight shone on them. The light spirit and darkness spirit. Other spirits also appeared one after another. Green leaves bloomed among the trees that formed a part of the building, and a pleasant moisture spread across the banquet hall. The earth spirit and water spirit. And it continued. Beautiful flames danced under the darkness. A breeze from somewhere tickled everyone's ears. The fire spirit and wind spirit. 6 spirits appeared. And the 6 of them were those who had interacted with the elves of the Forest of Eternity from the past up until the present. So the elves swallowed hard in nervousness. They felt their hearts pound loudly as they waited for the seventh spirit to appear. And at that moment, just when the sword of the dancing Jude pointed to the sky, boom, the darkness broke at the roar. The glass ceiling shattered and a harsh wind swept around. Thus, the sky was revealed. A bright light shone down the darkness that filled the banquet hall, and everyone could feel it. A mighty power was descending from the skies that was incomparable to the 6 spirits that had appeared earlier. Light and darkness, wind and fire, earth and water. The 6 spirits danced and bowed down. Excluding Jude, the 6 swordsmen unconsciously stepped back and bowed, and Jude, who stood in the center of the stage, performed the final moves of the 7th swordsman. Worship, homage, an attitude that a person welcoming a king would show. The music stopped. The entire elven palace radiated light and gave off the magic power it had accumulated. It was the price that was paid to call the king from the open skies. Then the wind blew again. A giant being finally appeared from that open sky. Most of the elves, including Midas, bowed in admiration. Princess Leica was also very surprised and hesitated for a while before she bowed to greet the king. The Banquet of Spirits. A ritual to summon the 7 spirits who made a vow with the elves of the Forest of Eternity led by the prime royal family. But the situation had changed a bit this time. Because the 7th spirit, the king, who had not been called for many years due to the 7th sword dance being lost, had finally revealed himself. Do you remember the vow? A voice came from the sky. It was so magnificent and divine that it seemed to shake the entire world. Princess Leica struggled to catch her breath. As the crown princess of the elves, she raised her head and faced the spirit king. Wrapped in a rough wind, he looked to be very strong and was in the shape of a huge man. But he was beautiful at the same time. Cordelia automatically thought of Zeus in Greek and Roman mythology. We remember, O king of the 7 spirits, thou who art one with the storm, there were several spirits in the world. In the days of the Magic Kingdom, Magellan, dozens of different spirits shared vows with the elves. And one of them, among the 7 spirits who continued their vows with the elves even after the destruction of Magellan, he was the one who led the most powerful spirits. The spirit king of storms and lightning. He looked at Princess Leica. He looked down at all the elves before opening his mouth again. I will continue the pledge, so I am going to sign a contract with one of you again. All the elves became tense at the Spirit King's declaration. Midas and Vanessa looked at Princess Leica, while Kelther's mother, Viscountess Solfege, hurriedly glanced at Kelther. It was not an ordinary spirit, but a contract with the Spirit King. Depending on who got the contract, the next elven monarch might change. Princess Leica slowly breathed. She courageously rose from her seat, and Kelther rose from his seat too, being unable to overcome his mother's urging. The first and second in line to the throne. The elves swallowed hard in nervousness, and Midas glared at Solfege's actions, and a strong wind blew. The Spirit King descended from the sky and stood at the banquet hall. In the form of a giant, he passed by Jude. He went towards Princess Leica without even giving Kelther a glance. Ooh, Midas clenched his fist. Solfege looked very displeased, but there was nothing she could do. And Princess Leica tried to calm her pounding heart. She was honored that she bowed down again to the Spirit King who was walking towards her. O King of storms and lightning, she said in a trembling voice. And the Spirit King passed by even such a crown princess. In the first place, he had only been looking at one person the moment he descended. You are the child with the most beautiful soul among everyone here. Your soul is like a storm. Only you will be able to handle me. A pink-haired human girl stood among the elves. Cordelia stared at the Spirit King in a daze, and the Spirit King smiled. He raised Cordelia's chin with his big hand and asked her, "Would you like to sign a contract with me? Beautiful girl?" The Spirit King chose her. Cordelia blinked her eyes and saw Jude. She unconsciously smiled when she saw Jude's face that was both happy and a little angry. Hey, it's the Spirit King. Spirit King. It's not a human. Jude furrowed his brows at Cordelia's glance and nodded as if it couldn't be helped, and Cordelia tried to suppress her laughter. Instead, she faced the Spirit King with a beautiful and bright smile. I will, O King of storms and lightning. She slightly felt sorry for Princess Leica, but there was nothing she could do. The Spirit King had chosen her himself. From this moment on, the pledge has been fulfilled. The Spirit King answered with a smile and changed his appearance from a giant to a beautiful boy before he lightly kissed Cordelia's forehead. "My contractor, my girl," the Spirit King whispered, but his words were heard by everyone. Cordelia glanced at Jude and awkwardly smiled when she saw his expression that she had expected. Chapter 226 Prime Royal Family. 1. Jude was usually a rational person. He was a very rational, logical, and level-headed person who always calculated the profits and risks. But the Jude now was not that. Extreme anger, a state in which calculation was impossible due to the blood rushing to his head. Jude's emotions began to suppress his reason. At the same time, a light like that of a wild beast began to shine in Jude's eyes. Unsurprisingly, Cordelia was the first to notice this change in Jude, so Cordelia couldn't help but panic. Hey, hey, hey. He just kissed my forehead, just the forehead. It didn't work. And some of the elves noticed the change in Jude. In fact, the Spirit King was one of the first to notice the change in Jude. Ho. The Spirit King of Storms and Lightning, who resembled Zeus, then snorted at Jude's reaction instead of becoming angry. He smiled as if he found it fun, so he tried to kiss Cordelia's forehead again. But it was at that moment. Hey, you should go back first. What? Go back now? The contract's been established, right? Then you should go now. Appeasing my Jude is a more urgent matter, okay? The Spirit King wasn't as good as Jude, but the moment he met eyes with Cordelia, he was able to understand what she wanted to say. He then blinked his eyes. He couldn't help it. Hey, I am the Spirit King, okay? Yes, so I'll see you next time. We've signed a contract, so let's call it a day. I will contact you next time. No, that was it. When his contractor, Cordelia, asked him to return, the reserve magic power in the royal palace also ran out. So the Spirit King of Storms and Lightning eventually had no choice but to return to the spirit realm. And right after that, Jude quickly headed to the spot where the Spirit King had disappeared. He walked in big strides as if he was almost running. Jude then stood before Cordelia before she awkwardly smiled and said as she spread out her arms as naturally as possible, "Yahoo, I signed a contract with the Spirit King, the Spirit King." Yes, the Spirit King, the King of Spirits. Yai, she even moved her arms up and down in joy, but it was a failure. Instead of rejoicing together, Jude ignored her words about the Spirit King and took out a handkerchief from his pocket before he began to wipe Cordelia's forehead. Jude, you're ruining my makeup." But Jude wiped Cordelia's pretty forehead clean and then kissed it with his lips. He kissed it once. He kissed it again, and quietly kissed it again. Cordelia was stunned at his 3 consecutive kisses no, at his territorial marking, and quickly sent him a message magic. Jude, well, this is just like those things you do in making contracts, okay? Like a pinky swear or a handshake, yes, that's right, something like that. But Jude just touched Cordelia's forehead with his lips again. So Cordelia stomped her feet repeatedly and sent him a message magic again. No, that's right. It's similar to a puppy licking their master's cheek, something like that. The Spirit King would have been furious if he had heard the words Cordelia had casually said, but her words still didn't work on Jude. Because Jude would have responded the same even if it was a puppy, but not to the extent as it was now. Hey, Jude, hey! When Jude kissed her on the forehead for the 5th time, Cordelia pushed Jude's firm chest with both of her hands as she sent a message magic again. The skinship ban is still in effect, okay? If you keep doing this, I'll be angry no, I'll be really angry. So don't make me mad and just do it later, okay? When it's only the 2 of us, okay? Unlike Jude, who only saw Cordelia because of the blood rushing to his head, Cordelia could see the surroundings very well. The elves were all staring at them. Wait a minute, is he doing this on purpose? After all, this is Jude we're talking about. He's the Jude who wouldn't lose his temper just because of something trivial like this, right? But it wasn't the time to think about this or that. Moreover, the light of reason began to return in Jude's eyes as if her words had worked. When it's only the 2 of us. Yes. When it's only 2 of us, Cordelia's face turned red and she bowed her head as she began to wiggle her fingers. On the other hand, Jude finally became able to see his surroundings, so he cleared his throat when he saw the elves looking at them in confusion, surprise, and speechlessness. How should we deal with this situation? It was not a problem that Jude had kissed Cordelia on the forehead while in front of others. They were engaged, so it was not a problem. The real problem was that Cordelia signed a contract with the Spirit King, the Spirit King of Storms and Lightning, an existence that had never made a proper appearance in the game. But Jude recalled another being the Spirit King of Scorching Heat, who was on an equal level with the Spirit King of Storms and Lightning. If the playable character Red Wind chose the Spirit Warrior tech tree, she would encounter the Spirit King of Scorching Heat at the end. It's hard to completely summon it. It was impossible to fully draw out the power of the Spirit King, even with Red Wind's capabilities, because it was such a great and powerful being. But the Spirit King chose Cordelia. He ignored all the elves in this place. That Beastard has a good eye, though. Jude unconsciously thought that, but it was only for a short time. He immediately cleared all his thoughts and analyzed the situation. He tried to figure out on what had happened, based on what the Spirit King said, and the current situation. The Spirit King of Storms and Lightning had not signed a contract with the elves of the Forest of Eternity for a long time. Princess Leica and Prince Kelthar had both wanted a contract with the Spirit King. They had a very close relationship, but there was a political conflict because of their different biological mothers. The reason for the conflict was Solfege, the mother of Prince Kelthar. It's not the worst situation for both Princess Leica and Midas. The worst situation for both of them was the Spirit King choosing Kelthar. So, we can go over this situation smoothly. We can talk about it. Although the elves didn't make a contract with the Spirit King, they could still make contracts with ordinary spirits. Moreover, Cordelia was now the contractor of the Spirit King. From the elves' perspective, she was no longer a being they could rudely treat. There's also the sword dance of the seventh swordsman. Currently, the only person who could dance the seventh sword dance was Jude himself, so he had a lot of things he could trade with the elves. And it was then the elves came to their senses and began to stir. Viscountess Solfege glared at Princess Leica's side, and Kelthar stared at his sister with a confused face. And Princess Leica together with Midas approached Jude and Cordelia. Jude and Cordelia. Princess Leica also looked very surprised and confused. Midas seemed to be a little upset. He was normally rational, but it was difficult for him with the current situation. Even if it was the Spirit King's choice, he couldn't help but feel like the Spirit King was taken away by a stranger, even more so, by a human. But Princess Leica was present here now, and despite her young age, she displayed behavior befitting that of royalty. Play along with me first. Princess Leica sent a short message magic and approached the embarrassed Cordelia, who was wiggling her fingers. The Crown Princess then raised Cordelia's hand and shouted, "A contract with the Spirit King has been established. With this, we'll be able to communicate again with the spirits of storms and lightning." Yes, hurrah! When Vanessa signaled to some knights, some of them responded awkwardly, but all the elves soon applauded and cheered. Let's talk about the details later. Princess Leica glanced at Jude and Cordelia before she stepped forward as if to hide the two, and began to speak in order to draw the elves' attention. And at that time, Vanessa whispered in a small voice after she quickly approached Jude and Cordelia. "Follow me. Let's get out of here first." It was a proposal that they had no reason to refuse, so Jude and Cordelia nodded and followed her out of the banquet hall. "Let me show you to your rooms first. If you wait there, Princess Leica will visit you." Jude and Cordelia were invited to the royal palace as distinguished guests in the first place, so it was natural that they had prepared rooms for the two. Will something big happen?" Vanessa replied with a small smile at Cordelia's somewhat timid question. "Yes, because you're both on the Crown Princess side, because they were on Princess Leica's side and not Kelthar's. It was something political, but Jude and Cordelia didn't object to it, so they hurriedly followed Vanessa. Wow. She couldn't see it properly because she was distracted back then, but she could now see that the elven palace that was one with nature was very beautiful and magnificent. Cordelia sincerely admired it before she turned to Jude and breathed a sigh of relief without realizing it, because Jude had completely gone back to his usual self. Anyway, he was very jealous. So a smile naturally spread on Cordelia's face. She also snickered. "We've arrived." After entering the room with Vanessa, Cordelia was in awe again. She could see the royal capital outside the big round window, and it was so white and beautiful that it felt like she was seeing doll houses. And the interior of the room was not ordinary too. because the furniture was made by processing trees rooted in the floor rather than cutting down trees, so it gave the furniture a very mysterious feeling. The light shining down the glass ceiling and illuminating the room also gave it an exquisite feel. Please rest for now. Vanessa slightly winked at them before she closed the door and left. Cordelia then sat down on the big bed in the middle of the room. Haya. A sigh of relief came out naturally, because she felt that she had somehow escaped the situation now. There was the Spirit King's unexpected contract, Jude's jealousy exploding, and even the confused elves. Yoo. Her body relaxed now that the tension was gone. Cordelia lied down on her side and closed her eyes. And within a moment, haha, Spirit King. I signed a contract with the Spirit King. I made a vow with the Spirit King of storms and lightning. Cordelia felt better as she giggled, and she lied on her back, kicking and trembling in her excitement. I didn't even choose the Spirit Arts Tech tree, but I now have the Spirit King. If I was a warrior, it's like suddenly picking up a divine sword in the starter village. Haha. Anyway, she felt good. She couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from raising upwards. Cordelia. Yes, Jude. Cordelia, who was lying down, then opened her eyes, and Jude sat down beside her and said, Do you remember? There's only the two of us here. Cordelia blinked her eyes and her face soon turned red, because she recalled her words in the banquet hall. Do it later when it's only the two of us. Is that it? Is that what I said? Wait. Seriously, wait, but it was useless. When she came to her senses, she was already cornered. Cordelia was lying down, and Jude was sitting as he leaned down his body over Cordelia. Cordelia. Jude softly whispered and lowered his head. He kissed the forehead of Cordelia, who froze and stopped breathing when she was captured. Gulp. The moment his lips touched her forehead, Cordelia swallowed her saliva. She unconsciously exhaled her breath. Jude then caressed Cordelia's cheek. He caressed Cordelia's warm and soft cheek with his cold and big hand as he stared at her. Cordelia let out a hot breath again and slowly closed her eyes as her lips twitched. Cordelia. Jude called her name again. Cordelia waited as she let down her shoulders instead of calming her pounding heart. But it was at that moment. Should I come back later? They heard the voice of Princess Leica. She had asked with a slightly sorry face as she appeared from a secret passage on the wall and not from the door, and Jude lowered his head. He couldn't help it. Princess Leica, even you. Are you trying to replace Scarlet since she's not here? Jude murmured some words that only Cordelia could understand before he stood up. Cordelia then sat up with an indescribable expression. And as Princess Leica faced the eyes of the two who looked at her with a bit of resentment, she awkwardly smiled and said, First of all, I am sorry. Jude coldly looked at Princess Leica, and Cordelia groaned as she raised her hands and covered her own face. Chapter 227, Prime Royal Family, 2, Ahem. Then, shall we begin our conversation now? 3 people sat around a round table in the room. Princess Leica, Jude, and Cordelia. Unlike Princess Leica, who was still smiling despite the awkwardness, Jude did not hide his dissatisfaction, while Cordelia was feeling resentful and embarrassed. Anyway, it was impossible to reverse the situation. So Princess Leica continued to speak, ignoring the atmosphere around her. As you may have already guessed, a commotion has occurred, because the Spirit King has appeared. Onyx, the Spirit King of storms and lightning. It had already been 500 years since the 7th sword dance was lost, so it was the first time for most of the elves to see the Spirit King in person. But that doesn't mean they couldn't meet other Spirit Kings. The Spirit Kings were kings after all, so it wasn't easy to meet them. Aside from their status, summoning them was also difficult. It seems to me that the Spirit King has never appeared, even if the sword dance was performed. Though he was still dissatisfied, Jude listened to Princess Leica and continued their conversation. Princess Leica was relieved by this and nodded her head. Yes, it's usually an ordinary storm spirit or lightning spirit that have appeared in the past. So you haven't seen a Spirit King, Your Highness. When Cordelia's eyes widened in surprise, Princess Leica replied with a bitter smile. It has been a long time since the 7th sword dance was lost. I don't know how old you think I am, but I am actually still quite young. Cordelia furrowed her brows at Princess Leica's response, not because she didn't like the answer, but because she was curious. How old are you then? You seem to be really young based on the way you talk. But since you're an elf, are you around 100 years old? Moving on so aside from Cordelia's contract with the Spirit King, it seems like my knowledge of the sword dance is of high value to you. Jude said in a lowered voice, and Princess Leica frowned as if she had been stabbed at her sore spot. She then nodded her head. You're right. First of all, the fact that the Banquet of Spirits has been restored is important. Being able to communicate with the spirits of storm and lightning that had been cut off once is highly valuable in itself. And well, if I say this, Midas will get angry, but since there's only us here, I'll say it anyway. Even among the previous royalty, you could barely count in your hand those who had signed a contract with the Spirit King. The fact that they couldn't sign a contract with the Spirit King wasn't a big problem. The problem was that Cordelia, a human, signed a contract with the Spirit King, but there was also a solution to that. That's why I'll be praising you a lot in the future. Praise? Yes, something like that. Something like exaggerating the facts, I think. I'll make you into an amazing person. Because it was much better than saying that the Spirit King was stolen by some random, ordinary people. A person worthy enough to be chosen by the Spirit King. Something that justified that person signing a contract with the Spirit King. The two of you will leave this forest anyway. If Cordelia had been an elf, the situation would have been a little different, because Cordelia might be excessively deified and gain followers. And that would pose a threat to Princess Leica's authority. But Cordelia was a human who would have to leave the Forest of Eternity eventually. Jude, can we let her do that? It's fine. There are many cases in history where people get praised after their deaths, even though they were seen as a competitor when alive, right? For their enemies, it'll be fine if the dead person was given awards or honor, since the person wouldn't be able to do anything with those awards, since they're already dead anyway. A classic example was King Seonjo, who originally struggled to undermine Yi Sun-sin's military achievements to somehow keep Yi Sun-sin in check during the Japanese invasion of Korea in 1592, but changed his attitude when Yi Sun-sin died. I see. Cordelia didn't know about any historical examples, but she nodded her head because his words made sense to some extent. And Princess Leica spoke again. To sum it up, I want you two to match my words. I'll hand over the settings I've made sometime tomorrow. Setting? Yes. Oh, I'll listen to you too, of course. It would be much more plausible to mix in a little bit of truth. Princess Leica broadly smiled as if she found it fun, but Cordelia thought as she narrowed her brows. She's like Jude. No, Jude is better than her, I think, but it was at that moment. We understand. If that's the case, our side will actively cooperate with you. Cordelia flinched when Jude replied with a dark smile, but Princess Leica was delighted and breathed in relief, because it was the first time she had seen Jude smile ever since she had entered this room. You have my gratitude. It's okay. Let's continue our discussion then. Jude still had a stern attitude, but Princess Leica continued with a small smile as if this was enough for her. Regarding the Spirit King Cordelia, can you summon the Spirit King? I haven't tried to do it yet. Have you ever signed a contract with a spirit before? No. At Cordelia's answer, Princess Leica had a bitter smile as if she had expected it, and then she slightly moved her hand. A wind seemed to blow from Princess Leica's fingertips, and soon, a wind spirit in the form of a cute little girl appeared. Wow, it was like a fairy. The wind spirit seemed to have the same butterfly wings as that of fairies. It's not difficult to summon the spirit itself once a contract is made, unless you and the spirit have a falling out. Princess Leica moved her hand again to unsummon the wind spirit before she turned to Cordelia. You have just signed a contract with the Spirit King, so I don't think you and the spirit are on bad terms already, but there is one more problem when it comes to summoning the Spirit King. Is it mana? Princess Leica nodded when Cordelia answered reflexively. Yes, mana, because it requires a tremendous amount of mana to just summon it. At this point, Cordelia seemed to understand what Princess Leica was talking about. To summarize, she was asking Cordelia if she had enough mana to summon the Spirit King. Now that I think of it, it was like that at that time, When she thought about it, it was only after Red Wind reached the final tech tree in the game was she able to summon the Spirit King of Scorching Heat. In short, it was like the ultimate skill that max-level players could get. Please wait, I will try to summon it. Cordelia quickly spoke and closed her eyes as she tried to summon the Spirit King of Storms and Lightning. When she called out the name of the spirit imprinted in her head at the time of the vow, she could clearly feel the existence of Spirit King Onyx, but that was it. And Cordelia understood the reason why. It's not enough. Her mana was seriously lacking. Even if she hadn't reached the level of Count Chase, an archwizard, she was still someone who surpassed the magic power of Adelia, one of the Royal Guard Magic Corps commanders. But even with Cordelia's magic power, it was still impossible for her to completely summon the Spirit King. As I thought, it's impossible, huh? It was as Princess Leica had expected. Even the High Elves, whose magical power were superior to humans, had to raise their mana capacity for hundreds of years or more before they could summon the Spirit King. So it was impossible for a human child, who would only live for a few decades, to have enough mana to summon the Spirit King. On the contrary, this is actually better. She had mentioned this, and that from the beginning, but if Cordelia was really able to summon the Spirit King, it would have been politically difficult. Because she's a human, it's probably impossible for her to summon it during her entire life. Princess Leica breathed in relief again, but she soon felt sorry for Cordelia. Even though Cordelia had signed a contract with the Spirit King, she couldn't summon the Spirit King because of her lack of mana. She wouldn't be able to summon him even if she tried because of the limitations of her race's lifespan. It was simply a pitiful fate, but Jude and Cordelia were thinking differently. What? Your mana's not enough? Yes, it's not enough. Will it still be not enough if you transform into angel mode or a witch? Well, I think it's still not enough. Then will raising your angel rank do it? Because Cordelia was an angel and not an ordinary human. That's why I want to hurry up. Jude, if we defeat Malekith, the dragon heart is mine, okay? Hey, as I said before, Malekith is an ancient dragon, okay? But we'll defeat him anyway, right? Well, that's true. It was a powerful enemy that must be defeated in order to achieve the perfect, happy ending. And that is, I'll tell you about it later. Have you thought of a way? Hee, that's still a secret. Cordelia giggled and turned to Princess Leica. Anyway, we understand, Your Highness. Thank you very much for telling us about this and that. Oh, yes, far from being disappointed, Cordelia had a big smile, so Princess Leica was surprised. She then looked at Cordelia with warm eyes. She's a kind girl. You're not showing your disappointment in front of me and Jude even if it's hard for you. I misunderstood you when I saw you, threatening the fairies, but you're actually a nice child. Your Highness? Ah, yes, that's right. Don't be too disappointed. Since you've signed a contract with the Spirit King, it will be easier for you to sign a contract with spirits of the same kind. Yes, Your Highness. When Cordelia answered nicely, Princess Leica smiled happily again before looking back at Jude and saying, And Jude, I want to ask you a favor. Are you talking about the 7th sword dance? Yes, it is as you said. I want you to pass on the 7th sword dance to us elves. One would normally say, yes, I understand, but not for Jude. Instead of answering immediately, Jude was silent for a while, and Princess Leica understood the meaning of his silence since she was a crown princess. Don't worry about compensation. I'll reward you generously. I understand. We'll discuss that later then. You keep saying that y'all reward us, but you have yet to tell us what y'all be giving. In fact, it was rare for Jude to reveal his innermost thoughts like this, but perhaps because of what happened earlier, his reaction was more harsh than usual. But Princess Leica was very pleased with the fact that Jude had accepted it. Okay, then I'll talk more about it tomorrow. There were a few more things to talk about besides the setting and the sword dance. When Princess Leica got up from her seat, Jude and Cordelia also stood up, but she waved her hand as if saying that it was not needed and said, You can remain seated, and as for what you were doing before, you can continue doing that. Princess Leica blushed at the end before she turned around and hurriedly left the room, and the two were left. Jude wanted to put into action what Princess Leica had said, but not for Cordelia. Instead of having reddened cheeks because of embarrassment, she turned to Jude with slightly narrowed eyes. Hey, Jude. Yes, Cordelia. How did you know all of these? About the Banquet of Spirits, the 7 swordsmen, and the 7th sword dance. Normally, Cordelia would have exclaimed, Jude Wiki is amazing, but it was different this time. The 3 things mentioned above were things that had never appeared in the game. How did you know? Cordelia asked again as she intensely stared at Jude with her blue eyes. In terms of knowledge, Cordelia might be less than Jude, but in terms of instinct and intuition, she was far better than Jude. So instead of uselessly lying, Jude told her the truth. The sword spirit taught me. Sword spirit? Of sword origin? Do the Ultimate series have sword spirits in them? I just found out when we became one. His answer was somewhat strange, but it was true. Cordelia urged him with her eyes to continue, and Jude said as he scratched his chin. The sword spirit of sword origin is Valentia, the elf sword. The first owner of sword origin and a powerful swordsman in the past, also a member of the prime royal family and a high elf. At Jude's explanation, Cordelia blinked her eyes and asked, "Then, is the sword spirit still there? Since it's a sword spirit, it lives in the sword. Wait a minute, is it living in your body then?" Sword origin was a sword that became one with the user as soon as it was equipped. Jude hesitated to answer Cordelia's question, but he eventually came up with an answer. "Well, you see, that is true, but the sword spirit is normally asleep. It's not awake, okay? It's like it doesn't wake up unless you call them. Can you talk to it when you're awake? Can they watch the conversation we're having now? It's not like that. Our conversations only happen in something like an imaginary world, so it only happens in my mind." Is that so? Yes, it's like that. Is the sword spirit very pretty? Is it pretty? Cordelia was brightly smiling, but Jude could tell. Unlike her smiling lips, her eyes weren't smiling at all, because she was like a beast staring at her prey. Jude swallowed hard. He slowly opened his mouth and realized that his back had somehow began to get wet from sweat. Yes, that what? She is pretty. But in my eyes, no, even if I look at it objectively, you're the prettier one. As Jude said while sweating, Cordelia narrowed her eyes and only heard the words she wanted to hear. So she's pretty. And she's a woman. OSHT. Now that I think of it, Cordelia doesn't know yet if Valentia is a woman or not. But what I just said now made it clear that it's a woman. No, I pretty much confirmed it. HMPH, I see. Jude's sword spirit is a woman. In addition, she's pretty. The two of you secretly meet in your mind. No, that's not it. Countess August Chase? You even became one with her, right? Wow, unbelievable. You truly merged with her. Jude has merged with Valentia. You merged with a woman other than me. Excuse me? Isn't your choice of words a bit strange? So Jude will merge with anyone. That's the kind of man he is. It was a checkmate. No matter what Jude would say here, he would only be seen as trash in the end. But it was then. Cordelia, who had been coldly staring at him, suddenly burst into laughter and began to laugh out loud while holding her stomach. Look at you getting flustered. Was it a bullseye? Is that it? Cordelia raising her voice at the end was very cute, but it was unpleasant at the same time too. Haha, I won again today. Wait, what exactly did you win? I won. Cordelia laughed at whatever Jude had said and then asked as she leaned her back against the chair. Anyway, I have a sword spirit too, right? Grand Order is also an Ultimate series. Yes, I've asked about it before, and it seems like it's a cute girl. That's too bad. It would have been nice if it was a charming guy. Miss Cordelia? Why? Mr. Jude who merges with anyone? It was an unwinnable fight. Aren't you the one who always called piggyback rides as merging though? Anyway, this doesn't make any sense. Even if Cordelia's intuition is amazing, this is a bit too much. Jude tried to regain his composure and said again, "Anyway, I'll teach you how to do it. But as Valentia said, the sword spirit will remain sleeping unless something special happens, so it may not work." Why was Valentia awake? Because of swordsmanship. Jude briefly narrated his conversation with Valentia, and Cordelia nodded her head. So that's why you were fighting a bit differently. Because Jude's way of fighting now was more like swordsmanship rather than martial art skills. Okay, then I'll try to meditate too. Cordelia answered cheerfully before she corrected her posture and closed her eyes while holding the handle of Grand Order. And a few seconds later, it's already too late to finish what we were doing earlier. I have no choice but to postpone it for next time. Jude smiled bitterly and sat across Cordelia before closing his eyes. Likewise, he began to talk to the sword spirit. Did your conversation go well? Princess Leica nodded at Midas' question. Yes, it somehow went well. He will teach us the 7th sword dance tomorrow, and as expected, Cordelia is unable to summon the Spirit King. This was a satisfactory result for Princess Leica, but not for Midas. Is it impossible to transfer the Spirit King's contract? Midas, that's impossible. The Spirit King chose Cordelia. It's not something that we can easily transfer like paper contracts, right? In fact, Midas was aware of that. But it was not easy for him to maintain his composure since this was about the Spirit King and not anyone else. Anyway, isn't this better than having Kelther be chosen? That's true. Princess Leica and Kelther had a very close relationship, but nevertheless, the two were still the first and second in line to the throne. Even if the two didn't have any thoughts of competing against each other, things might still happen depending on what the people around them thought. I don't think Solfege has given up yet. Princess Leica recalled Kelther's mother and sighed before she looked at Midas again. Anyway, it already happened. So stop thinking about the Spirit King and move on. I understand. Midas seemed reluctant to answer, but he was someone who kept his words once he said it. Therefore, Princess Leica smiled and said, "Moving on, shouldn't we be grateful to the two? Thanks to them, we defeated Jabberwock and got the Banquet of Spirits back. I am worried on how well reward them. You're right? I think we should reward them generously." To sum it up, the two had made huge contributions one after another in just 2 days. They saved Princess Leica's life, defeated Jabberwock, and restored the sword dance that had been lost for a long time. Well, should giving them this country be enough? Should I bestow Jude the position of my lover? When Princess Leica said that with a playful smile, Midas nodded his head seriously. It's worth considering. It was rare for elves to have an offspring, so they didn't have a marriage culture. That was why Princess Leica's mother and Kelther's mother were nobles with their own titles and not queens. What do you think, Your Highness? It was the moment when Midas seriously asked, "Your Highness?" Vanessa appeared as soon as the door was opened, and she hurriedly spoke without even giving a courteous greeting first. "His Majesty the King has awakened. My father." "Yes, he just woke up now." Vanessa said that with a wide smile, and Princess Leica was filled with joy. Midas was also pleased as he clenched his fists. Grave Prime, the leader of the High Elves who led the elves of the Forest of Eternity. He had been asleep for a long time, but he finally woke up. Why? Maybe summoning the Spirit King had an effect on him? Let's hurry. Yes, Your Highness. With the smiling Vanessa leading the way, Princess Leica and Midas hurried out of the room and headed for the king's residence. And at the same time, at a completely different place, 2 people were heading out of the royal capital with their horses besides each other. One was Count Bayer, one of the 10 great swordmasters and the new sword Saint of Wind, and the other was Count Chase, one of the Northern Sagang and the Tower Master of the Red Dawn Tower. Because we can't just sit back and wait. Their children had run away at night, because of love, in a situation where the royal family's attention was focused on them. They didn't understand why their children, who were already engaged, kept running away at night, but it was impossible for the 2 counts to sit by idly as their children acted as if they were on a honeymoon. Because the 2 were no longer just children from the 12 northern families, but heroes of the kingdom that the Slen royal family paid attention to. Is it south this time? It was north last time. Count Bayer had a bitter smile and turned to Count Chase, who snorted before fixing the reins and saying, "Anyway, let's go." Yes, let's go. To catch their runaway children. To go after Count August Bayer and Countess August Chase, their children. The 2 counts turned their heads along the north wind and pulled their horses' reins. Their horses ran like the wind towards the south. Chapter 228. Rushing Jude actually needed some time to organize things. Because he had gained a lot of things in a short period of time after they left the royal capital, or to be exact, after the decisive battle in the royal capital. From the 6th door to Ultimate One, and even a new swordsmanship style. In particular, he needed time to learn the new swordsmanship. Even if Jude had Chinmujic, he still needed to train the so-called skill level of the things he newly acquired. Valencia. Jude called Valencia's name as he closed his eyes and focused on his consciousness. He had already done it once, so he was able to call Valencia much faster than before. "You came, my successor." The Valencia who appeared in front of him looked quite excited than before. Did something exciting? No. Did something interesting happen? She said that she's usually asleep all the time. But there was a reason for her to stay awake this time. "My successor, I've developed it to some extent." Yes, I developed it," Valencia said as her toes wiggled. It seemed like she was holding herself back from jumping up. If it was Cordelia, she would have already jumped up from her spot. No, she would have hopped. Now that I see it, she's barefoot. Jude looked at Valencia's feet before raising his head. He smiled as he saw her brightly shining green eyes that seemed to be even sparkling. Are you talking about combining the Supreme Sun divine art to your swordsmanship? You're both right and wrong. The Supreme Sun divine art is a martial arts based on swordsmanship in the first place. It was as she said. Landius was a swordsman after all. He was suspected of being a swordless swordsman, just like Jude now, but at the time of the first episode of Legend of Heroes, he used swordsmanship with the Supreme Sun divine art. Ninth Heaven's 9 doors can integrate with anything. However, you did not use a sword at first, so your current Ninth Heaven's 9 doors is more like fist fighting than swordsmanship. Therefore, it became necessary to combine the Supreme Sun divine art swordsmanship and Ninth Heaven's 9 doors, and the other swordsmanship styles that my successor had learned so far in order to create a new swordsmanship style. Doing such work would make anyone feel dizzy, but for Valencia, it was exhilarating. She continued with a wide smile. The Ninth Heaven's 9 doors and Supreme Sun divine art are both amazing, and the other swordsmanship styles that my successor has somehow learned are quite extraordinary and interesting. He blinked his eyes as he didn't know what she was talking about at that moment, but he soon understood it. Valencia was talking about the Sword of Wind, which was Count Bayer's swordsmanship, and Count H.R. Svelger's Sage King's cross sword. Jude didn't know much about the two, but he was familiar with parts of it. Anyway, I will teach you from now on. I am sure you will also be happy. Jude smiled unconsciously when he saw Valencia's flushed cheeks, and he nodded his head. Valencia's joy somehow made him feel better too. But my successor. Before I begin, I want to ask you a question. Yes, please ask away. As Jude answered calmly, Valencia put her hands on her waist and had a mischievous expression as she asked, "My successor, what do you think are the advantages and disadvantages when you use swordsmanship with sword origin?" The advantages and disadvantages that occur when fist fighting techniques are used like swordsmanship. Or rather, the pros and cons of being able to use sword techniques together with fist fighting techniques. I can tell the disadvantages right away. First of all, the reach is short, meaning the attack range is decreased because of the weapon's length. Then what are the advantages? First is speed. Because bare hands were faster than weapons. Weapons were heavy, and it also took some time to manipulate them. Of course, the latter was not a significant difference at the level of an ordinary human, but this was Pleiades, a world where superhumans existed. Even the slightest difference could determine one's life and death. But that's just the advantage of fist-fighting techniques. As for the advantages of using swordsmanship, along with fist-fighting flexibility. That word immediately came out of his mouth the moment he thought of it. And at his answer, Valencia smiled brightly. Yes, speed and flexibility. Sword origin allowed its user to treat their limbs like swords. In other words, it was possible to reduce one's movement and respond faster than when using a sword to block or deflect enemy attacks. The same went for attacks. All of that is about speed. What about flexibility then? Flexibility in attacking because you're using all your limbs, right? Normally, it was necessary to avoid the enemy's weapons when one used fist-fighting techniques, but that didn't apply to sword origin. For this reason, a person could carry out as many attacks as they could that they would have normally not thought of when they used fist-fighting techniques or swordsmanship. That's correct. But there is one more thing. Think about it a little more. At Valencia's urging, Jude furrowed his brows and thought hard, and he soon found an answer. Because Valencia kept wiggling her fingers. The free use of your hands? Correct. Valencia was unable to hold it in this time and finally jumped up from her spot. She clapped her hands and continued. You're not just fighting with a sword-like hand, because you can do much more with your hands. It wasn't just about using one's fist and palm. One could really do anything with their hands. With a real blade, it was impossible to use techniques that did not cut the enemy, such as punching and grabbing techniques. But it was possible to do so with sword origin, 1,000 changes and a myriad of variations. Valencia gracefully spread out her hands and continued with a picturesque smile. Now then, shall we be enchanted together? Let's learn swordsmanship together. Valencia took a deep breath and assumed a basic posture, and Jude smiled at her strange choice of words before nodding his head. "I'll be in your care." "All right, my successor." Valencia firmly answered and raised her hand. They began training in earnest. The next morning, Vanessa reappeared in front of Jude and Cordelia, who only meditated all night in the room. She came with an elf whom they had never seen before. "This is Carnelia from the Bellias family. She is the swordsman who will learn the 7th sword dance. I am Carnelia Bellias. It's a pleasure to meet you." At Vanessa's introduction, a tall and slim female elf greeted them with a big smile. She had red hair that was quite rare for elves who were mostly blonde, and she gave off a very energetic feeling. "I look forward to working with you." "Nice to meet you." Cordelia greeted her after Jude, and then turned to Vanessa and asked as if she had suddenly remembered something. "What about Princess Leica? Her Royal Highness is a little busy right now." Vanessa replied with a grin. Cordelia thought that it was natural for Princess Leica to be busy since she was the crown princess, but she felt that Vanessa's smile implied something more than that. "Did something happen?" "I don't think something bad happened, though." Cordelia's unique gut feeling was telling her something, but she didn't pry any further. She didn't know if it was a bad thing, but she thought that it was a nuisance to stick her head into something trivial. "I shall guide you to the training area. I believe that it would be difficult to use swordsmanship here." Vanessa had spoken to them informally when they had first met, but after Jude and Cordelia were officially invited to the royal palace, she had begun to speak to them respectfully. "No, I think it was the time after I signed a contract with the Spirit King." Ever since they were guided to the room, Vanessa had begun to use respectful words to them. "The Spirit King is amazing, huh?" From Cordelia's perspective, it was like the final boss became her summon, but not for the elves. The Spirit King was like a pillar of the world that kept the balance of the world just by its very existence. So it was natural for them to be polite to Cordelia, who had been chosen by the Spirit King, regardless of whether she could summon him or not. "This way, please." Vanessa guided them to an outdoor training area. It was like a soccer field, as there was grass on a wide open area. "Are we doing it here?" The sword dance used in the Banquet of Spirits was usually passed down to only one person, though Valencia didn't seem to have strictly followed that rule since she had learned it. "Yes, the 7th sword dance was lost in the first place because of that rule, so we've decided to pass it down to many people this time. After all, in a way, it was just a sword dance." Jude was convinced and immediately began to teach Carnelia the 7th sword dance, and Cordelia was dazed for a moment before she followed Vanessa and sat in a sunny place to watch the two. And time passed. Other elves began to appear one by one in the training area, and everyone seemed to be interested in Jude. The story of the punitive force must have spread. The story on how Jude fought and how they defeated Jabberwock. At Vanessa's explanation, Cordelia smiled and puffed up her chest. Ahem, yes, he's very amazing, very enchanting. Hessahem, very charming." Jude would have liked it if he had seen her raise her chin and tried to clear her throat because it looked cute, but Vanessa only tilted her head. "Lady Cordelia, are you feeling sick?" "No, it's not Thathiha." Instead of explaining it to her, Cordelia just laughed and asked again as she raised her chin. "Jude is on the strong side even among the elves, right?" "Yes, and it's quite unique that he can do swordsmanship with his bare hands. Isn't he special even among the humans?" "Yes, Jude and his master are quite special." Landius didn't have something like the sword origin, but it seemed like he could also do what sword origin could do. After all, he was Landius. Maybe he's no longer human at this point. It was hard to imagine someone else stronger than Landius. "Oh, it looks like they're going to have a spar." Cordelia was surprised and looked back in front again, and she saw Jude and an elven knight assuming a basic fighting posture. Carnelia, who had been learning the sword dance, was now heading to Cordelia's side. "Carnelia, did they request for a spar?" "Yes, I've learned all the basic movements, so I'm taking a break for a while. Everyone seems to be very interested in Master." When Carnelia responded with a wide smile in response to Vanessa's question, Cordelia puffed up her chest again and said, "He is my Jude after all." Anyway, is everyone interested in Jude?" It was just a repetition of Carnelia's words, but Carnelia replied with a bright smile. "Yes." I've only learned from him for 2 hours, but he's really not an ordinary person. He has a deep understanding of swordsmanship. In particular, he has a really nice body. Cordelia was pleased as she listened and nodded her head, but she paused at the other's last words and blinked her eyes. A nice body? Yes, isn't it really nice? He has a firm chest, thick forearms, and in particular, his thighs and waist haha. Cordelia blinked her eyes again. Did she just giggle at the end? Did I hear her wrong? Cordelia suddenly became alert without realizing it, and she closely looked at Carnelia again. Now that Cordelia saw it, Carnelia was gazing at Jude with an expression as if she would drool at any moment. But it was then, I think I understand. Actually, my heart is pounding too. His body type is uncommon among our male elves who are lean. That's right. Vanessa, you feel the same, right? Isn't his body so good? This is the first time I've realized that a body like that exists. Carnelia giggled in her delight while Vanessa blushed and nodded her head. After all, it was hard to find a sculpture-like body like that of Jude's among the slender elves. And Cordelia thought, UBT Ches, you've been looking at Jude like that for some time? Kaya, look at those veins on his forearm. It's popping out. Carnelia and Vanessa spoke once again, and at that moment, Cordelia became dissatisfied with Jude's outfit. Because his body figure was clearly revealed with the tight-fitting clothes the elves had given to him. In addition, the clothes were sleeveless, so his shoulders were fully exposed. Wait a minute. Even the people watching him are weird. There were many blushing elves among the onlookers who had gathered. Quite a few elves were drooling like Carnelia. Wait a minute. No, seriously, wait. Excuse me, his fiancé is right here, okay? I feel a bit uncomfortable if you stare and drool at my Jude like that, okay? And it was at that moment. When Jude successfully defeated the elven knight, thunderous applause and cheers poured out among the female elves who were watching. And a second match began. The opponent this time was a female elf, and Cordelia's discomfort grew even stronger. But something else happened then. Cordelia, how long will you be staying here? At Carnelia's question, Cordelia had a hunch at that moment. The elf in front of her, who was overbrimming with affection for Jude, was planning to do something. Excuse me. Jude is my fiancé, okay? Yes, I've heard of it. Humans have such a culture, huh? Cordelia flinched at Carnelia's answer. Such a culture? The fiancé part. As Cordelia was confused, Vanessa, who was watching from the side, then said with a smile, there is no marriage culture among us elves. For us, having children is rare, so if we have something like marriage, our population will shrink. What the hell are you talking about? What the heck are you saying? You don't have marriages? You don't get engaged. Have you always been a race that did not care about fidelity? Come to think of it, these elves have a prince and crown princess, but they have no queens. Even the mother of Princess Leica is a countess with a different surname. Wait, don't tell me so all of these people here are? Cordelia saw the elves, who were drooling while staring at Jude, in a new light. Jude's in danger. When she looked closely, even the female elf he was having a spar with was staring at Jude strangely. It was like the eyes of a hawk looking at its prey. Moreover, the sex ratio was strange. Of the elves gathered here, majority were almost all of them were female. I read about it in a storybook. Humans are much rougher and more vigorous, right? Cordelia frowned at Carnelia's question. Why are you asking me that? Why? And what are you planning to do if he is rough and vigorous? FCK, they really look like they want to pee. These damn Ero elves. Should I just destroy everything? At the time Cordelia began to think seriously, Jude's full concentration was on the match without even realizing on what was going on around him. Or rather, he was enjoying the spar. For Jude, the current sparring match was a great opportunity to embody what he learned from Valencia last night. This is fun. Becoming stronger is fun. Learning new swordsmanship is fun. Attacking with the body freely and getting closer to the roots of Supreme Sun, divine art, and Ninth Heaven's 9 doors are fun. The engrossed Jude began to sweat, and the elves began to squeal at Jude's wet body. And as all of these were happening, the finishing touch was added. Jude is really strong. Princess Leica appeared with Midas, but she also looked quite strange. Her cheeks were a bit flushed too. What the why are you blushing while looking at Jude? Didn't you see me and Jude doing that yesterday? Even though it was only an attempt, but still. Cordelia became extremely uncomfortable and struggled to contain her anger before catching her breath. And she made a resolution as she watched Jude fight against more opponents whom she had already lost count of. Tonight, I have to settle this tonight before it's too late. Let's end this. Cordelia clenched her fists as she watched Jude. And that night, after they had dinner and returned to their room, Cordelia stood in front of Jude and suddenly tried to hand him a letter. Cordelia, let's run away. Huh. Let's run away tonight. Lady Cordelia? Jude narrowed his eyes and asked, but Cordelia remained adamant. She once again tried to give Jude the letter. Let's put this on the bed and leave. It was a letter in a white envelope. It was even sealed beautifully with red wax from a candle. Hey, that what I think it is? That's right. It is what you think it is. A letter full of romantic words between Jude and Cordelia that they left behind whenever they ran away. In fact, it wasn't something necessary since they would be running away from the elves, but Cordelia still prepared it. Because we really need to run this time. I need to shake off all these perverted elves. But unlike Cordelia, who was in a hurry, Jude was calm as he asked, "But why do we have to leave now?" We have to leave. 2 days have already passed. According to our schedule, we should have already been out of the Forest of Eternity, right? What are we going to do if Malekith is resurrected while we're here? So let's hurry. Okay? You've already taught them the 7th sword dance too. That's right. But why is my lady doing this all of a sudden? Why does she look so anxious? So we're leaving today? Yes, today. Let's just leave this letter on the bed and go. If we say that we're going, Princess Leica will try to stop us again. At Cordelia's words full of strong conviction, Jude lightly touched his chin before he accepted her letter and said, "Cordelia, yes, Jude, do we have to go now? We haven't received all the rewards yet." First of all, they would be receiving a reward for saving Princess Leica and defeating Jabberwock. In addition, Jude was planning to rip them off. The Spirit King is not a reward, because he just suddenly appeared and chose Cordelia and was not something the elves had prepared for them. But Cordelia said with a firm expression, "Yes, we have to go no matter what." "Then will you wear the rabbit headband?" "Huh, the rabbit headband, with the tail. Why in the world are you suddenly saying that?" But Cordelia was in a hurry. She quickly nodded and pulled out the rabbit set from their luggage before putting it on herself. "Okay, I wore it, so let's go now." Jude blinked his eyes in confusion at Cordelia's determination. He just wanted to tease her a bit because she looked so anxious, but she really wore the rabbit set. Did something serious happen? Hey, you didn't kill an elf, right? Or committed some kind of crime? It's not like that, okay? It's just because we really need to get to the south quickly, okay? After leaving the Forest of Eternity, they had to stop by the headquarters of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. After heading down south, they had to find Landius and Camel too. As Cordelia said all that and persuaded him, she pulled on Jude's arm. "So let's get going. Let's merge. Okay. Then one last thing, what else? You want me to wear bunny girl clothes? For real?" Jude's eyes sparkled and Cordelia replied with a cold look as she raised her clenched fist. "Okay. I wanted to ask you something else in the first place." "What is it? You want to go to the toilet? What the hell is it?" "This. Cordelia's letter from earlier. Can I read it, to read what she wrote?" To read the contents of the love letter Cordelia herself wrote. No way, absolutely not, never. Do you know how hot my face became when I wrote down all sorts of things? With a red face, Cordelia snatched the letter from Jude's hand and ran to the beside, putting down the letter in a place where it could be easily seen. "Let's go now, okay? Jude, let's go, okay?" When Cordelia stomped her feet and said, Jude finally nodded. "All right, let's not delay it any longer." As Cordelia had said, the two still had a long way to go. It might be rude to leave without saying a word to them, but it should be fine since they had done a lot for the elves. "I am a little curious about the circumstances of the elven royal family, but nothing should happen now since we defeated Jabberwock. I've already informed Princess Leica of Malekith's threat in case she didn't know." "Then Lady Cordelia, would you like to ride on my back?" "Yes." Cordelia carried the backpack on her back and jumped on Jude's back, and Jude firmly fixed Cordelia's position before he turned to the window. "By the way, yes, how many times has this been? Running away at night because of love. I'm not sure. If I roughly count it, it seems to be around 5 times." But instead of counting it, Cordelia tightly hugged Jude's neck, and Jude smiled happily. He looked at the letter on the bed with a bit of regret, but he soon cleared his mind. He thought that it would be more fun to hear it from Cordelia in person. Then let's go. Yes, my lord. Cordelia buried her face in Jude's neck, and Jude became the wind. He became a black gale that crossed the forest of eternity. Chapter 229 Guardians of the Holy Cross. 1. Cordelia had a dream. It was the memories of the time before she was reincarnated in Pleiades, of the time when she was still living as Yellow Storm or Hong Yoo Hee in real life. Like most dreams, it began out of nowhere, but Cordelia didn't feel that anything was strange. Because it was a dream, she was in Hong Yoo Hee's room. Cordelia stood in the middle of a room with a lot of pink colors, such as the wallpaper and curtains, and then looked at the bookshelf. In the top section, various books related to certifications, including CAD, were tightly placed together. And in the bottom section, comic books and fairy tale books that she liked since her childhood were sparsely placed together. And in another place, Cordelia quietly gazed at the shelf filled with figures and plastic models, and she laid her eyes on the most eye-catching object there. It was a Cordelia figure that was released when the popularity of Legend of Heroes 2 reached its peak. It was hard to get, not because the quantity sold was not enough, but because it was expensive. Her pocket money was not enough, so she eventually had to sell some of her in-game items in exchange for real cash. It's so pretty. She remembered being really happy for a while whenever she opened her eyes every morning and saw the Cordelia figure on the bookshelf. Cordelia. She stretched out her hand and took the Cordelia figure. Cordelia quietly looked up and looked around. No one's here, right? Having checked that the door was tightly closed, Cordelia's lips twitched a few times before she turned the Cordelia figure upside down to look inside the skirt. Whenever she saw figures dressed in a skirt, Cordelia strangely wanted to turn it over. It's white. Cordelia grinned unconsciously and returned the Cordelia figure to its spot. She recalled the results of an experiment wherein most people of all ages, whether men or women, would check the inside of the skirt out of curiosity. Cordelia then walked towards the desk. My desk. Unlike her cute-looking room, the desk had a formal design as if it was used in an office. But because of the props placed here and there, it did not hurt the atmosphere of the room at all. Cordelia tapped the heads of the little teddy bears lined up on the desk and sat down afterwards. She put her hands on the desk as her small body leaned on the stupidly expensive but comfortable chair which her paternal uncle took from an office that his workplace was contracted to demolish. Cordelia touched the mechanical keyboard, or to be exact, the blue keyboard made by Leopold that was next to the VR device and exclusive controller. Legend of Heroes 2 was originally played with a keyboard and mouse, but after the release of Legend of Heroes 3, the addition of a VR device and a control stick, which was similar to those in aircraft simulators or those that one could see in almost any robot cockpits in anime, elevated the gaming experience. Its performance is as good as its complexity. One of the reasons why Yellowstorm was called a human disaster was because of this control stick. People who could handle it perfectly were rare even within the Legend of Heroes community that were full of rotten waters. But once a person handled it perfectly, the level of character control was raised to a completely different level. Outboxer must be the only one aside from me, right? A person who could use it perfectly like herself. Cordelia smiled and grabbed the gaming mouse instead of the VR device as she opened Legend of Heroes 2. As soon as she logged in, she saw a familiar name. Cowabunga. Oh, you're here? One of the chat room regulars was Cowabunga. She had never seen him in person, but because he was a guy who often played with his mic on, she felt like she could hear his voice in her head just by looking at the words in the screen. Yellowstorm, yes, I am here. After answering properly, she looked at the chat room list and saw that only Cowabunga and Outboxer9 were online now. Cowabunga, hey, do you not use Discord, also known as Deco? It was a program mainly used for voice chat. Although she knew of its existence, Cordelia shook her head and tapped on the keyboard. Yellowstorm? No, I don't. Cowabunga? Why? Yellowstorm, because there's no microphone at home. I'll think about it if you buy me a microphone. Actually, it was just an excuse. There was a real reason. There's too many people talking. It was a bit embarrassing for her to say it herself, but Hong Yoo Hee's voice was on the very good side. She had been constantly asked since elementary school on whether she wanted to be a voice actress in the future. Moreover, she was a woman, which was quite rare for players. As a result, there were many guys who catcalled her when she played games with her voice on. A lot of them even get into fights. Since Legend of Heroes itself was a male-oriented game, around 80 of the players were men, and there were many of the so-called gamers who pretty much lived in Legend of Heroes. So why did she say that? Because a pretty girlfriend who was good at games was the ideal type for gamers. Hong Yoo Hee was just the perfect fit to that. Ahem, ahem. Cordelia gently pressed her red cheeks with her hands in her embarrassment before she concentrated on the monitor again. Come to think of it, I've never even heard the other regulars' voices in the voice chat. She had already seen them for 5 years in the game, but she had never heard their voices, let alone see their faces. No way is romantic Kata Nai not a woman. After all, Jude was a popular character that female players used. It's perfectly reasonable to be suspicious. Cordelia closed her eyes for a moment and imagined the appearance of Outboxer 9. When he made fun of Yellow Storm, he always acted like a mean elementary student, but he was quite serious when he talked with others. No, one could say that he was cold in a sense since he didn't talk much. I feel angry now that I think of it. Why are you always so mean to me? Even when they first met, he mocked her for not being able to play games well. Yellow Storm always lost her temper to him, but strangely enough, she always imagined Outboxer 9 as a pretty woman. If Outboxer was really a woman, it reminded her of those stylish older women who were tall, sexy, and had excellent capabilities. Outboxer would look fierce in a well-fitted suit, but would also look like a cool, older woman. What if she wore a racing suit and rode a big and black motorcycle? Will her eyes be a little fierce? A cat-like face. Cordelia then recalled that Hong Yoo Hee herself also had a cat-like face. She had heard people say that she was pretty like a doll because she was small, but at the same time, she was also said to be like a ferocious kitten. Ah, Outboxer's definitely not a woman. It's impossible for Outboxer to be a cool, older woman if he always says mean things to me. Then Cordelia suddenly remembered one of Outboxer 009's weaknesses, and she smiled as she tapped the keyboard. Yellow Storm, Outbow. If you're online, answer me. Yellow Storm, I know you're there. Yellow Storm, out Yellow Storm, Bow Yellow Storm, Xer Yellow Storm, Baldy. Yellow Storm, impotent. Baldy. Hey, Baldy, Outboxer 9. You wanna die? Yellow Storm, oh, as I thought, you're a really bald, huh? After all, every time I say Baldy, you always retort back. Outboxer 9, no, that's nonsense. Outboxer 9, what's going on anyway? At Outboxer 009's question, Cordelia briefly raised her hands off the keyboard and thought about it. There was another reason why she thought that he was a cool, older woman. Because every time the monthly rankings was released, Outboxer would super evolve from a mean kid into a kind person who answered nicely. Outboxer 9, Norfolk, Yellow Storm, Sexu Outboxer 9, have you gone crazy? Yellow Storm, Pawa Sexu Outboxer 9, F this game censors everything else, but why isn't it censoring that? Yellow Storm, Sexu a Sexu Yellow Storm, Pawa Sexu. As she typed that, she could feel that Outboxer 9 was hitting something on his end. Yellow Storm, stupid kekek, she usually said all sorts of things, but when she said something dirty, Outboxer 9 would suddenly become embarrassed, and that was one of his weaknesses. Sometimes he's completely like a virtuous person. Maybe Outboxer is a lady of quiet and well-behaved character, so she's uncomfortable when she sees something dirty. Outboxer 9, hey kid, you're really just an elementary schooler, right? You're not even a middle schooler, right? Yellow Storm, Sexu Outboxer 9, hey. Yellow Storm, Pawa Sexu Outboxer 9. F. Cordelia tapped the keyboard and smiled as she imagined a furious Outboxer 9 on the other end. It means power sex, but Cordelia deliberately writes it as Pawa Sexu to avoid the chat room's censor/filter. The word power here is used as an intensifier, so power sex actually means intense sex. Pawa Sexu. Cordelia muttered in a small voice before opening her eyes. Sunlight, the smell of grass, the sound of trees swaying in the wind from afar. Cordelia blinked her eyes and realized that she had woken up from her dream. Ah, this is Pleiades. I am Cordelia. As she yawned and stretched out her arms, the dream that remained clear in her mind scattered at once and became a mess. After blinking her eyes again, Cordelia sat up and saw a familiar back. "Are you awake?" "Yes." It was the back of Jude, who was preparing their breakfast. It seems like I said something weird in my sleep, but surely he didn't hear it, right?" Cordelia then shrugged her shoulder and focused again on Jude and their surroundings. There were cooking utensils on top of the bonfire, and there was a delicious smell. Bacon, eggs, and carrots? I hate carrots. She spoke out loud as if she wanted him to hear it, but Jude said something else instead of talking about the side dish as if he didn't hear her. "I've filled it with water, so you should wash your face first." "Yes, Mommy." Cordelia opened the lid of the basin near her bed and dipped her hands into the clear water. The water was warm. He's kind. No, should I say that he's thoughtful. She was honestly grateful that he prepared some water for her to wash her face, but he even warmed it up. Jude was now able to freely use some basic magic spells, so preparing warm water was naturally much easier for him than before, but a bothersome task was still bothersome. Haha, Cordelia laughed without realizing it, and after washing her face, she sat next to Jude and looked at the frying pan. Bacon and eggs were being fried as she had expected. "Can you take out some bread and cheese from the bag?" "Okay." Cordelia took out some bread and cheese as Jude had ordered, placing them on a wooden plate before she stared at Jude again. She smiled strangely again. "What is it?" "Nothing. I just like this situation." Because there were no elves around and only Jude was present. Those cheeky Ero elves. Don't you FC King dare covet someone like that? Haha. Running away at night was the right decision, the right decision. When Cordelia snickered again, Jude tilted his head as he didn't understand what she was laughing about, but he soon smiled. 2 days after leaving the Forest of Eternity. A morning scenery where peace had been completely restored. Propping up her chin with her hands, Cordelia watched Jude put the cooked food into a bowl and suddenly remembered one fact. Come to think of it, Valencia is an elf too, right? She's also an elf from the High Elf royal family in the Forest of Eternity. Don't tell me Cordelia's eyes were deeply filled with suspicion at that moment, but she didn't say it out loud. "I'll have to talk to my sword spirit quickly and figure out the situation." He said that he could meet with his sword spirit, but she couldn't exactly understand how that happened from just hearing it. Cordelia herself needed to meet her sword spirit in order to check if it was really possible for him to cheat. "Have you talked to Grand Order?" Cordelia nodded when Jude asked her, as he placed a bowl on a wide rock that she didn't know where had picked up. "Yes, I called her, but she didn't answer." "Maybe it's a problem with meditation. You always doze off, you know." "Hey, my main job is a wizard. I am really good at meditation, okay?" "Well, if you insist, then it must be true." "Hey, I'm telling the truth, okay?" Yes, I understand. I take back what I said of him being thoughtful." Cordelia was annoyed when Jude spoke meanly, so she opened her mouth to badmouth Jude just like in the dream, but she quickly closed it again. Because there was a difference in saying it through online chat and saying it with your actual voice. And, now that I think of it, he really didn't hear me speak before, right? The words that I muttered in my sleep. Cordelia, and nothing. Anyway, are we almost there? Yes, we'll arrive there before lunch today. The southern branch of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. It was the largest of their branches in the Slen Kingdom, and Ghostblade Camel was known to be staying there. Can we get in touch with Camel if we get there? It's possible. Unlike my master, Camel is one of the Guardians of the Holy Cross leaders. He's a man of integrity, so he'll definitely leave behind a way to contact him. I see. Nodding her head, Cordelia briefly closed her eyes and thought about the southern branch. The trading city of St. Crute. Next to it was the monastery of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. In fact, it was too large to be called a monastery. Hundreds of people lived there, because it's actually a sacred place. It was not publicly known, but the St. Crute Monastery was one of the sacred places of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. It was also a unique and very important sacred place, right after the headquarters of the Guardians of the Holy Cross in the center of the continent, and one of the top 3 most significant sacred places on the continent. But even within the Guardians of the Holy Cross, only those who had some rank were aware of those facts. They would be like that because there was nothing special about the St. Crute Monastery itself. The monastery was not the birthplace of a famous saint, nor was it a place where an important part of history occurred. It was just a monastery of some size. But Cordelia knew the truth. It's the land of a god, the residence of a god. A god lived in the St. Crout monastery. Not a self-proclaimed god, but a real god of this world. No one met them in the game, though. All the playable characters were able to know of their existence, but none of them ever met the god in person. The first reason was that there were no characters who were deeply involved with the guardians of the Holy Cross. And the other reason was that the god in question had already disappeared in the second half of the game, when the characters became deeply involved with the guardians. The young god Atalia. Jude had once explained it a long time ago, but the gods of this world were actually classified into three main groups. The first group were the high-ranking angels from heaven. The second group were the divine beings from a completely different world. And the third group were the true gods of this world, who came to be in this earth. An example of the first group was the sun god Solari, and for the second group was Shutendauji, the god of misfortune and one of the 7 major calamities. As for the third group, they were the wild gods like the Golden Dragon King. It was not until we came into this world that we found out that wild gods actually existed. In any case, the young god Atalia who lived in St. Crout Monastery belonged to the third group. As someone who came into existence in this earth, Atalia was a guardian deity who truly wanted to protect this world. But Atalia was still a young god, so their power was less than that of a demon prince, let alone the sun god Solari. But a god is still a god. If Atalia continued to grow up in the future, they could become a stronger entity than Solari. Maybe you can meet Atalia this time. They were going to the St. Crout Monastery in order to contact Camille, but Cordelia was also looking forward to meeting Atalia. Anyway, shall we go? Yes, let's go. Cordelia happily replied before carrying the backpack and climbing on Jude's back, and Jude said after fixing Cordelia's position. By the way, Cordelia. Yes, Jude. We're not in the chat room, so you have to be careful, okay? Just remember that. What are you talking about? Cordelia blinked her eyes and soon understood what he meant. Thus her face turned red. Ahum. Let's go then. Towards St. Crout, a land where a god lives. Jude kicked the ground, while Cordelia groaned in her embarrassment instead of answering Chapter 230 Guardians of the Holy Cross 2, Jude rarely had dreams. In particular, the frequency of his dreams that was already low decreased even further when his sleeping time was extremely shortened after his metamorphosis. But that didn't mean that he never had dreams at all. It was just extremely rare. However, Jude's intuition was telling him something now, that he was currently dreaming. As I thought, it wasn't a lucid dream. Even if he was Jude, it was impossible to be completely rational in a dream, and even if it was possible, the laws of the world itself changed in dreams. In the world of dreams, one would think, oh, this is how it should be, this is natural, even if they saw pigs flying in the sky or cats dancing. Jude looked around. He was in the room of Outboxer 9 Kang Jin-ho, his past life. His life before he reincarnated and lived in Pleiades for 17 years. His room was very spacious. The room was big in the first place, but it felt even more spacious because there was little furniture in the room. One bed, one desk, one bookshelf, and one chest of drawers. Jude looked at the top of the chest of drawers. There were a lot of pictures displayed on top that Cordelia would be surprised if she saw it. Jude glanced at the picture on the far left. Around 20 years ago, there stood a rather good-looking child with fierce eyes among a group of rough-looking foreigners. In fact, Jude wasn't fond of this picture, because the people around him weren't decent colleagues. They were just humans who only thought of themselves and were willing to abandon Jude after using him. There was no special reason on why they took a picture together. It was just one of their whims. Jude saw the picture right next to it. The little boy with fierce eyes grew up. In the picture, all of them were foreigners except for the boy, but unlike before, there were several children in the same age group as him. Jude continued to look at the photos. The boy grew up and became a young man. And in the last picture was a young man getting drunk and doing things drunk people do. My day of retirement. Around 5 years ago, before he reincarnated, Jude did not like to tell his past to other people. It wasn't that he denied it or that there weren't any good things that happened to him at that time. Rather, he just didn't want to talk about it, because even people in the same industry as him often did not believe in his story. Because I was too young. to have gone through such things. Jude laughed at the picture 5 years ago where he was dancing half naked. If Jude had been born in South Korea and not in a foreign country, he would have lived a normal life then. And that photo of himself dancing half naked would not be from a retirement party, but something different like a university end-of-semester party or membership, training or a company outing with his work, colleagues, if he didn't went to university. Now that I think of it, I haven't taken a single picture ever since I retired. Jude stroked his chin before turning his gaze towards the bookshelf. Books related to Legend of Heroes were placed there. It was rare for game strategy books to receive paperback editions these days, so most of the books were old ones. When Legend of Heroes 2 was first released, several strategy books were published in paperback editions. Therefore, it was possible for him to find strategy books at used bookstores, even though he had started playing Legend of Heroes too late. Of course, even at the time of the game's first release, paperback editions were becoming obsolete. So most of the books related to Legend of Heroes on his bookshelf were books dealing with the early days of the first and second episodes of the game series. Jude stretched out his hand towards the books. He pulled out a book, turned it around, and then looked at his desk. Just like his entire room, his desk was also simple-looking. 3 large monitors, 1 pull-out tissue, a blue keyboard and a gaming mouse, and a VR device with its exclusive controller that he only used for battles. Jude did not sit like Cordelia. Instead of turning on the computer, he looked at the strategy book again. And he thought. Since this was a dream, he naturally thought of things that he didn't try to remember in reality. It's strange. He wasn't talking about reincarnating into the world of Legend of Heroes 2. Because even if he denied the theory of reincarnation, there was one impossible fact that existed in the game. I've been thinking about this for a long time. It's too detailed. Jude spoke out loud and turned over the strategy book again. He had been studying Legend of Heroes to the point of obsession just because of his desire to crush Yellow Storm. That was why he was able to affirm. It's strange. Legend of Heroes was too detailed. Ancient dwarf letters. The language of the High Elves. Magic circles that were so complex that one would suspect that they were real magic circles. Of course, Tolkien, the author of The Lord of the Rings, created several languages for his novels, so there was no rule that the game developers of Legend of Heroes should not do something similar. But even so, there was still a sense of incongruity. But there's something even stranger. Jude spoke once again with his voice, as if he was talking to himself. I lost my memory. He was reincarnated as Jude Bayer in Pleiades. Then one day, at the age of 17, he remembered his memories of Kang Jin-ho, his previous life. But there was something strange about this. He wasn't talking about the fact that his past life memories returned after his reincarnation. I can't remember. After the monthly ranking announcement, right after he teased Cordelia, his memories stopped. He no longer had any memories after that point. The memories of Kang Jin-ho, which Jude remembered, were cut off at that point. Why? For what reason? Everything in this world had its reason. Therefore, there must be some reason on why his memories were cut off. What is it? Is it just a coincidence? It's impossible to completely remember your entire past life, so I can only think of parts of it, and it just so happens to be cut off at that point. Is that it? Because in the theory of reincarnation, I cannot completely deny that possibility. But there are too many coincidences here for me to believe that. Cordelia also didn't have any memories after that point. So Jude came up with 2 hypotheses. One, it's not necessary. They didn't need their memories after that point. All that they needed to remember was on how to prevent the upcoming destruction of Pleiades. They didn't need any other memories besides that. 2, something happened to us at that point. Kang Jin-ho and Hong Yoo Hee might have died almost at the same time in an accident without even realizing that they had died. Jude focused on the first hypothesis. It was not necessary. It was not needed. Then, who was the one who judged the need? In order for the first hypothesis to be proven, someone who judged that need was necessary. Someone who reincarnated Kang Jin-ho and Hong Yoo Hee in Pleiades. Let's stop here for now. Instead of digging deeper, Jude turned his consciousness to another question. Either of the 2 hypotheses were strange, but if he was to consider on which one was stranger, Jude would choose the second one. It will eventually be resolved. Jude and Cordelia had memories of playing the entire Legend of Heroes series. And this world basically followed the storyline of the Legend of Heroes series, which they had already confirmed several times. The attempt of the Devil's Hand to kidnap the children from the 12 northern families. The Devil's Eye who were corrupting the northern barbarians. The Lord Protector who betrayed the royal family because of his destined fate. And Black Dragon Malekith who would wake up in the near future and destroy the southern region. Just what in the world is happening? Does that mean that the Legend of Heroes series were actually prophecies? If the Legend of Heroes series was not about the future events of Pleiades, if it was only a record of what had already happened in the past, and the future are not connected, because it was the result of reversing the flow of time. It was impossible for time to flow in one direction only because he couldn't ignore the involvement of another world too. Is it a time slip? In the process of crossing worlds, did we come to the past of Pleiades and not its present time? Assuming that the timeline of Kang Jin-ho and the timeline of Jude flowed parallel to each other. If we didn't cross horizontally, if we crossed diagonally, and if we also went backwards in time, then perhaps it's the reason on why we came to the past. My knowledge is still lacking. Cordelia might be disappointed to hear that, but Jude Wiki didn't really contain all the knowledge in the world. Jude didn't have much knowledge of the physics related to time, so he didn't dig deeper this time either. Kang Jin-ho had spent most of his life on the battlefield, so he tended to focus on the situation in front of him. And figuring out the big picture was not something he could do today, so he'd pass on it for now. Jude returned the strategy book to the bookshelf, and this time he turned to the door instead of sitting down, because he felt the presence of someone beyond the door. Who is it? This was Kang Jin-ho's home. Jude habitually pulled out a pistol, hidden in a drawer, and opened the door carefully. There was no one in the living room that only had a large TV and a sofa, but he heard the sound of someone humming from the kitchen. And Jude was stunned as he blinked his eyes. Cordelia? Ramyon, delicious Ramyon. Cordelia was cooking noodles as she wiggled her hips. She even had an apron while she was cooking. Cordelia then turned to him and smiled. I told you that I can cook ramyon very well, right? Now that I think of it, this is a dream. This is a dream, so it's not strange if Cordelia appears and cooks noodles. Therefore, Jude sat down at the table and watched Cordelia cooked ramyon. When he saw Cordelia's back as she stood in front of the induction stove, his heart pounded loudly without him realizing it. It's done. But there's something that you must do before eating ramyon. Cordelia put down the chopsticks she had used while cooking the noodles and turned around as she headed to Jude. She touched Jude's cheek and brought her face closer. Then she whispered with a completely bewitching smile, because this is a dirty dream. A dirty dream. Dire. Dream. Cordelia lightly bit Jude's ear and then let her hot breaths touch his ear. Jude's body trembled for a moment because his weakness had been attacked, and Cordelia kissed him on his cheek as if finding him cute, before she sat down on Jude's thigh and smiled. Jude, the ramyon will get soggy, right? Y'all make me soggy too, right? A naughty pun. The Korean word used here can mean soggy when paired with noodles, but when used on a person, it can have a sexual meaning, like thrusting sounds, erection, etc. Fortunately, the pun works in English too, because wet is a synonym of soggy, right? Cordelia giggled and hugged Jude's neck as she drew her face closer. And that was it. It did not continue any longer, because dreams were meant to be always cut off at the best part. FCK, Jude, no, it's nothing, I just remembered something. Jude awkwardly smiled at Cordelia, who tilted her head, and he turned to reality again instead of trying to recall his dream. Jude and Cordelia had arrived at St. Crout. The trading city was bustling with people. It was located between the southern and central regions. But because of the Forest of Eternity that was almost the size of a country, Southerners had to choose one of two routes in order to get to the central region. One was through Jeppert, a trading city located in the west of the southern region, and the other was through the trading city of St. Crout, which was right in front of them now. Jude, what should we eat for lunch? Are we going to eat here? Cordelia was very excited to be in a busy city after a long time. She was busy thinking about food that she wanted to eat. I want to eat something sweet, something very sweet. Cordelia stomped her feet in her excitement as she imagined it, and she sniffed with her nose as if she was tracking the scent of food. That way, it smells sweet over there, as expected of a beast, a girl from the wild. Unfortunately, Jude had no choice but to grab the hand of Cordelia, who was about to run. You want to escort me? No, that's not it. I think that we should put it off for now. Cordelia blinked her eyes at Jude's words, but it was only for a moment, because she noticed things that she couldn't detect earlier due to being distracted by the sweets. What? Did you contact them in advance? Yes, somehow. To be exact, it was when Cordelia was wandering around Dreamland earlier in the day. Jude sent a signal using the method he learned from the Guardians of the Holy Cross members, whom he met near Frost Anvil. A simple signal telling the other that they would be meeting them. And the result of that was right in front of them. The Guardians of the Holy Cross welcomes Count August Bayer and Countess August Chase. 9 monks appeared and were dressed in black and white clothes that was symbolic of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. The excited Cordelia drooped her shoulders when they showed up and greeted the two, and Jude tried to hold back his laughter before greeting back the Guardians of the Holy Cross people. Jude August Bayer greets the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Cordelia August Chase greets the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Cordelia tried to hide her disappointment and greeted them politely, and the man at the front who had greeted them then said, with a bright smile, "I am Manuel from the Guardians of the Holy Cross. I am very glad to meet the 2 heroes of us Guardians. Please allow me to guide you to our base." It seemed like the other members in the back, and not just Manuel, were looking at the two in a very friendly manner. "Thank you for your consideration. Well, doing something like this is just natural, of course." Manuel brightly smiled again and began to guide the two without hiding his excitement. Chapter 231 Guardians of the Holy Cross, 3. St. Crout Monastery boasted a long history and tradition, and was home to around 300 members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. We don't stay here all the time. We are dispatched all over the continent and just use St. Crout Monastery as our base. Manuel excitedly talked about this and that, so Jude and Cordelia were not bored until they arrived at the monastery. Our branch leader is currently out of town, but he'll be back tomorrow. So please relax for today and enjoy the welcome party. Welcome party? Yes, a welcome party. The heroes of the Guardians have arrived, so it's proper that we hold a welcome party, right? Manuel looked around as if asking the others for their agreement, and the members raised their voices in response. That's right. It is as he said. It's only proper to do so. Cordelia flinched when she glimpsed a bit of madness in their eyes, and she unconsciously pulled Jude's sleeve. Jude replied to Manuel as he slightly hid Cordelia with his body. "I understand. Well, look forward to it. Please look forward to it." When Manuel laughed in excitement, the rest of the members began to laugh with him, and Cordelia held on to Jude's sleeve a little tighter. And around half an hour later, after leaving the busy trading city, Jude and Cordelia were surprised when they arrived at St. Crout Monastery, located in the suburbs. There stood around 300 people lined up at the stone entrance of St. Crout Monastery, and it seemed like all the Guardians residing in the monastery were present. Moreover, there were even flag bearers holding large flags of the Guardians of the Holy Cross in between, similar to those in formal ceremonies. "Are you serious?" "Yes, we're not kidding." At Cordelia's question, Manuel laughed again, and her suspicion became a reality. "In the name of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, we welcome the 2 heroes." When the woman at the forefront courteously greeted and bowed to them, all the Guardians dressed in black and white uniform also bowed to them, which was a truly spectacular sight. But Cordelia unconsciously pulled on Jude's sleeve. Because aside from being happy, she did not understand the current situation well. Jude, why are they doing that? Because we've done a lot? Think about it. Think about what we have been doing. The things that we had done. The public had only known that they had stopped the Lord Protector's plan. But from the perspective of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, Jude and Cordelia's activities did not just stop at that. How many demonic humans have we caught so far? We've also destroyed Hell Gates. In the eyes of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, all demon followers needed to be destroyed, regardless of whether they belonged to the Devil's Hand or Devil's Eye. However, the number of demonic humans that Jude and Cordelia had killed so far was not a small number. The number of low-ranking demonic humans under Salusia's northern branch had been seriously decreased because of Jude and Cordelia, and the Devil's Eye also lost dozens of low-ranking and mid-ranking demonic humans in the wild lands because of the two. Add to that were the Hell Gates. Jude and Cordelia had destroyed a total of 2 Hell Gates so far, and they stopped the Lord Protector, who most certainly would have awakened as a high-ranking demonic human had he succeeded. Moreover, the reputation of the Guardians of the Holy Cross was raised because they heavily used the name of the organization in the process. The ideal Guardians, the heroes of the Guardians, the humble ones who gave glory to the Guardians. The last evaluation was something that only Guardians could give, because only the Guardians knew of the fact that they did not do much for Jude and Cordelia. And there were a few more things added to this. The esteemed Landius disciple. Someone talented enough to lead the Guardians of the Holy Cross in the future. Talented people who Master Camille kept his eye on. Landius was not a member of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, but most of the Guardians did not think so. He was the comrade of Camille, one of the 6 heads of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. A hero of the Guardians who continued to destroy demon followers even until now. Since Landius was Jude's master, the Guardians of the Holy Cross naturally held Jude in high regard. And there was one more really important reason. An angel, a real angel. The angel Cordelia, it was to be expected. The Guardians of the Holy Cross was originally an organization formed by the remaining members of the denominations that worshipped the angels who descended from heaven. For them, the angels were not mere messengers of gods, but targets of faith. Therefore, there was a group of people worshipping Holy Angel Lena among the Guardians of the Holy Cross, and now they had one more being to worship. Holy Angel Cordelia, an angel with a beautiful face and heart. One was a disciple of the Guardian's strongest hero, and the other was an angel befitting worship. And the two had made huge achievements in succession. So at this point, it wasn't strange for them to hold a welcome ceremony for the two. We've prepared a banquet. This way, please. After Manuel spoke, a woman in her early 30s began to guide Jude and Cordelia. She was Carmen, the second highest-ranking member in the St. Crute Monastery, a master of God's fist, and someone who had mastered fist and foot martial arts for a long time. She was also a disciple of Fast Fist Tyburn, one of the 6 heads of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, and had a daughter with her husband, who was a fellow disciple as her. Her hobby was knitting, and her specialty other than martial arts was singing hymns. Her recent concern was that she had been spending less time with her daughter due to frequent business trips. And the reason why Jude and Cordelia found out all these trivial facts was simple. That's why the drunk Carmen spoke again, and the likewise drunk Cordelia blushed and laughed. Is that so? The Guardians of the Holy Cross. One of the common misconceptions about the Guardians of the Holy Cross was to regard them as an organization of monks, because the reality was completely different. In reality, the Guardians weren't ascetic monks who gave up everything for God, but rather, they were a group of warriors who were willing to fight against the demon followers for the rest of their lives. Of course, as the foundation of the Guardians itself were the various denominations that existed in the past, their organization had an appearance of worshipping gods in general. All of these were true. Pour more, drink more. The Guardians drank the strong fruit liquor the monastery itself brewed as they rolled on the cold stone floor. And Carmen, who had been talking with Cordelia before, was now passionately kissing the floor. And in the midst of this, Jude remained sober alone because of the regenerative power of the sphere of life and the powerful detoxification of his metamorphosized body. So he was not drunk at all. He described the sight before his eyes in a short sentence. What a mess! A literal mess. At least 100 members of the Guardians and trainee monks had lost their reason because of the liquor. At this point, Jude thought that the welcome party was just an excuse. Did they just want a drink? Because they needed a justification for drinking this much on a large scale. At the moment when Jude's eyes were filled with suspicion, hoo, there's still some alcohol. Hi. Jude turned to the voice he heard right next to him. Cordelia, are you okay? Yes, I am fine. I am completely okay. Cordelia grinned with a flushed face as she looked at Jude with tipsy eyes and snorted before saying, Jude, you want to drink more? I am fine. That's quite strong. While Carmen, who drank with her, was trying to unite with the floor, Cordelia sat still and talked to Jude. Heh, I can drink well. This is FC King strong. That's right, that's right. My Cordelia can drink well. Yes, yes. I can drink well, drink well. Hi. Cordelia covered her cheeks with her hands and closed her eyes, but she soon opened it and said, Jude, my Jude, hee, my Jude, my Jewwood. She's completely drunk. But it's fine since she's cute. Jude watched Cordelia for a while before he stood up. Jude, let's stop, we should go now, let's go to our room. The room, yes, the room, yeah, the room, I know. Yes, I'll carry you there. Jude carried Cordelia in his arms and headed to the room where they had stopped by earlier when they unpacked their luggage. Those perverted elves, hee, I won. What in the world did you win? And perverted elves, I won. I won, right? Yes, you won. My Cordelia is the strongest. She's invincible. Yes, I am awesome. Fearing that the Cordelia who was speaking gibberish would fall, Jude secured her tightly in his arms and walked a little faster, because he thought that he should lay her down quickly. And in the room. The room was far from splendid because this was a monastery, but it had a cozy feeling due to the thick carpet and fireplace in a corner. Jude immediately laid Cordelia on the bed after entering the room. As for washing up, I think it's better for her to do that tomorrow. I should just let her sleep for now. Good night, Cordelia. Cordelia suddenly closed her eyes and began babbling, and Jude covered her with a blanket and tried to leave the room. But it was at that moment. Cordelia grabbed Jude's sleeve. She stopped Jude and strongly pulled his sleeve. Cordelia. Jude ended up sitting on the bed and turned to Cordelia, who looked at him with tipsy eyes as she sat up. She suddenly glared at Jude and said, Hey, yes, you're a bad. You're a bad, you're a such a bad guy. What is she suddenly talking about? Jude slightly furrowed his brows and asked, Because I am always first place? Arg, not that. Although that was bad too. That was really, really bad, but not that. Then what is it? When Jude became troubled, Cordelia hit her chest in her frustration before pulling Jude's sleeve again. The wish. When are you going to make your wish? When? It had already been more than 10 days since Jude and Cordelia left the royal capital. Though if they considered the fighting competition, where the wish was awarded first, it was almost a month ago. But he had yet to make a wish. He had not made a wish. When will you say it? When, why aren't you making a wish? If you got a wish coupon, you have to use it. Come on, just ask for something. Cordelia grabbed Jude's collar and shook him. Her shoulders drooped and she lightly hit Jude's chest with her head and said, Come on, hurry up quickly, whatever it is. You like me, right? Right, you like me. Cordelia held back those words before she looked up again to see Jude. As her slightly moist eyes filled with resentment stared at him, Jude's lips twitched once. He then put his on Cordelia's shoulder and said, Cordelia. Yes. Anyway, you're a drunk, so I'll be honest with you. Okay. Cordelia unconsciously became nervous and swallowed hard, while Jude averted his gaze as he continued. So, what I want to say is it's a bit too much to ask for something like that as a wish, right? Something like that. Jude's face lightly turned red in his embarrassment, and Cordelia likewise turned red too, because she was currently drunk and also feeling embarrassed. So, I'll make my wish sometime else. Is that fine with you? Yeah, it's fine. Okay, let's go to sleep now. Jude stroked Cordelia's head once and tried to stand up naturally, but it was still impossible, because Cordelia grabbed Jude's hand this time. Cordelia? No, that is yes. That is Cordelia's words trailed off at the end, and she looked at Jude again with her moist eyes, making Jude smile a little. He caressed Cordelia's cheek, which was burning red for many reasons. Cordelia then leaned her face against Jude's big hands and soon said again in a small voice, No lip kisses. The first kiss, let's do that when I am sober. It would be her first time to do that, whether in her past life or present life. She didn't want to do it when she was drunk, but still, she didn't want to let him go. So Cordelia whispered in a very small voice, Only for today. Jude didn't ask her further. She fulfilled his wish, and he began on her forehead. The next morning, Cordelia opened her eyes on the bed and struggled with the first hangover of her life as she tried hard to suppress her desire to kick the blanket. I must be crazy. I must be crazy. Unfortunately, she remembered quite a bit. What she had said and what had happened. She even begged him to kiss her everywhere except for the lips. Cordelia struggled to stop herself from blushing, and she thought again after closing her eyes. Let's pretend to be drunk. No, I was really drunk then, so let's pretend that I don't remember. Yes, that's it. Yes, that's it. That's it. All right. Remembering last night's events, Cordelia covered her face with both hands. Imagining it made her feel embarrassed, but she strangely kept smiling. Forehead, cheeks, neck, collarbone, and so on. Having recalled the places where Jude's lips had touched, Cordelia took a deep breath and calmed her heart that had begun to pound loudly. I won't drink anymore. I'll just pass on it. Cordelia unconsciously muttered those words and took a deep breath again after she put her hands away. All right, let's get up now, wash my face, and pretend that I don't remember anything. Cordelia declared to herself and sat up but stiffened afterwards. Hello, on a chair besides the wall. Jude sat on top of it as he looked with an awkward face. I just woke up too. Yes, I just woke up. So I didn't hear anything. Nothing. Yes. After seriously trying to speak in monotone and stretching out his arms, Jude's face returned to its usual sly expression, and Cordelia covered her face again with both hands. She stayed like that for a long time. Chapter 232 Guardians of the Holy Cross, 4, a correction. Atalia is actually female. It was a warm and sunny morning. Cordelia curled up under the blanket and continued to groan. And Jude watched her before he sat on the bed and said as he pat her back, I really didn't hear anything. It's the truth. Unlike before, his voice seemed to be quite sincere. So Cordelia, who was denying reality, then stuck her head out of the blanket unconsciously. Really? Yes, really. Jude covered his eyes with both hands as he widely smiled, and Cordelia understood what that meant, so she jumped up from her seat and slapped Jude on the shoulder. But in this Korean proverb, it is used when a person tries to deceive or lie to someone. Jude did not make any cat sounds, though, but his wide smile made Cordelia understood that he was deceiving her. I hate you. I hate you. You always lie to me. Jude accepted Cordelia's fierce attacks with a snicker, and he suddenly turned his body to the other side and said, This side, too. Please do it steadily but not too strongly. Yeah. Cordelia lost her temper and struck Jude even stronger, but it was useless. Aside from having a wizard's physique, her cute punches were weak against Jude's defensive strength that it felt like he was only being hit by cotton swabs. Cordelia could obviously damage Jude through other means, such as using the detonating cord, but that was clearly going overboard. Just like how Jude could not do any harm to the monster that pretended to be Cordelia back then, Cordelia also felt quite reluctant to do any harm to Jude now. No, even in the past, I wouldn't go as far as using the detonating cord. Because using that is on a completely different scale when compared to just hitting him a bit. That's why I am not using my magic in the first place. Anyway, I hate you. Cordelia was unsatisfied with punching him, so she began hitting his skin with her palm as if it was a whip, but that too was useless. Having acquired sword origin, Jude's defensive strength had already gone beyond that of a human. After 1 to 2 minutes like that, Jude snickered again before he turned to the exhausted Cordelia, who was now panting, and asked her, By the way, Cordelia? Why, ha? You ha evil ha beastard, how can she be so cute even when cursing? The hopelessly in love Jude asked Cordelia as he pinched her cheek. How was last night? Last night. Cordelia's face turned red, and she snorted before replying. I don't know and I won't say it. But that in itself was more or less an answer already. Because Cordelia covered her eyes with both hands, just like what Jude did earlier. It was great. Relief and satisfaction. Jude's smile was mixed with those two things, and he closed his eyes for a moment, recalling the events last night. The appearance of Cordelia, who begged him to do this and that. And Cordelia saw Jude like that and said as she stared at him coldly, You look like a pervert. Excuse me, aren't you the one who stopped me last night? HMPH, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I don't know. After all, Jude is bad. All right, if you insist, then so be it. Just stop, okay? But Jude smiled and stood up instead of answering her. Anyway, let's wash up and get ready. Because Manuel will come whether it's for breakfast or for our meeting with the branch leader. At Jude's words, Cordelia stood up too and said, Is Manuel okay? I think I saw him faint yesterday. I think he'll be fine since his behavior was strange from the beginning anyway. And he's from the Guardians of the Holy Cross. I am sure they have a lot of hangover remedies. Now that I think of it, are you okay? No. My head hurts after I talk. Cordelia didn't realize it because she kept blushing, but her complexion wasn't good. Then let's use magic. What? It was just a hangover, so one recovery spell could easily solve it. Cordelia had significantly grown as a wizard compared to 8 or 9 months ago when she first recalled her past life memories. Done. My mind is clear now. Wow, it's like a scam when you think that it can be easily solved like that. I agree. After answering him, Cordelia took a shower in the bathtub prepared on one side of the room and changed into clothes that the Guardians of the Holy Cross had prepared for them. It was the black and white uniform of the Guardians. It's a nice uniform. Cordelia turned her body around as she looked at herself in front of a mirror with magic lights and then smiled in satisfaction. Because Cordelia had a liking for uniforms in her past life, which included school uniforms and military uniforms. Uniforms had this unique feeling that made you feel neat and unified with others. Moreover, the uniform of the Guardians of the Holy Cross was quite well designed. There was harmony in the black outer garments and white inner garments. It's like a remodeled nun's habit. The skirt had a long slit to allow for the movement of legs, so it was quite far from a ladylike dress, but the overall shape itself resembled a nun's uniform. It looks good. Satisfied with her own appearance, Cordelia turned to Jude and felt even more satisfied. The uniform-wearing Jude. Even if she removed the love filter in her eyes, Jude was really good-looking. Come to think of it, Jude is one of the so-called 4 great kings of beauty in Legend of Heroes too. Haha. Cordelia? No, it's nothing. Haha. Cordelia herself did not know, but her smile was no different from the ones Carnelia and Vanessa showed in the Forest of Eternity. So Jude flinched for a moment when she laughed, but afterwards, he was happy with the fact that Cordelia was smiling, so he brought up the main topic instead of saying anything unnecessary. Moving on, Cordelia. I have something to tell you before Manuel arrives. What is it? Cordelia sat next to Jude on a sofa in one side of the room and tilted her head as she asked. Is it something important? Yes, it's important. It's a must for us to do in St. Crute Monastery. Do you know what it is? Cordelia blinked her eyes at Jude's question and then thought as she folded her arms. Well, tell them about the threat of Malekith and then locate Camille. That was their primary purpose, and it was the purpose they had talked about over and over again while on the way here. In short, it wasn't what Jude wanted to tell her now. It was something else. Another purpose. Atalia, the young goddess Atalia. According to the game's background setting, she was a female goddess who was asleep somewhere in the St. Crute Monastery. Jude lightly shook his head at Cordelia's words. It's not Atalia. Of course, it would be nice to meet her, but even if we can't meet her, it won't be a big problem. She was still a young goddess, so there was little that she could do. Moreover, it could have a bad effect on her if they forcibly woke her up from her sleep. In the game, she died after stopping the calamities, but it will be different this time. Jude and Cordelia would not let her just die. Anyway, when he said that it wasn't Atalia, Cordelia thought hard again, but she groaned and couldn't come up with a correct answer. Haya, I surrender. I don't know, don't do that. Think about it a little more. Like, am I missing something? Or am I forgetting something? At Jude's words to be exact, at the word forgotten, Cordelia reflexively recalled a name. Melissa, not Melissa. Now that I think of it, did you forget Melissa again? Do you talk to her regularly? Yes. Oh, of course. Seeing that she was avoiding his gaze, it seemed like she had forgotten about Melissa for the past few days. Well, Melissa's matter is not what's important now. If Melissa had heard of Jude's indifferent thoughts, she would have cried tears of blood. Jude then looked at Cordelia again and said, You don't really know? I don't know. Please tell me. Hey, this is why I am always number 1. As Jude clicked his tongue, Cordelia puffed up her cheeks in proportional to him before saying, Wait then. I'll think of it. I'll remember it. Based on his personality, he'll definitely tease me because I didn't know about it. It must be a fact that I've already experienced or known. Ooh. Come on, my brain cells. Remember what it is now. Cordelia groaned as she struggled to think about it, and at some point she raised her head. She jumped up from her seat and exclaimed, that, I remember it. Solari, the tomb of Solaris champion Gallus. Cordelia shouted it all at once before anxiously turning to Jude, and when Jude smiled happily, she jumped again and cheered. YEAH, the tomb of Gallus, Solaris champion. To be exact, one of the 5 clues to find his tomb. Has it been around half a year? The tomb of Saint Gallion that they encountered at the entrance to the Wild Lands. In the tomb of one of Gallus' disciples, Jude and Cordelia were able to find a piece of slate. If we collect all 5, we'll be able to find out the location of Gallus' tomb. And in the tomb of Gallus, the most important treasure of the Solari denomination was hidden. The slates. One was in the Wild Lands, and the other that was found in the game was in the Empire. That's right. And the slate we found in the tomb of Gallion had information on where another slate was located. Is that here? Yes, St. Crute Monastery. Originally, this was not a huge monastery, but the site of a former temple of Solari. Cordelia happily listened to Jude's explanation, but soon gasped, because she remembered one more fact. The slate. To be exact, the slate found in Gallion's tomb. They didn't have it now. It was one of the many items they lost while they were traveling in the Wild Lands. It's all right, because it's here and here. Jude then patted his chest and head with his fingers as he said that. Head and chest. Yes, I put it in my memory palace, and when I was making the shampoo and conditioner, I put it down on paper. The stone slate itself was just an ordinary stone. What was important was not the slate itself, but its content, which Jude had already memorized in the evening they got the slate. Jude Wiki is awesome. Please praise me more. Jude Wiki is really amazing. Cordelia emphasized it once more as he wished, and began jumping again in her happiness. Because she was a woman who liked getting items in the first place, and that there was something special with the 5 slates of Solari. Because I couldn't collect all of them in the game, an event that was not in the game, items that could not be obtained in the game. Moreover, it was the most important treasure of the Solari denomination that was hidden in Gallus' tomb. Just imagining what kind of item they would get made her feel excited. Then this place is where Berfa's tomb is. Paladin Berfa, one of Gallus' 3 disciples. Cordelia cheerfully replied at Jude's comment. Anyway, there's a slate here too. That means we're one step closer to Gallus' tomb, and there must be good items hidden in Berfa's tomb. Wasn't the holy lance we found in Gallion's tomb useful? Though we lost that too. They had used it once to destroy the rocky mountain of violent avalanche. It was a good item though, because we were able to win. After briefly remembering the toddling violent avalanche, Cordelia turned to Jude. Do you know the exact location? St. Crute Monastery is very big. Yes, I had a rough idea when we got here. As expected of my Jude. Cordelia then happily asked as she hugged Jude's arm. Where is it? That is yes, that is. As Cordelia hugged Jude's arm tighter, Jude was instantly embarrassed when he felt a softness that was beyond his imagination. And he tried to keep his cool, because it would provide Cordelia an opportunity to attack if he showed that he was bothered by it. Wait, if I think about it, isn't it nice if I get attacked? Anyway, Jude calmed himself by clearing his throat and spoke afterwards. When Manuel arrives, let's ask him if we can go there. Berfa's tomb itself in a prayer hall located in a corner of the cemetery attached to the St. Crute Monastery. I see. We'll be visiting it before meeting the branch leader, right? Yes, we'll probably meet the branch leader after lunch at the earliest. And it went as Jude had expected. Manuel appeared to invite them for breakfast and struggled with his hangover as he said with an apologetic face. I think the meeting with our branch leader will be this afternoon. I apologize that I cannot tell you an exact time. No, that should be enough. To begin with, they also needed some time. Jude comforted Manuel with a smile and then said with his usual sly face, By the way, Manuel, yes, Lord Jude, I would like to take a tour of St. Crute Monastery after breakfast. Would that be okay? Of course. May I show you around? We'd appreciate it. However, we would like to have a moment of prayer at a prayer hall if possible. Prayer? Yes, in a quiet place if possible. After all, the Guardians of the Holy Cross was formed from the denominations that worshipped gods. So the act of praying itself was not strange. Therefore, Jude skillfully led the conversation. For Manuel himself to recommend the prayer hall where Berfa's tomb was hidden. It's amazing every time I see it. Where did he learn how to scam like that? Did he learn that from that Alexei person he talked about in the past? Cordelia admired Jude's skill of coaxing Manuel. At the same time, she also felt some fear, but that was only for a short while. After all, Jude is a scammer on my side. Then, I'll show you around after the meal. Yes, thank you very much. An hour later. After they finished eating at the cafeteria, Jude and Cordelia arrived at the prayer hall in the corner of the cemetery. Then, I hope you have a good time. Yes, thank you. Manuel gave a slightly awkward greeting before he left the prayer hall, and after waiting for him to completely leave, Jude and Cordelia hurried into the prayer hall. Wow, it looks like an old place. The stone prayer hall looked like a building from at least 100 years ago, because Berfa herself was a person hundreds of years ago. You're right. Since it was a prayer hall, Solaris' symbol was engraved on the front side. A brightly shining sun. Cordelia closed her eyes in silence and offered a short prayer while Jude looked around. It was a slightly wide yet slightly narrow place. Are you done praying? Yes, sorry. I should have told you that I am done. It's all right, though Solari is no longer watching us right now. Opinions were divided regarding Solari, but there were stories that she had died or that she had simply returned to heaven. The belief that she died is more popular, though. Even if she wasn't dead, she was most likely almost dead and just waiting to be resurrected. Moving on, what mattered now was Berfa's tomb. Jude recalled the information engraved on the slate and found the hidden door of the prayer hall. Bingo! A secret door leading to the basement. When he opened the door that seemed to not have been opened for hundreds of years since it was closed, a spacious and dark basement was revealed. It seemed to be at least 10 meters deep. It's somehow creepy. It's a tomb after all. Jude shrugged his shoulders in response and cast some light magic under their feet as they jumped into the basement. A vertically long room. It was around 7 meters wide and 20 meters high. At the end of the room was a large sarcophagus, just like the tomb of Galleon. And there was one more thing in common here. Who dares disturb the warrior's rest? A light appeared next to the sarcophagus as a voice rang in the enclosed space, and two of the lowest-ranking angels, tomb guardians, appeared in front of them. Who dares disturb the warrior's rest? It was quite intimidating to see the tomb guardians, who looked like black panthers with glowing eyes and spread-out wings. But Jude just snickered, because he was now strong enough to not be intimidated by the tomb guardians. And, in fact, there was one more important reason. Jude grinned as he crossed his arms and shouted with his chin up. Go, Cordeliaman. I choose you this time. You wanna die? Cordelia cursed at him, but she stepped forward like he wanted. As she faced the tomb guardians, she transformed into an angel. The beams of light spread out and drove away the darkness, and an angel's halo clearly shined above her head. Furthermore, she was no longer a 9th-ranked angel. Because she had absorbed some of the divine power in the divine sword Clayam Saleh, Cordelia had been promoted at once to the 7th rank. She was a 7th rank and not a 9th rank. As to what that meant, hey, get down. When Cordelia haughtily ordered, the tomb guardians reflexively bowed down on the floor. They couldn't help it. Cordelia was a 7th rank and the tomb guardians were 9th rank. Hooray for hierarchical societies. Jude clapped his hands and widely smiled, and Cordelia snorted before saying, I prefer democracy. As expected of Cordelia, you like to say nonsensical stuff, but it's fine since you're cute. Jude thought about nonsensical stuff like Cordelia before he approached her hand and extended his hand. Then, Miss Angel, shall we go? Yes, my lord. The two held hands like a fantasy couple and proceeded towards Berfa's sarcophagus with graceful steps. Chapter 233 SDCRUTE Monastery. 1. Upon arriving in front of the large sarcophagus bearing Solaris inscription, Jude and Cordelia turned to the side instead of immediately opening the lid. Because the 9th-rank angels, the tomb guardians, lying flat on the floor due to Cordelia's command, had complex expressions on their faces. Well, from their perspective, they had to unfairly succumb to authority. Or rather, they were troubled by the conflict of orders. In fact, the tomb guardians were not so intelligent, because their job was to stay in one place like a tomb, seal, and so on, just like what they were doing now. They would have gone crazy if they had high intelligence, because they were completely trapped for life. In any case, they were more compliant with that order than other angels since they were tomb guardians, but because of Cordelia's order to get down, they were suffering from an internal conflict. An order to stop anyone who would approach the sarcophagus, and an order to obey someone superior than them. But it was at that moment. Cordelia looked back at the tomb guardians who were grumbling like a dog wanting to poop, and she smiled before sending Jude a gaze. "I'll try to solve this." "Wait, isn't it a bit too much to blow up those who listen to you? Hey, I am not blowing them up, okay? Of course, most problems can be solved by explosions." "Excuse me." Jude flinched, but Cordelia ignored his gaze and cleared her throat before speaking to the tomb guardians. "Tomb guardians, I am not here to covet the sarcophagus. Rather, I came here to set you free from your long-standing mission." "What is she talking about?" Jude crossed his arms and listened in silence, while the tomb guardians looked at Cordelia with suspicious eyes. Cordelia continued with her words. "You've already done well for the past hundreds of years. That's already enough. But as long as this sarcophagus remains, you will not be freed from your mission, because your mission is to protect this sarcophagus." As the tomb guardians nodded, Jude looked at Cordelia in disbelief, while Cordelia puffed up her chest and said, "So, tomb guardians, I, your superior, will open the sarcophagus and retrieve its contents, thereby freeing you from your mission. If the sarcophagus you're assigned to protect is gone, your mission is also over. That's why I am here. To set you free." "Ooh-oh." The tomb guardians were in awe and looked at Jude and Cordelia with much more relaxed faces. Their gazes seemed to tell the two to take it quickly. "Haha, what do you think, huh?" Cordelia asked as she put on airs, and Jude had a faint smile. "You really let them accomplish their mission to the very end. How righteous of you." "Huh. If the sarcophagus was gone, they no longer had to protect it from any dangers because there was nothing to protect. The bridge, Endymion, the Snow Queen, and so on." Jude recalled all of the nonsensical assertions of Cordelia in the Wild Lands and stared at her warmly, but Cordelia was somehow offended by his gaze and pouted her lips. "So how was it?" "Good, really good. You did a really good job. You've rapidly improved." "Is that so? Is that so?" Cordelia was pleased at his words praising her blackened status and giggled before she looked at the sarcophagus again. "Anyway, let's open it now." "Okay." Jude pushed the lid off the sarcophagus by applying his strength at once. A white light then shot up from the sarcophagus and was sucked into Cordelia's chest. "Cordelia? Oh, it's divine power. Solaris divine power." It was like how she absorbed the divine power that remained in the Temple of Life. At the time when they opened Galleon's tomb, she was still a human, so she was not able to absorb the divine power, but she could absorb it now that she was an angel. Cordelia closed her eyes and fully absorbed the divine power and slightly leaned against the sarcophagus before sending a message magic. "I think I am an angel from Solaris Group, because it's easier to absorb Solaris divine power even back then with Cleom Sale." Cordelia had become an angel through ancestral regression, and it was the blood of her ancestors that determined her group. The ancestor of the Chase family seemed to be an angel of Solari. "That's great then. Has your angelic power become stronger?" "Yes, I've become stronger, but not enough to raise my rank." Cordelia flapped her wings of light and soon clenched her fist. "All right, let's take it out now." "Okay." The things inside the sarcophagus were not much different from those that came out of Galleon's tomb. One triangular slate, one holy lance of Solari, and a piece of female armor believed to have been worn by Berfa, a woman. Jude held the slate while Cordelia picked up Solaris' holy lance and said with a soft look in her eyes, "Do you remember Solaris' holy lance?" "Huh. Yes, I remember that. Because they used it to destroy the rocky mountain of violent avalanche." Even now, when he closed his eyes, Jude could remember the small back of the crying violent avalanche who had collapsed on his knees. But Cordelia stroked the holy lance and said with a little no, with complete indifference, "As time passes by, everything will be just a memory." "No, I don't think you should say that. I don't think Violent Avalanche would like to hear your words." No matter how much in love Jude was with Cordelia, he couldn't agree with what she just said. However, he didn't interrupt or stop her. "I wonder how he is doing now?" He imagined the toddling Violent Avalanche. A few months had already passed since they said their goodbyes in the Wild Lands. "Well, I am sure he's doing fine." Because the Golden Dragon King was now awake. Perhaps by now, The construction work to restore the wild lands was in full swing. It would be the construction of a large city where several tribes would live together. When Malekith's event is over, it would be nice if we could stop by there before going to the Empire. Jude made up his mind and then took out the last content of the sarcophagus, the armor. On the other hand, Cordelia was still hugging the holy lance and still immersed in her own memories. Is this chain mail? It was a chain mail made of very thin chains, but the material was uncommon. First of all, it was light, and the metal itself had traces of mana. Mithril? The metal of fantasies that only dwarves could mine. It was weak against blows because it was thin in the first place, but it could prevent most slashing attacks. It also had a strong magic resistance. You can wear this. What about you, Jude? It's for swordsmen, but it's fine since I already have sword origin. Cordelia gently nodded because he was right, so she put the holy lance and the chain mail into the space expansion bag. And the slate. After confirming the location of the next slate, Jude made sure to remember it in his memory palace before handing it over to Cordelia. Okay, so we're almost done? Yes, they're the only ones we need to take care of. Cordelia nodded her head before speaking to the tomb guardians who was looking at them with anticipation. You've fulfilled your mission. But now that there's no way to go back to heaven, I can't just leave you alone. So I'll give you a new mission. At Cordelia's words, the tomb guardians continued to look with anticipation instead of annoyance, because they were born to fulfill commands in the first place. Come up with me. I'll introduce you to humans who had inherited Solaris will, so you shall protect them and this land. We shall humbly do so. We shall humbly do so. As the tomb guardians bowed their heads and responded, Cordelia proudly looked back at Jude and said with her eyes, "What do you think? Isn't this quite efficient? I got the slate and also gave a new mission to the tomb guardians." Cordelia became even more excited when Jude nodded in acknowledgement, and she led the tomb guardians out while humming. Manuel was surprised and blinked his eyes when he faced Jude and Cordelia. He already knew that Cordelia was an angel, but he only then realized that there was a huge difference between knowing and actually seeing it. An angel. When Manuel knelt down and prayed without realizing it, Cordelia spoke with a saintly face. "Manuel, I absolve you of your sins." Thank you very much. Thank you." Manuel bowed down once again, and Jude sent a message magic to Cordelia. "What sins are you talking about?" "No, it's just I kind of got in the mood." Cordelia giggled and talked about the situation after Manuel stood up again. "You found angels that were sealed?" "Yes, these are tomb guardians, angels that belong to the 9th rank. In the future, they will defend St. Crute Monastery." She deliberately omitted the story of Berfa's tomb, because they might question where the contents of the tomb went. "Anyway, I did well, right?" Yes. Though only Jude would have agreed to that. When did she become so black? Could it be that I did something irreversible? But it was at that moment. "The branch leader is waiting. I will guide you to her." "Yes, thank you very much." Jude responded to Manuel's words, and Cordelia suddenly pulled on Jude's sleeve as she sent a message magic. Jude, why? We'll be going to talk to the branch leader from now on, right?" "Yes, because I have an idea. An idea on how to effectively persuade the branch leader." "What do you mean?" "But Cordelia has recently showed rapid growth. Perhaps she has learned a trick or two." "What is it?" "That is," Cordelia told him something specific, and Jude's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't help it. Because Cordelia came up with the exact same thing that Jude himself was trying to do. "He who touches pitch shall be defiled therewith have I made your hidden potential blossom." "Huh." Cordelia tilted her head with an angelic and innocent face, and Jude nodded with a huge sense of guilt. He agreed to Cordelia's plan. There were 7 leaders in the Guardians of the Holy Cross. The commander-in-chief, who led the entire Guardians, and 6 active generals under that person. The 6 generals, including Ghostblade Camille, were basically combat personnel, so it was rare for them to settle in one place. Because it was the duty of the 6 generals to fight against the demon followers all throughout the continent. Naturally, there were some cases where a general remained at the headquarters of the Guardians in order to protect the commander-in-chief and the headquarters, such as the High Elf Eltharion Prime, the eldest of the 6 generals. But in most cases, it was the branch leaders who led and defended each branch all over the world. Saint Hein, a master of God's fist who led St. Crute Monastery. She was 34 this year, and one of the youngest branch leaders, but like most young people in the Guardians, she was very friendly towards Jude and Cordelia, the so-called fantasy couple. Are you saying that there is an evil spirit inside? Yes, that is correct. Jude answered with a serious face and glared at the golden necklace placed on the branch leader's desk. A necklace where the soul of Gamor Khan, the infamous mercenary leader, was sealed. Hein unconsciously swallowed hard as Cordelia spoke with a very serious look. It's a really evil spirit. He has already told us the truth, but he might say something else this time. Gamor Khan was actually the subordinate of Black Dragon Malekith, and there was not much time left before Malekith wakes up. Cordelia briefly told them about it, and she released the seal on the necklace before calling Gamor Khan. Ah! The purple gem seemed to be screaming, but black smoke soon soared as it formed a human shape. It was the body of Gamor Khan, the evil spirit. Gamor Khan, say what you said before in front of the branch leader again. Gamor Khan replied with a frown at Jude's order. Say it again? What are you talking about? This is the first time that you've released me. Stop joking from the start. No, this is really the first time, Didn't you already reveal that you are Malekith's subordinate last time? That how did you know? Gamor Khan was genuinely surprised at Jude's words. Or rather, he was confused on why Malekith's name was suddenly brought up. As Gamor Khan continued to be visibly confused, Cordelia clicked her tongue and said, We know because you've told us. You told us everything last time. The fact that you are under Black Dragon Malekith and your colleagues are the dark elf necromancer Cecilia and the corrupt dwarf Madher. At Cordelia's words, Gamor Khan was astonished and couldn't even refute it, because it was all true. You also told us something like this. Black Dragon Malekith was defeated by the founder king, Richard D. Slen, and was buried in the Southern Sea, though not much time is left before he is resurrected. After he resurrects, he plans to destroy the southern region. Your role is to be the vanguard of Malekith's army. You even proudly talked about it. No, Nuo. Gamor Khan was going crazy over the situation. He thought that they would do something like an interrogation once he had been caught, but something totally unexpected was happening. Not only Malekith, but even Cecilia and Madher. Why do they know that? No, how do they know? Stop pretending and just say it. Be honest with the branch leader. You've already told us everything once. Gamor Khan protested at Cordelia's urging and pounded his chest. I honestly never said anything. Then how do we all know this? We know because you told us. You want to hit on that haughty Cecilia, but you told us that you held it in because she's Malekith's lover. When did I ever say that? Gamor Khan stuttered in his extreme embarrassment, because it was a feeling that he had kept to himself for a long time. Did I really say that? Did I really tell these two about that? Did they use some magic on me? Those are information that they should not have known unless what they said is true. As Gamor Khan continued to be confused, Jude smiled and led the flow of the conversation. Gamor Khan, you've said that this is the first time that you've been released, but this is the second time. I guess that you've lost your memory in the aftermath of the divine magic we used last time. Is that so? When Gamor Khan answered without realizing it, Cordelia quickly added on with a dark smile. Of course. In fact, I can still use the same magic I used back then. It will bring you more pain than death. It's the kind of magic that will make you cry out to rather kill you than to experience that pain. That's why you told us back then. You said that you'll tell us everything, so please don't use it next time. But if you insist that you haven't told us because you've lost your memory, I'll tell you that to convince you. That? Yes, that. The fact that you were looking for the other Ultimate series was because of Malekith. Ultimate 3, the legendary dragon sword Escalon was your target, right? You wanted to use it to stab Malekith in the back, right? At Cordelia's last words, Gamor Khan's face turned completely white even though he was an evil spirit, because her words were completely true again this time. I really said that? Yes, you did. You feel a pain in your chest now, right? Even if your mind can't remember it, your body still remembers it. The divine magic that I used last time began from the chest. See, come to think of it, my chest has been aching since earlier. No, it seriously hurts now. It seems like these beastards in front of me are telling the truth. I lost my memory and confessed in between. How painful was that magic? No one else but him could have told them about such things. He tried hard to remember, but he couldn't remember. So the past pain that Jude and Cordelia talked about became an unprecedented fear, and that fear became pain again as it pressed on Gamor Khan's chest. Gamor Khan made a painful expression, and Jude said to him with a very cold expression, "Gamor Khan, tell branch leader Hein once more about everything that you know. If you say something different from what you said last time, it'll make you experience that extreme pain again." Gamor Khan was startled at Jude's words, and he said after frowning as he found it quite unfair, But I can't fully remember what I said to you last time because my memories disappeared. That seems to be the case." "Then, why don't you just tell us everything that you know? You told us everything last time, but if there's anything lacking this time, you'll know what's going to happen to you, right?" Cordelia followed up on Jude's words, smiling as she gathered her divine power in her right hand, so Gamor Khan shuddered. "Why, you demon-like beastards? There are things you must not do even in interrogations, right?" But Jude and Cordelia lightly ignored Gamor Khan's protest and gestured to him to speak quickly, so Gamor Khan began to confess everything that he knew in front of branch leader Hein. Oh, there was such information too, because the game didn't tell everything, even the little information that they didn't know. Naturally, it was such a trivial information that it was useless, but at least the huge amount of information managed to convince the branch leader in front of them. "Good, it's very similar to what you said last time." Gamor Khan sighed in relief at Cordelia's declaration, and he went back to the golden necklace on his own, even though he was not ordered to do so, because he wanted to avoid further questioning since he couldn't even ran away. Hee, problem solved. Cordelia murmured and sealed the golden necklace again before saying to branch leader Hein, "Branch leader, as you have heard now, the threat of Malekith is real, so we have to be prepared for that. Malekith was not a demon or demon follower, but he was clearly a great evil that threatened humanity. We need a way to contact Camille. Can you prepare that for us?" Branch leader Hein immediately nodded at Jude's request. "Of course, we will dispatch our personnel so that we can find Master Camille in the south. We'll also relay this information to the Guardian's headquarters." Her answer was satisfactory, but Hein even added more to it. "Is there anything else that we can help you with?" Hein would not have believed it if someone else had captured a demon and shared the same story. But it was Jude and Cordelia who captured that evil spurt, so she believed in it. The story of Gamor Khan was also highly credible. So as the branch leader of St. Crute Monastery, she extended her aid. She said that she would do anything in order to help them. Jude and Cordelia exchanged glances and had dark smiles. Both of them thought the same thing without even needing to read the other's thoughts. Branch leader Hein, "Yes, Lord Jude. There must be an armory in St. Crute Monastery, right? Like a treasure trove." At Jude's question, branch leader Hein nodded her head, and Cordelia smiled in delight. Chapter 234 SDCRUTE Monastery. 2 terms used in this episode. Giving Tree, it refers to a children's picture book called The Giving Tree, which is about a tree who generously gives something to a boy throughout the boy's entire life. St. Crute Monastery boasted a long history and tradition, so their armory was full of high-quality divine items and artifacts. I suddenly remember the old days. Me too. Cordelia nodded her head at the words of Jude, who was equipped with divine items and artifacts from head to toe, as she was likewise the same too. The old days. They weren't talking about their past life when they played Legend of Heroes 2. At that time, it was impossible to fully equip one's body with items just like now, due to restrictions on item equipment slots. A few months ago, in the Wild Lands, they encountered the Wild Fairies and the Wild Fairy Queen, who was a generous giving tree a generous giving fairy. I wonder if they're living well now. They should be fine. There's nothing dangerous in Endymion now, right? Hey, didn't you go overboard? Even if Jude had a love filter, her actions were too much back then. Jude pulled Cordelia's cheek at that opportunity, and Cordelia, who had done something wrong, accepted the punishment while sobbing instead of rebelling. Hoo, I did a good job, though. Yes, I know. Because of what she did, they were able to destroy the Hell Gate and annihilate the demons, too. If Cordelia had chosen a different means instead of the destruction of Endymion, the demons would have caused more damage even if they had closed the Hell Gate. Or perhaps they would have been dead or injured. Perhaps Lena or Kaplan would have been in danger. That reminds me, is Kaplan doing well? Kaplan had remained in the sacred place protected by the wild god, Blue Whiskers, to continue doing his research. Fortunately, he returned to the Empire as soon as Lena woke up, because Lena had said that the wild lands would be dangerous for him. So he did not seem to be harmed in the chain of explosions that occurred in the dragon veins, but they did not know on what had happened to him afterwards. Well, he must be doing fine, because he's a strong person despite having such bad luck. Stop it. Will we be able to meet him again if we go to the Empire? We'll have to go to the Empire once our work in the South is over. Ouch, it hurts. Stop it. We'll have to meet the playable characters on the Empire side too, especially Maximilian and Leon. I said stop. Oops. Jude let go of his hand, having forgotten that he was pinching her cheeks, and Cordelia covered her red cheeks with both hands as she panted. Let me pull your cheek too, okay? Sadly, Cordelia wasn't given an opportunity to get her revenge, because the door opened and members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross appeared before them. Lord Jude, Lady Cordelia. We apologize for being late. No, we didn't wait that long. Please don't worry about it. Jude quickly replied to Carmen, and Cordelia lightly struck her chest in her frustration, but she didn't do anything else. I'll make you pay later. Later, when there's only the two of us. But instead of answering her, Jude shrugged his shoulders and talked to Carmen again. Is Mrs. Carmen and Mr. Manuel going with us? Yes, we will be joining you on this journey. Carmen and Manuel smiled in their delight, and the 7 members who followed behind them also had happy expressions. It's a great honor to accompany you too. We are very honored. I didn't expect the Guardians to support us this actively. The situation calls for it, so this is natural. As Carmen clenched her fist and said, Manuel and the rest of the Guardians fervently nodded in agreement. A huge and powerful black dragon would soon resurrect in the south. They had to stop him and protect the southern region, but Manuel and the Guardians were actually in high spirits, because this was like a story that only appeared in myths or legends. Are they like Luca's too? In any case, it isn't something bad. Since branch leader Hein and the people in front of me are taking the situation seriously, so I can rest assured that it will all work out well. They're also fine with us taking the items. He was honestly feeling a bit sorry that they were taking that much, but Hein spoke to them as if she was sorry that they could only take this much, so Jude was feeling really strange then. There were no amazing items there, though. Still, they were able to acquire a huge amount of high-quality divine items. Even if Jude and Cordelia couldn't use it right now, the items they had would be enough to equip Scarlet, who would be joining them in the south, or Kajsa, who would accompany them in their fight in the future. The branch leader said that she would relay the situation to the headquarters of the Guardians, and as soon as we arrive at the south, we'll contact Master Camille as soon as possible. That was why Carmen and Manuel chose to accompany them. As Jude had expected, the Guardians had a means to contact Camille, but because of their long distance from each other, it seemed like it was impossible to just use it unless it was an order to return. It's not like we'll be missing each other on the way since he's already in the south, so they've decided on not to call him back. Moreover, in order to command Camille to return, they needed the permission of the Guardians' commander-in-chief unless it was an emergency situation. So the best thing that Hein could do was to dispatch members of the Guardians to the south directly, as they had a means to contact Camille at close range. We'll do our best to assist you in the fight against the evil dragon in the future. Manuel spoke with sparkling eyes, and Jude nodded at him and spoke without delaying it any longer. Then, let's begin right away. They had already finished their preparations for the trip. Yes, I understand. Please come this way. We have prepared the horses. Unfortunately, for Cordelia, 1 horse was prepared for each person at St. Crute Monastery, so she had to ride on the horse alone. This is somehow awkward. Come to think of it, I've always been with Jude whenever we moved, whether I am on his back, his arms, or riding in a horse or a carriage. Then the Guardians will accompany us until we reach the territory of the 7 southern families. In short, we'll all be traveling together. Will we have our alone time together? Dahlia and Maja always let us have our own time when we traveled together. Yes, it's possible. It will be possible. Just like how we're making progress in our plan to stop an evil dragon, our relationship is also making progress. Progress since we've already done it in the forehead, cheeks, chin, neck, collarbone, and so on, we'll eventually have to clear the final boss, the lips. Just like how Unnai and brother-in-law did it, let's stop there. Just imagining it made her face heat up and her heart pound, but for some strange reason, the corners of Cordelia's mouth were raised. Naturally, the voice of her heart was telling her, hey, what about the skinship ban? Didn't you ban it? But there was no rule saying that she should listen to it in the first place. Cordelia wiggled her fingers and began imagining again, and thanks to Adelia's audio-visual education and Dahlia's humanities education, she had managed to accumulate a considerable amount of data, making it possible for her to imagine it in great detail. I can't do that yet. No, not yet. It was the moment when Cordelia shook her head and giggled as she covered her cheeks with both hands. Cordelia? Kaya? Cordelia almost fell of her horse, but immediately regained her balance like a beast. She hesitated a bit before looking at the direction the voice came from, and she saw Jude approaching her from her right side. What? I mean, your face is red. Do you have a fever? Both were riding horses, so there was quite a distance with each other even if they were close. So Cordelia looked straight ahead instead of making eye contact. And no, it's just because the weather is hot. Yes, it's hot. Cordelia pulled her collar and fanned with her hand, but Jude narrowed his eyes instead of letting it slide. Hey, we got the great protection of the 4 seasons, right? Spring, summer, fall, and winter. The great protection of the 4 seasons protected from the 4 seasons. Because of that, Jude and Cordelia were not affected by the heat or cold, just like those heat and cold immunity status commonly found in martial arts fiction. And Jude added a final blow to her. And it's winter now, right? They were in the south. If they were in the north, it would have been snowing now. Is that so? But why is it so hot? Even Cordelia doesn't know why it's hot. Cordelia quickly spoke and took a quick glance at him before moving ahead, and Jude continued to narrow his eyes in suspicion, but it was only for a short time. He straightened his back and turned his gaze away. Black Dragon Malekith's attack. The last of the 3 events that drove the Slen Kingdom to ruin. It's the highest level in terms of difficulty. Malekith was completely different to the demonic humans they fought in the Wild Lands or the Lord Protector they fought in the royal capital, who were far stronger than Jude and Cordelia back then. An ancient black dragon, a godlike being in comparison to humans, and it wasn't easy this time too. However, 4 of the main characters in the first episode of Legend of Heroes were going to be together in this battle. I am really excited. Landius and Camel, and also Lena and Velkian. Jude briefly imagined Landius punching the black dragon's huge chest and admired it in many ways. It doesn't feel out of place. Why does it feel so natural to imagine that person punching the black dragon's chest and blowing it away? Anyway, let's do well this time. They shouldn't just rely on Landius and Camel for everything. They had to do their best to get the best results, just like how they did in the Wild Lands and the royal capital, for a perfect happy ending. Jude said in a low voice as if he was making a pledge and looked back at St. Crute Monastery. It was a bit unfortunate that they couldn't meet the young goddess Atalia, but there was always a next chance. No, we'll definitely have a next opportunity. We'll completely stop Black Dragon Malekith and prevent the destruction of the Slen Kingdom. Jude firmly resolved to himself and looked straight ahead. He goaded his horse to catch up to Cordelia, at the same time, but in a different place. Count Bayer was looking at Count Chase coldly. He couldn't help it. Is this really that effective? It is. My friend ate this and his wife gave birth to so many children that he could build a platoon with them. Oh, the medicine merchant eagerly peddled his medicine while Count Chase seriously listened to him. Count Bayer knew that his friend was a bit of a pushover, but he didn't realize just how strangely obsessed Count Chase was with health food and stuff. Give me one. No, give me 2. Oh, thank you very much. You've made a good decision. Hee. Fearful that his customer might change his mind, the medicine merchant quickly packaged the items, and Count Chase paid for it with a happy face. Ho. Is this what it means to be full just by looking at things? Count Chase briefly recalled Gal and Jude as he packed the items into his space expansion bag and smiled again. Because he was imagining Adelia and Cordelia's children kicking a ball in Count Chase's garden. 1, 2, 3, 4 more or less 11 people per team. The smile on Count Chase's face grew deeper, while Count Bayer continued to watch his friend and thought as he touched his chin. My friend is seriously ill. Just like how Jude and Cordelia could exchange glances and understand what the other was thinking. Count Chase and Count Bayer could see what the other was thinking because of their long-standing friendship. And I now understand why it's so long for him in the north. He had wondered back then why it took his friend so long to catch up to their runaway children, and now he had figured out why. Because they had stopped several times a day, and in the most serious case, more than 10 times in a day, just to buy items. My friend isn't really obsessed with them. It's like he's blindly in love with his future sons-in-law. It was when Count Bayer was having such doubts in his mind. I know, just as the medicine guy said, its effect isn't that great. Count Chase turned around and abruptly said, and instead of being confused, Count Bayer's eyes widened before he asked, "If you knew that, why did you buy it then?" Because the effect may be minimal, but the fact that there's still an effect cannot be denied. Even if 100 only becomes 101, it's still considered as growth. Count Chase smiled and said, while Count Bayer had an indescribable expression. Count Chase's words sounded cool at first, but when Count Bayer thought about it, his friend's words were just the words of a complete pushover. Anyway, let's hurry up. Okay. Count Chase returned to his usual cool-headed expression and turned his attention to the tracking magic in order to follow the trail of Jude and Cordelia. They looked into the distance, towards the forest of eternity. Time went by across the continent, at the center of the wild lands. On a hill overlooking the city protected by the Golden Dragon King, a man and woman were having an intense fight. The two were Red Wind, who had grown up in only a few months, and Sun Song, whose face was much more dignified than before, perhaps because of the beard he grew. The two stuck with each other every day just like a certain couple, but they always behaved fiercely. Stop this if you can. I can do this much. They're definitely sparring, but why is there a pink air around them? No, apart from that, if you two are going to just fight like that, why in the world did you call me anyway? Violent Avalanche watched the two fight with a sullen expression and stood up from his seat as he looked south. Because he remembered the two people who helped him first. Are you eating well? The voice of Violent Avalanche traveled with the wind. The wind headed towards the south. Lucas raised his head. Having returned to the HR Svelger territory from the royal capital, he picked up a pen and wrote a letter in his spare time, even as he continued his daily training. Scarlet quickly disappeared when the turmoil in the royal capital ended. But she didn't just disappear. She disappeared after leaving a short letter with her contact information. Contact me if you're not busy. Words that were short, but could be interpreted in many ways. So Lucas wrote a letter to keep in touch with her instead of thinking about this and that. And there were two people who naturally came to his mind when he wrote the letter. The couple who popularized running away because of love while pretending it to be a honeymoon. Lucas smiled without realizing it before he looked back at the stationery. He wrote his letter with sincerity. Mates, let's go and cut their throats. Ooh, ooh. A strong girl with black hair and copper skin took the lead with her huge halberd amidst the fierce collision between a merchant ship and a pirate ship. Kadsa Offand, the second daughter of Count Offand from the 7 southern families. She boasted in having the strongest physical abilities among the playable characters, but she had yet to know about Jude and Cordelia. So instead of thinking about the two like the others, she focused her attention on the enemies in front of her. The wind blew towards the south. It was the result of a change of direction from the north to the south, a huge flow that would determine the fate of the Slen Kingdom. Maximilian clearly felt the flow of that fate, because the voice from a higher place which he had heard since his childhood had informed him. Here it is, found it. The reason Maximilian left the Empire and entered the Slen Kingdom. Maximilian smiled as he faced Ultimate 2 Divine Sword Balisarda in the ruins of an ancient dwarf city. He didn't have the key sword, but the voice from a higher place guided him on how to release the seal and obtain the divine sword. Is it south this time? Yes, I understand. Responding to the voice from a higher place, Maximilian turned south after recovering the divine sword, to where the wind of fate gathered. to where the two people of destiny who would lead all those winds be. Maximilian gently smiled. He walked forward in accordance to the voice from a higher place. He added his own wish to the flow of fate that had begun to gather in one place. Chapter 235 KAJSA OPHAND 1. The third main arc is finally beginning. This Malekith arc will last for around 30 to 40 episodes, and it will include the moment that most of us here are waiting for. Terms used in this episode. Wild horse, a figurative term for a person who behaves wildly or is tough and energetic. Cordelia was not the beast-like character in Legend of Heroes 2. After all, the Cordelia in the game was an elegant and delicate girl who didn't fit the words beast or wild. It was Kajsa Offhand, the true beast female character in Legend of Heroes 2, the Wild Horse of the South, the Beheading Witch, the Monster of Offhand. All of these were vicious words attached to a teenage girl who was the precious child of a prestigious family, but neither Kajsa herself nor those around her denied those nicknames. Rather, she somehow accepted it and was even pleased with it, because it's completely true. The Offhand family was one of the 7 southern families and had the divine blood of an ancient being flowing in their veins, just like the royal family and the 12 northern families. But the problem was that their ancestor was not an ordinary angel or a god. It was a beast, the greedy wolf Fenrir. He was originally a demon born in hell, but was reborn as a divine creature after being influenced by the nobility of the sun god Solari. Fenrir shared a love that transcended race with Saint Sophia Offhand, a member of the Solari denomination, and they had many children. The current Offhand family were said to be the descendants of Fenrir. Naturally, Fenrir wasn't just a wolf since he was an ancient being and a divine creature too, the lord of lycanthropes, the king of werewolves. In any case, the Offhand family inherited the blood of a divine creature, and some were born with powers or abilities that were unimaginable for ordinary humans because of the occasional atavism. In the game's storyline, it was Kajsa. Kajsa's ability was quite simple: a strong body, physical abilities that were beyond the limitations of humans. Among the 11 playable characters in Legend of Heroes 2, Kajsa was the physically strongest and also the quickest, because her body is so strong that she never gets sick. Poisons also do not work against her. She truly had a body of steel. Of course, it didn't mean that her skin was made of steel or that she could block spears and swords with her hands and feet just like Jude, but it was true that she had a tremendous detoxification ability and a zombie-like durability. Kajsa's only drawback is her physical strength. The reason why Kajsa was called the 3-minute instant food or premature ejaculation was simple: because her body couldn't handle the explosive increase of her physical abilities, as she would quickly be exhausted afterwards. It's like a sports car with a tremendous engine power, but very poor cost-effectiveness. Once she began to run wild, she became a beast herself, but it consumed so much energy that Kajsa could only fight at full power for only 3 minutes or less. When more than that had passed, Kajsa literally became unable to fight because of her intense hunger. Of course, she can last if she do not use her all when she fights. Anyway, Kajsa was trained in martial arts, and her base stamina was as good as her great physical abilities. It's just that her fuel economy is really bad. Such was the person named Kajsa, the wild and beast-like character archetype in Legend of Heroes 2. The hunting dog of the Offhand family who hunted pirates as her black hair fluttered in the wind. It was now time to meet her. 2 days after leaving St. Crute Monastery, Cordelia had a sour expression, so annoying, she wasn't tired from riding a horse for a long time. Because of her high level, Cordelia had more stamina than most people despite being a wizard, so annoying. Nor was it from having difficulties in camping out. After she recalled her past life memories, camping out was similar to sleeping on her bed. Compared to sleeping in a snowfield as a blizzard raged on, or sleeping in a narrow crack of a rock in the wildlands, their current camp was like a 5-star hotel. So annoying, but she was still annoyed. She could bear Manuel endlessly chattering next to her. She quietly listened to him because she also found his words to be quite interesting. She didn't mind Carmen bragging about her husband and daughter too. It was rather satisfying because it allowed her to naturally boast about Jude too. Was it the meal then? Whether they needed 2 or 11 servings, it was fine since Jude was the one who made it. She was satisfied with the quality of the dishes too. So annoying. Bed, meals, and traveling companions. None of the 3 elements of a trip were the reason why she was dissatisfied. Nevertheless, Cordelia grumbled as she pouted her lips. Because we don't have time. Because Jude and I don't have any alone time together. Ugh. First of all, their group was in a hurry to get to the south. In other words, they didn't have much time to take a relaxing break in the middle of the trip. They naturally stopped several times in a day because they had to rest, but they were always gathered in one place because they had to be close together when taking a break from their march. You. Second, Manuel and Carmen were tactless. Unlike Dahlia and Maja, the two never considered in giving Jude and Cordelia some alone time together. Manuel always followed Cordelia, calling her Angel this and Angel that, while Carmen was unlike those nosy aunties as she was not much interested in Cordelia and Jude's romantic relationship. Rather, she just loved to brag about her daughter. NGH. It was also difficult to volunteer for the night watch. The number of members dispatched by the Guardians of the Holy Cross for this mission was 9, just like their usual missions. Because they had 9 people, Jude and Cordelia didn't get their turn yet in the night watch rotation. In the first place, they didn't even allow Jude and Cordelia to do the night watch. You. In fact, having some alone time together wasn't necessary. They didn't have anything special to do together. But how should I put this? How should I say it? NNGGGGH. It was already embarrassing for her to imagine it, and it would be even more so if she said it out loud. Anyway, how should I say it? Should I say that I want to do that? You know that one. That act which gets your heart pounding, makes you feel good, and warms your heart when you do it. How it would have been nice if we could ride a horse together. Why did the Guardians of the Holy Cross have to prepare 1 horse per person? Did they have so many horses? Is 1 horse per person really necessary? But it was at that moment. Cordelia. Yes. Cordelia brightened up when she received Jude's message magic, but she cleared her throat and quickly pretended to be calm. She turned to Jude while pretending to be fine. Why? What happened? Why are you strangely happy? I'm not. I am just the same as usual, okay? I am not happy or anything, okay? At Cordelia's insistence, Jude narrowed his eyes in suspicion, but he soon nodded. Let's improve your acting skills later. Excuse me? Anyway, I think it's time that we split. Split? Yes, because our purpose is different anyway. Carmen and Manuel have to find Camille, while we have a different purpose, remember? Cordelia was momentarily startled at the word split, but she soon sighed in relief and nodded her head. That's right, because our purpose is the crest of the 7 Southern families. The 7 Southern families. 7 families that held the highest power in the Southern region, just like the 12 Northern families. But there was a huge difference between the 7 Southern families and the 12 Northern families. The 12 Northern families competed with each other, but it did not escalate to a bloody conflict. On the other hand, the 7 Southern families considered it strange if they met each other without any blood being shed. They got into gang fights once a month and had duels once a year. Obviously, they didn't really quarrel like that often, but it was not an exaggeration to say that the 7 Southern families were out for each other's blood. However, it was quite surprising that these 7 families were once united under a single banner. Dragon Slayer Carlos, the great hero of the South who stood side by side with Lion D. Slen, an unparalleled hero and the founder king of the Slen Kingdom. In the past, he had 7 vassals that were united in the South, and these vassals became the current 7 Southern families. Even though they were under the Slen Kingdom now, the Southern people considered Dragon Slayer Carlos to be their true king, and this was also the case for the 7 Southern families. The one who obtains my legacy will be your new master. Nearing his death, Dragon Slayer Carlos suddenly disappeared after leaving those words, and from then on, the 7 Southern families began a bloody struggle over the position of Carlos' successor. You do know that Carlos left a token to each of the 7 Southern families, right? Yes, and if we collect all the 7 tokens, we'll find the place where Carlos hid his legacy, right? Yes, but the 7 Southern families were too busy fighting each other, so they didn't share information thus. After nearly 300 years, Carlos' successor had yet to appear. She already knew about this even before he spoke to her now, because they had already discussed about this in the royal capital. The reason why they sent Scarlet to the south. It's time for Phantom Thief Pink Bomb to appear again, right? That's right. Together with Scarlet, they would rob the 7 southern families to gather the tokens. And if they said that this was a competition to decide the rogue master position, Scarlet would do her best too. She's a really good friend. She is. Jude and Cordelia looked at each other before laughing, and Jude continued. To fight Black Dragon Malekith, it's a must to unite the southern powers. We'll need absolute authority in order to do that. Will the 7 southern families obey us if we have Carlo's tokens even though 300 years have already passed? They will. Carlos is treated like a god in the south. Moreover, if there existed a specific threat called Malekith, they would have no choice but to join hands with each other. Moving on, there's a place we need to stop by before we begin our preliminary work. Can you figure out where it is? Wait a minute. I'll figure it out. Cordelia hurriedly raised her hand to stop Jude and then began to groan as she thought hard. Soon, she clapped her hands and sent a message magic. I got it, you're talking about Kajsa, right? Correct. After all, they needed to rely on at least one person in the south. Furthermore, Kajsa was a playable character, so they definitely needed to get close to her. First of all, we know very little about the south. Kajsa is only playable character in the south, and her scenario began when she escaped the south because of Malekith's attack. In other words, in order to properly rob the 7 southern families, they needed to have a local person, a collaborator, who knew a lot about the other 7 southern families. Yes, that's good. Okay, so you're saying that we'll have to split up with Carmen, Manuel, and the members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross since we have to go meet Kajsa, is that it? Yes, that's it. But why do you look so strangely happy? No, I am not. This is my normal look, okay? Rather, I am sad that we're splitting with them, okay? When Cordelia snorted as she spoke, Jude narrowed his eyes again, but he didn't ask her further. Anyway, I am thinking of splitting up when we reach the next crossroad. Kajsa should be hunting pirates by now with Daram as her base. Daram was one of the southern region's port cities. Carmen and the Guardians were now heading to the largest trading port in the south, Bardos, which was under the royal family's jurisdiction, so they had to split up soon as Jude had said. It can't be helped. Let's split here. Yes, really, it can't be helped, it can't be helped. Cordelia surprisingly spoke in monotone over message magic, and Jude tried to hold back his laughter before saying, It's all right, I'll talk to them. Okay. And around 10 minutes later, Jude said to Cordelia as he narrowed his eyes, Hey, Countess. Yes, my lord. Where are horses? I returned it to Carmen. Why? Because I have a strong horse here, right? Cordelia tilted her head, pretending to not understand why he was asking, and Jude finally laughed. If I run with you on my back, well, stand out a lot, okay? I know, so do it well, okay? You're good at that, right? Yes, I understand. You really want to be carried that much, huh? Jude handed over their luggage to Cordelia and turned around. The excited Cordelia quickly carried the luggage on her back and climbed onto Jude's back. The smell of Jude, it's nothing. Yes, let's hurry up. Cordelia evasively answered and buried her face on the back of Jude's neck as she quietly smiled. Anyway, let's go, hold on tight. Okay. Cordelia obediently replied, sniffing with her nose once before hugging Jude's body a little tighter. Jude fixed Cordelia's position and then kicked the ground. And 2 hours later, what waited for Jude and Cordelia when they arrived in the port city of Daram was an unexpected event and not Kajsa. Chapter 236 KAJSA OPHAND 2 Cordelia was in a good mood. For the past 2 days, she fully enjoyed the body temperature of Jude's wide back and liked the firm arms that supported her. But there was one more fact that pleased her: the smell of Jude. Cordelia seemed to have acquired a heightened sense of smell like that of a girl from the wild. Even with her eyes closed, she was able to distinguish the number of people around her by sniffing with her nose once. Count Chase had a strong rose scent. Her brother Edward slightly smelled of disinfectant that one would mostly smell in swimming pools, and her sister Adelia didn't have any strange scent, but when she met Gal, she often smelled of peppermint. As for Dahlia, she has a cool and refreshing smell. Now that I think of it, is Dahlia doing well? She must have arrived home by now, right? After recalling Dahlia's face for a moment, Cordelia focused on the smell again. The smell of Jude. Jude's body had a strangely sweet smell. It obviously wasn't a very strong scent, but the faint scent was like the smell when one sucked on a candy. In the royal capital, the shampoo, conditioner, and perfume he used gave him a refreshing scent, but it was a little different today. Since they wandered around outside, there was hardly any smell on him, as if the perfume had worn off. The original smell of Jude, the smell of his flesh. Her nose twitched as she was immersed in his sweet smell, but after some time, she began to smell something salty. It seemed like they were nearing the sea. Sweet and salty. Jude's sweetness and the sea's saltiness. I am feeling sleepy. I feel like I can fall asleep from the nice atmosphere. Will I wake up in his arms if I fall asleep like this? Cordelia briefly imagined it before she felt the urge to cover her face with both hands. I must be seriously ill. Really, how did this happen? Cordelia criticized herself. No, she reflected on herself for a moment and soon opened her eyes slowly. Because Jude's movements had changed. Have we arrived? Yes, I think we should walk from here. If we keep going like this, we'll stand out too much. Okay. Seeing the wide road past the bushes, Cordelia nodded her head and climbed down from Jude's back. Is Kajsa here? Yes, because she uses Daram as her base when she's hunting pirates. In fact, they weren't that sure of it yet. The events now might gradually differ from the game's storyline because of the butterfly effect from the various events that had occurred so far. But it'll be fine since she's Kajsa. Well, you're right. At this point, Kajsa was 19 years old. She was 2 years older than Jude or Cordelia and 3 years older than Lucas. A difference of 1 or 2 years didn't matter much when one exceeded 30 to 40 years of age. But it was different when one was a teenager in the midst of growing up. Kajsa belonged to the top ranks among the playable characters in terms of their physical abilities at their starting point. No, it's more like she has no other competitors except for Maximilian and Leon, because she had very strong natural physical abilities. Moreover, Kajsa was a character who loved and enjoyed fighting. She had been escorting merchant ships since her childhood, so she had a lot of hands-on experience, making her a full-fledged warrior. Hee, but it was at that moment. Cordelia suddenly laughed when she was thinking about Kajsa. She couldn't hold back her laughter because she was in a really good mood. Cordelia, what's suddenly wrong with you? I don't think there's anything funny in our conversation now for you to be laughing. When Jude looked at her in confusion, Cordelia spoke after she rolled her eyes to avoid making eye contact. No, it's nothing. Nothing? Yes, nothing. Truthfully, there was a reason. Because Jude was stronger than Kajsa. Jude's physical abilities were superior to Kajsa, who was a superhuman from the moment she inherited the blood of a divine creature. My Jude is stronger than Kajsa. He's stronger, faster, and has better stamina. I want to show him off. I want to tell everyone that my Jude is this amazing. Heh. Cordelia snickered again, and Jude furrowed his brows but soon smiled. Good things are good, so if Cordelia is feeling good, it must be something good. Perhaps it's because we've come to the sea. Jude also had heightened senses, though it was not as much as Cordelia. He felt restless when he smelled the salty smell of the sea and heard the sounds of the waves breaking from afar. Because I've, strangely, never been much to the sea. Jude had traveled everywhere from the desert to the jungle in his past life, but he had rarely been to the sea. Twice? No, is it thrice? Moreover, he didn't remember it much because he only went there for work. Anyway, let's go. Give me the backpack. Yes, my lord. Jude took the backpack from Cordelia, who obediently replied. He then signaled to her with a glance, and Cordelia skillfully used a magic that hindered recognition. Since the two always stood out, they needed that magic to not draw attention. Are we going to an inn first? We usually do that, but we should go to the pier first. Because they came to the sea, they must check the sea first. They had to find out if Kajsa's ship was out at sea or if it was anchored to a dock. Cordelia immediately nodded at Jude's suggestion. Yes, I want to see the sea too. I like the sea. Did you used to live by the sea? When I was younger. It was a story from her previous life and not the present one. Cordelia then grabbed Jude's hand instead of talking more about it. Let's hurry up. Okay. They were just plainly holding hands instead of the usual escorting etiquette, so Jude looked straight ahead instead of looking at Cordelia because he was lightly blushing due to her holding his hand first. The two headed towards the port city of Daram. The 7 southern families were quite diverse, but they could be largely divided into two categories: families with a fief on the mainland and families with islands as their fief. Marquis Offend belonged to the former, and they owned two port cities on the coast and a large territory inland. Darem is one of Marquis Offend's port cities and is usually used as a trading port in the south. It was used as a route for selling the grains produced by the Offend territory to the various islands in the south, and was strictly for domestic use. That's why there are a lot of big boats despite it being a domestic port, because they had to load and carry a lot at once. But the boats rarely go far since they're not intended for long-distance sailing. I see. Cordelia listened to Jude as she looked around. As the port of the wealthy Marquis Offend, Darem was well equipped with the basics. It had clean and wide roads with big and nice buildings built everywhere. Guard posts were set up at regular intervals to maintain security. It feels like I am at a tourist attraction. Cordelia sniffed with her nose again and brightly smiled at some point, because she could see the sea far away. It's the sea. So are those sails really for long-distance sailing? She saw the blue and open sea beyond the huge pier. Cordelia let go of Jude's hand and ran like a child, and Jude hurriedly caught up to her. It's the sea. Cordelia took a deep breath. Besides the plain, salty smell, her heart pounded at the familiar smell of the sea. Beautiful. It was a beautiful pier that was like the tourist destinations found in Europe. The islands were like dots in the distant horizon, and the sound of the seagulls were heard in between the sound of the waves crashing against the breakwater. It's so beautiful and nice right now, so what more if it's sunset? Cordelia briefly closed her eyes and imagined the sunset, and she couldn't hold back her smile. Because the appearance of the sunset dyeing the sky and the sea red was truly beautiful. And with such a sunset as a background, Cordelia was still embarrassed to imagine Jude and herself, so she used Adelia and Gal in her imagination. She ended up covering her face with both hands. Ha ha, good. It's perfect. It's here, I want it to be here. This place is good enough. I have to ask him to go watch the sunset together later. That's right. Cordelia made a firm resolution before she opened her eyes and clenched her fist, but it was at that moment. Something's weird. Weird? No, what are you talking about? We have to go see the sunset later, but why are you talking as if something is going to happen, huh? Cordelia looked around in a hurry. The alleys. There was nothing strange about it. There were no ruffians threatening someone, saying that they would just play for a short time, nor was there a beautiful woman standing among those ruffians with a crying expression. The wharf. It was normal. No one was wounded, and there wasn't anyone being chased with the sea as a background. The sea and the pier were left. There were large ships lined up at the pier. Good, there's nothing strange. There's no problem here. But it was too early to judge. Jude said as he pointed to one of the ships. Look at that. It was definitely a voice that signaled the start of an incident. Therefore, Cordelia didn't want to see it, but she forced herself to turn to the direction where Jude was pointing. A black ship was docked among the ships in the pier. Now that she saw it, it was a ship that she knew well. The Black Shark? Yes, Kadza's flagship. The ship that Kadza boarded when she went out to hunt for pirates. But it didn't look normal. The ship was so damaged that it could be seen from a distance. It was almost half destroyed. It seemed like it wouldn't be strange if it sank now. Something's not right. It was as Jude said. That was why Cordelia did her best to suppress her desire to cry. Hurry up. We have to find Kadza, or at least Kadza's crew. Okay, I understand. She didn't expect that she would hate the moment when an event appears. No, stay alert, Cordelia. Perhaps something big happened to Kadza. Cordelia shook off her selfish thoughts and asked as she looked back at Jude. Shall we split up and ask around? Yes, contact me right away if you find anything. Okay. Yes, Jude and Cordelia held the two ancient dwarf communicators they acquired in Black Town and split up in different directions. And after 10 minutes or so, Jude and Cordelia found out on what happened to Kadza and her ship. Kadza was detained. It wasn't because a man from her family caught her running wild and detained her. She was now in the hands of pirates. The story was simple. Yesternight, having grasped the base of the pirates, Kadza went out to sea on the Black Shark like always, to raid the pirate island in the middle of the night. There was nothing strange about it so far. There was an event in the game where she similarly destroyed a pirate island. But the problem was from then on. Kadza lost. Kadza was defeated. The pirates won, Kajsa was captured by the pirates, and only Kajsa's men came back alive. That had happened in the morning, and it was now afternoon. Obviously, Daram was turned upside down. Kajsa was the pride of the Marquis Offend family, and at the same time, she was like a guardian deity who protected Daram and the nearby waters. Kajsa was caught, and her ship that was said to be invincible came back destroyed, but it was strange that there was no commotion. No wonder there's a lot of ships. There was a reason why there were so many ships anchored at the pier despite the clear weather. Because Kajsa was defeated. Because there was a high possibility that the pirates would use this chance to attack. What happened? How did Kajsa lose? Jude frowned at Cordelia's question, because it was actually a strange story. Kajsa was strong. She was definitely not invincible, but at this point in time, it was difficult to find anyone around here who could defeat Kajsa. There aren't any strong people even among the pirates. He remembered the stats of the pirates he faced when he played as Kajsa in the game. There was at least no one in the nearby waters who had the ability to beat Kajsa. It was obviously not a one-on-one confrontation, but a battle involving dozens to hundreds of people, so variables might have occurred, but it was still not that convincing. Did the pirates of the deep sea appear? He was talking about pirates from distant foreign countries. There were certainly pirates who were much stronger than the current Kajsa among them, but he couldn't think of a reason why they would be near Daram. It may be related to Malekith, because Gamor Khan had disappeared. Malekith's side might have done something to fill the gap of Gamor Khan's absence, so it was possible that this incident occurred because of that. But it was only a guess. So Jude stopped his inconclusive thoughts and focused on the victory conditions like always. Anyway, it's important that Kajsa's alive. According to the rumors going around the port, Kajsa was not killed by the pirates and was just captured. Then it means that they wouldn't be killing Kajsa at least for today. If their intention was to kill her, they wouldn't have caught her and would have just killed her right then. Moreover, Kajsa was the pride of Marquis Offend. Killing her would anger Marquis Offend, so even the pirates would hesitate to kill her. Something strange. Kajsa tried to kill the pirates, but the pirates were cautious on not to kill her. Anyway, it's a good thing for us. In addition, pirates are bad guys, so we can defeat them. You're right. It's better for our side if they demand for a ransom. But we can't be relieved yet. Why? Because she's Kajsa. Oh, Kajsa had a truly fiery personality. The two wondered if Kajsa would have been pissed off now. But if the pirates knew Kajsa well, they would have given up on negotiating for a ransom in the first place. They were people who were afraid of Marquis Offend's anger, but they also feared Kajsa, who would chase them to their deaths once she was released. Of course, it would be different if there was someone really strong enough to defeat Kajsa. But that was only an assumption. So Jude removed all the uncertainties and focused his mind on the things they needed to do right now. Our goal now is to save her. It may be too late if we wait for the people of Marquis Offend to come to Daram. Yes, I understand what you mean. Cordelia nodded her head as she instinctively figured out on what they were going to do next. Are we going to find Wolf? One of Kajsa's subordinates. He was a knight who was also called a bear because of his large size, but he was also known to be in love with Kajsa since their childhood. While fleeing with Kajsa to escape Malekith's attack, he sacrificed his life to save Kajsa and died for her sake. He was the supporting role in the first half of Kajsa's scenario. It's fine even if it's not Wolf. We first need to know about the location of the island and who defeated Kajsa or how Kajsa was captured. Okay, leave it to me. I have an idea. Cordelia immediately spoke, and Jude furrowed his brows before saying, I am saying this just in case, but you do know that it's not okay to threaten people by blowing up a mansion, right? Hey, I also have common sense, okay? Of course, most problems can be solved by explosions. Jude narrowed his brows again at her rather disturbing answer, but Cordelia shrugged her shoulders and said as if telling him not to worry. Believe in me. Besides, I've been doing well lately, right? I managed to win in the negotiations with the spring fairies, right? Pink Bomb has been blackened, huh? That's right, and because of you, I've become completely black. So you have to take responsibility, okay? I understand. No further words were needed. Jude stretched out his hand to her, and Cordelia took his hand before they headed to the mansion of Marquis Offend. If this was a game, they would have asked the NPCs in the port to find the whereabouts of the sailors, or clear quests to find a way to meet Wolf. But this was reality and not a game. And that was why Cordelia used a very realistic method. I am Countess August Chase, a close friend of Lady Cadsa Offhand. Please open the door this minute. Because I have to meet Sir Wolf, who couldn't protect Cadsa. It was not the home of Marquis Offhand. It was just a mansion of Cadsa who resided in Daram. Therefore, there were no people in the mansion who were higher in position than Cadsa. But even if Cadsa was nothing but a plain noble, it didn't change the fact that she was the pride of the Offend family. In other words, there was no one who had a status advantage over Cordelia, who was a well-known countess from the royal capital. "Ah, are you a friend of the young miss?" When the butler was surprised at the words of Cordelia, a countess, he cautiously asked her, and Cordelia nodded without batting an eye. "That's right. I am her close friend." They weren't friends yet, but they would soon be. If they saved her, they would definitely become friends. Cordelia held back those thoughts and urged the butler once again, instead of stuttering or speaking in monotone. "Guide them to Sir Wolf. Hurry, tea this way, please. Hooray for hierarchical societies." Cordelia did a fist pump and looked at Jude as she winked instead of following the butler who had gone ahead. "What do you think? I did well, right? I am good at scamming now, right? Cordelia, should I be happy or sad about this?" "Jude, Cordelia has been corrupted." The black-hearted Black Cloak nodded as if he didn't know whether to smile or cry. Chapter 237 KAJSA OPHAND 3. Unfortunately, it was impossible to have a proper conversation with Wolf, because he was in such a bad condition. Well, if Wolf was in a good condition, he wouldn't have left Cadsa in the pirate island. His injuries had been cured, but he was still unconscious ever since he collapsed during the battle. Wolf is not going to die, right? He's unconscious because of the fatigue he accumulated, so he'll wake up by tomorrow morning at the latest. But it would be too late by then. Therefore, Jude and Cordelia began to question the other crew members of Cadsa. The sailors were rough-looking because they were Cadsa's subordinates and not just anyone else, but they were no match against the great power of societal class and money. "That's what happened, Countess. I see. Thank you for the detailed information." Jude and Cordelia gave some silver coins to the hairy sailor, who meekly bowed like a lamb. The two then left Cadsa's mansion after leaving their luggage to the anxious butler. "What do you think? I think our enemies are strong." The story of the hairy sailor could be summarized as follows. The Black Shark fired at the ships anchored on the pirate island to destroy them, and the infiltration squad of Cadsa landed on the island amidst the disturbance. It was Cadsa's tactic to quickly overpower the enemy's core in the gap created when chaos occurred. But there was a problem this time. The core of the pirates was too strong. Among the landing squad led by Cadsa, only 3 survived, which included Wolf and the hairy sailor. The sailors waiting on the Black Shark chose to retreat as soon as they saw the unconscious Cadsa being captured by the pirates and dragged away. They couldn't do anything else, so they chose to deliver the news. Of course, they had a reason on why they ran away. According to the hairy sailor's testimony, it was an iron-masked swordsman who defeated Cadsa. The hairy sailor did not properly see Cadsa being defeated because he himself was fighting pirates at that time, but it seemed like Cadsa wasn't just defeated. She was overpowered. Do you know who that person is? A male swordsman with an iron mask. At Cordelia's question, Jude shook his head. "I'm not sure. Even though it was a surprise attack, he managed to overpower Cadsa. I know of a few candidates, but they all use swords." The first ones he could think of were the pirates from the deep sea. But as Jude had said, most of them used swords, so it was difficult to pinpoint on who it was. It was easy for anyone to cover their face with a mask too. He could be from Malekith's side. Malekith's children? He could be one of them. Malekith was an ancient dragon. He had a dragon army under his command that was made up of his children, so one of them could be that masked man. The hairy sailor said that he didn't properly see that masked man's fight, so the masked man might have overpowered Cadsa with magic or a supernatural ability. Oog. In the end, it was impossible to find out the enemy's true identity. Moving on, if the person who defeated Cadsa is strong, I think it will be better for us to sneak in. Well, sneak in, save Cadsa, and then run? Yes. After all, we need to secure Cadsa to avoid a hostage situation. I see. It would be difficult if Kadsa was threatened with a knife in her throat. Nodding her head, Cordelia raised her hand and asked again. Then, Master, are we going to get a boat from here on? No, we're not going by boat. Then how will we get there? Can you run on the sea now? When Cordelia asked with wide-open eyes, Jude suddenly had a troubled expression and said, Cordelia, you're really good at forgetting things, just like how you forget about Melissa. Ugh. Cordelia couldn't say anything as he was right about Melissa. As she began to groan, Jude said with a small smile, I think you've forgotten because we haven't ridden on it for a while, but we have this. The ring on Jude's finger. Cordelia blinked her eyes for a few times before she finally remembered. Phantom steed. A ghost horse that could fly in the sky. Were going to run over the sea. They would take advantage of the night's darkness and run across the sea. Cordelia briefly closed her eyes at Jude's explanation and imagined it. Two people sitting on a phantom steed that was running over the sea. Jude said that they were going in the middle of the night, but somehow, in Cordelia's imagination, they were running towards the sunset. No, it has to be. That way it will be a picturesque scene, the sky and the sea, a world that had turned red starting from the horizon. The phantom steed stopped as the two gazed at each other. The sound of the crashing waves could be heard. Besides the waves, they could hear each other's hot breaths in that silent world. They yearned for each other as they felt the beating of their hearts. And at some point, the sun set. The long shadows then became one. Kaya, what should I do? What should I do? In her imagination, important things like Kadsa's rescue operation and the pirate island somehow disappeared, but she couldn't help it. If Dahlia was here, she would have nodded her head and agreed. Hey, Cordelia? Ooh, okay, so we're going to run across the sea to rescue Kadsa, is that right? Good, that's good. Let's do that. Yes, let's do that. Her giggling was very cute, but Jude ended up confused. Is there something in our conversation that can make anyone blush? And why are you still avoiding my gaze? Anyway, it's fine since it's cute. Jude nodded his head and said again as he pointed to the sea. Let's eat first and then leave at sunset. Yes, nightfall, sunset. A smile spread across Cordelia's face. Cordelia clearly knew that imagination and reality were different. The sunset was much shorter than she thought, and Jude was busy in finding the right direction on the open sea through a nautical chart. Cordelia herself was busy in hiding the phantom steed with various magic spells. It's scary here. Rather than being romantic, the sea in the middle of the night was scary. The dark sea stretched out endlessly, and it seemed like a monster could appear from the sea anytime. Therefore, instead of looking around, Cordelia clung to Jude's back and only chanted the spells, with her eyes tightly closed. And time passed. After running for at least an hour, Jude suddenly spoke. Cordelia, that's the island. Cordelia slightly opened her eyes at Jude's words, raising her head to look straight ahead. Seeing a dark island in the middle of the dark sea was really spooky. It's like a school, the school in the middle of the night, a place that strangely became scary at night. Cordelia said as she added a little more strength to her arms that embraced Jude's waist. Let's hurry. If we enter the island, I'll no longer see the island and be scared. Okay, please use your magic then. Yes. Cordelia added a silence magic to the darkness magic that she had already cast, because they needed to suppress all sounds, including the phantom steed's breathing. I already know that she's skilled, but she's really skilled. Each wizard had their own field of expertise, because there were some disciplines in magic that required a vast amount of knowledge, and there were also some who were born with the aptitude for it. This was common in reality too. A person was good at math, but not in English. Or a person was good at basketball, but not at soccer. But Cordelia could do everything well. In fact, one could say that she was an all-around wizard in the field of magic. She originally specialized in elemental-based magic. Dark magic such as curses or necromancy was added because of her witch transformation. And when she turned into an angel, she also became proficient in divine magic and life-based magic. And she did all of that at the age of 17. She was still young, but her mana already exceeded Adelia, who was one of the commanders of the Royal Guard Magic Corps, and the number of magic spells that she could use was more than those high-ranked people in the magic tower. She's also going to use spirits in the future. She was also the Spirit King's contractor. Wow, if you think about it, she's a real monster. Isn't she like a cheat character? Is there a wizard who has reached Cordelia's level at that age, even in the entire history of Pleiades? As expected of my Cordelia, my beast, my scammer apprentice. In that regard, Jude was definitely a monster among monsters too. In less than a year, he grew from a weak and sickly boy into a strong man who could stand against one of the 10 great swordmasters. Jude, are we there yet? We're almost there. Jude responded with message magic and landed on the island's shore afterwards. He then unsummoned his phantom steed. This is Pirate Island. You know what kind of place this is, right? Yes. It was an island that a player would attack once when they played as Kajsa. Jude did not memorize the entire map of the island, but he roughly knew its structure. It's an abandoned island that was once used as a prison. Therefore, it's not an exaggeration to say that there are plenty of places here where you could lock people up. But if their hostage was Kajsa, they just wouldn't put her anywhere. So Jude was able to estimate her approximate location. The number of ships anchored here, 2 pirate ships. Judging by the size and shape of the ships, the number of pirates on this island should be around 70. Jude then hid himself in the bushes to raise the accuracy of his estimate and told Cordelia, "Stay behind me, okay?" "Okay. But what are you going to do?" At Cordelia's question, Jude pointed to his eyes once before opening the 5th door of the 9th Heaven's 9 doors and activating his ability. An ability to see through things. Though it was more like an X-ray that saw through the skin and rocks instead of seeing the skin underneath the clothes. Jude saw everything that could be seen, and not just the area around him, so the burden on his eyes was enormous. But Jude had already reached the level of a superhuman in terms of durability. Every time his eyes were damaged, Jude would repeatedly use his regenerative ability to heal it, but he closed his eyes after observing for almost 3 minutes. "Huh, are you all right? Do your eyes hurt?" It's all right. And I think I somehow know it now. From the place where Kajsa was being held to the deployment of pirates in the building. Jude was only able to see their skeletons and not the exact location of the people when he used his ability, but as he said earlier, he had a rough map of the pirate island in his mind. He was able to figure out the situation based on the people who were at a certain place and places where there were no people. It's a bit unfortunate that I can't pinpoint the location of the strong person who overpowered Kajsa, but it can't be helped, because his ability alone was already a cheat-level reconnaissance ability. Kajsa is locked up in a special room, the one in the deepest part of the basement. Yes, that one. As he had thought, Kajsa was locked up in the deepest place in the island. If she was imprisoned in a place like the top of a spire, they could just fly and rescue her, but it was a different story if it was underground. It would be best for them to infiltrate the place before rescuing her. It's okay, I've also prepared a magic spell for today. Cordelia clenched her fist and then said as she glanced at him, "Shall we go then? Let's go." Clouds covered the moon, and Jude and Cordelia came out of the bushes. The most problematic thing in infiltration was the sound. The sound of one's movements. The sound of the enemies shouting to inform their allies of an invasion and its location. Therefore, the difficulty of an infiltration would be greatly reduced if one could not make any sound. Just like now. Silent Field. A witch's spell that Cordelia newly learned after she became a 7th rank angel. It was ironic that she could learn a witch's magic because her angel rank increased, but it was a spell that Cordelia had been wanting to learn ever since she got the spell book. Field-type magic. Magic spells that could change the environment within a certain range, with the caster as its center. But it had no effect when used alone. Its proper effect was only triggered when at least one other magic was mixed. Thus, it was an exhausting magic that required the caster to use double casting and also consumed a lot of mana. Conversely, it was also a magic that could produce infinite effects depending on which magic spell was combined with it. Cordelia's choice was to combine it with the silence spell. The entire corridor in Cordelia's sight was forcibly engulfed in silence, and that was why Jude appeared without even hiding. The pirates were surprised by Jude's appearance and shouted with their wide open mouths, but it was useless. No voice could escape from the area covered in silence. Jude laughed in his delight. Even his laughter was shrouded by the silence, so he laughed louder and kicked the ground. Hyperfast Thunderbolt. An attack that incredibly boosted his speed, but also drew attention because it was accompanied by thunder. But it was different today. There was no sound, so the pirates felt like they were facing a ghost. Bang, 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 Cordelia opened her mouth and made the sound effects herself, while Jude relentlessly moved his hands and feet, throwing and slamming the pirates into the walls, ceiling, and the floor. There was no sound again this time. Cordelia smiled at the sight as if she watching a muted video, and Jude continued to run. After quickly defeating as many as 5 panicking pirates, he threw a bottle that had been rolling on the floor, instantly knocking down the last one who was fleeing. Wow, is this like an assassination if there's no witness? Is this a magic specialized for assassination? Jude turned to Cordelia with a satisfied face, and she snorted before proudly shrugging her shoulders. The place was still affected by the spell, but she didn't mind that when she spoke. "Aren't I awesome?" "Yes, you're awesome," because the two could talk with their eyes. Jude and Cordelia giggled among the pirates who couldn't even groan when they were knocked unconscious, and the two headed towards the special room. The pirate who quickly rang the bell that made no sound was then slammed into the wall, and the pirate who was blowing on a trumpet with all his might was thrown to the ceiling. And in the midst of all this, no alarm sounded, so pirates didn't come swarming in, as expected of a wizard, those who could work miracles through the use of magic. Every time Jude raised his thumb, Cordelia would proudly shrug, and the two were able to reach the front of the special room after a while. It's a lock, a thick padlock that secured the huge and black steel door. Cordelia tried to use an unlocking magic spell after canceling the silent field magic, but Jude shook his head. Because there was a magic that Jude could use too. He grabbed the lock and pulled it. He removed the metal ring from the body of the lock. The sight of the padlock being disassembled at once with a loud sound was truly magical. Wow, physical magic. Very easy, right? Jude proudly shrugged his shoulders and Cordelia put her hands in a praying position, saying, "May the muscles always be with you, but not as bad as Landius. I prefer the you now." At Cordelia's eyes that were filled with her wish, Jude laughed again before he put his hand on the steel door's handle. He turned to Cordelia and said, "I am opening it." "Okay." Cordelia grasped Moonlight and took a step back while Jude opened the steel door. Chapter 238 KAJSA OPHAND 4. Cordelia frowned as soon as he opened the door, because the damp and stale smell from inside came out at once. It was called a special room, but it was still a prison in the end. It was also located underground and virtually enclosed without a window. The door had been opened, but they could not properly see the inside of the room because of the darkness. "Kajsa?" Cordelia raised her voice without realizing it, but she did not hear any answer from inside. Jude opened the door a little wider and glanced at Cordelia, who then cast a magic light into the prison to drive out the darkness. When the light spread, Cordelia felt like vomiting again, because her sensitive nose figured out the things causing the smell before she even saw it. It was the nauseating smell peculiar to vomit and the strong smell of blood that irritated one's nose. The mixture of these smells in the prison made it hard to breathe because there was no proper ventilation. Wind? Cordelia hurriedly used wind magic in order to ventilate the place and widely opened her eyes in surprise afterwards, because the scene inside the prison finally caught her eyes. Kajsa? A half-naked woman with black hair was sitting inside the stone prison. Both of her arms were bound by heavy chains that were connected to the ceiling, and both of her legs also had large shackles around her ankles to limit her movement. Her long black hair flowed down like a waterfall, covering her head and upper body, so they could not see her face. But they were sure that she was Kajsa. Is she dead? Because she was not just motionless and lifeless. It was because of the huge silver sword that penetrated Kajsa's stomach and back like a skewer. No, she's alive, because she's Kajsa. An ordinary person would have immediately died from such an injury, but as Jude had said, she was Kajsa. Having inherited the blood of the divine creature, Fenrir, such an injury would not kill her. It seems like it's an object to prevent her regenerative ability in the first place. The sword piercing Kajsa's stomach. It was clearly not an ordinary sword, given that the light shined on its surface. The blade seemed to have made from silver, or at least plated with silver. You're right. Upon looking closely, they could see smoke rising from her abdomen where the sword was piercing as if something were burning. The silver sword seemed to be suppressing Kajsa's regenerative ability. That's right. It's because she's Kajsa. Cordelia nodded with a convinced face. In the game, Kajsa's regenerative ability did not just heal wounds, as it could also regenerate severed limbs. So it was impossible for her to die from such an injury, as Jude had said. It still hurts a lot, though. Just because she had a regenerative ability did not mean that she did not sense pain. Anyway, let's hurry. Okay, but now was not the time to leisurely look at Kajsa's wounds. Jude and Cordelia hurriedly approached Kajsa, and Cordelia felt nauseous once again. The smell was really bad. It seemed like Kajsa was the source of all the smells in the prison. She had only been detained for a day, but the smells of blood, urine, vomit, and so on filled the unventilated room. Cordelia was tempted to do something with Kajsa's leather pants, which was covered in urine and vomit, but they had to prioritize saving her for now. What should we do? Should we lay her down first? Let's pull out the sword first. Because of the sword piercing Kajsa like a skewer, it was impossible to lay her down even if they broke the chains. Cordelia nodded and stepped back, while Jude grabbed the handle of the silver sword piercing Kajsa's abdomen. Kajsa, I am pulling it out. He could not get her consent in the first place because she was unconscious, but Jude still informed her before pulling out the sword at once. SSSH whack. The blood and flesh stuck to the blade because of Kajsa's regenerative ability also came out together with the sword. At the same time, Kajsa's body shook. Her back arched like a bow, and her drooping head leaned back as she groaned in pain. And right after that, Kwashik. Kajsa moved her arms. Using her immense strength, she instantly pulled out the chains that were connected to the ceiling and swung them without even properly opening her eyes. Cordelia reflexively screamed when the chains suddenly attacked them, but she calmly responded to that. Or rather, it was her instincts that reflexively responded to it. She instinctively knew the trajectory of the chain. So in an instant, her body reacted and she moved her feet towards a safer area. She completely dodged the chains that came falling down on her with just a single step. But Jude did not avoid it. He could evade it, but the chains bound to Kajsa's left arm would then reach Cordelia, who was next to him. So Jude jumped from his spot and moved his hand, grabbing the chain and throwing it to the side. When the chain hit the floor, he heard a high-pitched sound before he looked back at Kajsa. Sheik. Smoke rapidly soared from the wound where the sword used to be. Not even a single scar remained on the smooth brown skin, as if the sword penetrating her body earlier was an illusion. And Kajsa exhaled her breath. She rose from her spot, and her blue eyes shined like that of a beast. A kick. Cordelia's intuition told her that a kick was coming despite Kajsa's ankles being bound by the thick chains and fixed to the ground. And as always, Cordelia's intuition was correct. Kajsa kicked with her right foot. The thick chain tightened at once and tried to restrain her leg, but it was useless. The bolt attached to the chain was pulled out, and Kajsa's foot headed to Jude's side. Bang! A loud noise sounded that one would not think that it came from a person kicking another person. But Jude was not pushed back to the wall. His side was struck, but his bones were not broken. Jude's left arm blocked Kajsa's kick. He instantly shifted his center of gravity and prevented himself from being pushed back by the force at the same time. Kajsa hurriedly pulled back her right foot, but Jude did not allow it. His hand moved like a snake, grabbing Kajsa's ankle and slamming it to the ground. Ack! Kajsa fell as she screamed from the pain that felt like her leg had been torn. Unlike her right foot, her left foot was still bound by the chains, so she fell at a strange angle. A thudding sound was heard. Normally, an ordinary person would be unable to move for a while because of the pain, but his opponent was Kajsa. Jude did not stop as he slammed the fallen Kajsa's back with his palm. Boom! The shock wave shook the ground, and the force of the recoil was so strong that Kajsa's body roughly bounced back. But not yet. He did not feel that it was over. It seemed like his attack was carried out properly because his hands felt it, but given the circumstances, he could not deal much damage to Kajsa. In the first place, their goal was to save Kajsa and not to defeat her, but it was necessary to subdue Kajsa for the time being. Jude moved again and stretched out his hand to the exhausted Kajsa, who was on the floor. He moved his hand and did not give her a chance to raise her body. Turning her body over, he struck her in the stomach once again as she laid on her back. Gah! Her body did not rebound this time. because Jude pressed on Kadza's abdomen with his stretched out hand. Bright red blood gushed out from Kadza's mouth like a fountain. Cordelia suppressed her own scream by covering her mouth with her hand, and Jude poured the energy of the black dragon into his palm, which was in contact with Kadza's abdomen to give her an extra hit. Gaak, Kadza was covered in the blood she threw up, and her body drooped and stopped moving after she let out a gasp. Jude, you killed Kadza," Cordelia said with a pale face. She had said that because of the horrendous sight of Kadza's face and hair, as well as her entire upper body that were covered in blood. But Jude shook his head. He had noticed it the moment he put his hand on Kadza's abdomen. Kadza's steel-like abdominal muscles under her soft skin. No, it was not just her abdominal muscles. He could feel her immense life force underneath. Jude let out his breath roughly before slowly taking deep breaths. And he understood why the unknown iron-masked swordsman stuck a silver sword on Kadza's abdomen. Is she a real monster? Just by looking at her strength and regenerative ability, she seemed to have exceeded Jude himself. Something must have happened to Kadza in the past year or so, and that had made her stronger than the Kadza in the game at this time. How many times has she been on the verge of death? She was like those Saiyans in Dragon Ball that became stronger every time they had a brush with death. To be exact, it was because the blood of the divine creature that flowed in her body would awaken every time she nearly died, boosting her already amazing physical abilities. Is she alive? Yes, she's alive. She had only lost consciousness because of the accumulated fatigue. Moreover, Kadza's regenerative ability did not stop working even in the midst of this. Her rough breathing eventually stabilized after a while, and the twitching in her hands and feet stopped. She was stabbed just a while ago, right? Yes, and with a silver sword too. Even though she had been stabbed by a sword made of silver, which was said to be a weakness of lycanthropes, for at least a day, her body had already recovered to this extent. I guess that this is too much though. Her stamina has completely run out. Her regenerative ability seems to have also slowed down. Should I treat her? Cordelia would have normally used recovery magic without asking. However, she could not help but ask this time. Jude thought for a moment before nodding his head. She wasn't in her right mind earlier. You could say it was her defensive reflexes acting up once she recovers, she'll be able to talk normally. After all, they had just pulled out the sword. But Cordelia said in disagreement, "Are you sure that she'll be fine? She'll be fine. She will be able to communicate well with us later. We have a beast here too, right?" Cordelia tilted her head at Jude's words, not understanding what he meant, but soon understood it. So she said with a grimace on her face, "I'll seriously bite you later. I'll look forward to it. You're really mean." Jude slyly smiled while Cordelia snarled at him before she used her recovery magic. But right after that, "Wow, why? Well, it's just she's absorbing my recovery magic like a sponge that absorbs water." She had never experienced this before. It was as if she was being deprived of her mana. Is she really human? When Jude unknowingly said that, Cordelia made water with the Create Water spell and then wet the handkerchief to wipe Kadza's face. Big, she's big. Unlike Cordelia, who was a little over 160 cm and had a slender physique, Kadza had a large build. According to the character profile in the game, she was around 170 cm tall, but she seemed to be over 180 cm now. Her shoulders were wide, her chest was big, and her hands and feet were also big. She's like an athlete. No, she's more like she's a fitness model. Should I say that she's a beauty with a wild look? If Cordelia was a cat, Kadza was really like a black panther. In any case, they couldn't just wait for her to naturally wake up. I don't know what may happen, so just in case, stay behind me once you use your magic. Okay. Cordelia immediately replied, and as soon as she cast an awakening magic, she ran behind Jude. She's like a hamster. At the moment Jude unconsciously thought of that. Ugh. The awakening magic seemed to work as Kadza groaned and opened her eyes. And as Jude had predicted, she woke up like a human being instead of running wild like an animal. Have you regained your senses? Instead of replying to Jude's question right away, Kadza groaned again and frowned before slowly sitting up. Ugh, my head hurts. Your stomach does not hurt? Jude wanted to ask that without realizing it, but he tried to endure it and observed Kadza's reaction. Ugh, the smell. Kadsa sniffed once and frowned as she looked nauseous, but she couldn't do much about it, because the source of the smell was Kadsa herself. Kadsa, who are you? Jude August Bayer. This is my fiancé, Cordelia August Chase. We came here to save you. Hello? When Cordelia greeted her as she stuck her head from behind Jude's back, Kadsa's eyes widened in surprise and she said, "Wow, aren't you pretty? You're pretty, I want to bite you." And she chuckled like an old man. Jude, she's weird. Kadsa has always been weird. Don't you remember? Now that I think of it, you're right. That's right, Kadsa has always been a natural weirdo. Having been convinced, Cordelia hid behind Jude's back again, and Jude continued their conversation. Kadsa again, I am Jude and this is Cordelia. Yes, I've heard of you too. That crazy is it fantasy couple. They say that you guys run away from home every day. And you two always hug and kiss each other, regardless of whether people can see you or not. Jude suddenly felt dizzy at Kadsa's words, but he calmly replied, "Those are false rumors. That's right. Those rumors are totally exaggerated." When Cordelia hurriedly added, Kadsa looked at her with an interested expression, but now was not the time for them to be chatting like this. Anyway, if you know us, then our conversation will be quick. As I have said, we're here to save you, so let's escape now. Wait, how can you prove that you really are Jude and Cordelia? At Kadsa's question, Cordelia tried to take out her countess emblem, but Jude said as he pointed to Cordelia, "Is there any other girl in this kingdom who has reddish-pink hair and is pretty, cute, and lovely?" You're right. Kadsa nodded with a convinced face, and Cordelia, who was searching her pockets, then blushed. What nonsense are you saying? Of course, it would be annoying if she didn't agree. As Cordelia frowned, Kadsa found it cute and chuckled before saying, "Well, it doesn't matter if you're real or fake. It's true that you released me, and there's no reason for you two to work hard in deceiving me, so I'll believe it." Having said that, Kadsa lightly pulled off the shackles in her wrists and ankles, as expected of the immense strength of Kadsa. Who in the world overpowered Kadsa? After seeing Kadsa's power and strength that was beyond common sense, he had no choice but to ask that. A man wearing an iron mask. Who was that person who overpowered Kadsa? But now wasn't the time to think of such things. The pirates had been silently defeated because of the silent field spell, but they still weren't safe. If a pirate who came out to pee at night suddenly found his fallen companions, he would surely sound an alarm. Let's go out first. At Jude's urging, Kadsa stood up but soon turned to the door and growled. What was more surprising was that Cordelia had a similar reaction, the animal-like intuition of two beastly girls. Jude quickly used his presence detection and understood what they sensed. The man in the iron mask. He was approaching at a rapid pace. It seemed like there was some magic cast on the sword that stabbed Kadsa's stomach. Jude instantly made calculations. He thought of hugging Cordelia and Kadsa in the waist and running away with hyperfast thunderbolt, but soon concluded that it was impossible. It would have been fine if it were just Cordelia, but if he had Kadsa, he had no choice but to run and show his back to the man in the iron mask. But that man in an iron mask was moving fast. Here he comes. Kadsa quickly picked up the chains that had fallen on the ground, while Jude saw through the wall with his ability. As he asked Kadsa, he identified the location of the man in the iron mask who was running towards their position. The man with an iron mask. Do you know who he is? At the same time, he began analyzing that man. He compiled the data by combining the man's height, physique, and the very fast movement speed. It was for figuring out the man's identity in addition to any clue Kadsa might say. But there was no need for that. At the moment, Kadsa grasped the chains and opened her mouth. A man with an iron mask appeared beyond the wide-open door. He was 190 cm tall and had broad shoulders. A long sword and daggers were on both sides of his waist. His collar exposed his dark skin. A very fast movement speed that the word fleet-footed was not enough to describe it. In addition to he had the ability to overpower Kadsa. That was enough. Although his face was covered by an iron mask, Jude and Cordelia, who were rotten waters of Legend of Heroes, were able to instantly figure out the man's real identity. And it was the reason why Cordelia was forced to swear. FCK, is betrayal something normal for the 10 great swordmasters? From the Lord Protector, First Sword, and to the man in front of them. a man who stood on the side of the pirates and captured Kajsa despite being a noble of the kingdom. His name was Sebastian Legwin, a swift swordsman who held the fastest sword in the south. Chapter 239 Sebastin, Leguin, 1. Cordelia's anger was reasonable. She would be like that because out of the 610 great swordmasters they had met so far, 3 were traitors. My brother-in-law just became 1. 3 out of 6 were traitors. If this ratio continued, then there would be 2 more traitors out of the remaining 4. It was obviously a very simple and ignorant calculation, but was actually sensible. But Jude's thoughts were a little different, because the current situation was different from First Sword's situation. We didn't have much information about First Sword in the first place. The scenarios in Legend of Heroes 2 were in full swing after the Slen Kingdom was nearly destroyed. In the beginning of the scenarios in Legend of Heroes 2, the playable characters experienced events that eventually led to the downfall of the Slen Kingdom. Jude, Cordelia, and Red Wind were affected by the Northern Barbarian invasion. Lucas would either be involved in the barbarian invasion or the annihilation of royalty, depending on the player's choice. Kajsa's goal was to survive Malekith's attack on the south. In the beginning, it was impossible for playable characters from the Empire to come to the Slen Kingdom. In any case, the period where one could experience the Slen Kingdom functioning normally was only a few months at the most. On top of that, the first episode of Legend of Heroes dealt with the past 10 years ago, so it was impossible to know everything about the Slen Kingdom, regardless of whether a player was a stagnant or rotten water of the Legend of Heroes series, because they did not make an appearance in the game in the first place. Therefore, about half of the 10 great swordmasters who appeared in Legend of Heroes 2 were close to background settings. I didn't even know much about my own father, Count Bayer. In the game, he was tragically killed by Great Demon Kremler, who was summoned by Hurricane during the Northern Barbarian invasion. But it was impossible to see how he fought in the north and how he died, even if one played as the playable character Jude, Count Bayer's own son. In my past life, I had no idea that the Sword of Wind was so strong. He was one of the 10 great swordmasters, but was killed in the Northern Barbarian invasion. There were some more information about him, but in summary, Count Bayer's role in Legend of Heroes 2 was just that. In short, he was just a tool. The Great Demon Kremler was someone strong enough to defeat someone from the 10 great swordmasters. The Northern Barbarian invasion led to the collapse of the North, causing the Slen Kingdom to fall into a huge crisis. He was a reference point for things like that. I only found out in this life that my father was the Sword of Wind. First Sword was in the same situation, and around half of the 10 great swordmasters were those who belonged to the background settings. But Sebastian is different. He was not like the others. Sebastian Legwin. Even though he was wearing a mask, Jude and Cordelia were able to recognize him at once because he was an ally of the same kind as Wolf, a supporting character who was a strong helper in the beginning, but lost his life in order to save Kajsa after a certain point. And now that Sebastian is a traitor, Jude's common sense found it hard to understand. He's a man who sacrificed his life to save Kajsa, but he's now siding with the pirates and even captured her. This is too much even if it's the butterfly effect. Sebastian voluntarily betraying her is highly unlikely. There must be a different reason, something other than a simple betrayal. Old man Sebastian, please wake up. This is Kajsa. Kajsa cried out loud at that very moment, and at her cry, something came into Jude's mind. Cordelia's intuition also realized it. Brainwashing? If Sebastian's betrayal was not voluntary, if he was brainwashed or charmed. Cecilia, Jude, and Cordelia shouted at the same time. She was Malekith's lover, a dark elf necromancer who hated the elves of the Forest of Eternity. If it was her, it was possible to charm a person. Naturally, it was difficult to bewitch a character on the level of a great swordmaster, but this made much more sense than Sebastian's voluntary betrayal. But why all of a sudden? In the game, Cecilia did not charm Sebastian. In order to bewitch a character on the level of a great swordmaster, she would have had to do her best, so why did she do it this time? Jude cut off his thoughts. After all, that wasn't what mattered at the moment, and he was convinced of the butterfly effect if it was this kind of change. He's Sebastian, one of the 10 great swordmasters. He's not in his right mind right now. Kajsa shouted loudly again, and Sebastian swung his sword at that moment. It was his sword of swiftness that one did not even know when he drew it. Whack boo 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 boom. The walls around the iron door came collapsing with a loud sound. Sebastian expanded the space by cutting the walls without smashing it. His white breath came out of the mouth in the iron mask as his red eyes glistened. Damn, he's batshit crazy. What should we do? Kajsa grabbed the chains and groaned. She had become stronger than in the game, but was helplessly suppressed because her opponent was Sebastian, so she couldn't even land a hit. Sebastian was stronger in the first place. After all, he was one of the 10 great swordmasters. Fua Sebastian exhaled again before slowly raising his sword and saying in a quiet voice, Jude Bayer, Cordelia Chase. Priority elimination targets. Jude is worthless. Cordelia has worth. Kill Jude. Cut off Cordelia's limbs and capture her. What the FCK is this beastard saying? You want to kill who? You dare want to kill Jude. When Cordelia angrily shouted, Kajsa shouted back as she looked at Cordelia. He's just batshit crazy. Don't curse, mister. Hey, isn't batshit crazy derogatory too? In the meantime, Jude thought the words of Sebastian. What he said about killing Jude and capturing Cordelia. Worth. What Jude could think of at this moment was the summoning ritual for demons. Malekith had a connection with the demon followers, so perhaps Cecilia was aided by the devil's eye in the process of charming Sebastian. And at that time, did they tell about our story? Wait, she couldn't have charmed Sebastian just because of us, right? The two of them had always destroyed the demon followers' plots, and the demon followers had never been able to stop them. But the two of were now headed south. If the devil's eye had given Cecilia several warnings about the two, and if Cecilia had gained new powers because of their agreement, all of these were just assumptions, but these were all reasonable. And Jude cut off his thoughts again, because they needed to subdue Sebastian first. Kajsa, not at full strength? Kajsa nodded after she instinctively understood Jude's words like a wild beast despite his incomplete sentence. Mister is much weaker than he used to be. Then it's fine if that is so. Jude no longer hesitated as he immediately opened the 6th door. Boom! A shock wave swept throughout the building with a loud noise. Jude's energy suddenly soared like an explosion, and Kajsa widened her eyes in surprise while Sebastian reflexively pulled back. Sebastian's instincts responded to Jude's immense energy. Kill him. It was the moment Cordelia shouted in excitement. No, you can't kill him, not my elder. Although Kajsa never imagined that someone could kill Sebastian, a great swordmaster, she still reflexively shouted. Because the force of Jude's energy was tremendous. I know, Cordelia, and Jude kicked the ground. Using hyperfast thunderbolt, he immediately narrowed his distance from Sebastian. It's coming, the sword of swiftness. Even if Jude was strong, it was impossible to avoid Sebastian's sword. That was why he used his ability to see through things. He fully read the movements of Sebastian's muscles and bones, and the trajectory that the sword would take was also seen. Avoid it, Kajsa shouted. But instead of avoiding the sword attack, Jude threw his body towards the sword's trajectory. Bang! Sebastian's sword bounced off. Jude's arm blocked Sebastian's sword, and despite his charmed state, Sebastian opened his eyes widely in his confusion. Because he could not understand the current situation. The sword was blocked, with bare hands, and the sword bounced off. It was so unrealistic that it was natural to be flustered. But Jude did not miss the gap. He swiftly penetrated into Sebastian's defenses and struck his sword-like hand towards his opponent's thigh. Shyak? The shock wave from his sword-like hand split the atmosphere, but unfortunately, it failed to achieve its purpose. As a great swordmaster, Sebastian moved his leg at that moment and let Jude's attack continue. His thigh was torn, but the wound itself was shallow. Then followed Sebastian's attack. He struck Jude with the tip of his sword's handle, and Jude unhesitatingly moved and avoided the attacks. It was time for Cordelia's magic spell to be completed. Ice Age. He heard Cordelia's words as he had expected. At that moment, the building was filled with a cold wind. No, calling it cold was not enough as the wind was as cold as the wind in the polar regions. Even a blizzard began to blow. Field-type magic. She also combined ice magic and gust magic to it. It seemed to be simple, but after combining 3 magic spells, its power was also strengthened because of the great protection of the 4 seasons. Kaya. The wind was so cold that Kajsa unknowingly screamed and threw away the chains in her hand. The current cold was so unfamiliar and threatening to her, who had spent her entire life in the southern seas. The temperature dropped in an instant. A winter comparable to frost anvil spread inside the building. Sebastian was also a southerner. No, the cold was something that even those living in the north would find difficult to endure. But Jude and Cordelia were not affected at all. The great protection of the 4 seasons. Among those protections, the winter protection protected the two. One of the basics in attacking is to stab the enemy's weakness. If they don't have any weaknesses, just make one then. Cordelia spoke after Jude. To begin with, it was for moments like these that made her want to use field-type magic. I'll live and y'all die. I'll force you to fight on my home ground. Ahiha, the half-naked Kajsa, was curled up in a corner like a person who was about to freeze to death. So instead of prolonging it anymore, Jude rushed straight towards Sebastian. Sebastian let out a white breath and tried to respond, but his movement was much slower than before. His skills had already declined as a result of the bewitching, so when the extreme cold came, his power even dropped further even if he was Sebastian. The 10 great swordmasters are still humans. They're humans. If the 10 great swordmasters were in a normal state, they would somehow be able to move normally with the power of their aura or fly out of the range of the Ice Age spell. But the Sebastian in front of them was in a charmed state, so he couldn't make such an active response. In other words, Sebastian was no different from a sandbag in front of the current Jude. Boom! His punches exploded at lightning speed. Sebastian couldn't even defend against a single blow, and he staggered and stepped back after being hit 7 times. Jude seized Sebastian by the neck and threw him to the floor, unleashing his lightning-fast punches and breaking the bones of Sebastian's arms and legs. Kaak! Sebastian screamed from the intense pain, but Jude struck his stomach like he did with Kajsa instead of stopping. Gaak! Sebastian threw up a huge fountain of blood before passing out in exhaustion, and Kajsa, who was half dying from the cold, then screamed. "Mr. Cordelia?" "Okay." Cordelia immediately responded to Jude's call and stopped the Ice Age spell. Obviously, the environment itself had already changed, so it did not warm up immediately, but it would eventually return to the usual temperature. Phew, Cordelia sighed in relief. Their opponent was one of the 10 great swordmasters, Sebastian, who also known for his sword of swiftness, so Cordelia couldn't help but be tense from the fight, but they were able to overpower him more easily than she had thought. It's all right, he's a great swordmaster. He's not going to die from just that. He's not dead, right? Right after she spoke to Kajsa, Cordelia turned to Jude, who nodded his head. Sebastian's breathing had become calmer, even though he had vomited a lot of blood earlier, as if proving that he was one of the 10 great swordmasters who were like superhumans. Because Sebastian is a lycanthrope. Unlike Kajsa, who inherited the blood of an ancient divine creature and could use the power of lycanthropes, Sebastian was a lycanthrope himself, though only a few people knew of it because he had kept it a secret. Hug, you crazy couple. You're really just like the rumors. When Kajsa muttered a little after standing up as she groaned, Cordelia flinched without realizing it. Just like the rumors. What rumor is she talking about? Aren't there only good rumors of us except for that rumor of us constantly running away? Anyway, it was fine since it worked out well. They saved Kajsa and even defeated the man in an iron mask who could have become a tough opponent. Jude took off the iron mask Sebastian was wearing and breathed in relief. The mask itself is ordinary. I don't think the charm can be released at this moment, so we should take him to a safe place and have him properly examined. Cordelia nodded at Jude's words. When it came to magic, it was not an exaggeration to say that she was an all-around wizard, but there were still many fields of magic that she was not familiar with, such as those that dealt with the human mind. They had to bring him to a proper priest or psychic. It's a bit wasteful to summon Velkian for this, and they couldn't even summon Velkian himself as he had not yet signaled that they could do so. Haha, okay, let's escape now. We caused a huge commotion, so the pirates will definitely come. Kajsa said that as she headed to Sebastian in order to carry him, but at that moment, Jude raised his hand to stop her from approaching. Cordelia also grabbed Kajsa and said, "Hey Kajsa, what is it? Sebastian is the only one, right? The only one who can beat you among the pirates. He is. Why are you asking that? We defeated Sebastian. Huh. Sebastian is the only one stronger than you, but we defeated Sebastian. Kajsa blinked at Cordelia's explanation and soon understood the situation completely. That's right. Sebastian was already out. In other words, there were no remaining enemies on this island who could threaten their group. So why should we run away? Rather, the pirates are the ones who should be running away, right? Don't you agree? Cordelia had a dark smile, and Kajsa was stunned for a while as she blinked her eyes before she also smiled brightly. Hey, let's be friends. I like you. Yes, let's go rob the pirates of their treasure. Yeah, let's go cut their throats. The two beasts brightly smiled and went out of the corridor, passing by Jude and Sebastian. With joyful faces, they faced a group of pirates who had come running and yelling at them. And one more person. Instead of joining the fight, Jude offered a moment of silence to the leader of the group, who had instinctively felt that something was strange, but found it too late to turn back.